Zhu Yunfeng, a recent graduate with a master's degree in archaeology from the esteemed 211 University, found himself thrust into the world of unemployment immediately after graduation. Abandoned by his girlfriend, he faced dire straits and resorted to cleaning in an antique street of Songdu for his livelihood. One fateful day, while sweeping the street, he stumbled upon a dusty ring nestled beside a pile of refuse. Uncertain of its material, he absent-mindedly slipped it onto his finger. At that moment, his ex-girlfriend drove by in a lavish vehicle, splashing muddy water that cut into his finger, causing his blood to seep into the ring and inadvertently activating its powers. The ring vanished from sight, and Zhu Yunfeng was bestowed with three extraordinary abilities. Ancient martial arts, which required diligent practice to absorb spiritual energy for enhancement, X-ray vision, and ancient medical skills. From that moment onward, wealth flowed abundantly into his life, surrounded by enchanting beauty as he ascended to the pinnacle of his existence. Chapter 1. The Blood-Spattered Ring. The month of August enveloped Songdu in a stifling heat, akin to being trapped in a steamer, as waves of distorted heat shimmered above the asphalt roads. In the antique street of Songdu, Zhu Yunfeng, a graduate of Songdu University's archaeology program, grasped a broom, diligently sweeping the thoroughfare, his palms slick with sweat, and the back of his inexpensive shirt, purchased from a discount store, drenched through. What choice did he have? Hailing from a rural background, Zhu Yunfeng had fervently pursued his passion for relics, resolutely enrolling in the archaeology program at Songdu University during the college entrance examination, ultimately completing his graduate studies. Little did he know that graduation would be followed by unemployment, as opportunities in his field were virtually non-existent. To survive, Zhu Yunfeng had no option but to accept a janitorial position within the antique market community. At least in the antique city, it's somewhat related to my field, he mused wryly to himself, resuming his work. Make way. Don't block the road. A horn blared impatiently from behind. Zhu Yunfeng hastily maneuvered his garbage cart to the side as a sapphire blue Porsche 911 sailed past him, its tires splashing a mixture of muddy water all over him. How reckless can one drive? Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. The vehicle abruptly halted, and the window lowered slowly, revealing a familiar yet unfamiliar visage. Lin Yiting's former girlfriend, now adorned with the latest Dior lipstick, and a Van Cleef Arpels necklace. Seeing Zhu Yunfeng, who had yet to secure a respectable job since graduation, she had unceremoniously left him for the embrace of the wealthy Zhao Shikai. Oh, isn't this the archaeology department's star student? Chimed the head of Lin Yiting's current boyfriend, Zhao Shikai, who leaned over from the passenger seat. The scion of the Zhao real estate family. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Zhu Yunfeng. I heard your advisor recommended you to the provincial museum. What happened? Sweeping the streets instead? Zhu Yunfeng clenched the broom tightly, his nails digging into his palm. Just 3 days prior, that coveted position at the provincial museum had been snatched away by none other than the man before him. But what could he do? Since time immemorial, the common man has never fought against the powerful. Zhu Yunfeng pondered how he could possibly contend with Zhao Shikai. Shikai, don't be like that. Lin Yiting chided playfully, then turned her head, her smile laced with scorn. Yunfeng, my birthday is next week at the Imperial Hotel. If you're free, do drop by. Oh, never mind, perhaps it's best if you don't. With that, Lin Yiting pressed the accelerator, the sports car roaring away, exhaust fumes enveloping Zhu Yunfeng's face. He bent down to retrieve his name tag, which had been washed away by the muddy water, the words cleaner of Songdu Antique City glaringly apparent through the plastic. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Zhu Yunfeng mechanically continued to sweep the back alleys of the antique street. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye amidst the Refusian unremarkable, grimy metallic ring, half buried beneath decaying vegetable leaves. What counterfeit item has been discarded this time? He picked it up and wiped it clean. The ring was neither gold nor jade, its material indiscernible, yet its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an unusual warmth to the touch. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he slipped it onto his ring finger. Suddenly, a shard of glass flew forth, slicing into his finger. Zhu Yunfeng recoiled sharply, his blood seeping into the ring's crevices. To his horror, he observed the ring beginning to dissolve, merging into his skin like liquid mercury. What in the world? He frantically shook his hand, but darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. In his daze, a tingling sensation surged up his spine, as if electrified. He felt his consciousness being gently drawn by an unseen force, the world around him blurring like wet rice paper. When he opened his eyes again, he stood upon a lush carpet of grass, dual-laden blades shimmering under a soft light. Where am I? Zhu Yunfeng wondered, gazing at the distant peaks and a nearby small lake, beside which stood a quaint wooden cabin adorned with blossoming peach trees in full bloom. He reached out to touch the nearest peach tree, and as his fingertips brushed against the petals, the tree trembled as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, it surprisingly yielded to him, revealing a simple room furnished only with an elongated tea table and a stone cushion. Upon the table lay a jade tablet, and instinctively, he reached for it. In an instant, the jade transformed into a silver beam, piercing through his brow to embed itself within his mind. A searing pain erupted, as if countless silver needles were piercing his brain, and Zhu Yunfeng jolted awake, only to find himself collapsed beside a garbage bin. Ah! He let out a horrified cry, stumbling backward and knocking over the garbage cart. As he gasped for breath and rose to his feet, he realized the ring had vanished, leaving behind only a faint golden tattoo-like mark on his finger. A hallucination. It must have been heat stroke. He resumed, pushing the garbage cart, heading back to his rented room. Chapter 2. The Chaotic Sutra of the Void. Zhu Yunfeng returned to his 10-square-meter basement rental, feeling dazed and disoriented, his hand trembling as he locked the door behind him. He gazed at the circle of golden patterns on his fingers, which seemed to ripple like a living entity under the lamp's glow. What in the world is this? As he held his breath, concentrating intently on the patterns, an unexpected transformation occurred. The golden lines suddenly twisted and contorted, morphing into countless tiny golden specks that surged into his eyes. Zhu Yunfeng's vision darkened, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a grassy expanse, with mountains, lakes, and a quaint wooden cabin in the distance. Am I dreaming again? He approached the cabin and discovered a wooden tea table adorned with 2 jade slips. Unconsciously, he reached for one, which transformed into a stream of light and penetrated his brow, causing 5 golden characters to materialize in his mind. The Chaotic Sutra of the Void. Good grief. As Zhu Yunfeng uttered the name, the characters rushed into his consciousness like a torrent. Amidst the excruciating pain, he heard an ancient voice reverberating in his mind. In the beginning of chaos, the void serves as the guide. Sees the creation of heaven and earth, refine the essence of all things. Zhu Yunfeng fainted, and upon waking, he found himself drenched in sweat, sprawled on the floor of his rental. Yet, at this moment, he distinctly possessed a method of cultivation, the Chaotic Sutra of the Void, an ancient technique capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into chaotic power. This is utterly fantastical. Panting, Zhu Yunfeng glanced at his phone, realizing only 5 minutes had passed. However, the information in his mind felt as indelibly etched as if branded by a hot iron. Without conscious thought, he sat cross-legged on the floor of his rental, his hands forming a peculiar gesture. Just as he settled into position, a warmth suddenly surged in his lower abdomen, akin to a flame igniting. Could this be the sensation of qi? Am I a cultivation prodigy, experiencing this in just a few minutes? Suppressing his excitement, Zhu Yunfeng continued practicing the Chaotic Sutra of the Void. Unbeknownst to him, silver specks, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, began to manifest in the air, gradually seeping into his skin. With each absorption, the warmth in his lower abdomen intensified. These silver specks represented the purest spiritual energy in existence. Regrettably, in this age of decline, such energy had become scarce on this blue planet. However, for Zhu Yunfeng, it was just the right amount. If the energy were too dense, his meridians would likely sustain damage. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the neighboring unit. With the enhancement of the technique, Zhu Yunfeng's hearing became extraordinarily acute. It was his landlady, Aunt Wang, chopping ribs. He could even discern that the blade had a small chip. How marvelous! Zhu Yunfeng attempted to throw a punch, and the air crackled with a sharp sound. This brief moment of practice had truly made him stronger. Just as he reveled in his newfound prowess, a sharp pain pierced his temple. Blood-red characters floated before his mind's eye. Beginners must not exceed 3/4 of an hour daily. Simultaneously, he detected a foul odor as a layer of black viscous fluid oozed from his skin. Could this be the cleansing of marrow and purging of impurities described in novels? Rushing into the bathroom, Zhu Yunfeng gazed through the fogged mirror, astonished to find that his previously frail physique now displayed faint outlines of muscle. More astonishingly, when he concentrated, he could see faint golden lines flowing within him. Those were undoubtedly the meridians spoken of in the text. Zhu Yunfeng remained unaware of the remarkable nature of the technique he was practicing. In just one night, he had already cultivated the first level of the Chaotic Sutra, entering the stage of Mingjing, and had developed the ability of X-ray vision. Of course, such rapid advancement was typical only at the beginning. As one progressed, the rate of advancement would slow, and the resources required would increase. Upon returning to his room, Zhu Yunfeng discovered several missed calls on his phone. The latest message was from his university roommate, his close friend Zhang Hao. Old Zhu, that scoundrel Zhao Shikai posted a photo of you sweeping the streets on his friend circle. The group chat is in an uproar. Zhu Yunfeng scoffed, opening the group chat to find his picture, drenched in filth, captioned as the shame of the archaeology department. The latest message was from Lin Yuting. Everyone, let's not be like this. Yunfeng is just experiencing temporary difficulties. However, he probably won't show up at my birthday party next week, right? The group chat erupted with a barrage of sycophantic comments praising Yuting's kindness. Zhu Yunfeng shut off his phone and gazed out at the neon lights. The warm current from the technique coursed through his body, and the golden patterns on his fingers radiated a subtle heat. A grin spread across his face. Next week at the Dihao Hotel, is it? Just wait and see. In the following days, Zhu Yunfeng refrained from going to work, immersing himself in the arduous practice of the chaotic sutra of the void. Now, the warm current within him was capable of circulating through a small cycle, with internal energy flowing through the Ren and Du meridians, establishing a connection between the two. This marked the initial stage of inner alchemy, emphasizing the opening of the three gates, thereby unblocking the core energy channels in his body. Zhu Yunfeng realized that he had crossed into the Mingjing stage of ancient martial arts, and through practicing the chaotic sutra of the void, his eyes had gained the abilities of inner sight and X-ray vision, a discovery that filled him with joy. Through relentless practice, he found that he could proficiently access the internal space of the ring. On the long tea table within the wooden cabin, he had also discovered another jade slip containing the Huangdi medical canon. This slip did not require cultivation. It transformed into a stream of information, directly entering his mind and bestowing upon him a vast reservoir of ancient medical knowledge, as if he had been born with it. It was time to step outside. That afternoon, after concluding his practice, Zhu Yunfeng stretched lazily and decided to visit the antique market. With 200 yuan in hand, he set off toward the antique market. This old street, paved with bluestone, was one he had browsed for several months, becoming acquainted with several stall owners. Dozens of makeshift stalls adorned the street with colorful plastic sheets, while old porcelain shards shimmered softly in the morning light. Zhu Yunfeng squatted before a stall selling miscellaneous items, his nose nearly brushing against the rusted coins, while the stall owner, old Lu, casually sipped tea from an enamel cup, paying him no mind. Hey, young man, why aren't you sweeping the streets anymore? Don't go rummaging around. If you break something, you won't be able to afford it, old Lu grumbled without lifting his eyes. The most valuable item at his stall was a copper incense burner, purportedly from the Ming dynasty, priced at 8,000 yuan, though it was actually a 30 yuan replica from a Hebei antique village. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, his fingers brushing against a dusty jade buckle in the corner when a layer of mist suddenly enveloped him, quietly activating the chaotic sutra of the void. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a stunning emerald glow beneath the grayish-white jade surface, reminiscent of banana leaves glistening after a downpour, with enough moisture to squeeze out juice. Boss, how much for this buckle? He suppressed his racing heartbeat, running his fingernail across the jade surface, where a hint of a vibrant green peeked through the dull patina. My grandmother adored such antiques. Would 5 yuan suffice? This is genuine Hetian jade. Old Lu suddenly perked up, spitting saliva on the rim of his enamel cup. Seeing your filial piety, I'll let it go for 100. In truth, the jade buckle had been a gift from a seller when he purchased the coins, its surface marred with cowhair patterns, a sign of artificial aging known to experts. 50, Zhu Yunfeng countered. Take it. We're familiar enough. I'm losing money selling it to you. Old Lu lamented with a pained expression. Zhu Yunfeng paid the money, clutching the jade buckle, and quietly circulated the chaotic sutra of the void. The surface of the buckle gradually cracked open, revealing a radiant green light as he leisurely made his way to the Tsiyu Pavilion, known for its kind and honest master who would not deceive him. When the master behind the counter shone a flashlight on it, his glasses nearly slipped down to the tip of his nose. Little Zhu, where did you find this treasure? Ice-type young green. The water content, the color. It's worth at least 200,000. Thank you, Master Hao. Could you help me polish it? Sure, leave it here. And it'll be ready soon, Master Hao replied cheerfully. After polishing, Zhu Yunfeng handed over 100 yuan and returned to his rental, unable to suppress a silly grin. This X-ray vision truly was remarkable. With it, he essentially possessed a cheat code for antiquities. From this moment forth, I shall never have to sweep the floor again. I am on the cusp of achieving financial freedom. Chapter 3. The Slap at the Birthday Banquet. Time passed swiftly during my training, and before I knew it, the day of my ex-girlfriend's birthday had arrived. At the entrance of the Dihao Hotel, Zhu Yunfeng stood beside the fountain, gazing up at the resplendent hotel entrance. Today, he had donned a black casual suit, albeit a modest one, yet it was clean and crisp, coupled with the purification of his body from training. His skin appeared smooth and delicate, exuding an ethereal charm. "Oh, isn't this Zhu the Talented?" A sharp voice pierced through the air from behind him. Zhu Yunfeng turned to find his university classmate, Lu Qian, approaching with a portly man adorned in gold chains, a mocking smile plastered across her face. "You really dared to show up?" Yiting was merely being polite. "Did you take it seriously?" The hefty man scrutinized Zhu Yunfeng from head to toe, scoffing. "You look like a door-to-door insurance salesman. Don't embarrass yourself by sitting at the main table." Zhu Yunfeng chose to ignore them and strode directly towards the hotel entrance. Inside the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and a champagne tower glimmered at the center. Lin Yiting, dressed in a white gown, was surrounded by a group of girls taking photos, her smile radiant. Zhao Shikai stood beside her, clad in a bespoke suit, his Patek Philippe gleaming on his wrist. "Yiting, happy birthday." "Thank you." Lin Yiting accepted the gift, but her gaze suddenly froze as Zhu Yunfeng entered the room. In that instant, the entire banquet hall fell silent for a few seconds. What is he doing here? No way he actually dared to come? Whispers erupted around the room. Zhao Shikai, a smirk on his lips, strode over confidently. Well, Zhu Yunfeng, you actually came? Tired of sweeping the streets and decided to crash a party?" Laughter erupted around them. Lin Yiting hurried over, feigning concern. "Shikai, don't say that." Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, simply retrieving an exquisite little box from his pocket and presenting it to Lin Yiting. "Happy birthday." Lin Yiting was taken aback, instinctively accepting it. Upon opening the box, she found a jade pendant inside, its quality exceptional, glistening with a deep green hue. She was somewhat astonished. Zhao Shikai snatched it away, sneering. "This must be a counterfeit from a street vendor, right? A pauper like you could never afford genuine jade." Zhu Yunfeng replied calmly, "Whether it's real or not can easily be verified." Zhao Shikai scoffed and handed it to a bespectacled middle-aged man beside him. "Uncle Zhou, you deal in jewelry. Take a look." Uncle Zhou took the pendant, examining it closely with a magnifying glass. Gradually, his expression changed. "This is ice-type yang green, worth at least 200,000 in the market." Gasps filled the room. Lin Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Zhu Yunfeng. Zhao Shikai's face darkened. "Impossible. Where did he get the money?" Zhu Yunfeng offered no explanation, merely gazing calmly at Lin Yiting. "This is for you. As a parting gift." Lin Yiting opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, Zhao Shikai erupted in fury. "What a show-off. That pendant must be stolen." He abruptly lunged to grab Zhu Yunfeng by the collar. With a resounding crack, a sharp slap echoed throughout the hall. Zhao Shikai staggered back 2 steps, a bright red handprint emblazoned on his face. The room fell into stunned silence. Zhu Yunfeng shook his hand and calmly remarked, "Clean up your mouth." Zhao Shikai, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his rage. "How dare you hit me?" He seized a champagne bottle and hurled it at Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes turned cold. As the Tai Su Hundong Ju coursed through his body, he swiftly grasped Zhao Shikai's wrist with precision, applying a gentle squeeze. Crack! "Ah!" Zhao Shikai screamed, the champagne bottle shattering on the ground. Zhu Yunfeng released his grip, coldly stating, "If you strike again, it won't just be your wrist that's broken." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, all gazing at him as if he were a spectacle. Lin Yiting stood frozen, the jade pendant in her hand suddenly feeling unbearably hot. Zhao Shikai, his voice trembling, called out to his lackeys, "Quick, take me to the hospital. Send people after that kid. Make sure he's done for." Exiting the hotel, Zhu Yunfeng took a deep breath, a slight smile playing on his lips. What a relief. Releasing a pent-up breath, he felt as if the Tai Su Hundong Ju was operating even more swiftly. He glanced at his palm. He had only used less than 30% of his strength in that slap, yet Zhao Shikai's face was already swollen. If he had gone all out, it seemed this technique was even more formidable than he had anticipated. With his mastery of the outer strength now complete, it was time to procure some high-quality jade in preparation for breaking through to inner strength. Zhu Yunfeng pulled out his phone only to discover the WeChat group had exploded. In the university group, someone had posted the video of him slapping Zhao Shikai at the banquet, flooded with astonished comments. Wow, when did Zhu Yunfeng become so fierce? Zhao Shikai actually got slapped? Where did he get the money for jade? Zhu Yunfeng chuckled softly and promptly exited the group. From this day forth, he and his classmates were no longer of the same world. There was no need to linger in the group to witness their petty displays. Chapter 4, 1 against 5. Shortly after Zhu Yunfeng departed the Dihao Hotel, he keenly sensed he was being followed. As he approached the alley leading to his rented accommodation, he deliberately turned into a dark side street and came to a halt. Behind him, hurried footsteps echoed as 5 tattooed brutes brandishing steel pipes surrounded him. "Zhao wants me to deliver a message to you." The leader, a bald man, sneered. "In Songdu, no one dares to slap his face. Tonight, you'll pay the price. The five hulks swung their steel pipes ferociously towards Zhu Yunfeng, the sound of whistling slicing through the air. In that moment, Zhu Yunfeng felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. The Tai Su Hundong Zhu activated automatically. A surge of chaotic true energy rising from his dantian. Seeking death, the bald man's roar distorted into a long, drawn-out sound in Zhu Yunfeng's ears. He saw the trajectory of the pipes coming at him, stained with dark red blood. These were weapons that had tasted human blood just 3 days prior. As the 5 steel pipes simultaneously tore through the air with a piercing shriek, they transformed into layers upon layers of ripples in his expanded consciousness. Zhu Yunfeng lightly tapped his left foot on a puddle, effortlessly leaping 3 meters high, causing the pipes to miss entirely, while water splashed upwards, suspended in midair. He sidestepped the first pipe that came slicing down, and as the metal grazed his nose, he could clearly see the rust speckles on its surface. With a clenched fist, he struck down hard on the nearest steel pipe, a faint golden radiance seeming to erupt from his fist. The pipe instantly bent. Zhu Yunfeng's momentum did not wane. He continued to attack the wielder. Crack! The wielder suddenly found his wrist bending at an unnatural angle behind him. Before the pain could register in his brain, Zhu Yunfeng's knee had already slammed into his ribs. With a series of dull cracks, the man hurtled backward like a cannonball, crashing into his companions, who immediately tumbled into the filthy water. The bald man roared in anger, swinging his steel pipe broadly, yet Zhu Yunfeng did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. Both fists raised to strike. Ugh! The bald man's eyes bulged as his 200-pound frame was pushed half a foot off the ground, stumbling back several meters. His back collided with his comrade, both of their chests emitting a sickening crunch. The remaining thug stood frozen in shock, unsure of what to do, and turned to flee. Suddenly, his eyes widened as Zhu Yunfeng's shadow left a lingering imprint on his retina, a cold steel pipe pressed against his throat, instantly soaking his pants with cold sweat. "Big brother, spare me. Big brother, spare me," he whimpered, instantly cowed. Ancient martial arts? Ancient martial arts. The bald man curled up in a corner, coughing blood, each spasm accompanied by the sound of bursting blood bubbles. He struggled to sit up. "Spare me, sir. Spare me." Zhu Yunfeng clapped his hands as if brushing off dust, ready to report back to their master. He flicked his sleeves, the chaotic golden radiance in his pupils gradually extinguishing. "Do not provoke me. You cannot afford it." 5 minutes later, Zhao Shikai received a phone call. What? 5 men couldn't he handle him alone? A bunch of useless fools. He shattered his phone in a fit of rage, bellowing at his private physician, "Be gentle. My wrist still aches." After effortlessly subduing 5 burly men wielding steel pipes, Zhu Yunfeng returned to his rented apartment, utterly unfazed by the earlier commotion. At this moment, his priority was to diligently cultivate his skills and enhance his strength. After all, he was completely ignorant of the martial prowess that existed in this world. Were there others practicing ancient martial arts? Zhu Yunfeng seated himself cross-legged on the cement floor of his apartment, closing his eyes in concentration as the principles of the Tai Su Hundong Zhu circulated in his consciousness. The chaotic energy swirling in his dantian began to rotate clockwise, and with each revolution, his mental fortitude seemed to strengthen. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his tailbone. This was the tailbone igniting as described in his cultivation method. Cold sweat trickled down his chin, leaving dark stains on the blanket. Zhu Yunfeng clenched his jaw, guiding the searing energy upward along the governor meridian. As the heat passed through the Mingmen point, he could almost hear the sound of tendons stretching, as if being forcibly pulled by spiritual energy. He was close to breaking through to the mid-stage of Mingjing. His vision spontaneously sharpened, revealing the fascia in his lumbar spine peeling away and reconstituting under the influence of spiritual energy. The previously dull muscle fibers glimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling steel that had been reforged. Suddenly, he felt something within him shatter, accompanied by an unusual sound, and his entire body relaxed considerably. Mid-stage Mingjing. Zhu Yunfeng rose to his feet and made his way to the bathroom, feeling refreshed after his shower. No wonder people say that the impoverished excel in literature while the wealthy excel in martial arts. Cultivation and resources are indeed vital. I must seize the moment to earn some money. Tomorrow, I shall visit the antique market to see if there are any treasures to uncover, Zhu Yunfeng mused. Chapter 5. A painting within a painting. After waking naturally, Zhu Yunfeng hurried to a breakfast shop in the alley and purchased 2 steamed buns. After a quick meal, he set off for the antique street. Beneath the gilded sign of the Mai Pavilion in the eastern district of Songdu Antique City, Zhu Yunfeng dusted off his cleaning uniform. Through the intricately carved wooden window, he observed the shopkeeper waxing a landscape painting, a traditional method for aging art. "Excuse me, may I take a look at this piece?" he inquired, gesturing towards a yellowed vertical scroll in the corner, his tone cautious. The shopkeeper adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his goatee perking up. Young brother, you have an eye for quality. This is an authentic work from the later years of Wen Zhongming. Observe the brushwork. He unfurled the painting, and a musty scent wafted towards Zhu Yunfeng. The ink appears to be quite faded, he remarked, deliberately rubbing the surface with his sleeve, channeling the Tai Su Hundong Ju to infuse spiritual energy into the paper fibers. You see, even the mounting from the Qianlong era is absent. The shopkeeper's expression shifted slightly, and he unveiled a floral piece by Yin Shuping. How about this boneless flower painting? Zhu Yunfeng shook his head, scanning the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a dusty scroll perched atop a shelf. Engaging the Tai Su Hundong Ju, he peered deeper and discovered hidden intricacies. His heart racing. How much for that tattered scroll? He asked nonchalantly, rubbing his hands together. This one. The shopkeeper climbed onto a chair to retrieve the scroll wrapped in tape. It's a Republic-era imitation of Shun Zhou's Lushan Hai. You see the wormholes. As the scroll unfurled, Zhu Yunfeng nearly gasped in astonishment. Beneath the crude axe-cut texture lay the genuine Pai Ma texture. Furthermore, a seal from the early years of Shun Zhou was concealed beneath a layer of silk. This imitation is woefully poor. Zhu Yunfeng flicked the painting's heart with his fingers, noting that it was made from mechanized cotton paper typical of Shanghai's old workshops during the Republic. He scratched the inscription of Shun Zhou with his nail. Observe. This ink contains bone glue. It becomes sticky when heated. As he spoke, he produced a lighter and singed the corner. Stop! The shopkeeper exclaimed, hastily intervening. Are you an expert, young brother? I studied mounting for 2 years under my master, Zhu Yunfeng replied, tracing the damaged area. If this painting were authentic, it should be on mid-Ming period square cotton paper. Look at the paper texture. He tore off a small fragment and immersed it in tea, watching the fibers immediately disintegrate into fluff. A cunning glimmer crossed the shopkeeper's eyes. Let's call it an antique craft item. You can take it for 500. Zhu Yunfeng produced crumpled bills. 200. I need it for practice in mounting. As the transaction concluded, the shopkeeper struggled to suppress a smile. This battered scroll had been sitting in his shop for 3 years, originally acquired for 50 yuan, and it had finally found a buyer. Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly departed the antique street, exhilarated, and returned to his apartment, laying the painting flat on a salvaged bed board and evenly misting it with water. Once the paper was thoroughly soaked, he held his breath and activated the Tai Su Hundong Ju, his fingertips gathering spiritual energy as delicate as a cicada's wing. With a soft crack, the outer layer of Republic-era silk split open, revealing the Ming Dynasty floral silk beneath. When he peeled away the third layer of backing paper, the room filled with the rich aroma of sandalwood. This was the dragon brain resin used by ancient artisans to deter pests. As the authentic piece revealed itself, Zhu Yunfeng stumbled back, astonished. The robust Pai Ma texture delineated the Wulao Peak of Lushan, while the central brushstrokes bore the weight of a roof leak. Most astonishing was the subtle ink wash in the sea of clouds, which displayed 7 layers of accumulated ink. His hands trembled as he unfolded the inscription. In the spring of the 3rd month of the Dingwei year of the Changhua era, the old stone man created this for Mr. Xing'an's birthday. This was indeed Xinzhou's Lushan Hai, crafted for his mentor Chun Quan's 70th birthday, when Xinzhou was 45. The version in the Palace Museum was merely a copy, while the authentic piece lay hidden beneath a counterfeit from the Republic. To whom could he sell this genuine work? He had no connections in this realm. It seemed he would have to seek the assistance of his graduate advisor. Zhu Yunfeng initiated a video call with his mentor, Professor Chen Dishing. I have discovered an authentic piece by Xinzhou here, Lushan Hai. Can you take a look? The video shifted to the painting. Xiao Zhu, are you certain this is an authentic work by Xinzhou? The video doesn't provide clarity. Professor Chen's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. Just last month, Sotheby's auctioned a piece of his Jiangting Banshu 2 for 2.3 billion. I'll contact Lao Chao. He used to be an advisor at the Songdu Cultural Relics Bureau. Professor Chen gasped. You should meet him tomorrow. But remember, the antique world is fraught with peril, especially for such significant pieces. As the rain intensified outside, Zhu Yunfeng carefully wrapped the painting in 3 layers of cling film, concealing it with utmost care before settling down to practice. The following day, after contacting Chao Yunlong, Zhu Yunfeng placed the painting in his backpack and rode a shared bicycle to find him. Chao Yunlong was a notable figure in Songdu, possessing his own collection hall nestled deep within the bamboo groves of the western suburbs, embraced by a high green brick wall surrounding a group of white-walled, dark-tiled structures reminiscent of the Ming Dynasty. Following a secretary clad in a fragrant silk cheongsam through 3 arched moon gates, Zhu Yunfeng noticed infrared alarms imported from Germany at every corner. Xiao Zhu is it? A short, stout elder emerged from behind a Zeton screen, adorned with 18 star and moon Bodhi beads, a broad smile gracing his face. Old Qin mentioned you possess a work by Xinzhou. Zhu Yunfeng maintained his composure, feeling no excitement at meeting a notable figure. Ever since he began practicing the Tai Su Hundong Ju, his confidence had soared. And he was no longer the callow cleaner he once was. Hello, Mr. Chow. I have brought this painting for your appraisal. He laid the scroll flat on the rosewood table, noting that Chow Yunlong's right pinky finger was missing a segment, an injury sustained 20 years prior when he was set up while gambling on paintings in Panjiayuan. Chow Yunlong raised an eyebrow, retrieving a magnifying glass to examine the artwork. Upon seeing the inscription from Mr. Shingen, he suddenly pulled out his phone and dialed. Fetch the Chun clan genealogy from the storage. I need that set from the Changhua period. As two burly men entered carrying a camphorwood box, Zhu Yunfeng caught a familiar scent of pest deterrent that mirrored the aroma he had encountered while mounting the painting. In the 23rd year of Changhua, Chun Quan's grandson, Chun Jiru, gifted this painting to the Hu family of Wuxi. As Chow Yunlong flipped through the yellow genealogy, his voice trembled, matching the inscription perfectly. He suddenly illuminated the painting with a strong flashlight, directing it at the brushwork on the mountain rocks. Do you know what Xinzhou used when he created this piece? Primarily pine soot, mixed with pearl powder, with a delicate touch. Zhu Yunfeng pointed to the sea of clouds, exclaiming, observe the layers of reflection. Such a matte texture cannot be replicated by modern high-quality imitations using titanium dioxide. Chow Yunlong erupted into hearty laughter, slapping his palm on the table. Indeed, Professor Chen's students are remarkable. To have acquired such an exquisite painting is no small feat. Last year, a copy of Lushan Hyatt Christie's Hong Kong fetched 100 million. This genuine piece, he extended 3 fingers, is worth even more. Zhu Yunfeng lifted a June kiln teacup, admiring the flowing luster of its glaze. Teacher Chow, do you see the worm-like patterns in the mud? Don't they resemble the brushwork of the Lushan waterfall in the painting? Their gazes locked, and the air became thick with tension. The gilded clock in the corner chimed. Startling, a night heron perched atop the bamboo outside. 300 million, Chow Yunlong said, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. But it must be paid in 3 installments. A down payment of 150 million in cash, the remaining 200 million within 3 days. Zhu Yunfeng caressed the seal of Xunzhou on the painting, noting that the insurance value of the palace museums along the river during the Qingming festival was precisely that amount. What do you think? Chow Yunlong chuckled heartily. All right then, I'll transfer 200 million to you, as you suggested. In the future, if you come across any treasures, feel free to bring them to me. I assure you won't be at a loss. He promptly initiated the transfer. As the notification chimed on Zhu Yunfeng's phone, he traced the string of zeros on the screen, suddenly recalling the days in his senior year when he would sit in the library copying from the Shizhu Baoji. Back then, he dreamed of merely touching the renowned artifacts listed within. Now, he possessed enough wealth to purchase half of the Shizhu. Everything felt surreal. Zhu Yunfeng even questioned whether he was dreaming, pinching himself forcefully until he felt pain, confirming his reality. Thank you, Boss Chow. I will definitely seek you out first for anything valuable in the future. Chow Yunlong handed him a private business card, which bore only his name and a phone number. Young brother, let us keep in touch. After leaving Chow Yunlong, Zhu Yunfeng headed directly to a jade shop, purchasing 2 million worth of jade stones before returning to his rented room to continue his cultivation. As the 2 million in jade was ground into powder, his cultivation successfully advanced to the later stage of Mingjin. The further he progressed, the greater the consumption. Zhu Yunfeng sighed inwardly, focusing his consciousness to enter his mind, where he saw the ring quietly suspended. After exploring the internal space of the ring without any new discoveries, he exited. Chapter 6, The Stone Gambling House. Zhu Yunfeng felt that to transition from Mingjin to the realm of Anjin, he would need a substantial amount of jade stones. Thus, a visit to the stone gambling house was imperative. He intended to procure a batch of high-quality jade and emerald stones, especially since he had money in his account now. At the West City Emerald House, Zhu Yunfeng stood in the gambling stone area, his eyes shimmering with an unseen golden light. During his cultivation the previous night, he had discovered that his X-ray vision had improved, allowing him to penetrate the surface of raw stones, a feat previously limited to paper and fabric. After circling the nearby stall several times, his eyes grew weary. Yet he failed to find a single valuable raw stone. It was no wonder that 9 out of 10 bets failed. These raw stones, once cut, were hardly worth anything. However, before they were sliced open, they appeared to hold the potential for green, captivating everyone's gaze. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng noticed a ceramic jar in the corner of a stall, atop which lay a relatively flat raw stone. Boss, this stone is quite even. How much is it? He inquired, pointing at the stone. The stall owner did not even raise his eyelids. All raw stones are 20,000 each, no haggling. Zhu Yunfeng scanned the payment, picked up the stone, and proceeded to have it cut. As the cutting machine sliced through the stone, The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of a large, ice-like violet jade. Young brother, I'll offer 300,000. 500,000. Cash. Amidst the bidding, a cool female voice interjected, 1 million. The crowd parted, revealing a stunning woman clad in a Chanel suit, flanked by 4 bodyguards, with the emblem of Su jewelry glinting on her chest. Su Mingwe. Someone gasped. The queen of the Songdu jewelry scene, president of the Su group. Zhu Yunfeng had seen her on television, but in person, she was even more breathtaking. I want to sell it. I intend to keep it for myself, Zhu Yunfeng declared, clutching the emerald close. However, I can assist you once. Su Mingwe raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Why? To foster a good relationship, Zhu Yunfeng replied, gesturing towards the largest display, quietly suggesting to Su Mingwe that the stone priced at 100 million concealed an imperial green. Are you daring enough to take it? With his current financial capacity, Zhu Yunfeng could easily acquire it alone, but he understood the importance of discretion. His strength was not yet sufficient to protect himself. Offering a favor to Su Mingwe while gaining the friendship of the Su group seemed advantageous. Su Mingwe, a magnanimous individual, readily agreed. If it appreciates, we'll split the profits. If it depreciates, I shall bear the loss alone. Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback, remarking, you trust me that much? This is 100 million. Su Mingwe laughed lightly. I was also at Chao Yunlong's place yesterday and managed to acquire that painting. I believe you possess great fortune. Su Mingwe immediately purchased the largest raw stone for 100 million, requesting that it be cut on the spot. As the machine roared to life, the mist it produced had yet to dissipate when thunderous applause erupted in the exhibition hall. The 3-ton raw stone was neatly cleaved, revealing a surface that shimmered with a lake-like emerald hue, as if the green were about to flow out of the stone. Significant appreciation. Significant appreciation. Glass-type imperial green. The chief appraiser of Su jewelry trembled, noting the water content was 4 fingers wide. This could yield 10 bracelets. Su Mingwe's slender fingers grazed the cold stone surface, the dust on her nails glimmering with an air of elegance under the imperial green light. Turning to the young man beside her, she noticed Zhu Yunfeng fixated on a dark door in the southeast corner of the hall. This led to the VIP area of the stone gambling house, from which a well-dressed man emerged, accompanied by a beautiful woman, Chen Yiting. Isn't that young Master Zhao? Someone murmured in the crowd. I heard President Su is unveiling imperial green. He came to bask in the good fortune. Zhao Shikai halted 5 paces away, his gaze sweeping over Su Mingwe's flushed earlobes. But I heard it was the handiwork of this cleaner? He pointed accusingly at Zhu Yunfeng, who was merely a filthy street sweeper. What does he know about stone gambling? Zhu Yunfeng smiled coldly. It seems some individuals truly forget their modest beginnings. If you wish to avoid another broken wrist, you best leave this place. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shikai did not explode in anger. Instead, he sauntered over to the cutting machine and casually picked up a fist-sized piece of stone. Imperial green paired with a beauty, what an admirable match. I wonder if this street sweeper dares to engage in something more thrilling? Let us each select a raw stone priced under 200,000 from these stalls. Whoever is worth more wins. The wager, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, is your right hand. How about that? A few days prior, Zhu Yunfeng had struck him, and the memory lingered in Zhao Shikai's mind. Gasps rippled through the exhibition hall. Just as Su Mingwe was about to speak, Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Zhao Shikai while disregarding Chen Yiting entirely. If we are to gamble, let us make it grander. I'll take a piece of cloth from the cutting table to wipe my fingers. If I lose, my hand is yours. If you lose, your villa in Songdu Garden No. 1 is mine. Do you dare to wager? A fissure appeared in Zhao Shikai's smile. The street sweeper possesses courage. He squeezed out the words between clenched teeth. Let us have President Su bear witness, and let everyone present be our witnesses. This here is Master Sang Kuin's disciple, Pa Gan, who will oversee the cutting process. Pa Gan made a round before returning to Zhao Shikai's side, whispering something. Zhao Shikai nodded and loudly proclaimed, I choose raw stone number 017. He then wrapped an arm around Lin Yiting's waist. A triumphant smirk plastered on his face as he provocatively stared at Zhu Yunfeng. The stone he chose was a water-etched piece, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like depressions. Zhu Yunfeng noticed that the goggles worn by Pei Gang were flashing at a high frequency. When he activated the Tianyin Tong to its utmost potential, he unexpectedly discerned a swirling mass of chaotic gray mist beneath the stone's surface. I choose the 3rd row, 7th piece, number 372 from the southeastern corner. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly pointed to the ordinary exhibition area. It was a kilogram stone, regarded merely as an afterthought, priced at a mere 800 yuan. The appraiser from Su's jewelry hesitated, but was silenced by Su Mingwe's raised hand. Pei Gang emitted a derisive snort, and in his halting Chinese, remarked, It will snag on old elephant skin, with mottled patterns of a python. What you have chosen is garbage. Once selections were made, both men commenced the stone extraction simultaneously. The two machines roared to life. As Zhao Shikai's stone revealed an ice green jade the size of a fingernail, Zhu Yunfeng's kilogram stone merely chipped away. Suddenly, the stone master exclaimed as he splashed a basin of clear water, and a violet-red glow radiated from the freshly carved opening. This is spring's colorful hues. The appraiser's voice quivered. Although it was only the size of a pigeon egg, the color transition was remarkably seamless. Wait. Pei Gang abruptly seized a high-intensity flashlight, and as its beam illuminated Zhu Yunfeng's stone, an unnatural blue halo emerged from within. He turned and spoke rapidly in Burmese, causing Zhao Shikai's complexion to darken instantly. Su Mingyue paused in her gentle caress of the jade bracelet. Mr. Pei Gang suggests that this stone may have undergone chemical treatment? Not at all, Zhu Yunfeng interjected suddenly, grasping the angle grinder on the extraction platform. True spring's colorful hues will reveal themselves under 365 nanometer fluorescence. With a slight tremor of his wrist, the stone cracked cleanly in two. At the cross-section, violet and green intertwined, encasing a transparent crystal the size of a quail egg. Royal purple of the glass variety. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The quail egg-sized crystal refracted a prismatic glow under the lights, revealing a rare symbiotic mineral of jade and muscovite crystal. Zhao Shikai had long lost his previous air of nonchalance, his tailored suit drenched in cold sweat. The villa he stood to lose was intended for his future marriage. Mr. Zhao appears rather anxious. Do you wish to renege? Zhu Yunfeng remarked leisurely as he meticulously sanded the edges of the stone. Su Mingyue chimed in, laughing. He wouldn't dare. Not with so many witnesses. Besides, it's merely a villa. His family is involved in real estate. After all, they have plenty of properties. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you for the transfer. That villa will be yours, she added, and provide me with your account details. Today S-Gamble has yielded at least 200 million, and I will share 100 million with you. Zhu Yunfeng feigned shock. So much. Su Mingyue rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, so capable. Prepare to accompany me to Myanmar in a few days. Sure. Zhu Yunfeng replied cheerfully. The two continued their banter, oblivious to when Zhao Shikai had departed. Zhu Yunfeng and Su Mingyue continued their exploration, acquiring numerous raw stones, experiencing both rises and falls in value, though he did so deliberately to avoid attracting attention. It wasn't until Su Mingyue grew weary that they parted ways and returned home. Chapter 7. Breakthrough. Dark Energy. During the day, Zhu Yunfeng had made a significant profit at the jade shop in the west of the city, simultaneously purchasing a plethora of jade materials for his evening cultivation. As night descended, enveloped in silence, Zhu Yunfeng arranged 37 variably shaped jade stones according to the Yellow Emperor's medical canon. Spiritual pivot formation, sitting cross-legged as he began to circulate the Tai Su chaos technique. The 37 jade stones were laid out on the modeled concrete floor, forming a transformation of the Big Dipper, as recorded in the aforementioned formation's guidance. With a crack, Zhu Yunfeng bit down on an old mountain ginseng hidden between his teeth. The ginseng juice, tinged with the scent of blood, surged into his throat as the ginseng fibers pierced his gums. He pressed his hands into a lotus seal on his dantian, while beneath his feet, 7 pieces of Xinjiang Hetian jade suddenly shimmered with an oily luster. These old pit seed materials, originating from the Yulong Cache River, exhibited nail-like patterns formed by millennia of river erosion, now continuously channeling the Yin energy from the earth into the 3 Yin meridians of his feet. As the Tai Su chaos technique was recited, the vortex in his dantian ignited like a starry nebula, beginning to spin counterclockwise. The surface of the jade suspended before him suddenly erupted into a web-like pattern, and the internal shimmering wings of flies were drawn out into 3,600 strands of azure silk, penetrating into the 12 skin layers. Zhu Yunfeng trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on his back. As the third strand of spiritual energy surged into the governor vessel, he heard a brittle snap emanating from his spine, akin to a bowstring snapping. He hastily grabbed a spare piece of wild mountain ginseng and shoved it into his mouth, where it melted on his tongue into a scorching medicinal mist. This was the Ginseng King's life-saving method recorded in the Suan Treatise on Strange Diseases. With his left hand forming a Ziwu seal to press down on the Qi-Si acupoint, his right hand positioned his index and middle fingers together like a sword, channeling concentrated spiritual energy to pierce through the Guanyuan acupoint. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted, and through his perspective, he beheld his hematopoietic stem cells within his bone marrow fervently dividing, with newly formed red blood cells adorned in intricate golden patterns. At the third watch, the jade stone placed on the quivering acupoint exploded into powder. Zhu Yunfeng observed that his internal organs were shrouded in a tar-like black mist, particularly the dark spots in his heart. remnants of lead dust inhaled while shoveling snow in the antique market last winter. The heart is the sovereign of the five organs, echoed the scriptures of Ling Shu, evil guest, in his consciousness. Suddenly, he transformed his palm into a blade, striking towards the Tianqi acupoint. The surging spiritual energy sliced through the pericardium meridian with surgical precision. The dark spots emitted a sizzling sound as they were obliterated by the spiritual energy, dissipating into green smoke through his pores. A cleaning uniform hanging on the wall suddenly swelled like a sail, its sleeves unfurling autonomously into the posture of a white crane spreading its wings. Zhu Yunfeng bit into his tongue, and the mingled essence of blood and jade spirit formed a microcosmic Tai Chi diagram in his mouth. He felt every taste bud vibrating, the five flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty magnified 1,000-fold. He could even discern the chemical composition of PM2, 5 particles floating in the air. At dawn, all the jade stones before Zhu Yunfeng had been reduced to powder. He slowly opened his eyes, the cosmic rivers swirling in his pupils gradually fading into the depths of his gaze. Lifting his right hand, he flicked his fingers towards the anti-theft window 5 meters away, creating a coin-sized dent in the stainless steel pipe, the surface as smooth as a mirror, while the internal lattice structure crumbled into powder. Entering the cramped bathroom, he turned on the rusty faucet. The water flow parted 3 millimeters from his skin, forming a transparent gas membrane. The so-called Qi of the Yellow Emperor's medical canon became a tangible reality at this moment. More astonishing was his newfound internal vision. He could now perceive the silver energy coursing through every meridian, even manipulating it to coalesce into 3-inch-long energy needles at his fingertips. Approaching the window, he took a deep breath. Through a distance of 150 meters, he clearly saw the stock codes on the computer screens of the office building across the street. His ears twitched, distinctly hearing the sound of fishmongers scaling fish 3 kilometers away. Most bizarrely, he could isolate the scent of the Chanel No. 5 perfume worn by the female proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion, lingering in the air from 3 hours prior. At last, a breakthrough. Dark energy. A martial artist of ancient arts. Truly, the pen may be poor, but the sword is rich. That night, the cost of jade consumed in pursuit of dark energy exceeded 100 million. Nevertheless, feeling the changes within himself, Zhu Yunfeng deemed it worthwhile. Realizing he reeked, he decided to take a bath, casually submerging a piece of seed material in salt water, pouring it into a large plastic basin. This was the awakening jade technique recorded in the Tai Su Chaos technique, capable of activating dormant jade essence. As spiritual energy infused the water, fine bubbles began to rise. Suddenly, with a crack, the surface of the jade stone flaked away, revealing a pigeon blood-red jade core. It was indeed blood jade essence. He immediately stripped off his clothes and sat in the large plastic basin. The moment the blood jade essence made contact with his skin, he felt as if thrown into magma. His bones creaked with a painful crunch, and black oil seeped from his skin. This was a far more thorough cleansing of the marrow than before. After his bath, Zhu Yunfeng gazed into the mirror at his well-proportioned physique, lost in thought. His previously nearsighted left eye now sparkled with clarity, allowing him to see even the ants on the laundry line of the building across the street. More remarkably, while circulating his technique, he could see his internal organs emanating a faint golden glow. Internal vision. At 9 in the morning, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, revealing a message from Su Mingyue. "I'm waiting for you to complete the transfer." Zhu Yunfeng replied with a simple good and felt a rush of excitement. Today marked the beginning of his ownership of a villa, a farewell to his rented abode. Chapter 8, Villa Number 9. Zhu Yunfeng changed into a clean set of sportswear, a bargain he had found on a certain online platform, costing merely a few dozen yuan. He donned a pair of inexpensive sneakers and stepped out of his rental apartment. To his astonishment, he discovered Su Mingyue waiting for him downstairs. "My esteemed President Su, what brings you here?" he asked, somewhat taken aback. Su Mingyue leaned against the obsidian black door of her Maybach S680. The morning sun cast a golden hue over her moon-white suit, illuminating the chrome details atop the vehicle like a meteor shower. The sharply tailored hem of her skirt stopped 15 centimeters above her knees, accentuating the breathtaking curves of her legs, which were elegantly encased in black stockings that gathered into delicate folds at her ankles. The 12-centimeter stiletto heels pierced the carpet of ginkgo leaves like a broken sword embedded in an ancient battlefield. Her cold, tea-colored hair danced in the morning breeze, revealing the glint of her emerald earrings. Zhu Yunfeng marveled at the graceful curve of her neck, reminiscent of a Song dynasty pillow, with delicate blue veins beneath porcelain-like skin resembling the intricate crackle of June porcelain. Most striking was the 62-centimeter waistline defined by her fitted suit, creating a perfect golden ratio in the morning light, reminiscent of the Daihua porcelain guanyin statue from the spring auction at Sotheby's. Zhu Yunfeng, You've quite the attitude. Making me wait for 3 minutes. Su Mingyue feigned anger. Upon seeing the spark in his eyes, she added, "It's only been a day, yet you seem different." Zhu Yunfeng chuckled. "What do you think? Am I not more handsome than yesterday?" Su Mingyue smirked. "Just look at you, so full of yourself. But your skin is astonishingly better than that of many women. Have you been using some skincare products?" Zhu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Not telling you." Su Mingyue rolled her eyes. "Fine. Let us go. Get in the car to see your new villa." They entered the vehicle and drove towards the Garden No. 1 Villa area. At the entrance of the Songdu Garden No. 1 Villa District, Su Mingyue's car was swiftly granted access by the automated security system. "Please verify your iris," echoed the electronic voice between the granite pillars, as a laser grid wove a faint golden net around them. Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the expansive mirror-like water feature ahead, reflecting the ethereal sight of the 9-layered white marble archway shrouded in morning mist. As they passed the third checkpoint guarded by retired special forces, the security personnel saluted and waved them through upon recognizing Su Mingyue's vehicle. Zhu Yunfeng recalled Zhao Shikai's pale face at the stone quarry yesterday. Who could have imagined that the rough stone concealing the royal purple glass would be hidden within the most unassuming gray skin? A wager is a wager. In full view of everyone, Zhao Shikai did not default, and under Su Mingyue's urging, the villa transfer had actually been completed the previous day. Zhu Yunfeng, do you like these pine trees? Su Mingyue suddenly halted, her water-red skirt brushing through the mist from the intelligent irrigation system. 8th-century-old welcoming pines lined the emerald waterway, each needle glistening under the nurturing mist of an anemometer fog system. As they passed through the moon gate, the entire community unfolded before them. 30 villas were scattered along the mirror lake, appearing and disappearing in the morning fog. The central building, Villa No. 1, resembled a soaring bird, where the flying eaves of Suzhou Gardens met the glass curtain walls in a striking aesthetic. Zhu Yunfeng squinted, noticing the villa he had won, No. 9. Its exterior walls displaying an intelligent light-adjusting glass that shimmered with peacock blue hues in the morning light. They paused at the entrance of Villa No. 9. Su Mingyue pressed her key card, and the entire glass curtain wall transformed into transparency, revealing a 3-story atrium with a grand living room. The bronze door swung open automatically. Its knocker fashioned from Burmese amber carved into the shape of a mythical beast, its pupils housing miniature cameras. The entrance floor, made of pure Burmese white jade, suddenly radiated warmth as the intelligent heating system activated in response to their footsteps. When Zhu Yunfeng bent down, he caught a whiff of jasmine from Su Mingyue's hair, mingled with the fragrant incense of cypress emitted from the wall's circulation system. 12 screens of rosewood unfolded before them, each embroidered with Su embroidery depicting stone gambling legends, featuring a dragon jade guanyin at its center. As Zhu Yunfeng climbed the spiral staircase, he felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, a true country bumpkin. His fingertips grazed the brass handrail, suddenly captivated by the intricate patterns above. He illuminated his phone, revealing countless micro-engraved characters glowing in the cold light. The entirety of the gambling stone poem. The automatic door to the temperature-controlled wine cellar on the basement level slid open, revealing an empty space. Perhaps Zhao Shikai had already removed everything he needed, or perhaps it had yet to be utilized. They ascended to the third-floor terrace, and the villa's lighting system switched to awakening mode. Myriad LED lights flickered to life beneath the eaves, simulating the sheen of spring rain washing over the surface of emerald rough stones. Su Mingyue leaned against the railing carved from a solid piece of MCU, suddenly pointing to the lake in the southeastern corner. "This community isn't too bad." Zhu Yunfeng followed her finger, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he thought, this open terrace is perfect for his practice. Facing the lake might expedite his cultivation, as the air here seemed far more invigorating than that of his rental apartment. Unable to suppress a sigh of contentment, Zhu Yunfeng mused, "It truly is wonderful to be wealthy." While touring the master bedroom, Zhu Yunfeng was left speechless by the double-sided Su embroidery at the head of the bed. The front showcased an ink-splashed landscape, while the reverse depicted a gambling stone scene embroidered with 7 shades of jade-colored silk threads. After they completed their tour of the villa, Su Mingyue casually reclined on the rosewood sofa in the living room, smiling as she asked Zhu Yunfeng, "What do you think? Not too shabby, right?" Zhu Yunfeng dusted off non-existent lint from his sleeves, a gesture that had become his trademark, and replied, "Luxurious indeed. Wealthy people truly live in extravagance. I never imagined I could reside in such a splendid house. Should I reserve a room for you, so you can occasionally come and keep me company?" Su Mingyue's face inexplicably flushed, and she playfully chastised him. "What are you thinking? Dream on." Then, regaining her composure, she added, "Since you've settled everything here, we shall head to Myanmar tomorrow." Zhu Yunfeng cheerfully responded, "As you command." Chapter 9. The Myanmar Bidding. At 6 in the morning, at Songdu International Airport, Su Mingwei removed her sunglasses and scanned the terminal display. MU 2033, Songdu Kimingyangan, business class boarding. Her assistant, Lin Man, hurriedly presented the boarding pass. And the platinum card emitted a crisp sound at the check-in counter. Clutching his very first-class ticket, Zhu Yunfeng noted the boarding pass marked with Jade Industry Inspection Group. First time flying first class. Su Mingwei suddenly paused at the boarding stairs, the hem of her Chanel ensemble brushing against Zhu Yunfeng's dusty sneakers. Remember to set the high-powered flashlight to checked baggage mode. Myanmar has strict checks on lithium batteries. Outside the window of the Boeing 787, clouds parted over Dianchi Lake. As the flight attendant brought milk tea, Su Mingwei was engrossed in reviewing the bid documents on her tablet. The Yangon public auction consists of 2 stages, the blind bid and the open bid. The blind bid boxes close at 8 tonight. We must review 720 lots within 6 hours. The veteran appraiser, Mr. Zhong, polished his 60x magnifying glass. Little Zhu, remember the 3 no's of public auctions. No cutting-edge materials, no hidden goods, and no disputable stones. His bony finger traced the distribution map of mining areas on the iPad, focusing on the old pit materials from Pakongji and Mwanji. The cabin suddenly jolted. And as Zhu Yunfeng steadied himself, he caught a glimpse of Su Mingyue's notes. Exchange rate, 1 renminbi 300 chot. Customs duty, 33 ad valorem tax, 15 VAT. Deposit, 10 of the bid price. These figures trembled slightly in the turbulence, akin to jade chips dancing beneath a gambling knife. At local time 11:20, the flight landed at Yangon International Airport. The humid, warm air enveloped in the fragrant scent of sandalwood wafted towards him. As the LED screen in the customs corridor displayed scrolling notifications in Chinese, Burmese, and English, carrying raw jadeite out of the country requires the payment of a mineral resource tax. Ms. Su, please open the box, instructed the customs officer, indicating the 5 safes marked with the insignia of the Jade Inspection Department. At the moment Security Chief Chen Tai unlocked the safe, Zhu Yunfeng caught sight of a neatly arranged stack of 100,000 euros in cash. This was the viewing fee customary at the Burmese public auction. On the road to the auction site, a convoy of 5 Toyota Hiaces formed a procession. The vintage British colonial buildings lining the streets were fading, while the jade stalls at the Ong San market hung banners proclaiming the dire consequences of selling counterfeit goods. Su Mingwei lowered the car window, her wrist adorned with golden silk Namu prayer beads, and remarked, "Pay attention to that Hengqin jade shop on the left. They swindled Zhejiang merchants out of 30 million last year with BC goods." In front of the Ministry of Mines of Myanmar, guards armed with AK-47s verified everyone's identification. Zhu Yunfeng pressed his electronic fingerprint at the registration desk and received the bidding card marked CN097. A long queue formed at the deposit window, where Su's jewelry presented a Swiss bank guarantee, bypassing the foreign exchange review. "This is your toolkit," Lin Man said, handing over a canvas waste bag filled with a German LED flashlight, limited to 50 lumens, a 30x gemstone magnifier, sweat-proof white gloves, a trilingual Tinder template in Burmese, Chinese, and English, and electrolyte replenishment drinks. The air in the Jade public auction was thick with fine dust. Zhu Yunfeng stood before the electronic screen at entrance A, his pupils slightly constricting behind his sunglasses. The rhythmic sound of Su Mingyue's high heels striking the cement floor echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a secret martial arts technique. "The open bid area is 200, the closed bid 300, she noted, flipping through the gilded tender document, her stray hair brushing against the jade earrings. "How long will you take to finish?" Zhu Yunfeng's fingertips glided over the edges of the tender document as he removed his sunglasses, channeling his inner energy. And golden ripples began to shimmer in his gaze. Suddenly, the pile of raw stones 500 meters away became transparent, beneath the grayish-white skin. Vibrant green hues danced like countless imprisoned spirits. "The 7th stone in the 3rd row from the left," he murmured. "The skin bears a python pattern, with patches of mottled green. Inside is a glass-like imperial green. This one must be secured." Su Mingyue paused her writing, swiftly jotting it down. After examining the open bid area for an hour, Zhu Yunfeng pressed his throbbing temple, the internal structures of 20 stones imprinted on his retina. As Su Mingwei inscribed the 8th number on the bid sheet, he suddenly grasped her wrist. "Wait, there's a spiderweb crack in the lower right corner." In their diagonal rear, Zhou Mubai, the chief appraiser of Chow Tai Fuk, clad in a linen suit, scrutinized a piece of black sand with a magnifying glass, the reflection obscuring his glance towards them. The appraisal team from Lao Fengxiang gathered around a piece of moxisha material, quietly debating, as someone produced a powerful flashlight, illuminating the skin to reveal a web of cracks. The closed bid area commenced precisely at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When Zhu Yunfeng and Su Mingwei entered, several individuals were already present. "Let them price first. We'll wait until the final moments to bid," Zhu Yunfeng whispered to Su Mingwe. With half an hour remaining until the deadline, others began submitting their filled-out bid sheets into a metal box. Zhu Yunfeng activated his innate ability, allowing his vision to penetrate the metal container, revealing the bids clearly. Zhou Mubai's handwriting was vigorous. Bid 7, 2, 380, 000. Bid 26, 1, 750, 000. Lao Fengxiang's bid sheet bore coffee stains, while Tylee Jewelry's numbers were scribbled over multiple times. Bid 7 at 2, 390, 000. Bid 26 at 1, 760, 000. Bid 157. Zhu Yunfeng continued to quote, while Su Mingwe filled out the bid sheet with remarkable speed. In the final 5 minutes before the bid box closed, she slipped the last 3 bid sheets into the narrow opening, her deep purple skirt brushing against Zhou Mubai's suit. The electronic screen began to display the winning bids. Bids 7, 26, and 157 were all secured by Su's jewelry, with offers barely surpassing those of Zhou's. Observing this, Zhou Mubai clenched his fist, causing his jade prayer beads to snap, scattering the black jade beads across the floor. Congratulations, Miss Su, he said, bending to pick up the beads while his molars ground together. Which esteemed expert has your company recently hired? Su Mingwe smoothed the wrinkles of her dress, the jade earrings swaying gently in the air-conditioned breeze. In the world of stone gambling, it is 1 part skill and 7 parts luck. Chapter 10, The Journey Home. The moment Su Mingwe received the confirmation letter for the winning bids, her excitement surged, prompting her to trace deep creases into the A4 paper with her fingertip. Lin Man noticed the jade pendant on her collarbone swaying, casting reflections of light that danced across the side profile of the Burmese official behind the podium, who was repeatedly verifying the bid numbers with an ivory-handled magnifying glass. 15 bids totaled 170 million euros. Yunfeng, thank you. This supply will sustain our group for quite some time. Without you, we would not have acquired such exceptional materials. Su Mingwe's voice, as cool as the icy jade on her earlobe, betrayed a slight tremor at the end. Zhu Yunfeng observed the faint blue veins on her hand slightly protruding, indicative of a stress response. As he prepared to caution her about monitoring her blood pressure, he suddenly felt blood trickling from his nose, staining the edge of his tablet. Mr. Zhu, what's wrong? Lin Man inquired, simultaneously retrieving bottled water and gauze from the cooler. As the chief assistant of Su's group, she could always find a solution within 3 seconds. Her half-kneeling posture beside the leather seat reminded Zhu Yunfeng of scenes from island films, where secretaries often performed such gestures to serve their bosses. This thought inexplicably crossed his mind as a wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Su Mingwe grasped his wrist. The cool jade bracelet pressed against his radial artery, and the sandalwood scent mingled with her signature cedar perfume. Lin Man has booked the presidential suite at the Hilton. We shall rest well tonight, with all materials escorted by the military. Zhu Yunfeng pressed the gauze against his nose. When he lifted his gaze, he met Su Mingwe's turned glance. The faint blush at the corners of her eyes had inexplicably spread to her ears. That night, in the presidential suite of the Hilton, Zhu Yunfeng meditated in tranquility, experiencing a peaceful night. The following morning in the breakfast hall of the Hilton, crystalline chandeliers cast fragmented reflections upon the surface of Burmese black tea. Lin Man laid out the customs documents on the Indian rosewood dining table, the laser anti-counterfeiting label revealing Su's Group's Phoenix emblem from various angles. Bong Chaoyuan, undefeated in 9 matches at the underground boxing arena in Chiang Mai, she said, pulling up surveillance screenshots. The image of a Muay Thai fighter with blood-soaked bandages on his knee caused Zhu Yunfeng to squint. The bodyguard of the 3rd young master of Zhou's Jade House killed 3 customs aides last year at the Bangkok Chao Phraya River dock. I'm concerned he may pose a threat to us. Su Mingwe stirred her bird's nest porridge with a small silver spoon, the sound of the golden silk Nanmu prayer beads suddenly ceasing. Notify General Donrue that the originally planned escort route will be changed to the Chinatown detour. She directed Lin Man. And remember to prepare 2 boxes of beetle nuts for the armored vehicle driver. After breakfast, Su Mingwe, Zhu Yunfeng, and others set off for the airport. 3 highest vans streamed out in succession, racing towards the airport. As the convoy turned into a narrower street, a sweet, oily fragrance wafted in through the car window. What is that smell? Su Mingwe frowned and asked. Zhu Yunfeng recognized that the Thai fighters were closing in. They often used a blend of coconut oil and camphor ointment to massage their joints. In the rearview mirror, a modified Toyota pickup truck was tailing closely. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The van's tire exploded, causing the vehicle to tilt to the right. Zhu Yunfeng kicked open the door and rolled out, just as 2 shotgun barrels protruded from the pickup truck behind him, aimed directly at him. Zhu Yunfeng leaped 3 meters high, landing firmly atop the pursuing pickup. Bong! The Thai boxing champion who had once snapped a Shaolin monk's neck in the Chiang Mai underground arena now aimed the shotgun barrel out of the window at him. Zhu Yunfeng infused his arms with chaotic energy, reaching out to tear the car door apart. With a swift punch, he struck the opponent's neck. The unmistakable sound of cracking bones momentarily stunning the gunman in the back seat. This brief pause was sufficient for Zhu Yunfeng to unleash several blows, resulting in the demise of the rear seat gunman. Returning to the vehicle, Zhu Yunfeng found that the recently changed tire was ready, and as he climbed in, the convoy resumed its journey, swiftly arriving at the airport. Under the searchlights of the cargo passage at Yangon Airport, Lin Man was inspecting the customs wax seal with a UV pen. The military emblem revealed a hidden phoenix pattern under the ultraviolet light, a special insignia symbolizing the decade-long collaboration between the Sioux Group and the Northern Myanmar Military District. Zhu Yunfeng took note as the box containing the precious old pit materials from Pakistan was loaded onto the Boeing 747 freighter, with 6 armed guards keeping their fingers poised on the triggers. As the plane ascended, Zhu Yunfeng finally exhaled, the tautness in his nerves beginning to relax. At Songdo International Airport, stepping off the plane, he couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm back." Su Mingwei chuckled beside him. Chapter 11. Shadows of the Dark Market. After returning from the public auction in Myanmar, Zhu Yunfeng took a few days to rest at Villa No. 9. Indulging in relaxation at home, Su Mingwei occasionally video called him, and their relationship gradually deepened. One day, Zhu Yunfeng unexpectedly received a call from Chow Yunlong. "Little Zhu, have you been busy lately? I heard you pulled off a big score in Myanmar." Zhu Yunfeng chuckled. "Uncle Chow, what big score could I have had? I've just been resting at home. If you have any instructions, please let me know directly." Chow Yunlong replied, "Well then, tonight I'll take you to a place that has plenty of good things. I'll pick you up at 9:30. I heard you're living in the Garden Villa area now?" Zhu Yunfeng nodded with a smile. Chow Yunlong was punctual, arriving at the Garden Villa at 9:30 to pick him up. Half an hour later, they reached an abandoned slaughterhouse in the southern suburbs of Songdo. Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his tie as Chow Yunlong's Rolls-Royce came to a halt in the mud, 2 bodyguards immediately unfurling bulletproof umbrellas. The sound of rain hitting the umbrella surface resembled countless tiny steel balls rolling over glass. "Little Zhu, tonight it all depends on your discerning eye. I've heard there are many treasures here," he said, deliberately lowering his voice, as if fearing others would overhear. In reality, there were no one around except for the 2 bodyguards. Zhu Yunfeng smiled, saying, "Uncle Chow, you jest. You are the true expert here. I am but a novice, and I look forward to your guidance." The 2 shared light banter as they approached the iron door of the slaughterhouse. 2 bodyguards stood at the door, blocking their path and inquiring about their intentions. "No unauthorized personnel are allowed near. Please leave immediately." Zhu Yunfeng remained silent as he watched Chow Yunlong produce an invitation card from his pocket and hand it to the guard on the left. The guard took it, glanced at it, and without further ado, opened the iron door, gesturing for them to enter. As the door swung open, Zhu Yunfeng was struck by a potent fragrance of agarwood. Inside the 100-square-meter cold storage, a modest stage had been constructed at the center, surrounded by scattered chairs, with several attendees already seated. "Master Chow, your seat," announced by Wei Wei, the auctioneer clad in a dark green qipao, who approached them with a slight bow. Her ample bosom accentuated by the garment. The subtle glimpse of her porcelain skin through the high slit of her dress drew Zhu Yunfeng's gaze. On the auction stage stood a bald, old man, who surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone. I trust you are all familiar with our rules. We do not question your origins or your destinations, and all transactions must be settled in cash. We assume no responsibility." With that, the auction commenced. The first item is a Ming Xuanda blue and white dragon pattern jar. Bai Weiwei gracefully raised her hand, and 2 burly men brought forth the large jar, starting at a price of 3 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. Please feel free to come up and observe, but remember, no touching. A group of individuals took turns examining the jar, remaining silent before quietly descending from the stage. "All right, everyone has seen it. Please begin bidding," Bai Weiwei announced. Her voice crisp. 300, 380. Bids quickly began to emerge, just as Chow Yunlong cleared his throat, poised to place a bid. Zhu Yunfeng pressed down on his knee, whispering, "The glaze is too freshly fired." Utilizing his enhanced vision, he could see through the patina of 3 centuries of wear. In that moment, the cobalt material appeared to him as if it were cheap paint floating on the surface. Although Chow Yunlong was indeed a prominent collector, he lacked the advantage of Zhu Yunfeng's discerning eye, and the dim lighting of the venue could easily lead to mistakes. The competition for the auction was fierce, and ultimately, the jar was sold for 8 million. The second item was a Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial Enamel Bowl. As Bai Weiwei unveiled it, her fingers trembled slightly. The golden Qianlong-era double-frame inscription on the base shimmered under the palace lanterns, with a starting bid of 5 million. Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his black-framed glasses, a faint golden ripple appearing in his pupils. By employing the Tai Su Chaos technique, he was able to see through the enamel glaze, revealing two oracle bone script characters hidden within the depths of the Celadon body, resembling dormant butterflies nestled at the seam of the bull's foot. These were the dual impressions of Zhou Yuqing, the foremost contemporary master of antique porcelain, known for embedding oracle script marks in the most concealed parts of his works. As if playing a prank across 3 millennia. Suddenly, a bald businessman in the front row loosened his tie, his Adam's apple bobbing like a creature trapped in a snare. Zhao Yunlong leaned in, whispering to Zhu Yunfeng, "Brother, I am certain this is genuine." Just as he prepared to raise his paddle, Zhu Yunfeng lightly tapped the table. Lowering his voice, "The dual impressions are on the foot, crafted by Zhou Yuqing. This could easily be mistaken for a genuine article. 12 million. The bald businessman immediately doubled the bid. 15 million. A Hong Kong merchant promptly followed suit. Ultimately, the Hong Kong merchant acquired the counterfeit bowl for 20 million. While Bai Weiwei stood on stage, her smile radiant and captivating. The third item was a Tang Dynasty Sankai camel. As the crimson silk was pulled back, Zhu Yunfeng nearly burst into laughter. The glaze color on the camel's neck was evidently a product of modern chemical dye. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a scroll hidden within the camel's hump, its ink bearing a replica of Wang Shiji's A Letter on a Clear Day After Snow. Yet, it was unclear who had executed the copy, and the item, straddling the line between authenticity and forgery, ultimately sold for 6 million. Next came the charity segment. Bai Weiwei clapped her hands, her voice lilting, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Ming Dynasty gilded bronze medicine Buddha, starting at 500,000. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. The statue was less than half a meter tall, with much of the gold flaking away, and even the base was rusted. Yet, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly sat upright. Within his enhanced vision, he discerned a jade-like glow the size of a pigeon egg emanating from the Buddha's abdomen. This was the warm, luminous quality characteristic of the finest Hitian jade. 600,000. He raised his paddle for the first time. Zhao Yunlong turned in surprise, and Zhu Yunfeng merely nodded. Saying nothing. 650,000, came a raspy voice from the corner. Zhu Yunfeng caught a glimpse of the snakehead ring on that person's hand, belonging to Zhao Shikai's personal bodyguard. The turquoise eyes of the ring glimmered with an eerie blue light, reminiscent of the poisons he had encountered in Myanmar. 1 million. Zhu Yunfeng doubled the bid. The snakehead ring hesitated for a moment before ultimately forfeiting the bidding. When the copper Buddha was presented to him, Zhu Yunfeng flicked the base with his finger, the dull echo mingling with the clear sound of jade. He traced the ear of the statue with his fingertip, noticing a seam nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As the auction progressed into its latter half, the items of dubious authenticity grew increasingly peculiar. The fourth item, a Northern Song Ru Kiln sky blue glazed plate, was identified by Zhu Yunfeng as a composite piece. The plate's center was genuine, while the rim was a high-quality imitation made from ancient porcelain shards. The fifth item, a Han Dynasty jade bai, was presented, and he immediately detected a faint scent of hydrofluoric acid, a common etching agent used by forgers. When the sixth item was unveiled, gasps filled the room. The 3-foot-tall jade guanyin, entirely green, radiated a soft light reminiscent of spring water under the dim lighting. Bai Weiwei's voice took on a flirtatious tone, "Esteemed patrons, this is an item from the Ming Dynasty, crafted by Lu Zigong, starting at 15 million. Zhu Yunfeng's keen eye suddenly ached, prompting him to shut his eyes and concentrate. As he opened his eyes once more, a web-like pattern of filling colloid emerged within the jade. This was a recent trick from the mines of Myanmar, where inferior jade was injected with dye to masquerade as high-quality old pit glass. However, when he cast his gaze upon the pure vase held by Guanyin, his pupils suddenly contracted. Embedded in the base was a relic of a finger bone, emanating a Buddhist light that caused his eyes to burn. 30 million. Zhao Yunlong doubled the bid, his commanding presence silencing the crowd, while a voice echoed a follow-up bid of 40 million. 50 million. Zhao Yunlong's momentum was unstoppable. The room fell into silence. No one dared to outbid him. The jade was secured in Zhao Yunlong's possession. Subsequently, he acquired several more items, both authentic and counterfeit. Yet neither Zhao Yunlong nor Zhu Yunfeng made further bids. As the auction concluded, attendees streamed out, each heading their separate ways. While Zhu Yunfeng followed Zhao Yunlong towards their vehicle, he suddenly noticed a car speeding past, colliding with Bai Weiwei, who had just emerged from the slaughterhouse. "Watch out." Zhu Yunfeng leapt forward, embracing Bai Weiwei and pulling her aside. The car lost control and crashed into the iron gate of the slaughterhouse with a deafening crash. In Zhu Yunfeng's arms, Bai Weiwei whispered, "Forget about everything. Just hurry and get me in the car." Zhu Yunfeng, a bit dazed, complied and carried her into Zhao Yunlong's vehicle. The car swiftly started and sped away. Chapter 12, Two Treasures. Chow Yunlong's car soon arrived at his collection gallery, coming to a steady halt. At this moment, Bai Weiwei clung tightly to Zhu Yunfeng, reluctant to let go. Zhu Yunfeng gently pushed her away, saying, "You're safe now. Hurry up and get out. Who would want to harm you?" Bai Weiwei replied, "I don't know who it is. Perhaps it's someone who bought a counterfeit. Where's this? It's so late, and I'm scared to be alone. Why don't you be a good person and take me home?" Chow Yunlong interjected with a smile, "Little brother, why don't you come inside and tell me about that auction item? After that, I'll have the driver take you both home." Zhu Yunfeng agreed with a smile, and they walked into the living room, sharing light-hearted banter. A bodyguard in black carefully brought in the 3-foot-tall jade guanyin. Bai Weiwei silently followed suit. Chow Yunlong remarked, "Little brother, this one cost 50 million. It can't be a fake, right?" Zhu Yunfeng bluntly replied, "It's counterfeit, filled with glue." Chow Yunlong exclaimed, "No way. Are you sure?" Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, his fingertips brushing over the jade guanyin's icy surface. Suddenly, he took out a silver lighter from his chest, flicked it open, and ignited a flame. As the blue flame touched the earlobe of the jade guanyin, the previously translucent emerald hue began to seep with murky brown strands. Zhu Yunfeng quickly wiped it with a cloth, which immediately became stained with an eerie bluish-green, reminiscent of peacock feathers. The filling glue from Myanmar's new mines is particularly vulnerable to high temperatures. He then inverted the jade guanyin, pointing out the minute cracks at the lotus pedestal, explaining that this epoxy resin would contract when heated, causing the dye to leach back through the injection point, something genuine jade would never do. Chow Yunlong, a seasoned collector himself, quickly grasped the implications of Zhu Yunfeng's explanation. Regrettably, in the excitement of the auction, he had overlooked the details and followed the crowd's momentum. However, Zhu Yunfeng pivoted the conversation, saying, "But Uncle Chow, you didn't make a bad purchase. There's a surprise inside, you know?" Chow Yunlong paused. "What surprise could there be? The entire jade is fake." Zhu Yunfeng pointed to the pure vase in Guanyin's hand, stating, "There's a surprise in the vase." Chow Yunlong took the vase, inspecting it closely. "Little brother, are you trying to deceive me? This vase is clearly pieced together. The base is authentic, but the body is fake." Without further ado, Zhu Yunfeng seized the vase and smashed it onto the ground. It shattered into pieces, revealing a relic that rolled out, exuding a gentle Buddhist light. Chow Yunlong reached for the relic, exclaiming in delight, "So there's a relic inside. This is a treasure of the Buddhist world. 50 million is worth it, absolutely. What about the Buddha statue you bid on? Is there something special about it?" Zhu Yunfeng retrieved the medicine Buddha, using a knife to pry open the base. He reached inside and felt around, pulling out a silk pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered a jade seal. Under the spotlight, the seal glimmered with a ghostly blue light, the 5-clawed golden dragon scales on the dragon not meticulously detailed. The bottom bore the inscription Taishang, Huangdi in seal script, intricately carved in both Mandarin and Manchu, and the side featured a poem inscribed in imperial calligraphy, reminiscent of the jade seal used during the abdication ceremony of Emperor Qianlong that he had seen in the Forbidden City. As Zhu Yunfeng wiped the dragon's eye with deerskin cloth, a drop of aged vermilion slipped from the dragon's mouth, spreading like a sunset hue on the rice paper. Chow Yunlong reached out, examining it for a long time, and exclaimed, "This is the imperial seal used during the abdication ceremony in the 60th year of Qianlong's reign. I had thought it was buried with the Qing Dongling tomb, but who would have imagined it was hidden within such a broken Buddha statue? Little brother, you are truly fortunate. I will introduce you to some people in the circle another day." Bai Weiwei stood by, utterly astounded. As an auctioneer, she was no novice in the world of antiques and collectibles. She possessed a keen eye to witness not one but two extraordinary treasures emerge right before her eyes this evening. Was it pure luck or something else entirely? After the appraisal, Chow Yunlong was in high spirits and instructed the driver to take Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei home. Before leaving, Bai Weiwei asked for Zhu Yunfeng's phone number. Upon returning to Villa 9, Zhu Yunfeng quietly meditated on the third-floor terrace, feeling that he should be able to break through to a new stage and reach the mid-level of his inner strength. Closing his eyes to regulate his breath, he found himself surrounded by jade pieces, gradually operating the Taishu chaos technique. The chaotic energy in his dantian began to spin counterclockwise, accelerating to 3 times its usual speed. He distinctly felt the ambient spiritual energy being drawn towards him, like countless silver threads penetrating his pores. Something felt amiss, and he frowned slightly. Normally, during cultivation, the spiritual energy would flow like a gentle stream, but at this moment, it surged through his meridians like a high-pressure water gun. The ring on his left ring finger suddenly grew hot, as if someone were searing his skin with a cigarette, but the moment his consciousness sank into the introspective realm, Zhu Yunfeng saw a black blot the size of a coin residing in his heart. This was residual poison from contact with unearthed artifacts, now writhing and distorting under the cleansing of spiritual energy. Even more bizarrely, 6 of the 12 meridians glimmered with a dark golden hue, a sign of reaching the mid-level of inner strength. To break through, one must counter poison with poison. And Zhu Yunfeng immediately activated the second level of the Taishu Chaos technique, channeling the rampaging spiritual energy directly into the heart meridian. The imperial green pendant at his Xuanji point suddenly erupted, sending shards flying and scorching his pajamas. Pain radiated from his heart to his fingertips as Zhu Yunfeng bit his tongue to remain conscious. The mingling of his essence blood and jade powder created a slightly salty medicinal slurry in his mouth, reminiscent of the secret technique recorded in the Suan. Beads of sweat dripped from his jaw, forming ice crystals on the wooden floor. Open, he bellowed, his right hand forming a sword-like gesture directed at the Tianqi point. A crisp sound echoed from within as the heart meridian was suddenly cleared. The once pitch-black heart ailment was pulverized by the spiritual energy and expelled through his pores, releasing a pungent sulfuric smell. His right hand unconsciously formed a lotus seal, lifting a porcelain teacup from 3 meters away into the air. The tea water coalesced into an arrow of liquid, piercing through the bulletproof glass with a pop. As dawn broke, Zhu Yunfeng gradually concluded his practice, opening his palm to reveal sweat coalescing into droplets. He retrieved a spare surgical blade, making a small incision on his forearm. The wound healed at a visible speed, leaving only a light pink mark. Flicking his fingers at a decorative tree 30 meters away, its leaves suddenly fell without a breeze. Picking up a leaf for closer inspection, he found a complete dewdrop embedded within its veins. This was a sign of condensed energy at the mid-level of inner strength. Zhu Yunfeng moved around, feeling his newfound strength and smiling contentedly. Upon glancing at the jade pieces beside him, he found they had been reduced to powder. He had successfully reached the mid-level of inner strength. Chapter 13, the CAF. In the evening, Zhu Yunfeng aimlessly exited the Garden No. 1 villa complex, strolling casually until, unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a CAF located at the base of the Su Group building. Upon entering the establishment, it became evident that no patrons were present. The clock struck 6 in the evening. Perhaps the denizens were engrossed in their daily commutes, leaving them no time to savor a cup of coffee. Zhu Yunfeng chose a seat by the window and subsequently retrieved his mobile device to send a WeChat message to Su Mingwe. General Manager Su, are you busy? Have you finished work? I'm enjoying a coffee downstairs at your place. Join me, it's on me. 10 minutes. Su Mingwe's response was succinct, akin to a business correspondence. Yet, Zhu Yunfeng understood that this was her unique thoughtfulness, always precise to the minute, as if even their rendezvous were akin to signing a significant contract. At that moment, Su Mingwe was engrossed in reviewing company documents. Upon hearing her phone ping, she glanced at the screen and recognized Zhu Yunfeng's message. Hastily, she replied, closed her folder, and headed outside. Her assistant, Lin Man, immediately discerned that Zhu Yunfeng must have summoned her, for no one else could provoke such a flustered response from their esteemed female president. Today, Su Mingwe was not donning her signature Chanel ensemble. Instead, she wore a light blue linen dress, which the setting sun gilded with a touch of gold. Her hair tips adorned with dandelion fluff that had somehow clung to her. Upon entering the CAF below, she spotted Zhu Yunfeng seated by the window. General Manager Su, welcome. What would you like to drink? A lovely waitress approached with a smile. I'm here to meet someone. Do you happen to know me? Su Mingwe inquired. You are quite the celebrity. How could anyone in Song City not recognize you? The waitress replied. Ah, Zhu Yunfeng, you arrived sooner than I anticipated. I expected to wait at least half an hour for you, Zhu Yunfeng remarked, rising and waving. Lin Man chimed in. This is the only place in the city where you can savor authentic Yunnan small beans. Su Mingwe's fingertips brushed the slightly worn wooden table as she stood opposite Zhu Yunfeng. Ah, General Manager Su, embracing the forest girl aesthetic today? He teased, deliberately striking his silver spoon against the cup, the sound drowning out the sudden quickening of his heartbeat. Su Mingwe tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing delicate pearl earrings. Lin Man mentioned that this attire might lessen the vigilance of negotiation counterparts. Her tone carried a playful lilt as her gaze swept over Zhu Yunfeng's rolled-up shirt sleeves. The milk foam swirled in the mug as Zhu Yunfeng's wrist trembled slightly, the latte art needle nearly piercing through the frothy layer. The rose he intended to create morphed into a comical rabbit, its long ears drooping over the cup's rim, as though eavesdropping on a secret. Frustrated, he contemplated hiding the cup behind him when suddenly, the fragrant sandalwood beads on Su Mingwe's wrist snapped, scattering across the floor with a soft clatter. The dark brown wooden beads bounced on the oak floor, some rolling into the gaps beneath the bar. As Zhu Yunfeng knelt to retrieve them, he heard a soft inhalation from above. Su Mingwe, barefoot upon the sailboat's wooden floor, curled her rounded toes slightly. Don't move. His voice echoed from deep within the bar, his fingertips brushing the smooth wooden beads. He spotted a crack in the third floorboard, where one bead had lodged itself. Before he could finish his thought, a cascade of silky hair brushed against the nape of his neck. Su Mingyue had squatted down as well, her skirt unfurling like a blue lotus in the twilight, the scent of cedar mingling with bergamot enveloping her. "I found it," she exclaimed, lifting the wooden bead as if presenting a glass marble, her lashes casting a fluttering shadow beneath her eyes. As Zhu Yunfeng assisted Su Mingyue to her feet, he noticed the skin behind her ear glimmering with a delicate coral hue. 1,000 paper cranes hanging from the air conditioning vent suddenly shifted direction, carrying all secrets towards the vintage record player playing Chopin's Nocturne. "I want to have that." She pointed to the caramel pudding on the top tier, the glass reflecting her slender ankles as she stood on tiptoe. A faint pink scar adorned her skin, resembling a crescent moon stamp. It was said to be a remnant from her 16th year spent in a Myanmar mining area when a torrential downpour had collapsed the mine tunnel, leaving Su Mingyue with a sprained ankle after trudging 3 miles through muddy terrain. The freshly baked canellas swelled with honeycomb-like holes in the oven as Zhu Yunfeng added vanilla pods to the cream, listening to Su Mingyue hum a nursery rhyme. At 7:30, Su Mingyue rose and declared, "Zhu Yunfeng, I must be off. There's much to attend to." As they exited, Su Mingyue remarked, "You walked here? Haven't you bought a car yet?" "Not yet," Zhu Yunfeng replied. "You, with your current status and residence, absolutely need a car and a driver. I'll have Chun Tai as your driver and bodyguard. How does that sound?" "Sounds good. Chun Tai is reliable. I'll purchase a car tomorrow," Zhu Yunfeng agreed. "What type do you prefer?" Su Mingyue inquired. "I'd like something tall, like an SUV, perhaps a Lincoln Navigator." "How fortuitous, a friend of mine sells those." "You needn't worry. I'll have Chun Tai bring the car to you tomorrow. The vehicle and the driver will be entirely yours." Zhu Yunfeng chuckled, stepping forward to grasp Su Mingyue's hand. "And what about the person?" Su Mingyue stomped her foot playfully. "What are you thinking? Let us go?" Chapter 14. A Rescue. After settling into the Garden No. 1 villa area, Zhu Yunfeng developed a passion for running. Nearly every morning, he would jog along the lakeside. Although, with his current mid-level dark energy cultivation, running offered him little physical benefit. It was merely a manifestation of his love for life. The morning mist over Emerald Lake had yet to dissipate, and Zhu Yunfeng's cloth shoes were already soaked with dew. He trotted along the stone path, his toes lightly tapping on the slick moss. In the vast, chaotic void, he recited the foundational medical texts, his index finger gliding through the mist. Dark energy flowed from his fingertips, coalescing the morning fog into a vivid depiction of human meridians. Since merging the Huangdi medical canon with his family's martial arts, his cultivation had advanced at an astounding pace. Suddenly, a loud splash echoed from the lake, prompting Zhu Yunfeng's pupils to constrict. His toes barely grazed the wooden posts of the path as he propelled himself toward the source of the sound, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The water parted beneath him, the 30 meters covered in merely 3 breaths. He spotted an elderly man clad in a brown tang suit, floating face up, half of his body submerged in mud. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly reached the elder, his right hand forming 3 fingers to locate the pulse, while with his left, he lifted the man's eyelid to reveal dilated pupils and cyanotic tongue, a ruptured basilar artery. Golden light flickered in his eyes as the Ling Shu Wang Qi technique penetrated the skull, revealing blood seeping into the subarachnoid space. Given the severity of the cerebral hemorrhage, an ambulance would not arrive in time. He tore open the hem of his shirt and laid it on the bank, extracting 13 meteorite silver needles from his person, glinting with a ghostly blue hue in the morning sun. The first needle was thrust directly into the Baihui point, sending dark energy vibrating down the needle's shaft, eliciting a gurgling sound from the elder's throat. This was the life-saving technique from the 13 ghost needles, which stated, "The needle emerges as the king of hell demands a soul. Retraction requires the judge's nod." "Stop!" A girl in a beige suit stumbled forward, shouting as she ran. Zhu Yunfeng remained oblivious, not glancing back, as he swiftly inserted the 4th needle into the temple, half an inch deep. Though he could hear the jingle of her Chanel earrings and detect the sweet aroma of caramel latte mixed with rose perfume wafting from her. "You're committing murder." Ye Xiaoqian, panting as she arrived, struck him on the back with her handbag, the crocodile leather clasp snapping open to reveal a gold-embossed pass from the mayor's office. Zhu Yunfeng's right hand continued with the silver needles, while his left reached out into the air. The water 5 meters away suddenly erupted as 3 koi fish were propelled from the dark energy, landing precisely into the oxygen tank carried by the arriving paramedics. "Draw 200 cubic centimeters of fish blood for reserve, and do it quickly." The medical personnel stood frozen. Ye Xiaoqian, preparing to unleash her ire, was halted by Chen Feilong, the head of the security team, who approached with a stubbled face. "Miss, calm down. Your grandfather appears to be fine," he reassured her, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder. As the seventh needle pierced the Fengqi point, the elderly man suddenly convulsed violently. Zhu Yunfeng's fingers transformed into a sword, swiftly tapping 3 critical points on the man's chest. Dark energy surged through, manifesting as golden threads in his enhanced vision, meticulously encasing the ruptured blood vessels. This was the forbidden technique from the medical canon, Ling Shu Feng Mai, which, if mishandled, could result in a backlash of vital energy. Zhu Yunfeng abruptly lifted his head, golden light blazing in his eyes as he pushed the Tai Su Hun Dong technique to its zenith, biting his tongue to draw forth a drop of essence, which he sprayed onto the tail of the silver needle. Blood droplets seeped into the acupoints along the meteorite's pattern, and suddenly, blood-red markings in the shape of a bagua appeared behind the old man's ear. Yi Xiaoqian's gasp lodged in her throat. She observed her grandfather's fingers twitching slightly, his Adam's apple laboriously swallowing air. The young man with bare shoulders was drenched in cold sweat, and the wet sports pants he wore bore the absurd inscription, "I love archaeology." Just then, the elderly man known as Good Tea abruptly opened his eyes, his murky pupils reflecting the morning mist over the lake. Preaching Longjing, "Xiaoqian, where am I?" Yi Xiaoqian rushed forward with a smile, exclaiming, "Grandpa, you're awake. It's all right now, how wonderful." Turning to Zhu Yunfeng, she added, "Brother, I misjudged you earlier. Thank you for saving my grandfather." As Zhu Yunfeng pulled out the needle, he swayed slightly, the exertion of his internal energy causing darkness to cloud his vision. A pair of hands steadied him. It was Yi Xiaoqian. The paramedic approached, saying, "Young man, you've truly performed a miracle. I'm taking the elderly gentleman back to rest now." Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoqian still supported Zhu Yunfeng, her large eyes sparkling as she asked, "Brother, I live in Building 1. Which building do you reside in? I'm really grateful to you today." Zhu Yunfeng waved his hand weakly, responding, "Building 9. As night fell, Zhu Yunfeng slumped onto a rattan chair on the terrace. Moonlight flowed like water through his meridians, replaying the scene of his earlier rescue in his mind. The instant the bagua blood markings appeared behind Yi Laobua's ear, he distinctly felt his vital energy transforming into the spiritual energy mentioned in the Huangdi Neijing, converting into needles, a more convenient and agile method than silver needles. In Building 1, Yi Xiaoqian was enjoying tea and conversation with her grandfather when her father, the mayor of Tiandu City, Yi Yuding, walked in. "Dad, why are you only back now?" Yi Xiaoqian stood up, her tone tinged with displeasure. Yi Yuding, unfazed by his daughter's attitude, responded, "Busy, a lot on my plate. Besides, your grandfather is fine now." Isntihi, turning to the old man, he asked, "Dad, how are you feeling?" The old man snorted, "Not dead yet. Today is thanks to that young fellow. He is quite extraordinary. Have you figured out his background? Xiaoqian, you should keep in touch with him." Yi Yuding replied, "I've looked into it." Zhu Yunfeng, residing in Building 9, 26 years old, a graduate student, previously sweeping the antique street. Then for some unknown reason, he suddenly rose to prominence. Winning from Zhao Shikai at Building 9. The old man pondered, "I see. You should personally thank him another day." "No, we'll go together then." Zhu Yunfeng, unaware that the Yi family was discussing him, was contemplating the matter of spiritual energy transforming into needles when his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Yi Xiaoqian on WeChat. "Thank you for saving my grandfather. My dad said he would come to thank you in a few days." Chapter 15, The Mystique of Zhongnan. That night, Zhu Yunfeng stood bare-chested on the villa terrace. 5 sandalwood sticks were arranged in the shape of plum blossoms on the blue brick floor. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind as his internal energy flowed through his heels into the tiles. Suddenly, he stomped his foot, and 5 wisps of blue smoke shot straight up, condensing into a taiji pattern in midair. This was the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju, which recorded the method of stepping on the void. His phone vibrated violently on the stone table, revealing a message from Su Mingwe. "Zhao Shikai has invited a master from the Zhongnan sect to challenge you." Zhu Yunfeng replied, "Understood, let the battle commence." To avenge himself, Zhao Shikai spared no expense in inviting the master from Zhongnan, Grand Elder Zunhuizi. He then spread the word that Zunhuizi would challenge Zhu Yunfeng at the City Sports Center boxing arena, with a prize of 100 million for the victor, ensuring Zhu Yunfeng could not refuse to show up. Zhu Yunfeng was eager to test the disparity in martial prowess with secular experts. And with 100 million on the line, how could he not fight? Moreover, a martial artist should be bold and persistent, advancing without hesitation. The following night at 8 o'clock, the Songdu Sports Center boxing hall was packed to the brim, with tickets reportedly being sold by scalpers for 50,000 each. Chen Tai drove Zhu Yunfeng, arriving punctually. In the ring, Zhao Shikai wore a beaming smile, brimming with confidence. Beside him stood the Grand Elder of the Zhongnan sect, Zunhuizi. Behind them loomed a steel octagonal cage, specifically designed to prevent accidental harm to the audience. The Grand Elder, clad in a gray robe, appeared youthful with white hair. his eyes half closed as if he were oblivious to the clamor within the arena. He gradually opened his eyes, revealing a hint of purple energy swirling deep within his pupils. Zhu Yunfeng tossed his shirt to Chintai and stepped onto the arena, his musculature sharply defined as internal energy surged through his meridians. Faint golden patterns emerging on the surface of his skin. Young man, practicing ancient martial arts? The elder's voice was hoarse, yet resonated like the clash of metal, causing discomfort to the audience's ears. Zhu Yunfeng squinted, activating his vision to perceive the elder's internal energy, which flowed like a mighty river. More profound than all his previous opponents combined. Zhao's family truly invested heavily. Zhu Yunfeng smirked, realizing even the hidden masters of Zhongnan had been summoned. Zhao Shikai laughed triumphantly. I'll win the 100 million. You sweeping the streets. Good luck. With that, he stepped down from the stage. In the ring, Zhang Mingshan, vice president of the Songdu Martial Arts Association, served as the referee and announced the start of the match. Zhuan Huizi slowly rose, his movements ghostly as he glided into the octagonal cage. With each step he took, the ground silently sank half an inch as if gravity warped beneath his feet. I have been in seclusion for 30 years. Today, I shall see what abilities this junior possesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuan Huizi was already before Zhu Yunfeng, casually striking out a palm. Zhongnan's pushing mountain palm. It seemed slow, yet was as swift as lightning. Zhu Yunfeng had never fought a secular expert before. His pupils contracted sharply as he crossed his arms to block, unleashing a portion of his internal energy without going all out. Feeling it prudent to first gauge the elder's martial prowess. Bang! The shockwave exploded, sending Zhu Yunfeng stumbling back several meters, the blue bricks beneath his feet fracturing. His arms numbing. What formidable internal strength! He was astonished. This elder's true energy was several times more refined than his internal energy. Zhuan Huizi made no effort to pursue, merely standing with his hands behind his back, saying lightly, to withstand my palm and not perish, you've done well. Zhu Yunfeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, activating the Tai Su Hundun Ju to its fullest, chaos energy surging from his dantian throughout his body. No longer holding back, he clenched his fists, unleashing his internal energy to form a visible vortex at the tips of his fists. Come again. In the second round, Zhu Yunfeng took the initiative. He moved like lightning, his fist wind ripping through the air, targeting Zhuan Huizi's heart. The elder did not flinch or evade, meeting him with a single palm. Their fists and palms collided, producing a thunderous sound. Boom! A shockwave swept the arena, shattering glasses in the audience. Zhu Yunfeng used the force to flip and delivered a sweeping kick towards Zhuan Huizi's neck. The elder raised his hand to block, but Zhu Yunfeng's leg shifted, his internal energy sharp as a blade, slicing directly toward the elder's wrist meridian. Zhuan Huizi frowned, finally taking half a step back. The internal power of the Zhongnan sect is nothing extraordinary. Zhu Yunfeng sneered, intensifying his assault. The purple energy in Zhuan Huizi's eyes surged, revealing his true fury. Arrogant junior. He clasped his palms together, his true energy erupting like a volcano, and a faint purple aura enveloped him. Zhongnan's town mountain seal. He thrust out a palm, like Mount Tai descending. Zhu Yunfeng had no choice but to unleash his chaos energy to the utmost, meeting the attack with his fists. Boom! The entire octagonal cage trembled violently, the steel frame twisting and deforming. Zhu Yunfeng emitted a muffled groan, blood trickling from his mouth, the ground beneath him collapsing half a foot. Yet, Zhuan Huizi also retreated 3 steps, his sleeve tearing, revealing a bulging vein on his arm. What formidable chaos energy! A trace of astonishment flickered in Zhuan Huizi's eyes. Unfortunately, your realm is insufficient to sustain it for long. Zhu Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering. That's enough to kill you. In the third round, it was a life and death struggle. Zhu Yunfeng no longer held back, pushing the chaos energy to its peak. The golden patterns on his skin growing increasingly vivid. He moved like a specter, the internal energy in his punches and kicks surging like a tide, each strike carrying the might to shatter mountains and split rocks. Zhuan Huizi unleashed his full power, the purple aura and fierce winds sweeping across the arena, causing the ground to fracture and the walls to cave in, as if the entire martial arts arena had succumbed to an earthquake. Bang! Zhu Yunfeng delivered a fierce elbow strike to Zhuan Huizi's chest, eliciting a muffled grunt from the elder, who retaliated with a palm strike to Zhu's shoulder. Both men simultaneously spat blood and staggered backward, yet in an instant, they charged forward again, battling with wild abandon. After 30 exchanges, Zhu Yunfeng's internal chaotic true energy was nearly depleted, while Zhuan Huizi's complexion had turned pale and his purple aura was dissipating. The final move. Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, channeling all his remaining true energy into his right fist, which began to shimmer with a chaotic vortex. Zhuan Huizi took a deep breath. his palms coalescing the purple energy into a seal, and forcefully unleashed it. Chaos breaks the heavens. The town of Zhongnan stands tall. Boom! In an earth-shattering explosion, the octagonal cage utterly collapsed. Dust filled the air, and the arena fell into a profound silence. After a long while, as the dust settled, Zhu Yunfeng stood proudly, his right fist trembling, his body drenched in blood. In stark contrast, Xian Huizi lay on the ground, his chest caved in, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief. You actually managed to break my purple aura. I concede. Zhang Mingshan declared loudly, announcing Zhu Yunfeng's victory. Zhu Yunfeng could no longer hold on. Darkness enveloped him as his chaotic true energy was exhausted, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 16, The Angel in White. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the hospital room, and Zhu Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes, the scent of disinfectant pervading the air, while an IV drip above him steadily released its contents. You're awake? A gentle voice floated from the side. Zhu Yunfeng turned his head to see nurse Zhou Xiaoro sitting by the bedside, cradling a bowl of steaming millet porridge. Dressed in her nurse uniform, her long hair simply tied back, and a faint smile gracing her face. How did I end up in the hospital? Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brow. Don't move around. Zhou Xiaoro quickly set down the bowl and pressed her hand on his shoulder. You were brought in last night in a state of unconsciousness. It's strange, though. You seem to have fully recovered now. Zhu Yunfeng then recalled that after the arena battle with Xian Huizi, despite his victory, he had overexerted himself and fainted, only to be brought to the hospital by Chen Tai. Where's Chen Tai? He inquired. He's in the corridor, Zhou Xiaoro replied, picking up a damp towel to gently wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. You too, clearly injured internally, yet you insisted on pushing through. Do you really think you're made of iron? Zhu Yunfeng smiled slightly, but said nothing. Zhou Xiaoro sighed, lifted the millet porridge, scooped a spoonful, blew on it gently, and brought it to his lips. You need to eat something. You haven't had anything since last night. Zhu Yunfeng was momentarily taken aback. Throughout his life, apart from his mother, no one had ever taken care of him like this. Feeling a bit awkward, he reached out. I can do it myself. Don't be stubborn. Zhou Xiaoro evaded his hand, insisting, you don't even have the strength to lift your hand. How can you eat by yourself? Zhu Yunfeng, with no other choice, obediently opened his mouth. The millet porridge was cooked to a soft, sweet consistency, at just the right temperature, warming his stomach with each spoonful. Zhou Xiaoro fed impatiently, each spoonful being gently cooled, fearful of burning him. You have quite the skill. Zhu Yunfeng complimented. Zhou Xiaoro smiled. My mother taught me. She said that sick people should have some warm porridge to nourish the stomach. Just then, the hospital door swung open, and Chen Tai strode in, carrying a bag of fruit. Oh, you're awake? He grinned widely, placing the fruit on the bedside table and nodding at Zhou Xiaoro. Thank you for your hard work. Nurse Zhou. Zhou Xiaoro shook her head. It's my job. Chen Tai pulled up a chair and lowered his voice. The body of Cha Gai was taken away by the Zhao family overnight, but I found this among his personal belongings. He pulled out a crumpled note from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng unfolded it to reveal a series of numbers, resembling some kind of code, with a blurred imprint of a blood-red eye at the bottom. Dark Knight Temple? Zhu Yunfeng's expression turned icy. Chen Tai nodded. It seems the Zhao family has ties to this organization. Zhou Xiaoro, unable to comprehend their conversation, noticed Zhu Yunfeng's grave demeanor and couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about? What temple? Zhu Yunfeng tucked the note away and smiled at her. It's nothing, just a personal matter. Zhou Xiaoro hesitated, ultimately only responding with a soft refraining from further inquiries. Over the next few days, Zhou Xiaoro attended to Zhu Yunfeng daily. In addition to routine checkups, she would bring homemade soups, sometimes pork rib soup, other times chicken soup, always varying her offerings to ensure he wouldn't tire of them. Zhu Yunfeng's wounds healed remarkably quickly. The constitution of a dark energy martial artist far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and with Zhou Xiaoro's meticulous care, the doctor was astonished to declare on the third day that his wounds had healed significantly and that he could be discharged after a couple more days of observation. One afternoon, with the sun shining brightly, Zhou Xiaoro wheeled Zhu Yunfeng down to the garden for some fresh air. Actually, I can walk, Zhu Yunfeng remarked helplessly. The doctor said even though the wounds have healed, you still need to avoid strenuous activity, Zhou Xiaoro insisted, pushing him gently along the shaded path. A soft breeze drifted by, carrying the faint scent of flowers, and Zhu Yunfeng took a deep breath, feeling much lighter. What do you enjoy doing aside from work? He casually asked. Zhou Xiaoro pondered for a moment before replying with a smile. I love reading, especially history. Perhaps it's because my father is an archaeologist. I've been influenced since I was little. An archaeologist? Zhu Yunfeng's interest piqued. What does your father specialize in? Mainly in Shang and Zhou dynasty bronzeware. Zhou Xiaoro's gaze dimmed slightly. However, he went missing 3 years ago during a field study, and there has been no news since. Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject. I'm sorry, he quickly apologized. Zhou Xiaoro shook her head, forcing a smile. It's okay. I believe he's still alive. Observing her reddened eyes, Zhu Yunfeng felt an inexplicable tenderness and, almost impulsively, offered, if you need, I could help you look for him. Zhou Xiaoro looked up in surprise. You? Zhu Yunfeng nodded. I know some people in the archaeology field. Perhaps I can find some leads. Zhou Xiaoro's eyes lit up as if grasping a glimmer of hope. Really? That would be amazing. Thank you so much. Overcome with excitement, she leaned down and hugged Zhu Yunfeng, forgetting to push the wheelchair. The soft sensation and the faint fragrance of her shampoo enveloped him, causing Zhu Yunfeng to stiffen, his ears turning slightly warm. Zhou Xiaoro quickly realized her breach of decorum, releasing him with a flushed face. I'm sorry, I got too carried away. Zhu Yunfeng cleared his throat, feigning calmness. It's fine. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat delicate. Zhou Xiaoro lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, while Zhu Yunfeng, unsure of what to say, feigned interest in the flower beds in the distance. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a message from Su Mingyue. The Zhao family is making big moves. Members of the Dark Knight Temple have arrived in Songdu. Be careful. Zhu Yunfeng's expression turned cold as he tucked his phone away. Noticing his change, Zhou Xiaoro softly asked, What's wrong? Zhu Yunfeng smiled at her. It's nothing, just a pressing matter at the company. Let us head back. That evening, Zhu Yunfeng stood by the hospital window, gazing out at the night sky, his expression contemplative. Chapter 17, Secrets of the Bronze. After awakening in the hospital, Zhu Yunfeng conversed with Zhou Xiaoro for quite some time before being discharged and returning home. That night, he sat cross-legged in the training room of his villa, cradling a palm-sized fragment of bronze in his hands. The surface of the fragment was covered with mottled corrosion, and faint inscriptions could be discerned, glowing with a ghostly green luminescence under the moonlight. This was a relic left behind by Zhou Xiaoro's father. This morning, Zhou Xiaoro, her eyes rimmed with red, handed him a fragment with a quivering voice. This is the last item my father sent back before he vanished. He said that if one day he did not return, I should give it to someone trustworthy. Zhu Yunfeng gently caressed the cold bronze fragment with his fingertips, faintly sensing a subtle wave of spiritual energy. He closed his eyes, channeling his internal strength through his meridians, gradually infusing it into the fragment. Suddenly, the fragment trembled, and the surface rust began to flake away, revealing intricate patterns beneath. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes snapped open, his perception abilities fully activated, penetrating the bronze to uncover a miniature map etched inside the fragment, depicting rolling mountains and meandering rivers. With an ancient altar marked at its center, Shenangjia, he murmured. Next to the map, a line of small seal script read, 9 stars align, the heavenly gate opens. As he pondered this, the bronze fragment erupted with pure spiritual energy, flooding into his palm like a tidal wave. Zhu Yunfeng felt his body shudder as the dormant energy within him surged uncontrollably, the previously stagnant bottleneck beginning to loosen. Is this primordial spiritual energy? He did not hesitate, immediately activating the Tai Su Hun Dunju, guiding the energy to circulate through his meridians. Where the energy flowed, his meridians expanded, and his internal strength became increasingly refined, ultimately culminating in a tremendous explosion at the convergence of the Ren and Du meridians. Boom! An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Zhu Yunfeng, shaking the furniture in the training room and causing the glass windows to crack like spider webs. He opened his eyes wide, a flash of gold momentarily gleaming in his pupils. Late stage of internal energy, clenching his fist and feeling the surge of power within. A smile crept across Zhu Yunfeng's face. The spiritual energy contained within this bronze fragment had enabled him to break through his limitations and elevate his strength to new heights. Zhu Yunfeng focused his consciousness and entered the space within his ring. Everything remained unchanged in the space. The coffee table in the small wooden house was just as it had been. Suddenly, he noticed a jade slip beneath the windowsill. He reached for it, and the slip transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead. When chaos first opened, all laws returned to their source. The profound voice resonated in his mind, conjuring 2 figures. One manifested a myriad of palm shadows, while the other exhibited an extraordinary body technique, resonating with the true energy within him. Chaos breaks the heaven's palm. A single strike shatters mountains and rivers. Taisu wandering dragon step, roamed freely across myriad realms. The 2 figures collided violently, the palm technique and body technique merging seamlessly. Zhu Yunfeng felt his spiritual clarity sharpen as the chaotic true energy began to operate spontaneously, allowing him to replicate the techniques within the space of his consciousness. After a considerable time, Zhu Yunfeng withdrew his consciousness, The techniques of chaos breaks the heavens palm, and Tai Su wandering dragon step deeply imprinted in his mind, as if he had practiced them for years. After a night of cultivation, dawn broke. Zhu Yunfeng arrived at a small grove by the lake, his palms enveloping the chaotic true energy, and he struck a sturdy clamwood tree with a sudden force. Chaos breaks the heavens palm, shaking the heavens and earth. At the instant his palm met the trunk, 10 waves of internal energy rippled outward. The tree's interior exploded repeatedly, the clamwood disintegrating from within, scattering into a flurry of wood chips. In a flash, he appeared 30 meters away at the lake's edge, Tai Su wandering dragon step, soaring to the skies. With a light tap on the water's surface, he propelled himself like an arrow toward the opposite shore. Upon reaching the land, Zhu Yunfeng couldn't help but smile. Though he had only mastered the 2 supreme techniques to a minor degree, their combination with the Tai Su Hun Dun Zhu manifested astonishing power. After a simple breakfast, Zhu Yunfeng drove himself to the city hospital. Zhou Xiaoro had just finished her night shift, dozing at the nurse's station. Hearing footsteps, she groggily looked up and, upon seeing him, her face lit up with a joyful smile. "What brings you here?" "I have a lead." Zhu Yunfeng placed the bronze fragment on the table. Pointing to the map, "Your father's last destination appears to be an ancient altar deep within Shenanjia." Zhou Xiaoro instantly became alert, leaning closer to examine it, her fingers trembling slightly. "Is this really left by my father?" Zhu Yunfeng nodded. "The fragment bears a map, along with the inscription 9 stars align. The heavenly gate opens. Your father might have discovered something significant." Tears welled in Zhou Xiaoro's eyes as she bit her lip. "I knew he must have found something. Which is why he suddenly disappeared." Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a moment and said, "I plan to visit Shenanjia." Zhou Xiaoro abruptly looked up. "You intend to find him?" "Yes." Zhu Yunfeng's gaze was resolute. "Having made a promise to you, I shall not break it." Zhou Xiaoro opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only whispered, "Thank you, but it's very dangerous there." "Do not worry." Zhu Yunfeng smiled. "I am far stronger now than I was before." As he spoke, he flicked his finger lightly, and the stainless steel teacup on the table suddenly cracked cleanly in half, the edge as smooth as a mirror. Zhou Xiaoro's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment, she murmured, "Who exactly are you?" Zhu Yunfeng replied, "In short, I am no ordinary person. I will take this bronze fragment with me." He then secured the fragment carefully. Zhou Xiaoro suddenly recalled something and retrieved a notebook from the drawer. "This is my father's research diary. It may assist you." Zhu Yunfeng opened the notebook, and on the title page, he read a line. "Behind the bronze gate lies the secret of immortality." His pupils constricted, faintly sensing that he was on the cusp of uncovering a monumental mystery. 3 days later, Zhu Yunfeng stood at the edge of the primitive forest in Shenanjia, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, his eyes deep and contemplative. His backpack contained Zhou's father's research diary, an imprint of the bronze fragment's map, and intelligence received overnight from Su Mingwei regarding the activities of the Dark Knight Temple, which had recently intensified in Shenanjia. It seemed this journey would not be devoid of excitement. He chuckled softly and stepped into the dense forest. Deep within Shenanjia, ancient trees towered, and thick fog enveloped the area. Zhu Yunfeng treaded carefully upon the thick layer of humus, each step taken with utmost caution. Since entering this primordial forest, he had sensed a faint feeling of being watched, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows. Rustle. A sudden noise from the bushes to his left caused Zhu Yunfeng to tense, internal energy flowing through his body in an instant. But the next moment, a gray-furred wild rabbit dashed out, fleeing in panic. A mere illusion? He furrowed his brow and pressed onward. According to the map on the bronze fragment, the ancient altar should lie deep within this valley. Yet after an entire day of trekking, the scenery seemed unchanged, the dense fog obscuring his direction, even causing the compass to falter. Something was amiss. Zhu Yunfeng halted, activating his perception abilities. Peering through the mist, he suddenly noticed a small mark etched on a tree trunk ahead, precisely the directional marker mentioned in Zhou's father's research diary. Indeed, it was here. He felt a surge of excitement and advanced in the direction indicated by the mark. Gradually, the trees around him began to thin, and the fog dissipated considerably. Finally, after maneuvering through a tangle of vines, he beheld a sight that made his pupils constrict. An ancient circular altar stood quietly in the center of a clearing. Constructed entirely of grayish-green stones, its surface adorned with obscure runes. Scattered around the altar were several skeletal remains, some clad in modern mountaineering gear, others in decayed coarse linen garments, clearly of considerable antiquity. It seemed that not just one group of people had ventured here. Zhu Yunfeng cautiously approached the altar when suddenly, the ring he wore on his chest began to emit warmth, a powerful pull emanating from the center of the altar. Something was calling to the ring. He squinted, activating his perception abilities to penetrate the altar's heavy stone slabs, and discovered a hidden chamber below. Inside the chamber lay a bronze cauldron, filled with several herbs radiating a faint spiritual glow, and next to the cauldron, a jade pendant strikingly similar to the patterns on his ring. Indeed, there were treasures to be found. Zhu Yunfeng was about to advance to investigate when he suddenly caught a faint sound in the distance, an unmistakable clash of combat. Bang! Bang! The gunfire echoed sharply through the serene forest, followed by a woman's furious exclamation. Bastard! That voice was familiar. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, his figure darting forward like a streak of lightning towards the source of the sound. 300 meters away, in a narrow valley, Bai Weiwei leaned against a rock wall. Her qipao tattered and her fair skin marred with blood. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she clutched a dagger in her hand, its blade smeared with an eerie blue liquid. Before her stood 5 men clad in black combat attire, forming a fan-like encirclement. The burly leader sneered, "Miss Bai, stop struggling. Come back with us to the Divine Temple, and perhaps we can spare your life." Bai Weiwei spat out a mouthful of blood, her gaze piercing. "In your dreams." The burly man grinned maliciously. "You asked for it." With a wave of his hand, the other 4 lunged forward simultaneously. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth, wielding the dagger to barely deflect 2 blows, but the third assailant's fist struck mercilessly at her abdomen. Bang! The anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Bai Weiwei, astonished, looked up to see a figure like a specter blocking her, catching that devastating punch with one hand. Zhu Yunfeng. Without turning back, Zhu Yunfeng merely said coolly, "Stay back." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking echoed as the wrist of the black-clad assailant was crushed. As the wail of agony erupted, Zhu Yunfeng delivered a powerful kick, sending the man hurtling like a cannonball against the rock wall, where he crashed heavily, blood spewing forth, and fell unconscious. The remaining 3 black-clad men, their faces paling in horror, hastily retreated, drawing their firearms. Bang! 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 Bullets whistled through the air, yet Zhu Yunfeng merely chuckled coldly, releasing his internal energy to form an invisible barrier before him. Clang! 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 The bullets struck the energy wall, rebounding as if they had collided with steel. "This is impossible." The leader of the black-clad men was aghast. Zhu Yunfeng, uninterested in further dialogue, flashed forward like a tiger among sheep, his fists and feet knocking down the black-clad men one after another, leaving them utterly defenseless. In a mere 10 seconds, the battle was concluded. Zhu Yunfeng seized the only remaining conscious black-clad leader, his voice icy as he demanded, "Why is the Divine Temple pursuing her?" The man sneered, "The Xianyin body is a crucial experimental material for the temple. You cannot protect her." With that, he grimaced, blood oozing from his mouth, and promptly met his demise. "Another poison pouch." Zhu Yunfeng frowned, discarding the corpse, and turned to Bai Weiwei. At that moment, her face was pale, trembling all over, with strange icy blue patterns surfacing on her skin, and frost began to form on the surrounding vegetation. Had the cold poison erupted? Zhu Yunfeng immediately approached, gripping her wrist firmly, channeling his energy into her meridians, his expression shifting abruptly. Inside Bai Weiwei, a wave of frigid energy rampaged uncontrollably. "So this is the Xianyin body." He hesitated no longer, lifting Bai Weiwei into his arms and rushing towards the altar. At the altar's center, Zhu Yunfeng laid Bai Weiwei down on the stone slab, swiftly retrieving silver needles from his pocket. "Bear with it." His fingertips danced with energy as the silver needles pierced Bai Weiwei's major acupoints like a torrential rain, simultaneously guiding the spiritual energy from the stone chamber below the altar into her body. Bai Weiwei moaned in pain as the icy blue patterns gradually receded. Half an hour later, she finally opened her eyes, gazing weakly at Zhu Yunfeng. "Why did you save me?" Zhu Yunfeng withdrew the silver needles, replying nonchalantly, "You owe me a life. Remember to repay it." Bai Weiwei chuckled softly, struggling to sit up. "Did you uncover the secret of the altar?" Zhu Yunfeng nodded, gesturing towards the stone slab below. There's a stone chamber beneath, housing a bronze cauldron, several spiritual herbs, and a jade pendant. Bai Weiwei's eyes brightened. "Take me down." In the stone chamber, the bronze cauldron stood silently, 3 spiritual herbs within emanating a rich aura. "Is this the 9-leaf spirit mushroom?" Bai Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment. Zhu Yunfeng recognized the herbs as well, top-tier treasures documented in the Huangdi medical canon, immensely beneficial for cultivation. He reached out to take them, but at the moment he touched the spirit mushrooms, the ring suddenly burst forth with a blinding light. Whoosh! The 3 spirit mushrooms vanished into thin air. Zhu Yunfeng was momentarily stunned, then sensed that the mushrooms were quietly floating within the ring's space. A storage function? His heart surged with joy. It turned out this ring could store items, something he had been unaware of. Bai Weiwei also noticed the anomaly, her gaze complex as she looked at him. Your ring is indeed extraordinary. Zhu Yunfeng offered no explanation, instead redirecting his attention to the jade pendant. What is this? Bai Weiwei picked up the pendant, whispering, "This is the Xianyang pendant, complementary to my Xianyin body. Wearing it can temporarily suppress the cold poison." She hesitated for a moment, then handed the pendant to Zhu Yunfeng. "This is for you." Zhu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. "So generous?" Bai Weiwei smiled charmingly. "A life-saving grace deserves a token of appreciation." Zhu Yunfeng accepted the pendant without hesitation, feeling a warm current of yang energy flow into him, harmonizing with the aura from the ring, resulting in a slight enhancement of his cultivation. A fine treasure indeed. He stowed away the pendant and, without a second thought, placed the bronze cauldron into the ring's space. The two emerged from the stone chamber one after the other. At the forest's edge, Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei stood side by side. "Where to next?" Bai Weiwei inquired. Zhu Yunfeng gazed into the distance, his eyes deep. "The divine temple will not let you go. Return with me to Songdu." Bai Weiwei chuckled lightly. "You're so concerned about me?" Zhu Yunfeng glanced at her. "If you die, who will owe me a favor?" Bai Weiwei giggled, leaning closer, whispering sweetly in his ear. "Shall we settle it now?" Zhu Yunfeng's lips curled slightly, but he said nothing, simply stepping forward. The journey to Shenangjia had yielded far more than anticipated. The spiritual herbs within the ring, the secrets of the Xianyang pendant, and the pursuit by the divine temple. Regrettably, he had not discovered the whereabouts of Father Zhou. For now, he would have to return to Songdu and plan his next steps. Chapter 19. Breaking through the transformation stage. Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei soon returned to the luxurious Garden No. 1 villa area in Songdu after their time in Shenangjia. Bai Weiwei looked at Villa No. 9 and remarked to Zhu Yunfeng, "Wow, I didn't realize your home was this grand. I will be living here from now on." Zhu Yunfeng replied, "All right. Let Chen Tai take you to find a room. You can choose one for yourself." In the underground secret chamber of Villa No. 9, the ancient bronze cauldron stood silently at its center, the ancient runes on its surface glowing faintly under the light. Breaking through the transformation stage was of utmost importance. Zhu Yunfeng dared not practice on the third-floor terrace and decided to attempt his breakthrough in the basement. He also asked Bai Weiwei to protect him. Zhu Yunfeng sat cross-legged before the ancient cauldron, cradling the 3 9-leaf spirit mushrooms in his palms, each leaf crystalline and exuding a gentle wave of spiritual energy. "Yunfeng, are you sure you want to attempt the breakthrough now?" Bai Weiwei asked, standing nearby, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and concern. She was clad in a white training outfit today, her black hair tied up neatly, exuding an air of cleanliness and sharpness. Zhu Yunfeng took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. The spiritual energy of the 9-leaf spirit mushrooms will gradually dissipate after being picked. Now is the optimal moment. Turning to Bai Weiwei, he added with a confident smile, "With you by my side to protect me, what do I have to worry about?" Bai Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she huffed. "Who said I would protect you?" Zhu Yunfeng smiled silently, gently placing the 9-leaf spirit mushrooms into the ancient cauldron. As the Lingji fell into the cauldron, the once dormant runes suddenly glimmered with a soft light, and wisps of azure mist ascended, gradually enveloping the Lingji and slowly refining it into a spiritual essence. It had begun. Zhu Yunfeng murmured, his hands forming seals as he guided the true qi within him according to the Taishu chaos formula. He closed his eyes, allowing his pores to expand, absorbing the increasingly rich spiritual energy emanating from the ancient cauldron. Bai Weiwei stepped back a few paces and seated herself on a cushion in the corner of the secret chamber, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhu Yunfeng. She understood the perils of attempting to break through to the transformation of strength realm. A moment's carelessness could lead to true qi backflow and injure the meridians. Within the cauldron, the 9-leaf Lingji began to decompose under the influence of the runic power, transforming into a verdant liquid that radiated an astonishing vitality. Zhu Yunfeng's nostrils flared as he inhaled the essence, feeling a warm current surging through his meridians, igniting the previously tranquil true qi into a fervent boil. Such potent medicinal power. Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback and hastily focused his mind, exerting his utmost in the operation of the Taishu chaos formula. The true qi within him surged like a roaring river, circulating through his meridians, each cycle amplifying its potency. As time slipped by, the temperature within the chamber appeared to rise. Beads of sweat formed on Zhu Yunfeng's brow, and a faint white mist began to rise above his head. It felt as though countless tiny creatures were wriggling beneath his skin, a manifestation of his true qi reaching its zenith. "The second pinnacle has arrived," Zhu Yunfeng silently noted, sensing the impending breakthrough of the Taishu chaos formula. However, at that moment, he abruptly perceived that the spiritual energy within the cauldron was beginning to wane, leaving him still a hair's breadth from the transformation of strength realm. Not enough. Zhu Yunfeng's heart raced. The Lingji's spiritual energy was insufficient to support his final breakthrough. He found himself in an exquisitely delicate predicament. Forcing a cessation would not only squander his efforts, but could also result in backlash. In that critical instant, a white figure materialized behind Zhu Yunfeng. Bai Weiwei gently pressed her hands against his back, a cool and gentle true qi flowing into him. Do not be distracted. I shall lend you my strength. Her voice resonated in his ears, imbued with an unyielding resolve. Zhu Yunfeng's heart jolted, and he immediately centered his focus, guiding the true qi that Bai Weiwei provided to merge with his own. Intriguingly, their energies exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Instead, they fused together as seamlessly as water and milk. The bronze cauldron seemed to sense this union, and the runes on its surface erupted into a blinding brilliance, illuminating the chamber as though it were midday. Enveloped in this radiance, Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei's true qi formed a flawless cycle under the cauldron's influence. Zhu Yunfeng felt as though he were adrift in a sea of chaos, surrounded by a dense fog. Within this formless void, he glimpsed myriad tiny points of light, purest spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Instinctively, he reached out, and those luminescent specks surged into his being. Is this the threshold of transformation of strength? Zhu Yunfeng realized, commencing the guidance of this energy according to the third level of the Taishu chaos formula. The true qi within him, influenced by these two forces, began to undergo a qualitative transformation, gradually transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid one. This process was excruciating, akin to countless fine needles traversing through his meridians. Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he remained silent. He could sense Bai Weiwei's true qi enduring the same torment, but her hand resting on his back remained steadfast. Time passed unmeasured, until suddenly, a crisp cracking sound resonated within him, as if some shackle had been shattered. In an instant, his entire true qi liquefied, flowing through his meridians like quicksilver, each droplet imbued with astonishing energy. I did it. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes flew open, a gleam of brilliance flashing within his pupils. He felt his senses sharpen manifold, even able to hear the faint sound of an ant scuttling in the corner of the chamber. Every inch of muscle and bone beneath his skin seemed rejuvenated, brimming with explosive power. Bai Weiwei's hand slipped from his back as she leaned backward. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly appeared behind her, gently supporting her wavering form. Weiwei. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly noticed Bai Weiwei's pallid complexion, her forehead slick with cold sweat, clearly a result of excessive true qi expenditure. Bai Weiwei managed a weak smile. Congratulations on your breakthrough. Before she could finish, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhu Yunfeng's heart tightened as he hastily checked her pulse, relieved to discover it was merely exhaustion. He carefully lifted Bai Weiwei, placing her upon the soft couch in the chamber, then seated himself beside her, gradually channeling his newly liquefied true qi into her body to aid in her recovery. As the energy flowed in, Bai Weiwei's complexion slowly regained its rosy hue. Only then did Zhu Yunfeng turn his thoughts to the changes wrought by his breakthrough. With a thought, he concentrated, conjuring a sphere of liquid true qi in the palm of his right hand, flowing ceaselessly, sometimes morphing into a blade, at other times into a sword, effortlessly molded to his will. Even more astonishingly, Zhu Yunfeng discovered that his Taishu chaos formula had seamlessly ascended to the third level. At that moment, he turned his internal gaze to his dantian, observing a swirling mass of silver liquid true qi, each rotation drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, replenishing what had been expended. Testing his newfound strength, Zhu Yunfeng executed a chaotic sky-breaking palm. Each strike appeared light as a feather, yet produced thunderous bursts in the air. He could precisely control every ounce of power, even unleashing the full force of his palm at the moment of contact, a mastery of finesse unattainable during the dark strength phase. At that moment, Bai Weiwei stirred on the couch, exclaiming, Yunfeng, you are different. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Weiwei, you're awake? I owe my success to you today. I've just broken through to transformation of strength, and the Taishu chaos formula has reached the third level. Bai Weiwei's face lit up with a smile of satisfaction. I knew you could do it. She attempted to rise, but her legs gave way, causing her to slump back down. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfeng scooped her up in his arms. Do not overexert yourself. I shall carry you back to your room to rest. Bai Weiwei gasped, her cheeks flushed. Put me down. I can walk myself. A patient must appear as a patient should, Zhu Yunfeng stated firmly, striding toward the exit of the chamber. At that moment, cradling Bai Weiwei, he felt as though she weighed no more than a feather. The control granted by his newfound strength allowed him to support her with the perfect amount of pressure, ensuring her comfort while preventing any risk of slipping. As they traversed the corridor of the villa, Zhu Yunfeng's heightened senses captured numerous details previously overlooked. The rustling of leaves outside, the distant honking of cars on the street, even the sounds of a television program from a neighboring villa. These sensations surged into his mind like a tidal wave, yet they posed no burden. He could effortlessly sift through the information, focusing only on what mattered. Zhu Yunfeng carried Bai Weiwei to the third-floor room, gently placing her on the bed before turning to exit. Bai Weiwei felt a pang of disappointment at this wooden fellow, questioning her own allure. Chapter 20. Rescuing the Ex-Girlfriend. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Jiangdong Bridge in Song City was bathed in a golden glow. The evening breeze carried the scent of the river, tousling Lin Yiting's cascading hair. She stood outside the bridge's railing, her slender fingers gripping the cold iron bars tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. Below her, 30 meters of empty air loomed, the river sparkling beneath the sunset like a gaping maw waiting to swallow her whole. Zhao Shikai, may you suffer a fate worse than death, Lin Yiting murmured, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. The $1,000,000 Patek Philippe on her wrist glimmered in the sunset, mocking her naivety. Once, she had been the girlfriend of the heir to the Zhao family conglomerate, basking in glory. However, ever since the Zhao family suffered consecutive defeats in several major projects, particularly after their unsuccessful rivalry with Zhu Yunfeng, Zhao Shikai seemed to have undergone a transformation. He not only resorted to physical violence against her, but today, in front of the entire company, he berated her as a harbinger of misfortune and banished her. Zhu Yunfeng. If only her thoughts could drift back 2 years to that impoverished youth who always followed her silently, frugally purchasing breakfast for her. How she had once looked down upon him, even publicly humiliating him. A single tear cascaded down, vanishing into the tumultuous river below. Lin Yiting loosened her grip, her body leaning forward. "Someone's jumping into the river," exclaimed a passerby on the bridge, just as she was about to plunge into the depths. A dark figure raced across the bridge at astonishing speed, vaulting over the railing and leaping down before the horrified gazes of onlookers. Zhu Yunfeng stood on the terrace of the riverside villa, clutching the intelligence just relayed by Su Minghua. The evening sun cast its golden glow upon his sharply defined profile, outlining a visage of cold severity. The Dark Knight Temple was seeking a suitable candidate in Songdu, and his brows furrowed, his internal energy seemingly flowing of its own accord. Suddenly, a tremor shot through his heart, and his ability to see through barriers activated uncontrollably. His gaze pierced through the distance of a kilometer, clearly spotting a familiar figure plummeting from the bridge. Lin Yiting? Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted, though this woman had deeply wounded him in the past. His warrior instincts compelled him to react instantaneously. With a thunderous crack, the marble floor of the terrace fractured as Zhu Yunfeng shot forth like a cannonball, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, covering the several hundred meters from the villa to the riverbank in under 10 seconds. Good heavens! What was that? A Superman? Bystanders caught only a glimpse of a dark shadow, failing to discern the figure. Zhu Yunfeng reached the riverbank and without hesitation, leaped into the water. The moment he entered, his pores closed, and his internal energy surged, allowing him to slice through the turbulent waters like a fish. The murky river posed no hindrance to Zhu Yunfeng, who possessed the ability of enhanced vision. He locked onto the sinking figure, his legs propelling him swiftly through the water, swiftly arriving beside Lin Yiting. Upon seeing her pale visage, Zhu Yunfeng's heart jolted. Yet, saving her was paramount. He wrapped an arm around Lin Yiting's slender waist, while his other hand transformed into a blade, striking forcefully towards the riverbed. Boom! A concentrated burst of internal energy erupted from his palm, creating a massive wave at the river's bottom. The recoil propelled both of them to the surface, hurtling towards the bank like cannon fire. A crowd of onlookers had gathered on the shore, and when they beheld 2 figures bursting forth from the water, landing steadily on the embankment, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Is this some sort of movie? To jump from such a height and survive? Some pulled out their phones, capturing the moment frantically. Zhu Yunfeng had no time to spare. He laid Lin Yiting flat upon the ground. The woman had ceased to breathe, her lips turning a purplish hue, her pulse barely perceptible. "Stand back," Zhu Yunfeng commanded sharply, his voice imbued with a hint of internal energy, causing the onlookers to instinctively step back. Kneeling, he placed his right hand upon Lin Yiting's chest, channeling a stream of pure internal energy to expel the water from her lungs. Coughing violently, Lin Yiting arched her back, expelling water from her mouth and nose. Zhu Yunfeng did not pause, his left hand deftly retrieving 3 silver needles from his waist. The needle tips glinted coldly in the sunset, and with a flick of his wrist, the needles shot into Lin Yiting's acupoints, her philtrum, Naguan, and Zusanli. Reciting silently in his heart the first form of the 9 needles to revive, he initiated a special frequency to vibrate the needles, forcing the flickering flame of her life back to life. Is this acupuncture? Too swift. I barely caught a glimpse of how he did it. Among the onlookers were those knowledgeable in medicine, their eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Yiting's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. In her blurred vision, A familiar yet strange face gradually came into focus. Zhu Yunfeng? Her voice was hoarse, filled with incredulity. Zhu Yunfeng expressionlessly withdrew the silver needles, stating coolly, "Your life is your own. Do not squander it." With that, he stood and prepared to leave, his drenched shirt clinging to his muscular form, accentuating his perfect physique. "Wait." A voice, aged yet robust, called from the back of the crowd. The crowd turned to see an elderly man in a gray Zhongshan suit striding forward, flanked by two young assistants. Though over 70, the elder moved with steady steps, his eyes bright and spirited. "Young friend, was that the 9 needles to revive you just executed?" The elder gazed intently at Zhu Yunfeng, his voice quivering with excitement. Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brows. "May I ask who you are?" One of the assistants quickly introduced. "This is the president of the Songdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Master Guo Xiangsong." Guo Xiangsong waved his hand, his gaze never leaving Zhu Yunfeng. "In my 60 years of practice, I have never encountered someone who could perform the 9 needles to revive with such precision. Who is your master?" Zhu Yunfeng replied nonchalantly, self-taught. Guo Xiangsong was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent." Heroes emerged from the youth. He stepped forward and solemnly offered a gold-embossed business card. "In 3 days, the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association will hold its annual exchange meeting, gathering the nation's masters. If you are interested, you are most welcome to attend." Zhu Yunfeng accepted the card, nodding, "I will consider it." Guo Xiangsong, satisfied, stroked his beard and glanced at Lin Yuting lying on the ground. "Arrange for a car to take this young lady to the hospital," he instructed his assistants. Turning back to Zhu Yunfeng, he clasped his hands together. "Zhu, my young friend, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Zhu Yunfeng returned the gesture. "President Guo, please." The distant wail of an ambulance grew nearer. Zhu Yunfeng stood by the riverbank, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. He watched as medical personnel lifted Lin Yuting onto a stretcher, her feeble gaze following him, filled with complex emotions. His phone vibrated. A message from Su Mingwei read, "The Dark Knight Temple is investigating your background. Be cautious." Zhu Yunfeng pocketed his phone, his eyes shifting towards the towering buildings across the river. 6 months ago, he was a despised, impoverished worker. Now, he had become a master of internal energy, possessing unparalleled medical skills. It was time to stir the waters of Songdu. As Lin Yuting was loaded into the ambulance, she finally mustered the courage to shout, "Zhu Yunfeng, I'm sorry, thank you." Zhu Yunfeng did not turn back, merely waving his hand, his figure gradually fading into the sunset. No one noticed that with each step he took, a shallow footprint appeared on the ground, swiftly vanishing. The moment the ambulance doors closed, Lin Yuting wept profusely. She finally understood the brilliant existence she had once discarded like a worn-out shoe. Chapter 21. The 9 Needles Determining the Universe. 3 days later, luxury cars congregated before the Songdu Traditional Chinese Medicine Association building for the annual meeting. Zhu Yunfeng stood at the entrance, adjusting the collar of his black Zhongshan suit. This garment was a special gift from Guo Xiangsong, crafted from silk adorned with subtle herbal patterns, exuding a faint aroma of medicine with every movement. He felt the gold-embossed invitation card in his inner pocket and gazed up at the 38-story glass curtain wall building. Today, more than half of the nation's esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine had gathered here to admire the association's treasured remnants of the Huangdi Neijing. "Dr. Zhu." Guo Xiangsong's assistant hurried over, respectfully leading him toward the VIP entrance. Showing deference to this young man, whom Guo Xiangsong held in high regard, the assistant dared not be negligent. In the elevator, Zhu Yunfeng noticed calluses on the assistant's ring finger, evidence of long hours spent grinding herbs. Master Guo specifically checked his pulse 3 times this morning. The assistant whispered, "Today may bring unexpected events." The ring on Zhu Yunfeng's finger began to emit a slight warmth. Since the casting of the life-sustaining spell for Lin Yuting 3 days prior, this ancestral ring has frequently exhibited unusual fluctuations. At this moment, his ability to see through was automatically activated, revealing that among the 3 steel cables above the elevator shaft, the wear on the rightmost cable had nearly reached a critical threshold. Ding! The elevator ascended directly to the top banquet hall. The instant the doors opened, dozens of curious and scrutinizing gazes converged upon him. Beneath the crystal chandelier, elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, their hair as white as snow, gathered in small clusters around a bronze medicinal cauldron for appraisal, the air thick with the bittersweet aroma of agarwood intermingled with precious herbs. "My young friend has arrived." Guo Xiangsong's resonant voice cut through the clamor. Today, the elder deviated from his customary gray robe, donning a deep purple tang suit. With a string of century-old agarwood prayer beads hanging from his chest, he strode forward, seizing Zhu Yunfeng's wrist. This seemingly casual gesture was, in truth, a pulse diagnosis. The energy in his sea of qi was steady, impressive, A glimmer of approval flashed in Guo Xiangsong's eyes as he raised his voice to introduce. This is Zhu Yunfeng, whom I have mentioned before. He has truly inherited the ancient art of the 9 needles of returning yang. An uproar ensued within the banquet hall. What could a 20-something child possibly understand about acupuncture? Surely, old Guo had lost his faculties. It was said he swept the streets in the antiques district. What genuine skills could he possess? Amidst the murmurs, a hawk-nosed elder stood, snorting derisively, clad in an exquisite dark blue suit. The gold watch chain on his chest jingled with each step. Zhu Yunfeng's penetrating gaze swept over him, revealing 3 poisoned gold needles concealed within the elder's hidden pocket. I have practiced medicine for 50 years. I would like to inquire of the young friend about the 9 needles. The hawk-nosed elder deliberately elongated his tone. The banquet hall fell silent. This was the most fundamental examination from the Huangdi Neijing, yet the more elementary the question, the more it tested true skill. Unfazed, Zhu Yunfeng produced a needle pouch from his sleeve. With a flick of his fingertips, 9 silver needles arranged themselves in the formation of the Big Dipper in his palm. The Ling Shu 9 needles 12 original states. The 9 needles each possess distinct shapes. The first is the Chuan needle, measuring 1 inch and 6/10, with a large head and sharp tip. The second is the round needle, also 1 inch and 6/10, shaped like an egg. As he articulated each type of needle, the corresponding silver needle levitated into the air. By the time he reached the 9th needle, the 9 needles had formed a complete array in midair. The assembled medical experts widened their eyes. This was evidently the long-lost technique of channeling qi to manipulate needles. The 9th is the great needle, measuring 4 inches, sharp as a dagger. Before Zhu Yunfeng's voice could fade, he suddenly flicked his wrist. Silver light streaked through the air. The 9 needles flew towards a redwood pillar 3 meters away. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the needle tips penetrated 3 inches of wood, etching a complete diagram of Rin meridian acupuncture points on the surface of the column. Each point precise to the millimeter. Marvelous. An elderly professor in a traditional gown sprang to his feet, knocking over his teacup. The hawk-nosed elder's face turned ashen, a mere flashy trick. The essence of acupuncture lies in differential diagnosis. Does the young friend dare to compete with me in diagnosis? Just as Guo Xiangsong was about to intervene, Zhu Yunfeng smiled slightly. Please, senior, pose your question. The elder sneered, beckoning a wan-faced waiter. This lad has suffered from abdominal pain for over a month, with no abnormalities found in various hospitals. I invite the young friend to diagnose him. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. Through his penetrating vision, the meridian pathways of the waiter's liver, gallbladder, spleen, and stomach were laid bare in a 3-dimensional image. He noted an unnatural nodule on the gallbladder meridian, while the gastric mucosa exhibited a peculiar bluish-gray hue. May I see your tongue coating? As the waiter extended his tongue, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly transformed his palm into a finger, gently pressing 3 inches below the right rib. Ah! The waiter cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees. It is not abdominal pain, it is side pain. Zhu Yunfeng assisted the man to his feet, explaining that the pain often occurs around midnight, sharp as a needle, accompanied by a bitter taste in the mouth. The hospitals could not discern the issue because it stemmed from stagnant gallbladder qi leading to meridian pain. The hawk-nosed elder's expression froze. The Danqi heart method states, side pain indicates liver and gallbladder disease. As Zhu Yunfeng spoke, he retrieved a fine needle, referencing the great compendium of acupuncture, which further clarified that such hidden pain should be treated at the Qimen and Ryu points. With a flick of his wrist, 2 needles pierced the waiter's acupuncture points. As the needle tails trembled, the waiter suddenly widened his eyes. No, it doesn't hurt anymore. A commotion erupted among the crowd. The hawk-nosed elder staggered back, but was caught by Zhu Yunfeng. Shielding himself with the elder's body, Zhu Yunfeng discreetly retrieved the 3 poisoned gold needles from his waist, whispering, Senior, using the soul-severing powder to coat the needles is against the medical ethics. The elder's face turned ashen. At that moment, Guo Xiangsong stepped forward to mediate. Ladies and gentlemen, today coincides with the unveiling of the association's collection of the remaining scrolls of the Huangdi Weijing. Please follow me to admire them. This scroll records the cultivation methods of ancient physicians. Just as Guo Xiangsong was about to elaborate, an alarm suddenly blared. It has been stolen. Security rushed in, panicked, announcing that the safe in the collection room had been pried open. Guo Xiangsong was taken aback. What? The safe requires triple biometric authentication. How could this happen? Zhu Yunfeng's penetrating vision activated instantly, penetrating 3 floors to lock onto a shadow sprinting through the fire escape. The figure clutched bamboo slips, and the dagger at his waist, with a blood-eyed emblem, glimmered ominously in the blind spot of the surveillance camera. The Night Temple. He leaped over the railing, soaring out the window amidst the gasps of the crowd, the sound of shattering glass ringing in his ears. Guo Xiangsong's voice echoed in the distance. Beware of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. The trajectory of his penetrating vision revealed that the cloaked figure was fleeing towards the underground parking lot. Zhu Yunfeng burst through the door, leading to the stairwell, taking 2 steps at a time as he descended rapidly. Chaotic true qi surged through his meridians, leaving half-inch deep footprints with every step. On the second underground level, the roar of a motorcycle engine erupted. Just as Zhu Yunfeng crashed through the door, the black-clad figure revved the motorcycle. The reflection in the rearview mirror revealed Zhu Yunfeng leaping towards him. Yet, the figure remained unfazed, casually flinging 3 diamond-shaped hidden weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The chaotic true qi formed a barrier, deflecting the projectiles, which embedded into the concrete wall. Zhu Yunfeng then realized that these were not metallic weapons, but rather ice needles that melted upon contact with heat. Devious. He recalled the Book of Poisons stating that this substance dissolves in blood, leaving no trace. The motorcycle had already surged 10 meters ahead. Zhu Yunfeng extended his fingers like a sword, condensing chaotic true qi into a tangible form and striking downward. Bang! The motorcycle shattered into 2 pieces. The cloaked figure rolled and sprang to his feet, the dagger carving a devious arc aimed at Zhu Yunfeng's throat. Zhu Yunfeng tilted his neck to evade, only to see the figure suddenly grin, shooting out 3 poison needles from his sleeve. In a critical moment, the bronze medicinal cauldron descended from above, blocking all the poison needles. Guo Xiangsong, accompanied by over a dozen elderly practitioners, obstructed the exit, each brandishing silver needles and medicinal pestles, forming a united front. My young friend. Guo Xiangsong lifted the hem of his robe, revealing 9 uniquely shaped small knives at his waist. In my youth, I was known by the moniker King Yan Sorrow. The hawk-nosed figure's pupils constricted, clearly recognizing the name. Zhu Yunfeng was equally astonished. Those 9 knives were evidently surgical instruments once employed by ancient physicians for visceral and thoracic procedures, long abandoned by modern Chinese medicine. Put down the bamboo slips. Guo Xiangsong stepped forward, the 9 knives hovering in the air. Though he had not drawn blood in 20 years, for the sake of the Huangdi Weijing, an exception could be made. The cloaked figure suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mist of blood. Zhu Yunfeng hurriedly summoned his qi to form a protective wall. Yet he watched in horror as the blood mist corroded the ground upon contact, creating honeycomb-shaped holes that emitted a pungent green smoke. Bone-corroding toxic mist. An elderly practitioner exclaimed. Retreat. Seizing the moment, the cloaked figure hurled a smoke bomb. By the time the toxic mist dissipated, he had vanished without a trace, leaving only the scroll of the Huangdi Weijing lying on the ground. Zhu Yunfeng retrieved the bamboo slips, discovering that several end pieces had been torn away. The remaining portion recorded the 9 transformations of the Ling Shu, the operational routes of which bore a striking resemblance, 7 parts alike, to the Taishu Chaos Sutra inherited through the ring. Puzzled, he rubbed the etchings on the bamboo slip. This was clearly a case of different streams from the same source. Guo Xiangsong sheathed his knives, his voice lowered significantly. The Taishu sect and the Huangdi lineage have always been interconnected. Did your master not inform you? Zhu Yunfeng's heart was shaken to its core. He had relied solely on the inheritance from the ring to teach himself, devoid of any master. It now appeared that the Dark Knight Temple's quest to seize the medical compendium was likely motivated by more than merely the art of healing. The conference concluded abruptly. Yet Zhu Yunfeng had indelibly etched a profound impression in the minds of the esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon returning to the villa, Bai Weiwei approached him eagerly, inquiring about his day and whether he had gleaned any insights. Zhu Yunfeng offered a wry smile, stating that many events had transpired, and he would elaborate later. He mentioned encountering assassins from the Dark Knight Temple once more. Bai Weiwei exclaimed her frustration with the persistent Dark Knight Temple, claiming they had become a nuisance. Zhu Yunfeng reassured her with a calm smile, expressing confidence that one day they would pay dearly for their actions. Chapter 22. A sudden turn in the gamble. In the dead of night, Zhu Yunfeng was meditating on the 3rd-floor terrace while Bai Weiwei was nearby, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon answering, her expression transformed with shock as she exclaimed, What? Where? All right, I'll be there immediately. Turning to Zhu Yunfeng, she explained that a friend of hers had fallen victim to a gambling scheme at the Jinding Club and was now burdened with an enormous debt. He had sought her help, and she requested that he accompany her. Zhu Yunfeng concluded his meditation and agreed. Very well, let us make haste. He called for Chun Tai to prepare the vehicle. At the underground casino, Jinding Club, Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei stood before the entrance. Sir, please present your membership card. Ordered 2 sharply dressed bodyguards, their hands resting on the electric batons at their waists. Zhu Yunfeng remained unfazed, pretending not to hear. Bai Weiwei produced a black card, and once the bodyguards confirmed its validity, they respectfully opened the gilded doors. Inside the casino, the crystal chandeliers cast opulent reflections. Wealthy patrons in tailored suits gathered around the gaming tables, their chips piled high, while the dealers expertly handled the cards. The air thick with the rich aroma of cigars and fine spirits. "Mr. Zhu, this way please." A lady in a cheap house smiled as she guided him to a VIP room. Inside, the air was hazy with smoke, and 4 individuals were seated around a mahogany gambling table. Zhu Yunfeng recognized only Zhao Shikai. The other 3 were unfamiliar. Across from Zhao Shikai sat a stunning woman clad in a dark red qipao, her delicate fingers holding a slender cigarette, her red lips curling into a wink in his direction. Zhao Shikai's right-hand man was a burly man in his 50s. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he faced a dwindling pile of chips. Seated next to him was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, whose warm smile belied a hint of coldness in his gaze. Upon noticing the newcomers, Zhao Shikai looked up and sneered. "Ah, isn't this Master Zhu? What brings you from the antique street to the casino in search of fortune?" Zhu Yunfeng ignored him, while Bai Weiwei discreetly pointed out Zhao Shikai's right-hand man, whispering, "That's him, my friend, the coal mine owner Zhou Dafu." Even without her indication, Zhu Yunfeng had already deduced the identity of the person in distress. For the middle-aged man was visibly trembling, his gaze unfocused, clearly cornered by the gambling situation. "Yunfeng, this is the owner of Jinding Club, Old Jinjiu," Bai Weiwei introduced, gesturing towards Zhao Shikai's left-hand man. "He is the banker for tonight's game." Old Jinjiu adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Mr. Zhu, I have long admired your reputation. Now that you're here, why not indulge in a few hands?" Zhou Dafu, trusting in Bai Weiwei's friendship with Zhu Yunfeng, insisted, "Since you are her friend, you are also my friend, so I leave it in your hands." Zhu Yunfeng took a seat, responding nonchalantly, "What shall we wager?" "Simple enough, Texas Hold'em." Old Jinjiu replied, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "However, let us spice things up with a life-or-death wager." As his words fell, 2 bodyguards entered, dragging a man with a sack over his head and forcefully pinning him to the ground. "Boss Zhou, your son is in our custody," Old Jinjiu smiled. "Lose another round, and his life is forfeit." Zhou Dafu's face drained of color as he leapt to his feet. "Old Jinjiu, we had an agreement. Give me 3 more days to gather the money." "Too late," Zhao Shikai sneered. "Your shares in the coal mine must be surrendered tonight." Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, activating his ability of clairvoyance. Zhou Dafu's son was tightly bound, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, yet bore no visible injuries. Old Jinjiu concealed a unique deck of cards in his sleeve, marked by faint luminescent symbols. Zhao Shikai's bodyguard was armed, the holster adorned with the emblem of the Dark Knight Temple. "How intriguing." Zhu Yunfeng smirked subtly. "I'll take Zhou Dafu's place." The game commenced. As the dealer dealt the cards, Zhu Yunfeng's fingers lightly tapped the table, his hidden energy resonating quietly, causing the top cards to shift slightly. "Bet." Old Jinjiu pushed a stack of chips forward. Without a glance, Zhu Yunfeng responded by pushing all his chips forward, declaring, "All in." Gasps filled the room. Zhao Shikai's expression shifted. "Have you lost your mind?" Old Jinjiu narrowed his eyes, subtly adjusting the cards beneath the table, unaware that Zhu Yunfeng's clairvoyance had already unraveled his scheme. "To call, or not to call?" Zhu Yunfeng challenged Old Jinjiu. With a cold smirk, Old Jinjiu revealed his cards. Spades A, K, Q, J, 10, a royal flush. "Ha ha, Zhu Yunfeng, you are doomed." Zhou Dafu slumped into his chair, his face ashen. Yet Zhu Yunfeng merely revealed his own hand. "Diamonds 2, 7, 3, 5, for a mishmash?" Zhao Shikai taunted. "Is this all you've got?" Zhu Yunfeng's fingertip tapped once more on the table, unleashing his hidden energy, causing the entire deck to spring into the air. With a crash, the playing cards scattered like snowflakes, several landing perfectly in front of Zhu Yunfeng. "Hearts A, K, Q, J, 10. My apologies, it seems my hand has changed," he quipped. Silence enveloped the room. Old Jinjiu shot up, his face ashen. "You cheated?" Zhu Yunfeng retorted with a smirk. "Can your glowing cards compare to my abilities?" Old Jinjiu's pupils constricted, and in the next moment, he overturned the gambling table, shouting, "Attack!" The door to the VIP room burst open, and a dozen knife-wielding bodyguards rushed in. Zhu Yunfeng kicked the table aside, the heavy mahogany slab crashing into 3 men. In a flash, he reached Zhou Dafu's son, swiftly slicing through the bindings with 2 fingers. "Get to the corner." Zhou Dafu's son scurried behind the sofa. Sensing danger, Zhao Shikai attempted to flee, only to be tripped by Bai Weiwei's high heels. "Trying to leave?" she taunted. "Wretched woman." Zhao Shikai roared, drawing a handgun. Zhu Yunfeng flung a chip, which struck the gun with a resounding crack, sending it flying as he swiftly closed the distance, delivering a palm strike to the back of Zhao Shikai's neck. Thud! Zhao Shikai crumpled to the ground like a rag doll. Witnessing this, Old Jinjiu drew a dagger from his waist, its blade shimmering with a sinister blue light, laced with poison. Zhu Yunfeng, do you truly believe you can walk out alive? Zhu Yunfeng, uninterested in further dialogue, infused his right fist with energy and struck. Bang! Old Jin Jiao was sent flying, crashing into a glass cabinet, his body drenched in liquor and shards of glass, utterly disheveled. Who on earth are you? He gasped in terror, eyes wide. Someone you cannot afford to provoke, Zhu Yunfeng declared, crushing the dagger beneath his foot before turning to Zhou Dafu. Can you still escape? Zhou Dafu, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously yes. Of course, Zhu Yunfeng urged, then let us leave swiftly. Half an hour later, at a villa in the outskirts, Zhou Dafu trembled as he presented a deed. Mr. Zhu, had it not been for you tonight, my son and I would have perished. This villa is yours. Zhu Yunfeng cast a glance at the land deed for Tsui Villa, encompassing 30 acres, complete with hot springs and private woodlands. He tucked the deed away and turned to Bai Weiwei, aware that the Zhao family would not let the matter rest easily tonight. Bai Weiwei's crimson lips curled into a faint smile. Rest assured, the casino of Lord Jinjiu will unexpectedly catch fire by tomorrow. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. The influence behind Bai Weiwei was formidable, and dealing with a casino was hardly a daunting task. He turned and made his way towards the main building of the villa. And the moment he pushed open the door, his pupils contracted slightly. To his astonishment, there lay a faint spiritual vein beneath the villa. How intriguing. A smile danced at the corners of his mouth. The gains of this night far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 23. The spiritual vein of the villa in the early dawn. As the eastern horizon began to blush with the light of day, Tsui Villa was enveloped in a milky white mist. Zhu Yunfeng stood barefoot on the cool bluestone slabs, feeling the uneven texture beneath his feet. These stones had weathered a century of storms, their surfaces etched with fine lines by the passage of time. His fingertips brushed against the weathered walls of the main building, where the crumbling lime revealed the blue bricks underneath. Although this villa had changed hands 3 times since its establishment in the early Republic era, the craftsmanship of yesteryear still lingered in the eaves and brackets. The exquisite wood carvings of intertwined lotus patterns still graced the columns of the corridor to the west, though the gilding had long since faded away. Zhou Dafu had indeed provided a splendid location, Zhu Yunfeng mused softly. While perusing the land deed last night, he discovered that the villa's original owner was a retired high official who had returned to his hometown. After several transfers, it eventually fell into the hands of Zhou Dafu, a nouveau riche. It seemed that the merchants had merely regarded it as a summer retreat, unaware of the hidden secrets within. Through the morning mist, his gaze locked onto the sealed, ancient well in the backyard. The wellhead was carved from a single block of white marble, its hexagonal rim inscribed with faint hexagrams. As he approached, the black iron ring on his right hand suddenly grew warm, the eyes of the Taotai design on its face glimmering with a faint light. Just as I suspected, a smile crept upon Zhu Yunfeng's lips. This storage ring, obtained from the Taishu chaos technique, was exceptionally sensitive to spiritual energy. At that moment, the rusted iron chains coiling around the well's mouth trembled slightly, as if something below was breathing. He knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against the moss-covered well cover. Dark energy spread like a spider's web through the stone crevices, and the vibrations that returned caused him to raise an eyebrow. The bottom of the well did not echo with the expected sound of water rippling, but resonated with a hollow vibration. More intriguingly, when his chaotic true energy touched a certain spot on the well wall, it elicited a unique ripple of spiritual power akin to an array. So that's how it is, Zhu Yunfeng realized with a sudden clarity. The previous owner had not failed to notice the anomaly. Rather, he had been misled by the surface restrictions of the well. The geomancer invited by the Salt Transport Commissioner had likely set up a simple illusion at the well's mouth, causing ordinary martial artists to perceive it as merely a common water well. He extended his fingers like a sword, condensing chaotic true energy into a 3-inch azure glow at his fingertips. With a soft hiss, the 8-trigram relief at the center of the well cover cracked open, revealing a dark passage beneath. Instantly, a cool breeze carrying the scent of earth rushed toward him, mingled with the fragrance of certain herbs. Zhu Yunfeng retrieved a luminous pearl from his ring. Its pale white glow illuminated the stone steps leading downward. The steps were evidently shaped by human hands, with clear chisel marks visible on the rock walls. Yet the steps themselves were as smooth as glass, as though polished by flowing water over millennia. As he descended, the air grew increasingly humid. The stone steps spiraled downward, and with each turn, the carvings on the rock walls became ever more exquisite. At the 7th turn, he suddenly halted. Here, a dragon-shaped relief was vividly lifelike, its eyes inlaid with black jade that emitted an eerie glow. A mechanism? He tentatively infused a trace of true energy into the dragon's eye. Suddenly, a soft click echoed from the rock wall, and 3 poisoned crossbow bolts shot out from hidden compartments. only to be reduced to powder by his protective true energy the moment they brushed against his clothing. After advancing for about 100 paces, the passage unexpectedly widened. At the edge of the luminous pearl-esque glow, tiny points of light began to emerge. These were luminescent bacteria growing from the rock crevices. As he ventured deeper, these points of light became denser. And upon rounding the final bend, he was met with a breathtaking sight. Before him lay a natural cavern of football field size. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling, some nearly touching the ground. These stalactites were not the usual grayish-white, but exhibited a rare jade-green hue, with droplets of water cascading from their tips, refracting a myriad of colors under the illumination of the luminous pearl. At the center of the cavern was a circular clear spring, approximately 3 yards in diameter. Its surface as tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the cluster of stalactites above. Yet, the most captivating sight was the 7 rocks jutting out of the water's surface, each bearing a crystal-clear spiritual mushroom. The caps of these mushrooms were as thin as cicada wings, emitting a gentle blue glow in the dimness. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze penetrated the clear waters, revealing a jade stone the size of a grinding disc resting quietly at the bottom. The natural patterns on its surface resembled the meridians of the human body, currently undulating rhythmically with the water waves. With each fluctuation, visible strands of spiritual energy converged from all directions. Spiritual jade essence. His breath caught. This was precisely the rare treasure recorded in the Huangdi medical classic, Spiritual Objects. It was remarkable enough that ordinary jade essence could gather spiritual energy, yet this piece had evidently formed a natural cycle over at least a millennium. He cautiously approached the spring's edge and noticed several wilted mushroom leaves floating on the surface. It seemed this spiritual spring regularly birthed new spiritual herbs, while the old ones withered away, returning their nutrients to the spring. This cyclical process was what sustained the continuous flow of spiritual energy in this little realm. In the northwestern corner of the cavern lay some decaying wooden boxes. Zhu Yunfeng brushed away the moss covering them, revealing a vermilion lacquer stamp from the salt transport of the 2 Hawaii regions on the box lid. Inside were a few sodden account books and a rusted bronze key. The key's handle was inscribed with the year of each show, precisely the 14th year of the Republic. So the official was not entirely oblivious, Zhu Yunfeng pondered. Judging from the traces at the scene, it appeared he had discovered the cavern, but mistakenly regarded the spiritual spring as a regular mineral spring. The monthly extraction of 3 measures of precious liquid recorded in those account books must have been for the periodic collection of the spring water. As for the jade essence and spiritual mushrooms, they were likely mistaken for ordinary stalactites and mushrooms. He moved to the southern side of the spring, where the ground had clearly been leveled by human hands. Crouching down for a closer look, he discerned the faint outline of a blurred 8-trigram pattern. The geomancer must have once set up a ritual altar here. However, only a few cracked compass fragments remained of the array, suggesting it had suffered backlash during an attempt to forcibly dismantle the restrictions. What a waste, Zhu Yunfeng shook his head. These mortals guarded treasure without knowledge, unwittingly allowing him to profit greatly. Without further hesitation, he shed his outer garments and stepped into the spring. The moment his feet touched the jade essence, the entire stone erupted with dazzling brilliance, the 7 spiritual mushrooms swaying as if moved by an unseen wind, their liquid essence drifting toward him as if summoned. Zhu Yunfeng settled cross-legged atop the jade essence, the spring water rising just above his chest. As the Taishu chaos technique operated at full capacity, his skin began to radiate a jade-like luster, harmonizing beautifully with the jade essence beneath him. The spiritual liquid seeped through his pores into his meridians, nurturing and repairing the hidden injuries left from his past cultivation like spring rain. 3 hours passed, and the spiritual energy within the cavern had formed a visible vortex. The stalactites above began to drip rhythmically. Every 7 drops, a purifying spiritual force akin to moonlight infused into Zhu Yunfeng's crown. When the 7th wave of moonlight coursed through him, a dragon-like roar erupted from his body. Boom! A certain shackle within him shattered with a resounding crack, and torrents of true energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Zhu Yunfeng opened his eyes, golden lights swirling within his pupils, and as he surveyed the surroundings, the textures on the rock walls appeared vividly distinct. This was the hallmark of reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of transformation. He leaped from the spring, effortlessly delivering a punch to a nearby stone pillar. After a muffled thud, the stone column, thick as 3 men's arms, cracked like a spider web, leaving a 3-inch deep imprint at its center, with glimmers of golden light shimmering within the fissures. Indeed, this is remarkable. Zhu Yunfeng stretched his limbs with satisfaction. The power unleashed by an average martial artist in full force was no match for his own, as he had only exerted 50% of his strength. The efficacy of the spiritual jade marrow surpassed his expectations by a notable margin. He carefully extracted 7 jade boxes, delicately harvesting the 7 spirit mushrooms. The moment his fingertips grazed the caps, he was inundated with a surge of vibrant life energy. The flesh of these mushrooms appeared semi-transparent, with their internal veins clearly discernible, each stem's base adorned with crystalline droplets of a pearl-like spiritual liquid. With a medicinal age of at least 120 years, Zhu Yunfeng deduced their value based on the records of the Shinong Benchao Jing. While ordinary spirit mushrooms are considered rare after a mere decade of growth, these otherworldly varieties, nurtured beside the spiritual jade marrow, likely accumulated the potency equivalent to a year's worth of effects in just a month. Among them, the most extraordinary was the twin-cap spirit mushroom, whose 2 caps nestled against one another, with their stems entwined in a spiral formation. As he plucked it, the jade marrow at the bottom of the spring quaked violently, sending ripples across the water's surface. In a moment of inspiration, Zhu Yunfeng swiftly bit his fingertip and let a drop of his essence blood fall onto the gills of the twin-cap mushroom. The blood droplet was absorbed in an instant, revealing intricate golden patterns on the mushroom's surface. Simultaneously, he felt a profound connection to the surrounding environment, even from 100 miles away. He could faintly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave. Overwhelmed with unexpected joy, Zhu Yunfeng stored the twin-cap mushroom separately. This spiritual herb had already gained sentience, and in the future, it might be refined into a puppet of his own making. As the midday sun pierced through the mist, Zhu Yunfeng returned to the surface. Beneath the ancient locust tree in the backyard, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the flow of the earth's energy. After the jade marrow's baptism, his perceptive abilities had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to clearly visualize the underground cave as a radiant heart, with countless veins of spiritual energy radiating outwards from the manor like arteries to the surrounding mountains. He retrieved a wolf hair brush and vermilion ink, swiftly sketching on the rice paper. As the brush glided across the surface, faint golden glimmers emerged from the lines, a manifestation of his vital energy infused within the ink. The new layout of the manor gradually took shape. 1. 7 jade talismans buried beneath the main building's foundation, arranged according to the positions of the Big Dipper, forming a celestial array to attract spiritual energy. The focal point aligned directly with the spring's eye in the underground cave, capable of guiding the energy to the surface. 2. The ancient well's surface was reconfigured with a protective barrier. This time, he employed the 9 palaces bewildering formation recorded in Chimen Duanjia, unless one reached the realm of transformation. The well's entrance would remain invisible. 3. The medicinal fields in the backyard were divided into yin and yang zones. The yang zone cultivated ordinary medicinal herbs as a camouflage, while the yin zone, irrigated by the spiritual spring, specialized in nurturing rare spirit medicines. 4. Lightning struck wood was buried at the 4 corners of the enclosing wall. These century-old peachwood cores were inscribed with thunder patterns, capable of activating minor 5-element lightning techniques in the event of an invasion, forming a protective electric net for 3 breaths' time. Upon completing the final stroke, Zhu Yunfeng strolled towards the highest viewing pavilion of the manor. Beneath the octagonal eaves, a bronze wind chimed melodiously. Gazing into the distance, he beheld the mountains coiled like a great dragon, with Tuwei Manor positioned perfectly at the dragon's eye. As the mountain breeze swept through, the forest waves undulated in layers of green, subtly hinting at the arrival of auspicious purple chi from the east. From this day forth, this place would serve as the foundation of his quest for enlightenment. Zhu Yunfeng caressed the black iron ring on his finger, his gaze piercing through the clouds towards the horizon. With the support of the spiritual veins, his cultivation speed would surpass that of ordinary martial artists tenfold. The Zhao family was merely the beginning. The Night God Temple and ancient martial clans, once towering obstacles, would ultimately become stepping stones on his ascent to greatness. As the setting sun elongated his shadow, a line of ironclad script appeared on the pillar of the viewing pavilion, watching the clouds rise, single-handedly mending the heaven's rift. Chapter 24. The Divine Eye's Treasures. After the completion of Tuwei Manor, Zhu Yunfeng seldom resided there, primarily preferring the convenience of Villa No. 9. Since acquiring the Chaos Ring, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the street cleaner scraping by for a few pieces of silver. Now, his days were filled with cultivation, leisurely shopping, and playful banter with Su Mingwei and Bai Weiwei. As the morning market in Songdu's Antique Street opened, the bluestone path still glistened with dew. Zhu Yunfeng strolled about, squatting in front of old Su's used bookstall, flipping through the yellowed pages of Jinshi Chuibian. Suddenly, he was drawn to a heated argument behind him, a mixture of Tibetan and dialect echoing through the air. 2 dark-skinned Tibetans were jostling with the stall owner, old Su. With a half-man-high wooden Buddha statue lying at their feet, its lacquer peeling to reveal the grayish-white core of Burmese rosewood. 3,000. This wood is so infested. It isn't even worth burning as firewood. Old Su bellowed, his gold chain around his neck glinting in the light. He kicked the statue's base, causing wood shavings to cascade down. The young Tibetan's face flushed. This is an elder brought from the Patala Palace by my ancestors. He suddenly grasped his companion's sleeve, calloused hands glinting in the morning light, a testament to years of turning prayer wheels. Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his glasses, golden glimmers dancing in his pupils. His gaze pierced through the mottled lacquer, and within the cracks of the Buddha's chest, he discovered a nugget of golden light the size of an egg, its purity far surpassing that of 24K gold. This lacquered golden Buddha from the late Ming to early Qing dynasty, he interjected nonchalantly, his fingertip brushing the edge of the lotus pedestal. If in pristine condition, it would fetch at least 50,000 at an auction. Old Su's beady eyes gleamed, and he immediately raised the price. Little Zhu, you have an eye for treasures. How about 8,000? I'll wrap it in red silk for you. Mr. Su, you're jesting, Zhu Yunfeng said, producing a 60x magnifying glass, placing the lens against the Buddha's backlight flames. Look at this craftsmanship. A Qing dynasty artisan wouldn't employ this chisel technique. As he spoke, he subtly adjusted the angle, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the wooden core's dantian, where he discovered a scroll of gold leaf inscribed with scriptures, interspersed with Han clerical script, evidently styled from the Tang-Tibetan alliance period. The young Tibetan stammered in frustration. Only worth a few thousand? This is the 7th Dalai Lama. Old Su, will you take it? Old Su shook his head. Forget it. The condition is too poor, hard to sell. You can have it. Zhu Yunfeng offered the elderly Tibetan 3,500, acknowledging that the condition was indeed subpar. Once I take it home, I'll need to find someone to touch up the lacquer and make repairs. The two Tibetans whispered to each other for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Zhu Yunfeng paid the money, receiving a large plastic bag from Old Su to carry the statue home. In the basement of Villa No. 9, spotlights illuminated the workbench brightly. Bai Weiwei leaned against the doorframe, munching on an apple, juice dripping from her fingertips onto the Persian carpet. You spent 3,500 on this rotten wood? Are you burning money? Zhu Yunfeng donned white gloves, the surgical knife gliding along the seams of the Buddha's back. As the blade penetrated 3 millimeters, it suddenly met resistance from the cracks filled with fish glue by counterfeiters from the Republican era, now as hard as stone after a century. He subtly channeled his internal strength. With a gentle tremor of his knuckles, wood shavings flew, the fragrance of Burmese rosewood transforming into the rich scent of old sandalwood. Crack! The moment the 8th wooden piece detached, a cascade of golden light poured forth. Bai Weiwei's apple rolled to the ground as the gilded copper Buddha statue shimmered with 1,000 years of brilliance under the spotlight. The pigeon blood ruby embedded in the Buddha's forehead cast a rosy hue throughout the room, revealing the gilded edges of the scripture scroll at the left hand forming the teaching gesture. This was the gold-inlaid craftsmanship of the Tubo dynasty. Bai Weiwei's bubble gum stuck to her lips. The old Book of Tang recorded that Sun Mingzong improved the gold-inlay technique of the Tang dynasty. Zhu Yunfeng brushed away the accumulated dust from the copper Buddha's feet, revealing 3 ancient Tibetan characters. He pulled out his phone to consult the Tibetan dictionary. Swallowing hard. This is logs, the ancient name for lesai used by the Tibetans. The moment he extracted the gold leaf scripture scroll, both of their breaths halted in unison. Under the 60x magnifying glass, the Chinese translation of the Ma Wai Na S Tra appeared sharp and distinct. With the inscription penned in small script by the editor of the Hongwen Pavilion, Zhu Suiliang, upon imperial decree. The scroll's tail bore the square vermilion seal of Princess Wenxing's court. In the 15th year of the Jingguan era, Princess Wenxing brought this original text into Tibet. Zhu Yunfeng's fingers trembled slightly. This was a national treasure that academia had sought for half a century. Bai Weiwei's mouth fell agape. Zhu Yunfeng, how do you have such good luck? You've struck another jackpot. No, you must take me along next time. Help me find treasures. Zhu Yunfeng chuckled. Luck alone won't suffice. One must have discernment. Look at old Su. When the national treasure came knocking, he couldn't seize it. The two individuals were engaged in light-hearted banter, blissfully unaware of Su Mingyue's arrival. When the ownership of Villa No. 9 was transferred, Su Mingyue had recorded her fingerprint, facial recognition, and iris scan, as well as knowing the access code to the entrance. Today, she happened to be nearby for business and decided to conveniently visit Villa No. 9 afterward. Upon entering the grand hall, she was greeted by the sounds of laughter emanating from the basement. Curiously, she made her way downstairs and discovered Zhu Yunfeng in jovial conversation with a beautiful woman. A pang of jealousy surged within her. She had scarcely visited herself. Who was this woman with Yunfeng? Who was this beauty? Do introduce me, she said, suppressing her displeasure as she gracefully descended the staircase in her high heels, her gaze piercing as she assessed the unfamiliar lady before her. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in simple athletic wear, exuding a certain spirited charm, and her smile was particularly radiant. Zhu Yunfeng, taken aback by Su Mingyue's sudden appearance, quickly rose with a smile. Mingyue, you're just in time. Allow me to introduce you. This is Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei stood up, extending her hand with confidence, her smile bright. President Su, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Su Mingyue raised an eyebrow, shaking her hand with a tone of subtle inquiry. Oh, you know me? Bai Weiwei blinked, her smile deepening. The female president of the Su Corporation. A legend in the business world. Who wouldn't he know you? With a dismissive huff, Su Mingyue turned her attention to Zhu Yunfeng. Are you two quite familiar? Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to respond, Bai Weiwei interjected with a laugh. Brother Yunfeng has saved me a few times. I had nowhere else to go, so I've been staying here for the time being. Su Mingyue, noting her candid demeanor, found it difficult to express her irritation and replied coolly. In that case, there's no need for formality. You may call me Mingyue. Bai Weiwei readily nodded. All right, Mingyue Jia? After a few moments of idle chatter, Su Mingyue discovered that Bai Weiwei was quite articulate, possessing unique insights into business, finance, and even martial arts, which piqued her curiosity. Have you practiced martial arts? Bai Weiwei smiled faintly, lightly pressing her fingertip against the corner of the table, which unexpectedly and silently dented the solid wooden surface. Su Mingyue's pupils dilated in shock. Realizing that this was no ordinary feat, Bai Weiwei retracted her hand, her tone casual. Just a little trick. I hope I didn't embarrass you, Mingyue Jia. Regaining her composure, Su Mingyue suddenly laughed. Intriguing. It seems you are no ordinary person. The two continued their conversation with great enthusiasm, growing as close as sisters. Zhu Yunfeng watched in astonishment, initially concerned that they might clash, but was pleasantly surprised to see them bond so quickly. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't quarrel, he was content to avoid having to choose sides. After all, as the public saying goes, choices are for children, adults desire it all. Chapter 25. The Treasure Appreciation Gathering. That evening, Zhu Yunfeng was immersed in his training when a call came in from Chao Yunlong. Brother, I've heard you've stumbled upon quite a few treasures lately. Tomorrow evening, I'm hosting a treasure appreciation gathering, and many prominent figures from the collecting community in Songdu will be attending. You must be there. Zhu Yunfeng assured him he would attend. The next day, in Songdu at the Yunlong Collection Gallery, luxury vehicles began to arrive in droves as dusk fell. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs, all with consecutive license plates, showcased the status of their owners. Zhu Yunfeng emerged from a discreet black Lincoln, dressed in a well-tailored navy blue Zhongshan suit, the cuffs subtly embroidered with cloud patterns, exuding understated elegance. Chao Yunlong stood at the entrance, his face lighting up with a smile as he welcomed Zhu Yunfeng and guided him inside. The evening's attendees comprised the elite of the Songdu cultural collectibles scene. In a hushed tone, Chao Yunlong remarked that while the Zhao family wielded considerable power in the realm of antiques, they still had to heed the opinions of these venerable figures. Zhu Yunfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd gathered at the gallery entrance. There were elderly gentlemen with snowy hair, middle-aged businessmen clad in suits, and even a few scholars adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, all exuding an air of composure that spoke of their long-held positions of authority, their eyes appraising. Old Chao, is this the esteemed Mr. Zhu you hold in such high regard? An elderly gentleman in traditional Tang attire approached, his fingers deftly manipulating prayer beads as he scrutinized Zhu Yunfeng with a smile. Indeed, it is, Chao Yunlong responded, introducing Zhu Yunfeng. This is Li Maxuan, the president of the Songdu Antique Association. Zhu Yunfeng clasped his hands in greeting. Li Lao. As a practitioner of advanced martial arts, his gesture was already quite courteous. Li Maxuan appraised him for a few seconds before suddenly producing a copper coin from his pocket and offering it to Zhu Yunfeng. Young man, take a look at this. The surrounding dignitaries exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with amusement at this test of discernment. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the coin, running his fingers over its surface and casting a discerning glance before responding with a gentle smile. This is a Northern Song Dynasty Chongming Tongbao, penned by Emperor Huizong's own hand, though regrettably, it is a late Qing imitation. Oh, Li Maxuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What leads you to that conclusion? A genuine Chongming coin should exhibit subtle variations at the end of the Chong character, while the imitation flows too smoothly, Zhu Yunfeng explained, returning the coin. Moreover, the copper rust on its surface indicates it was artificially aged using acetic acid. Li Maxuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he erupted in laughter. Excellent discernment. Old Chao was indeed correct in his assessment. The other dignitaries exchanged glances, their demeanor noticeably warmer. In the main hall of the gallery, the lighting was dazzling. Dozens of priceless artifacts were displayed within bulletproof glass cases, each accompanied by professional appraisal certificates. Guests gathered in small groups before the display cases, engaged in hushed discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, Xiao Yunlong tapped his glass to garner attention, and the room fell silent. Thank you all for attending. Tonight, in addition to appreciating the collections, we have a significant item for your consideration. The staff wheeled out a tray draped in red silk. With a flourish, Xiao Yunlong unveiled it, revealing a resplendent jade guanyin statue that shimmered under the lights, approximately 30 centimeters tall, exquisitely carved, with flowing robes that appeared almost lifelike. Gasps of awe filled the room. What a magnificent piece! Could it be a creation from the Qing dynasty's imperial workshop? Excitement rippled through the crowd as several elderly gentlemen eagerly donned gloves to examine the statue up close. Zhu Yunfeng lingered at the periphery, activating his enhanced vision, which allowed him to see through the jade surface. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Xiao Yunlong noticed his expression. Uncle Xiao, where did this piece originate? It was acquired at an auction in Hong Kong last week for 38 million. Xiao Yunlong replied in a lowered voice. Is there an issue? Zhu Yunfeng did not respond directly, but approached the display. May I take a closer look? Li Ma Xuan, who had been evaluating the statue, stepped aside. Please, Mr. Zhu. Zhu Yunfeng donned gloves and lifted the guanyin statue, then sharply flicked his finger against the base. A clear, metallic ring resonated throughout the hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. How could jade produce such a sound? Li Ma Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. This is a resin mixed with metallic powder, encased in a thin layer of jade, Zhu Yunfeng explained, flipping the statue over to reveal nearly imperceptible seams along the base. A genuine piece should be carved from a single block of jade, without any signs of splicing. The room fell into uproar. Xiao Yunlong's face turned ashen. I'll contact the auction house immediately. No need. Zhu Yunfeng reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ultraviolet light, illuminating the base's interior. A micro QR code glowed ominously, a mark left by modern counterfeiters, indicating that every fake they produced had a hidden signature. Several dignitaries rushed to inspect, some gasping in shock. It's truly a counterfeit. Incredible. Li Ma Xuan patted Zhu Yunfeng on the shoulder. Your discerning eye is remarkable. Even I nearly fell for it. In the tea room, during the appraisal segment, Zhu Yunfeng had unmistakably become the focal point of the gathering. Several titans of the collecting world began presenting their own challenges for him to solve. Xiao Zhu, take a look at this. Zhou, a porcelain expert, pushed forward a brocade box containing a small blue and white cup. I've had it for 20 years, but I've never been able to ascertain its age. Zhu Yunfeng cradled the cup, his fingertips gliding over the exquisite patterns, the exquisite Yongla blue and white porcelain. Though the base's foot was improperly crafted, indicating it was an official imitation from the early Xuande period. Remarkable. Elder Zhou, visibly excited, trembled with his beard. I had consulted 3 experts who failed to discern this. Art collector Elder Sun unfurled a scroll. What about this piece? Zhu Yunfeng cast a cursory glance. An authentic work by Zhang Banqiao. Yet the inscriptions were added by later generations, the ink tone slightly off. Extraordinary. Elder Sun gave a thumbs up. Just as the atmosphere grew fervent, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, interjected, merely trifling skills. The crowd turned to see Zhao Shikai, who had appeared at the door without notice, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He sauntered to the display table and produced a velvet box from his coat. Since everyone is here, why not take a look at the treasures of the Zhao family? As the box opened, a blood-red gemstone, the size of an egg, glimmered alluringly under the light. Hiss! Is this pigeon blood red? No, the hue is too vivid. Zhao Shikai beamed with pride. This is the finest blood jade from a new mine in Myanmar, the only one of its kind in the world. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly chuckled. Are you certain this is jade, young Master Zhao? What do you mean? Zhu Yunfeng took a glass of red wine from the waiter's tray and suddenly splashed it onto the gemstone. What are you doing? Zhao Shikai exploded with fury. The next moment, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief as the wine was absorbed by the gemstone. This is bloodstone, an artificially synthesized optical material, Zhu Yunfeng sneered. It can be found at night market stalls for merely 10 yuan each. Young Master Zhao has been thoroughly deceived. Amidst the laughter, Zhao Shikai's face turned from red to pale, and he stormed out. As night deepened and guests began to disperse, Zhu Yunfeng had just reached the doorway when a beautiful woman approached him. Mr. Zhu, could you assist us with an appraisal? Zhu Yunfeng looked up to see a young girl in professional attire standing before him, a badge from the Song City Museum pinned to her chest. Certainly, Zhu Yunfeng inquired. What item is it? The girl retrieved a tablet from her briefcase. I am Fong Qing, an assistant researcher at the museum. We have a batch of bronze artifacts that require re-evaluation, and the director would like to invite you. Zhu Yunfeng agreed, saying he would come by tomorrow. Song City Museum. Underground collection vault. In the temperature and humidity-controlled chamber, 12 bronze artifacts were displayed under bulletproof glass. The elderly director Wu adjusted his reading glasses. Mr. Zhu, These are significant Western Zhou relics transferred from the Zhouyuan site 3 years ago, but recently, during a touring exhibition, an overseas expert raised doubts. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze fell upon the central bronze ding. Standing approximately 50 centimeters tall, its beast face patterns were fierce and vivid, yet under his discerning eye, the inner foot's mold line exhibited an unnatural curvature. High imitation, he stated directly. The authentic piece should be overseas. What? Director Wu's hand shook, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. How could this be possible? It was personally handed over by the archaeological team. Zhu Yunfeng moved to the side of the display case, lightly tapping the glass. Observe the junction between the ding's ear and body. Genuine artifacts should be cast in one piece using a hole casting method, whereas this one has been welded after separate casting. He pointed at the patterns. The depth of these cloud and thunder motifs varies by 0.3 millimeters, showing traces of mechanical engraving. All of these are high imitations. Fang Qing recorded quickly, suddenly exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that half of our museum's bronze artifacts are forgeries?" "Not just half," Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. "This batch of imitations originates from the same workshop, employing identical aging techniques." Director Wu slumped in his chair, cold sweat soaking his shirt. "If this were to be exposed, I would be finished as the director. Let's keep this quiet for now." Zhu Yunfeng lowered his voice, requesting the complete list of personnel involved with this batch of artifacts 3 years ago. With the list in hand, Zhu Yunfeng returned to Villa number 9. He spread the museum's provided list across the table, and Chintai offered a cup of strong tea. "Have you uncovered anything?" "Yes." Zhu Yunfeng circled 3 names. The archaeological team's leader, Zhou Mingyuan, who is also Zhou Xiaorou's father, the former deputy director of the museum, Zheng Guodong, and the expert who participated in the appraisal at that time. He emphatically marked the last name. Zhao Shikai's uncle, Ma Ruhai, deputy director of the Cultural Relics Bureau. "It is most likely him." Chen Tai whistled. "What a scandal, stealing under the watchful eye." Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to speak, a video from Fang Qing appeared on WeChat. Director Wu was ambushed from behind in his office. The assailant's left hand adorned with a snakehead ring was clearly visible. The Dark Knight Temple. Chen Tai slammed his hand on the table. A cold glint flashed in Zhu Yunfeng's eyes. The counterfeit bronze ding, the disappearance of Zhou Xiaorou's father, and the murder of Director Wu, all clues wove into a web. He snatched the car keys. To the museum. Chapter 26, The Killing Intent. The night enveloped the Song City Museum in an eerie silence. Fang Qing stood at the entrance, trembling as she awaited Zhu Yunfeng. He pushed the side door, exerting force with his fingertips, and the lock snapped in response. Fang Qing followed closely, clutching Director Wu's work card, her knuckles whitening. "The surveillance room is on the 2nd floor." Her voice trembled. The security system must have been compromised. Zhu Yunfeng scanned the corridor with his discerning gaze and noted 3 infrared sensors had been deliberately obscured. Suddenly, he gripped Fang Qing's shoulder, crouched down. Whoosh! A tranquilizer arrow grazed her hair and embedded itself in the wall. In the shadows on the 2nd floor, a cloaked assassin was reloading a crossbow. "Stay here." Zhu Yunfeng's toes barely touched the ground as he ghosted up the staircase. The assassin had just lifted his head when Zhu Yunfeng's iron grip seized his throat. "Who sent you?" His fingers tightened. The assassin grinned maliciously, biting down on a false tooth. Yet before the venomous pouch could burst, Zhu Yunfeng dislocated his jaw. A silver needle pierced the acupoint on the side of the assassin's neck, rendering him instantly rigid. No need to speak. Zhu Yunfeng retrieved a tactical dagger from his waist. The hilt engraved with the number 7, Dark Knight Temple's 7th operational group. Suddenly, Fang Qing's scream echoed from below. Zhu Yunfeng leaped down to the atrium, landing just in time to see Fang Qing being dragged toward the collection vault by 2 men in black. He hurled his dagger, piercing one man's calf with precision. The other barely drew his gun before Zhu Yunfeng's hand struck his throat with a knife-edge blow. They planned to blow up the collection. Fang Qing collapsed to the ground, pointing at the flashing device on the black-clad man's waist. The countdown, 3:27. In the underground collection vault, before the blast-proof door, Zhu Yunfeng's discerning eye penetrated the 30-centimeter thick alloy door, revealing 6 bundles of C4 explosives bound inside, while the bronze artifact display cases were drenched in gasoline. 3 assassins were setting up the detonating wires, one wearing a snakehead ring. "Can you open the door?" he asked Fang Qing. Only Director Wu's iris. She suddenly widened her eyes. The cold storage. The director's body is still inside. 2 minutes later, Zhu Yunfeng held Director Wu's unclosed eyelid up to the scanner. As the blast-proof door slowly opened, he shot through like an arrow, 3 silver needles soaring towards the assassin's wrists. Incoming attack. The snakehead ringman rolled to evade, throwing a tri-point military dagger. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped the lethal edge, channeling his strength into a palm strike that shattered the assassin's elbow. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was drowned out by the explosion alarm. The other two assassins fired simultaneously, bullets creating a ricochet storm in the confined space. Zhu Yunfeng tore down a bulletproof display case to shield himself, using the momentum to slide to the control panel. Beep. His palm slapped the emergency drainage button, causing the fire sprinklers in the ceiling to erupt. Water diluted the gasoline, drenching the sea for explosives. The snakehead ring man lunged at him in a rage, only to be sent flying 5 meters by Zhu Yunfeng's shoulder check, crashing heavily into the bronze bell display case. "Where's your master?" Zhu Yunfeng pinned him to the ground. The assassin suddenly grinned ominously. "Guess." The entire wall exploded. Zhu Yunfeng shielded Feng Qing from the blast, being thrust into the corridor by the shockwave. Emerging from the thick smoke was an elderly man clad in traditional attire, wielding a bronze sword inscribed with the incantations of the Dark Knight Temple. "Young man, why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" The elder lightly flicked the tip of his sword, slicing through the tiled floor as if it were mere tofu. A master of hidden strength? Zhu Yunfeng squinted his eyes. This was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. From the Qingqing sect, Lu Qingyang. The elder performed a flourish with his sword, declaring that someone had made an offer for Zhu's eyes. The sword light surged forth like a cascading waterfall. Zhu Yunfeng released his internal energy, forming a barrier of air. Yet the sword's aura relentlessly peeled away his defenses. He retreated 3 steps, his sleeve now torn, blood seeping from his forearm. Lu Qingyang's sword intent shifted suddenly, targeting his eyes directly. In a moment of peril, Zhu Yunfeng swiftly changed his tactics, his fingers pinching the sword's edge in a technique described in the Yellow Emperor's medical canon, an acupoint interception. Clang. The sword shattered in response. Lu Qingyang staggered back, disbelief etched on his face. "What kind of technique is this? It resembles a lost art of my Qingqing sect." Before he could finish, Zhu Yunfeng executed the Void Dragon Step, closing the distance, the broken sword pressed against his throat. "Who sent you?" The elder suddenly bled from his 7 orifices, his skin swelling with worm-like protrusions. Zhu Yunfeng retreated hastily, witnessing the man's body swell like a balloon before exploding into a mist of blood. "Blood goo?" He wiped the blood from his face. Had the people from Miaojiang intervened? Feng Qing trembled as she handed him a tablet. "Just received. The surveillance shows Zhao Shikai and Ma Ruhai in the VIP lounge at the airport." On the screen, Zhao Shikai was handing a scroll to a man in a python-patterned shirt from Myanmar. The end of the scroll revealing the 4 seal characters of the Yellow Emperor's external canon. "Let us go?" Zhu Yunfeng tore off his blood-stained coat and headed for the airport. At 4 in the morning, Songdu International Airport. Outside the glass curtain wall of the VIP passage, torrential rain poured down. Zhu Yunfeng stood in the shadow of the corridor, his black trench coat blending seamlessly with the night. His gaze pierced through the rain, locking onto the 2 men conversing in the VIP lounge. Zhao Shikai, impeccably dressed, could not conceal the anxiety in his eyes, his fingers incessantly drumming against the leather armrest of the sofa. Opposite him sat a Southeast Asian man in a python-patterned shirt, a scorpion tattoo on his neck writhing as he sipped his coffee. "That was Kunsha." A voice echoed in Zhu Yunfeng's earpiece, the leader of Myanmar's largest antiquities smuggling syndicate, the agent of the Dark Knight Temple in Asia. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his penetrating vision revealing that a half-scroll of the Yellow Emperor's external canon lay within Kunsha's leather suitcase. "Is the action team in position?" Team A at the control tower. Team B sealing off exit 3. Chen Tai hesitated, but there's an unexpected situation. Suddenly, the lounge door burst open, and a flight attendant in uniform wheeled in a food cart. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. The flight attendant had calloused hands, and a ceramic dagger was tucked at her waist. An ambush, just as he was about to warn. Kunsha abruptly overturned the coffee table and drew a compact submachine gun from beneath the sofa. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets pierced through the glass curtain wall, chaos erupting in the VIP area. Zhu Yunfeng smashed through the side door, his internal energy coalescing into a shield of air before him, deflecting the bullets as they ricocheted. Zhao Shikai scrambled towards the emergency exit, only to be struck in the knee by a boarding pass Zhu Yunfeng flung. "Ah!" Amidst the cries of agony, the disguised assassin threw a dagger, its cold gleam aimed at Zhu's throat. He tilted his head to evade, twisting her wrist in a grip. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was drowned out by a thunderous explosion. A fireball suddenly erupted from the east side of the terminal, shockwaves shattering an entire row of glass. "Draw the tiger away from its mountain." Chen Tai shouted in the earpiece. "They have a second team." Seizing the opportunity, Kunsha grabbed his suitcase and dashed towards the tarmac. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to pursue, 3 burly men in airport security uniforms blocked his path, tearing open their coats to reveal their bodies rigged with explosives. For the glory of the Dark Knight. As the suicide attackers lunged, Zhu Yunfeng activated the 9 transformations of the spirit pivot, unleashing spiraling energy from his palms. The three were flung as though colliding with an invisible tornado, landing 20 meters away in a fire department water pit. Boom. Water erupted skyward. Zhu Yunfeng dashed across the runway, shards of glass crunching beneath his feet, spotting Kunsha climbing the stairs of a private jet in the distance. Too late. The Myanmar man stood at the cabin door, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he raised a remote and pressed a button. A thunderous rumble echoed from beneath the airport as the fuel line was detonated. Flames snaked along the trench towards the fleet of passenger jets. A series of explosions following suit. Zhu Yunfeng crouched low against the heatwave, watching as Kunsha's plane began to taxi. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air pierced the rain, a carbon fiber arrow precisely penetrating the aircraft's tire. Zhu Yunfeng turned to see Bai Weiwei standing atop a cargo area roof, her compound bow still trembling in her grasp. The plane lost control and overturned at the end of the runway, Kunsha leaping from the cabin with his suitcase. Zhu Yunfeng pounced like a cheetah, but the Myanmar man suddenly ripped open his shirt, revealing a blood-eye totem glowing ominously on his chest. "Be careful," Bai Weiwei cried out. From the totem, 3 bone needles shot forth. Zhu Yunfeng twisted midair, 2 narrowly grazing his cheeks, while the third embedded itself in his shoulder. Instantly, half of his body felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, the needle imbued with Miaojiang's cold poison. "Ha!" Kunsha crawled towards an awaiting jeep. "This poison is incurable." His words were abruptly cut off as Zhu Yunfeng, with bare hands, extracted the bone needle, the crystalline tip vaporizing in his palm. The great void chaotic formula rapidly circulated, forcing the cold poison to the tips of his fingers, a drop of deep blue toxic blood falling to the ground, corroding the concrete into a honeycomb pattern. "Impossible." Kunsha's face turned ashen. "Now it's my turn." Zhu Yunfeng darted in front of the jeep, channeling his energy into the hood. The entire vehicle was struck as if by a colossal hammer, careening into the corridor's support pillar. The sound of Kunsha's spine fracturing was distinctly audible, the suitcase flying through the air. In that moment, as the scroll unfolded, a sudden transformation occurred. The insect bird seal characters detached from the bamboo, suspending in midair, forming a 3-dimensional star map. Zhu Yunfeng's ring began to heat up intensely, the star map transforming into a stream of light, merging with his brow. A deluge of information exploded in his mind. When the 9 stars align, the spiritual veins will awaken. Bang! A sniper bullet suddenly struck his chest, 300 meters away. Atop the terminal, a killer adorned with a snakehead ring was pulling the bolt back. Zhu Yunfeng grunted in pain as he staggered back, only to see a second bullet spiraling toward his face. In a moment of dire urgency, Bai Weiwei lunged from the side. The bullet pierced her right shoulder, blood blossoming in the rain. Seeking death, Zhu Yunfeng roared in fury, unleashing his full strength as he charged towards the sniper's position. Just as the assassin attempted to retreat, Zhu's iron grip seized their throat. "Speak. Where is the Dark Knight Temple's stronghold?" The assassin grinned, revealing teeth embedded with poison sacs. Zhu Yunfeng had anticipated this, inserting a silver needle into the nerve of their jaw. "Wanna die? Not so easily." 5 minutes later, when Chun Tai and the security team arrived, they found only the unconscious assassin and the twisted sniper rifle. On the runway, Bai Weiwei leaned against Zhu Yunfeng's shoulder, her bloodied fingers tracing a simple map in the dirt. They are searching for the coordinates of the 9 stars aligning. In the pouring rain, the bamboo scroll of the Yellow Emperor's external cannon quietly burned, those ancient secrets imprinted deep within Zhu Yunfeng's mind. Chapter 27, A Return to Shenangjia. To uncover the secrets of the 9 stars aligning, Zhu Yunfeng resolved to return to Shenangjia with Bai Weiwei for further exploration. In the heart of Shenangjia, the morning mist curled like milky satin around ancient trees. Zhu Yunfeng tread upon moss dampened by dew, his fingertips brushing against a shallow mark carved into the tree trunk. Precisely the triangular symbol mentioned in his father's exploration diary. 300 steps to the southeast, he parted a thicket draped in spider webs, revealing half a section of bluestone steps beneath the decaying leaves. Dark red moss thrived in the crevices of the stone, producing a faint metallic chime when stepped upon. Bai Weiwei closely followed behind. At the end of the steps stood a colossal bronze door, its ring corroded to an inky green, adorned with a totem depicting a human-headed serpent. Zhu Yunfeng pressed his palm against the cold copper rust. As his energy surged, a muffled sound of gears turning echoed from within. "Be careful," Bai Weiwei exclaimed from behind. Creak. 3 poisoned crossbow arrows shot through the crack of the door, narrowly dodged by him. The arrowheads embedded into the tree behind him, instantly turning the trunk of a pine tree, thick as a bowl, into charred remains. 2 millennia ago. The mechanism still functions. He squinted as he gazed into the corridor beyond the door, his penetrating vision piercing through 30 meters of solid rock, revealing a swirling emerald light deep within. Flanking the corridor stood 12 bronze figurines, each cradling a perpetual lamp in its hands. As Zhu Yunfeng took a step forward, the flames of all the lamps ignited with a ghostly blue light, and the eyes of the bronze figurines suddenly shifted. Intruder, perish! Amidst the cacophony of mechanical grinding, 12 bronze swords slashed toward him. Rather than retreating, Zhu Yunfeng surged forward, channeling his inner strength into his legs, leaping onto the blades. The joints of the figurines emitted a tortured creak under the strain, and he exploited this force to shatter their internal mechanisms. With a thunderous crash, the last figurine fell, and the stone door at the end of the corridor swung open. A torrent of spiritual energy rushed forth, making the ring on Zhu Yunfeng's finger tremble violently. His pupils constricted. In the center of a naturally formed cavern, a multicolored crystal the size of a house floated. Beneath the crystal lay a bronze altar, where Zhou's climbing backpack lay quietly on the steps, its opening revealing a yellowed notebook. Zhu Yunfeng approached and picked up the notebook. The tattered pages inscribed with hasty handwriting. July 15th. Finally located the Ling Shu core, but those monsters are pursuing me. July 17th. Old Ma has been parasitized. His eyes have transformed into compound eyes. July 19th. I've concealed the key within the remnants. Future seekers must not gaze directly at the crystal. The last 3 exclamation marks nearly perforated the paper. Zhu Yunfeng abruptly looked up, only to find countless tiny pupils emerging on the surface of the crystal, each one spinning. Ah, Yunfeng, what's wrong? Bai Weiwei exclaimed in alarm. I'm fine, but be cautious. Do not look at that crystal. Zhu Yunfeng covered his right eye, blood seeping through his fingers. Just a fleeting glance had scorched his retina as if seared by a branding iron. Chaotic true energy surged violently into the meridians of his eyes, and the healing chapter from the Huangdi Neijing activated automatically, taking a while before his vision was restored. Is this what Zhou referred to as a monster? He tore off a strip of his clothing to blindfold himself, relying solely on his penetrating vision to navigate. Behind the crystal, an artificially carved tunnel lay, its rock walls smeared with a viscous dark green liquid, resembling some biological secretion. Sounds of rustling emerged from the tunnel's end, prompting Zhu Yunfeng to swiftly conceal himself behind a protruding stalactite. 3 individuals clad in chemical protection suits were collecting samples from the rock wall, their cuffs faintly revealing the emblem of the blood eye from the Night Temple. The 3rd batch of samples is still negative, the leader reported into his earpiece, suggesting the deployment of seeds for activation. Before his words could fully escape, his chemical mask exploded. Zhu Yunfeng's silver needle penetrated 100 meters, accurately striking the trio's sleep points. Indeed, they were up to no good. He rifled through the experimental logs, growing increasingly alarmed as he realized the Night Temple intended to cultivate parasitic entities using the energy of the crystal. The latest records indicated that 30 larvae had already been implanted into the bodies of wild animals in the Shenangjia region. Suddenly, the bronze remnants in his backpack soared up, adhering to a specific groove on the crystal's surface. The radiant colors intensified, and the spectral image of Zhou's figure emerged within the crystal. Seeker. The Ling Shu core is the ancient seal that the Night Temple desires to unleash. The apparition suddenly contorted, and a shattering sound echoed from the depths of the crystal. Countless compound-eyed monsters surged forth from the fissures. Leading the way was Old Ma, mentioned in the diary, his upper body still human, but his lower half transformed into that of a centipede. Step back. A cold, delicate voice rang from above. Bai Weiwei dangled from the cave's ceiling, her composite bow unleashing a volley of arrows, each entwined with crackling electric energy, piercing the joints of the monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng leapt onto the crystal, channeling his strength into the core's fissure. Boom! The shockwave sent all monsters flying, and golden liquid began to seep from the crystal's surface, gradually healing the cracks. Bai Weiwei tossed a climbing rope, securing it around Zhu Yunfeng's waist. Let us go. The entire mountain is about to collapse. Half an hour later, the two stood on the opposite cliff. The original cavern's location had collapsed into a sinkhole, and amidst the dust, the curses of the Night Temple members could be faintly heard. Bai Weiwei suddenly coughed, blood trickling from her lips as the gunshot wound from the airport began to worsen. Zhu Yunfeng frowned, checking her pulse and discovering that the cold poison had infiltrated her heart. I need that. Bai Weiwei leaned against the rock, panting. Fragments of the Ling Shu core can temporarily stabilize my own body. Zhu Yunfeng opened his palm, the crystal shards swirling in a radiant multicolored aura. How do you know I would give it to you? Because, she said suddenly, kissing his lips, the icy and blazing internal energies intertwining. Zhu Yunfeng let out a growl, his arms encircling Bai Weiwei as they shared an impassioned kiss. As the wind stilled and the rain ceased, their essence intertwined. Zhu Yunfeng felt his penetrating vision strengthen. Glancing at Bai Weiwei, Her complexion had regained its rosy hue, and the discomfort had vanished. Once they had straightened their clothing, Bai Weiwei deemed there was nothing more to explore and resolved to return to Song City, while Zhu Yunfeng pressed onward into the depths of Shenangjia. Chapter 28. The Miao Girl. Deep in the mist-laden Shenangjia, Zhu Yunfeng tread upon the slippery moss, the previous night's torrential rains rendering the mountain path muddy and treacherous. Yet his steps remained steady, chaotic true energy circulating beneath his feet, making each step feel as though he walked upon solid ground. The bronze remnants in his backpack radiated a gentle warmth, guiding his direction. According to the star map inscribed on the remnants, the core of the spiritual vein should lie within this valley. Rustle. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the thicket on his left. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, activating his penetrating vision, piercing through the dense foliage to reveal a slender figure curled beside the tree roots. It was a girl. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, adorned in a colorful miao skirt, her wrists and ankles jingling with silver bells, and her long black hair sprinkled with delicate silver ornaments. At that moment, her right leg was ensnared in a beast trap, blood staining her skirt. Her complexion pale as paper. Zhu Yunfeng hurried forward, crouching to assess her injury. Don't move. The girl's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a silver needle, as fine as a cow's hair, in her hand, its tip glimmering with a ghostly blue light. Who are you? A passerby. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at the miao script engraved on the beast trap, realizing this trap was not set by a hunter, but was specifically designed to capture humans. The girl's pupils narrowed, her wariness unabated. How do you know? The rusted smell is too fresh. It was set no more than 2 days ago. Zhu Yunfeng expelled a surge of inner strength from his fingertips, and with a crisp snap, the trap sprang open. Moreover, it was coated with a tranquilizer. The wound on the girl's leg had turned purple, clearly indicating signs of poisoning. She gritted her teeth, attempting to rise, but stumbled forward. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly caught her. Don't be reckless. The poison has entered your bloodstream. Moving could be fatal. Mind your own business. The girl struggled to push him away, but due to excessive blood loss, her vision darkened, and she fainted. See, I told you not to be reckless, Zhu Yunfeng muttered, lifting her and carrying her toward a nearby cave. Inside the cave, it was dry, devoid of strange flowers or beasts. Zhu Yunfeng set the girl down, kindled a fire, and the flames crackled. He used a silver needle to extract the toxins from her leg, then chewed a few freshly picked herbs to apply to her wound. The Miao girl possessed a unique constitution. It seemed her blood had some form of resistance to toxins. Otherwise, such a potent poison would have claimed her life long ago. The girl's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing her clothing was partially disheveled and her right leg bandaged, her face flushed crimson, and she reached for a nearby silver bell to hurl at him. Move again, and the wound will reopen. Zhu Yunfeng continued to brew the medicinal soup without looking up. What is your name? The girl pursed her lips, taking a moment before answering. Lan Xiaodai. Why are you in Shenangjia? Gathering herbs. She turned her face away. The priest in our Miao village is ill and requires qixing grass. Zhu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Qixing grass, as recorded in the Baijiao Jing, was a spiritual herb that only grew in places rich with spiritual energy, unattainable by ordinary people. You ventured into the deep mountains alone, unafraid of death? Lan Xiaodai's eyes suddenly reddened. Everyone in the village has tried, and no one dares to come. My father says there are people possessed by parasites here. Possessed by parasites? Her voice trembled, a harbinger of doom. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. This matched the description of the compound-eyed monstrosity mentioned in Zhou's father's notes. Just as he was about to inquire further, an unsettling rustling sound echoed from outside the cave, reminiscent of countless arthropods scuttling over fallen leaves. Lan Xiaodai's complexion paled drastically as she seized Zhu Yunfeng's wrist. They are coming. At the cave's entrance, 3 hunched figures slowly approached, bathed in moonlight. Their upper bodies retained a human form, yet below the waist, they had grotesquely transformed into centipede-like appendages, their eyes bulging akin to insects, and their mandibles dripped with a foul, viscous slime. The afflicted Lan Xiaodai trembled uncontrollably. They were once hunters of the village. Zhu Yunfeng positioned himself protectively in front of the girl, gathering his inner strength in his palms. These 3 creatures were more complete than those encountered in the cavern, seemingly retaining remnants of human consciousness. The leader of the afflicted suddenly spoke, its voice rasping like metal scraping against metal. Outsiders must die. They can speak? Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Are you the experimental subjects of the Night Temple? The afflicted offered no reply and lunged forward. 6 appendages, sharp as blades, struck with astonishing speed. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped, countering with a swift chop to its neck, yet it emitted a clang akin to metal striking metal. The creature's exoskeletons were as resilient as steel. Use fire. Lan Xiaodai suddenly exclaimed, They fear fire. Zhu Yunfeng flicked his toes, sending burning wood from the campfire hurtling toward the afflicted's face. The monster let out a wretched scream, frantically swatting at the flames. The other two seized the opportunity to encircle them, one lunging directly at Lan Xiaodai. Be careful. Zhu Yunfeng had no time to defend, but then he saw Lan Xiaodai swiftly remove a silver earring, biting her fingertip to let her blood drip onto it. The earring instantly transformed into a swirling blue mist, launching toward the monster's face. Hiss! The afflicted clutched its face, collapsing and rolling on the ground as its flesh visibly deteriorated, leaning weakly against the rock wall. Lan Xiaodai murmured, the curse can only be used once more. Zhu Yunfeng no longer held back, channeling the Tai Su chaos technique with all his might. His true essence surged forth like a tidal wave. Bang! Bang! The chests of the two afflicted were pierced, dark green fluids spraying forth. The final creature, sensing its doom, turned to flee but was struck down by a silver needle hurled by Zhu Yunfeng, twitching as it collapsed. With the battle concluded, Lan Xiaodai slumped to the ground, cold sweat soaking through her clothes. What on earth has transpired in your Miao village? Zhu Yunfeng inquired solemnly. 3 months ago, a group of individuals clad in black arrived at our village. She stammered. They claimed to possess the ability to heal, but she pulled aside her collar, revealing a strange insect-like brand beneath her collarbone. They implanted the villagers with the curse eggs, claiming it was a method for longevity. The priest discovered something was amiss and led us deep into the mountains. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes turned icy. It was indeed the Night Temple. Take me to your priest. He helped Lan Xiaodai to her feet. I can eradicate these monsters. The girl gazed up at him, the moonlight illuminating her clear eyes. Why do you help us? Zhu Yunfeng retrieved a bronze shard from his backpack, upon which was inscribed a symbol reminiscent of Miao sorcery. Because of this, Lan Xiaodai gasped. This is our long-lost ancestral symbol. Without warning, she knelt, performing a peculiar salute. The Grand Priest foretold that the bearer of the ancestral symbol is the chosen one. In the distance, a cacophony of hissing roars echoed. More afflicted were tracking them by the scent of blood. Zhu Yunfeng hoisted the weakened girl onto his back. Guide me to your village. Lan Xiaodai clutched his neck tightly, the silver bells jingling in the night as they raced toward the Miao village. Chapter 29. The Ancient Herb Garden. At dawn, Zhu Yunfeng carried Lan Xiaodai, having evaded the pursuit of the afflicted through the night, finally arriving at the entrance of a valley after traversing the last patch of miasma-laden forest. Lan Xiaodai's breath grew increasingly shallow. Although the wound on her right leg had stopped bleeding, the cursed poison continued to erode her veins. Ahead lies the forbidden area. She weakly pointed toward the depths of the valley. The Grand Priest is waiting. Before she could finish her sentence, her head drooped, and she fell unconscious. Zhu Yunfeng quickened his pace, parting the hanging vines, and before him lay an ancient herb garden, encircled by a ring of mountain walls. On half an acre of land, dozens of bizarre herbs thrived. There were 7 colored flowers with star-like petals, emerald vines as translucent as jade, and even clusters of mushrooms that changed color with the morning light. At the center stood 3 gnarled ancient trees, their trunks adorned with naturally formed bagua patterns, their canopies shrouded in a misty spirit fog. The 7-star orchid and jade vine recorded in the herb compendium. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. This was indeed the herb garden of ancient cultivators. Put her down. An ancient voice emerged from behind the ancient trees. Zhu Yunfeng turned to see an elderly man clad in feathered robes, leaning on a serpent-headed staff. His face adorned with indigo shamanic tattoos. His left eye was clouded and milky, while his right eye sparkled with the clarity of an infant's. The Grand Priest of the Miao, Sangji. Zhu Yunfeng gently laid Lan Xiaodai upon a stone platform beneath the tree. She has been poisoned by the curse. The Grand Priest offered no reply, instead retrieving a clay jar from his feathered robes, pouring out 3 golden ants. The ants crawled into Lan Xiaodai's wound and began to devour the blackened blood. Golden silk curse? Zhu Yunfeng recognized this long-lost antidote technique. Do you understand the herb compendium? The old priest's single eye gleamed with insight. Young man, your knowledge is remarkable. He tapped his serpent-headed staff on the ground. Follow me. Behind the ancient trees lay a cave, its stone walls etched with symbols akin to those on the bronze shard. The Grand Priest produced a jade tablet wrapped in animal skin, upon which dense Miao characters were inscribed in vermilion. This is a fragment of the herb compendium. The old priest mused. I traded for it from a Han merchant caravan 300 years ago, but alas, it is missing the 3 most crucial pages. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the jade tablet, and suddenly, his ring grew hot. The hidden patterns on the back of the tablet revealed new text, which was precisely the missing antidote section. The spiritual artifact recognizes its master. The old priest's serpent-headed staff clattered to the ground as he knelt in reverence. You are indeed the chosen one foretold by the ancestral teachings. Zhu Yunfeng helped the elder to his feet. Why is the Night Temple targeting the Miao village? Sangji's single eye filled with hatred. They seek the Cursed King Cauldron, our ancestral sacred artifact for crafting curses, capable of controlling all parasitic entities. Suddenly, a sharp ringing of silver bells pierced the air. Lan Shaodai had awakened, stumbling in. Grand Priest, the afflicted have breached the village gates. On the edge of the herb garden, over 20 half-human, half-insect creatures were wreaking havoc on the spirit plants. Leading them was a gaunt man clad in a black robe, his face concealed by a bronze mask, wielding a bone flute that produced an eerie melody. With each note, the afflicted became increasingly frenzied. The temple's insect handler, Sangji's expression shifted dramatically. He intends to use the Cursed King Cauldron to catalyze a plague. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his vision penetrating the mask, revealing that the man's face was covered in bulging insect eggs. This was no longer human. It was a complete afflicted. Protect the herb garden. He removed his outer coat and draped it over Lan Xiaodia's shoulders. I will deal with them. The chaotic true essence surged through his veins, and Zhu Yunfeng leaped forth like a cheetah. The first 3 afflicted lunged at him but were shattered mid-air, their chests collapsing. The black-robed man altered the tune of his bone flute, summoning the remaining afflicted to coalesce, their appendages interlocking to form a human wall. Bang! Zhu Yunfeng struck the center of this wall with a punch, the recoil forcing him to stagger back 3 steps. These monsters understood the art of teamwork. The chosen one is merely this capable, the black-robed man rasped, his bone flute emitting a piercing high note. All the afflicted opened their mouths, spewing forth a green poisonous mist, withering everything in its wake. Brother Zhu, Lan Shaodai suddenly tossed him a clay jar. Catch! Zhu Yunfeng unsealed the mud cover, and 7 blue-winged centipedes burst forth, swelling to the thickness of his arm, ravenously devouring the toxic mist. Seizing the opportunity, Grand Priest Sangji shook a copper bell, causing the spirit plants in the herb garden to sway without wind, releasing a soft golden pollen. When the pollen touched the afflicted, they shrieked in agony, rolling on the ground as their muscles melted like wax beneath their shells. The black-robed man, sensing the tide turning, turned to flee. Trying to escape? Zhu Yunfeng summoned all his chaotic true essence, launching a palm strike toward the back of the black-robed man's heart. Suddenly, the opponent tore apart his robe, revealing a small bronze cauldron embedded in his chest, from which swarms of winged insects surged forth, forming a protective shield against the lethal blow. The Tua King Cauldron is indeed with you, bellowed Priest Sangji. The figure in the black robe cackled maniacally as he leapt onto the cliff. This is merely a replica. The true sacred cauldron has long since. Before he could finish, the silver ear pendant of Lan Shaodai transformed into a streak of light, precisely piercing his throat. The black-robed man plummeted off the cliff, his swarm of insects scattering uncontrollably. After the battle, Zhu Yunfeng discovered a fragment of bronze amidst the remnants of the black-robed man, inscribed with the 3 seal characters for Lop Nur. This was the next clue. He tucked the fragment into his ring and turned to see Priest Sangji carefully extracting the essence of spiritual plants with a jade knife. What are you doing? He inquired. A debt of gratitude for saving my life. I can only repay with this, the old priest replied, handing over 3 stalks of 7-star grass and 2 segments of jade vine, wrapped meticulously. These are sufficient to refine the marrow-cleansing elixir. Lan Shaodai, her face flushed, presented an embroidered cloth bag, and this. Inside the bag were 7 pearl-like insect eggs, their tentacles smooth and warm like jade. Love goo? Zhu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. It is the heart-binding goo. The girl's ears turned crimson. As long as both parties willingly planted, they could sense each other's safety from 1,000 miles away. Suddenly, Priest Sangji coughed violently, his sleeves stained with dark blood. Zhu Yunfeng felt his pulse, his expression changing dramatically. You have also been poisoned by the Tua? My days are numbered, the old man said, pushing his hand away and retrieving a scroll of beast skin. This is the missing alchemical chapter of the Compendium of Herbs. I entrust it to you. The moment the beast skin unfurled, Zhu Yunfeng's ring trembled violently, and ethereal light intertwined in the air, forming the shadow of a cauldron. Priest Sangji's single eye widened in astonishment. The projection of the Shinnon cauldron? Could it be that the legend is true? His words were abruptly cut off as the old man collapsed, breathless. Priest! Lan Shaodai cried out, throwing herself onto the lifeless body. Zhu Yunfeng silently stowed away the beast skin. The mysteries surrounding the Night Temple, the Tua King Cauldron, and Lop Nur were deepening. Chapter 30, The Miao Funeral. The setting sun bled crimson, dyeing the bamboo houses of the Miao village a dark red. Zhu Yunfeng stood before the altar, watching as Lan Shaodai placed Priest Sangji's body on a bamboo raft adorned with 7-star grass. The girl had changed into a pure white Miao dress, all silver jewelry removed. Her long hair, simply tied with grass rope, the traces of tears long dried at the corners of her eyes. According to ancestral tradition, the priest was to drift downstream back to his ancestral land. She placed a segment of jade vine on the old man's chest, her voice hoarse. Brother Zhu, could you help me light the fire? Zhu Yunfeng took the torch, and with a surge of inner strength, the flames transformed into a pale blue. The pile of kindling beneath the raft erupted into flames, slowly carrying the body toward the center of the stream. The 30 or so surviving Miao villagers knelt by the shore, softly chanting the ancient soul-conducting song. Suddenly, the burning bamboo raft erupted in a burst of blue light. Priest Sangji's body disintegrated into countless points of light within the flames, coalescing into a vague human-shaped shadow. Remember, the shadow points to Zhu Yunfeng. During the celestial alignment of the Tua King cauldron within the bronze airship, it must not be. The night wind rose sharply, and the shadow dissipated. Lan Xiaodai's clay pot cracked open, releasing 7 golden cicadas that fluttered towards Zhu Yunfeng, instinctively burrowing into his sleeve. The golden cicada goo has recognized its master. Lan Xiaodai murmured, the priest has passed the village's protective goo on to you. In the dead of night, Zhu Yunfeng perused the alchemical chapter of the compendium of herbs within the bamboo house. The formula for the marrow-cleansing elixir inscribed on the beast's skin was exceedingly demanding. It required morning dew from 7-star grass, the juice of jade vine, the shed skin of the golden cicada, and must be refined with true fire for 49 days. Bang! The bamboo door was smashed open, and Lan Xiaodai stumbled in. Clutching a clay urn, Brother Zhu, we found traces of black-clad figures on the outskirts of the village. Zhu Yunfeng activated his vision, piercing through the night. Spotting 5 crossbow-wielding assassins hiding in the woods 100 meters away, their crossbow bolts glinting with a ghostly blue light, pursuers of the Night Temple. You take the villagers through the secret passage in the back mountain, he instructed, handing the bronze fragment to the girl. Go to Lopner and find Zhou Xiaoruo's father. He may still be alive. Lan Xiaodai grasped his wrist. What about you? I will hold them off. Zhu Yunfeng plucked a stalk of 7-star grass from the medicinal garden and placed it under his tongue, simultaneously testing the newly learned alchemical technique. The girl suddenly bit her fingertip, smearing the blood bead onto his forehead. The heart-binding goo is now complete. You must survive. She turned and blew the bone whistle, and the villagers swiftly gathered to evacuate. Zhu Yunfeng walked towards the center of the medicinal garden, sitting cross-legged between 3 ancient bagua trees, pouring the juice of jade vine into the clay urn. Whoosh, whoosh. Toxic crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, but ignited spontaneously as they approached within 3 feet of Zhu Yunfeng. The 5 assassins exchanged glances and simultaneously drew serrated short blades. Lunging forward, just as the blades were about to make contact, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. The accumulated true essence within him and the medicinal power of the 7-star grass erupted simultaneously, sending the assassins flying 10 meters away. He pressed his hands against the clay urn, the Tai Su chaos art reaching its zenith, causing the liquid within to begin to boil violently. He.s. refining elixirs. Interrupt him. The leader of the assassins, just getting back on his feet, suddenly felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw 7 golden cicadas had penetrated his bulletproof vest, feasting upon his heart. The other 4 recoiled in terror, witnessing the urn before Zhu Yunfeng glowing a vivid crimson. A pill the size of a longan rose into the air, radiating a 7-colored halo. Just in time for test subjects. He flicked his fingers, and the pill split into 4 pieces mid-air, precisely entering the mouths of the assassins. The 4 men instantly stiffened, their skin bulging with serpent-like protrusions. Green shoots sprouting from their 7 orifices. The vitality of the jade vine combined with the Tua poison, transforming them into humanoid potted plants from the inside out. Zhu Yunfeng himself was taken aback. This was no marrow-cleansing elixir. It was clearly the forbidden technique of puppet cultivation recorded in the compendium of herbs. It seemed the dosage was incorrect. He stowed away the remaining pills, suddenly feeling a warmth at his forehead. The blood imprint left by Lan Xiaodai throbbed painfully, and images of the girl surrounded by danger flooded his mind. An alert from the heart-binding goo, 5 kilometers away on the mountain path. Lan Xiaodai was leading the villagers in a frantic escape. The torches of the pursuers formed a fiery dragon behind them, closing in rapidly. Bang! A figure descended from the sky, Zhu Yunfeng's feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Without looking back, he flung 3 silver needles, and the 3 foremost pursuers fell dead. Go! He barked to the villagers. I'll deal with them. Lan Xiaodai opened her mouth to say something, but the village elder forcibly pulled her away. As the last Miao villager vanished into the depths of the dense forest, Zhu Yunfeng slowly turned, fixing his gaze on a figure in white robes among the pursuers. Professor Ma? He squinted, recognizing the archaeological expert who had vanished 3 years ago alongside Zhou Mingyuan. The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, mechanical beetles crawling from his sleeves. Zhu Yunfeng, the temple greatly admires your physique. It would be splendid for you to obediently serve as a test subject. Zhu Yunfeng, uninterested in idle conversation, condensed his chaotic true essence into an energy arrow that pierced through the man's knee. As Professor Ma cried out in agony upon kneeling, Zhu Yunfeng yanked off his white robe. Embedded in his chest was half a bronze cauldron, within which insect eggs writhed. So you are also a Tuo? Zhu Yunfeng gripped his throat. Where is the bronze airship? Professor Ma suddenly grinned maliciously. Did you think we were the only ones searching for you? In the distance, the roar of a helicopter echoed, its searchlight illuminating the mountain path. Zhu Yunfeng looked up to see an elderly man in Tang attire standing at the door of the cabin, holding a compass, his sleeve embroidered with the emblem of the Night Temple. Feng Shui Master Zhang Jiuxiao. Professor Ma coughed blood. You cannot escape now. Zhu Yunfeng snapped his neck and leapt into the dense forest. Behind him, the old man's thunderous voice boomed. Zhu Xiaoyu, you possess something I need. The remnants of the Xian Yuan heavenly book that Zhou Mingyuan had brought from the airship. Zhu Yunfeng's figure darted like a specter through the forest. The wind howling past his ears, the helicopter's rotors growing increasingly near. The searchlight's beam pierced through the canopy like a sword, casting flickering shadows at his feet. Whoosh! A talisman shot through the air, exploding before him and sending mud flying. As Zhu Yunfeng rolled sideways, he deftly retrieved 3 bronze coins from his bosom, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he then sprayed upon them. Instantly, the coins glimmered with a crimson light, and he flicked them into the air. Bang! 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 3 bursts of blood mist erupted, momentarily disrupting the helicopter's electronic systems, causing the searchlight to flicker erratically. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng leapt into a concealed ravine, the icy stream instantly engulfing him up to his head. Beneath the water, he activated the Taishu chaos technique, sealing his pores and suppressing his breath like a stubborn stone. 7 golden cicadas emerged from his sleeves, forming a circle of faint golden bubbles around him, insulating him from all heat emissions. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from the shore. The compass has malfunctioned, someone exclaimed. Split up and search. He can't have gone far. Zhang Jiuxiao's voice was as grim as iron. Zhu Yunfeng opened his eyes underwater, his pupils transforming into serpentine slits. Through the murky stream, he observed 2 assassins bending over to examine traces on the bank. Suddenly, one of them let out a blood-curdling scream as his shadow grotesquely contorted, seemingly choking its master. Was this the work of Inggu Lan Xiaodai? A thought flickered in Zhu Yunfeng's mind. Amidst the chaos on the shore, he drifted downstream for 100 meters, emerging from behind a waterfall. Just as he crawled onto the bank, a sudden sweetness filled his throat as the side effects of the blood coins surged through him, causing his meridians to burn with excruciating pain. Coughing, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to discover blue patterns emerging on his palm, an indication of the Heart Union Gu. The patterns pointed southeast, clearly guiding him towards Lan Xiaodai. Zhu Yunfeng tore a strip from his garment to bandage his wound, but as he was about to move, a light click resonated from above the treetops. Looking up, he saw 3 mechanical spiders locking onto him with their crimson eyes, their abdomens extending miniature gun barrels. Professor Ma's relic? He scoffed, abruptly spitting out the juice of the 7 stars grass that he had been holding under his tongue. The emerald liquid ignited upon contact with the air, enveloping the mechanical spiders in a net of fire. As the explosion illuminated the surroundings, Zhu Yunfeng shot into the misty forest to the southeast like an arrow. Within the forest, dense fog enveloped him, obscuring visibility beyond 5 paces. Following the guidance of the Heart Union Gu, he dashed forward, but abruptly halted as 9 floating green lights emerged from the mist, arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, beneath which the cold gleam of bronze chains could be discerned. The 9 Palace Soul Locking Formation. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. Zhang Jiuxiao had even resorted to his trump card. The green lights abruptly accelerated, the chains lunging at him like a giant constrictor. In a moment of desperation, a fragment of the Xianyuan heavenly book flew from his bosom, the yellowed pages revealing golden runes that momentarily froze the chains in midair. Indeed, it's within your grasp. Zhang Jiuxiao's maniacal laughter echoed through the mist. The remnants that Zhou Mingyuan risked his life to retrieve belong rightfully to you today. Zhu Yunfeng seized the moment to bite his fingertip, using his blood to sketch a fragmented hexagram on the remnant page. The heavenly book trembled violently, projecting a celestial illusion, an unprecedented alignment of 9 stars. Enlightened, he suddenly slapped the remnant page against the ground. The coordinates of the bronze spaceship were concealed within the celestial phenomenon. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and the fog was torn apart by the shockwave. Zhu Yunfeng seized the opportunity to escape the formation's confines, only to find himself facing a perilous cliff. Zhang Jiuxiao emerged from the mist with his pursuers, his golden silk tang suit torn in several places, evidently wounded by the explosion. Jump! Let me see to what extent your wind mastery has progressed. Zhu Yunfeng glanced back at the unfathomable cliff and suddenly smiled. He took out the failed seed puppet pill and swallowed it. In Zhang Jiuxiao's horrified gaze, his skin rapidly transformed, his meridians glowing with a jade-like luminescence. This isn't wind mastery. He leapt from the cliff. It's seed jade technique. In midair, his body became translucent like glass, and the vines growing from the cliff seemed to respond to his call, wildly intertwining to form a net. When the pursuers reached the cliff's edge, all they saw was the swirling mist within the valley, with no sign of the bottom, leaving them in a state of utter confusion. Zhu Yunfeng had escaped. Chapter 31. The Ding of the King of Suffering. Plummeting into the abyss, Zhu Yunfeng found himself landing on a bronze pod, its surface adorned with luminescent moss, while the door bore a bas-relief of the 9 stars in alignment, glowing faintly amidst the mist. A bronze spaceship. Zhu Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. He opened the hatch, revealing an interior as dark as ink, illuminated only by sporadic glowing crystals embedded in the walls. His footsteps echoed through the corridor, resonating with a metallic timbre. As he traced his fingers along the wall, he felt deep indentations, akin to the prints of some colossal claw. In the dim light, he could see that the floor tiles were inscribed with star maps, all interconnected by lines forming insect-like shapes. Zhou Mingyuan's notes had mentioned that the bronze spaceship belonged to the Qiyu tribe. At that moment, a ghostly blue light illuminated the end of the corridor, revealing a spherical chamber at its center where the true Ding of the King of Suffering floated, beneath which swirled a starry mist akin to a galaxy. The body of the Ding was etched with runes of the same origin as the Xianyuan Heavenly Book, gradually glowing brighter as he approached. After 3,000 years, I finally await the successor of the Taishu Chaos technique. A voice trembled with metallic resonance as a phantom emerged within the Ding. Zhu Yunfeng knelt on one knee, watching as the phantom infused luminous energy into his wounds. The side effects of the seed puppet pill were instantly purified, and the true essence surging through his meridians resonated with the starry mist. He felt the Taishu Chaos technique operating uncontrollably, propelling his strength to a breakthrough at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Suddenly, the phantom dissipated, and the Ding of the King of Suffering shrank to the size of a palm, flying into Zhu Yunfeng's embrace. He gripped the Ding tightly, its chilling touch invigorating him. The swirling star mist within seemed to harbor boundless power. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surging true essence within him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Zhang Jiuxiao. It's time to settle the score. He turned and exited the bronze spaceship, gazing upwards at the cliff summit. In the thick fog, shadows could be seen moving. His pursuers were still searching for him. Zhu Yunfeng closed his eyes, the blood mark of the heart union goo on his forehead radiating warmth. His concern for Lan Xiaodia's safety igniting urgency within him. They must be dealt with swiftly. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall into the Ding of the King of Suffering. Instantly, the star mist within surged violently, transforming into countless tiny luminous points that rose into the air, coalescing into a nebula. Zhu Yunfeng formed hand seals, reciting ancient incantations, as the nebula began to rotate, emanating a chilling pressure. Go, he commanded, and the nebula surged forth like a tide towards the cliff summit. Where the luminescent points passed, vines grew wildly, rocks shattered, and the entire cliff seemed to come alive, morphing into a ferocious beast leaping towards the black-clad figures. Ah! Cries of horror echoed, the pursuers caught off guard, ensnared by vines and struck by falling rocks, suffering heavy casualties in an instant. Zhang Jiuxiao roared in fury, his compass erupting in blinding golden light, barely fending off the nebula's onslaught. Zhu Yunfeng, how dare you wield the power of the Ding of the King of Suffering? His voice brimmed with wrath. Do you realize this is an affront to the heavens? Zhu Yunfeng laughed coldly. An affront to the heavens? It is your night temple that indiscriminately slaughters the innocent and concocts puppets, and that is the true defiance. He leapt, harnessing the power of the vines, swiftly ascending to the cliff summit. Zhang Jiuxiao's expression darkened, his golden silk tang suit billowing without wind, surrounded by 9 talismans, each brimming with terrifying energy. Boy, do you think obtaining the Ding of the King of Suffering allows you to contend with me? He sneered. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Before his words could fade, the 9 talismans ignited simultaneously, transforming into 9 fire dragons that roared toward Zhu Yunfeng. The heat wave hit him fiercely, with the surrounding flora instantly withering. Unperturbed, Zhu Yunfeng raised the Ding of the King of Suffering above his head. From its opening, a torrent of star mist erupted, colliding with the fire dragons and unleashing a deafening roar. The shockwave swept through, uprooting trees within 100 meters and cracking the ground. As the smoke cleared, Zhu Yunfeng stood steadfast, while Zhang Jiuxiao staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. Astonished that you could harness the power of the ascendant cauldron, Zhu Yunfeng offered no response. He sensed that Lan Xiaodai's situation was becoming increasingly perilous, and decisive action was imperative. With his hands clasped together, the ascendant cauldron levitated before his chest, the stardust within swirling violently to form a vortex. Starfall, he bellowed, and from the vortex erupted a brilliant beam of light, soaring skyward. In the next instant, countless starry shards cascaded down like raindrops, each imbued with devastating power. Zhang Jiuxiao's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly summoned a compass to defend himself. However, the onslaught of starlight was too dense. The compass soon cracked, ultimately shattering with a resounding explosion. With a cry of despair, he was engulfed by the starlight, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. The remaining pursuers, witnessing their leader's demise, were gripped by terror and scattered in all directions. Zhu Yunfeng did not pursue them. He stowed the ascendant cauldron and hastened towards the direction indicated by the heart goo. 5 minutes later, he arrived at a valley where he found Lan Xiaodai and the surviving Miao people. They were besieged by a dozen black-clad figures, their situation dire. Lan Xiaodai's complexion was pallid, her bone flute shattered, clearly having endured a fierce struggle. "Brother Zhu," she exclaimed upon seeing him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, offering no further words. In a fleeting moment, he appeared among the black-clad assailants like a wraith. With fists and feet, the winds howled with each strike, each blow carrying the force of thunder. The black-clad figures had no time to react before they fell to the ground, lifeless. The battle concluded swiftly. Zhu Yunfeng approached Lan Xiaodai, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Lan Xiaodai shook her head, managing a weary smile. "I'm fine, thanks to your timely arrival." Zhu Yunfeng exhaled in relief. Turning to the Miao people, "The pursuers from the Dark Knight Temple have been dealt with. You are safe now." The Miao people knelt in gratitude, tears streaming down their faces. Zhu Yunfeng helped them to their feet, his voice resolute. "This place is not safe for long. We must leave Shenangjia at once." Under Lan Xiaodai's guidance, the group traversed a hidden path, evading the watchful eyes of the Dark Knight Temple, successfully departing from Shenangjia. 3 days later, they arrived at Lop Nur and found Zhou Xiaoruo's father, Zhou Mingyuan. Upon seeing the ascendant cauldron and the remnants of the Xianyuan heavenly scriptures in Zhu Yunfeng's possession, Zhou Mingyuan was filled with exhilaration. He disclosed that the Dark Knight Temple had been relentlessly seeking these treasures, aiming to unlock the seals within the bronze spaceship and unleash ancient malevolent forces. "Now that the ascendant cauldron recognizes you as its master, it signifies that you are the destined one," Zhou Mingyuan intoned gravely. "The path ahead may be fraught with greater challenges, but you must persevere." Zhu Yunfeng nodded, his gaze unwavering. "I will." As night fell, by the campfire, Lan Xiaodai leaned against Zhu Yunfeng's shoulder, softly asking, "Brother Zhu, where shall we go next?" Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the star-studded sky and replied slowly, "First, we shall return to Songdu, and then seek the remaining fragments of the Xianyuan heavenly scriptures to completely shatter the Dark Knight Temple's conspiracy." Lan Xiaodai clasped his hand tightly, her voice tender. "Wherever you go, I shall accompany you." A warmth enveloped Zhu Yunfeng's heart as he tightened his grip on her hand. Chapter 32, The Battle of the Medicine Kings. After returning from Shenangjia, Zhu Yunfeng devoted himself to training in Villa No. 9, remaining secluded. Bai Weiwei and Lan Xiaodai also trained in the villa, and the three shared a harmonious camaraderie. Su Mingyue visited a few times. Upon seeing another beauty in the villa, a sense of urgency gripped her heart, yet she feigned indifference. The three women got along splendidly, and Zhu Yunfeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. One day, as Zhu Yunfeng was immersed in his training, he received a call from Guanxiangsong, urging him to come to the traditional Chinese Medicine Association. As they were under attack, Zhu Yunfeng immediately set out for the association with the two women. Upon arrival, they witnessed a protesting crowd outside the association, brandishing banners and shouting, "Abolish pseudoscience. Traditional medicine is toxic and harmful." As Zhu Yunfeng pushed open the glass door of the association, a bag of rotten eggs struck him from behind. Inside the hall, President Guan Xiangsong was tending to an injured apprentice, his white robe stained with crimson, evidently just having endured a conflict. "President Guan, are you all right?" Zhu Yunfeng expressed his concern, as he held great respect for Guan Xiangsong. "Ah, my young friend, you have arrived. I am fine. This is the ploy of the three major pharmaceutical companies." Guan Xiangsong handed him a tablet, displaying the latest stock market data. The Zhao Group, under Zhao Shikai, had allied with Pfizer and Novartis to classify 17 traditional Chinese medicines as toxic. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted as he scanned the list. The first item was the 7-star Tong Luo powder, the secret remedy employed by the Association for Treating Cerebral Infections. Even more insidious is this. The silver-haired Vice President Li Jisher handed over a document. They submitted a proposal to the Drug Regulatory Authority, pricing each box of Western medicine at 2,888 yuan. The signature at the bottom bore Zhao Shikai's name, glaringly evident in its intent to obliterate traditional medicine. This is an attempt to sever the lifeline of traditional practitioners. One physician slammed the table in outrage. Zhu Yunfeng gazed out the window, where television crews were capturing the protest scenes. On camera, an expert in a white coat was dissecting a medicinal herb, declaring, "Look, the content of aristolactic acid exceeds the standard by 100-fold. President Guan, does the association have a countermeasure?" Zhu Yunfeng inquired. "In 7 days, a battle of medicine kings will commence, divided into 7 rounds," Guan Xiangsong sighed. The 3 major pharmaceutical companies have declared that if traditional medicine cannot present a formula devoid of toxicity and side effects, they will completely withdraw traditional Chinese medicines from the market. After contemplating for a moment, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly produced a 7-star grass from his possession. "President, please prepare 3 items for me: aged vinegar, lightning-struck jujube wood, and live leeches." Guan Xiangsong instructed his assistant to procure them. 7 days later, the Battle of the Medicine Kings commenced at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, teeming with spectators. On the judging panel sat high-ranking foreign executives from the 3 major pharmaceutical companies, alongside 3 representatives from the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, as well as officials from the Songdu Health Commission and the head of Songdu People's Hospital, forming an impressive and authoritative assembly. Zhao Shikai occupied the central seat in the front row, glancing around with an air of confidence, as if victory was assured. On stage, a representative from Western medicine was demonstrating a nanotechnology-targeted drug, with a video of mouse experiments playing on the big screen. Next, we invite the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. The audience erupted in boos as Zhu Yunfeng ascended the stage alone. He wore no white coat, but donned a deep blue coarse shirt, with a pouch of needles at his waist. The staff brought forth a clay pot on a mud stove, prompting laughter from the audience. Is he about to perform some kind of sorcery? Zhao Shikai amplified the microphone's volume deliberately. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent as he retrieved a jade box from his robes. The moment he opened it, the fragrance of the 7-star grass enveloped the entire venue, causing the audience in the front rows to involuntarily take deep breaths. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, 7-star grass requires aging in vinegar, he explained as he poured the aged vinegar over the grass. The leaves curled upon contact, exuding an emerald liquid. Suddenly, a golden-haired foreign judge stood up. "This does not comply with experimental standards. What's the rush?" Zhu Yunfeng ignited the lightning-struck jujube wood, the flames burning a striking blue-white. Now comes the main event. As the medicinal liquid in the clay pot bubbled, he unexpectedly drew a knife and slashed his left arm. Blood gushed forth in an instant, and Lan Shaodai rushed in from the side, only to be restrained by Guan Xiangsong. "Look closely." Zhu Yunfeng pressed a leech onto the wound, and after the creature bloated with blood, it fell into the medicinal liquid. Amidst the audience's screams, he retrieved the leech and crushed it, revealing not a single drop of blood remained. He applied the medicinal liquid to his left arm's wound, which healed at a visibly rapid pace. The 7-star activating blood powder will eliminate bruises in half an hour without leaving a trace. He raised his left arm. The wound now scabbed over. Which Western medical representative dares to try? Silence enveloped the room. The big screen suddenly switched to a CCTV reporter interviewing a patient in a hospital room. A former bureaucrat, paralyzed for years, trembled as he raised his right hand. "This medicine truly works." The host announced the first round, declaring victory for the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. The second round commenced. On the big screen, a case was displayed featuring a patient paralyzed for 3 years due to a car accident, wheeled onto the stage. The Western medical team showcased a titanium alloy spinal brace. "Our technology can help the patient stand again. A 3-hour surgery, costing 5 million yuan, boasted the lead surgeon. Zhu Yunfeng simply said, "Excuse me," as he approached the patient. His fingertips gently caressed the patient's spine, and suddenly he drew forth a 7-inch golden needle from his waist pouch. The needle's tip gleamed as it traced a golden arc in the sunlight, precisely piercing the patient's Dazui acupoint. "What sorcery is this?" Just as Zhao Shikai opened his mouth to speak, he witnessed the patient's toes twitch unexpectedly, with hands as agile as a butterfly flitting among flowers. Zhu Yunfeng arranged 9 golden needles on the patient's back in the formation of the Big Dipper. As the final needle was inserted, the patient abruptly sat up, bursting into tears. "My legs can feel again." Under the gaze of CCTV cameras, Zhu Yunfeng wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the smooth flow of qi and blood. Why resort to the knife and bone? In the third round, the challenge was to demonstrate detoxification methods. The Western medical delegation brought in sophisticated instruments to showcase their latest developed detox serum. However, Zhu Yunfeng extracted 3 blood-red pills from Lan Xiaodai's embroidered pouch. These were Zhuke Dan, crafted from volcanic sulfur and the essence of snow lotus. As he spoke, he ignited an alcohol lamp and held the pills above the flame. An enchanting fragrance wafted throughout the venue, invigorating the audience in the front rows. As the competition commenced, 10 patients suffering from food poisoning were arrayed on either side, while the Western medical team busied themselves with blood tests. Zhu Yunfeng had already ground the pills into powder and mixed them with water infused from lightning-struck jujube wood. Within 10 minutes of consuming the medicinal broth, the patients' previously ashen faces began to regain their rosy hue. The test results revealed that the detoxification rate among the traditional Chinese medicine group reached an astonishing 998, far surpassing the 82 achieved by the Western team. Enraged, Zhao Shikai smashed his teacup, while the live audience surpassed 5 million viewers. In the fourth round, the task was to diagnose the ailments of 10 comatose patients. The Western team brought in a CT scanner, but Zhu Yunfeng instead received a roll of silkworm thread from Lan Xiaodai. As the Huangdi Neijing states, the superior practitioner guards the spirit, while the inferior practitioner guards the form. While speaking, Zhu Yunfeng tied the silk to the patient's wrists. With his eyes closed in concentration, he lightly touched the thread and accurately recounted each patient's medical history. The most astonishing moment came with the 7th patient, where Zhu Yunfeng diagnosed a concealed aneurysm in the brain, a peril that Western equipment had failed to detect. As he stabilized the patient's condition with the golden needle, even the Western representatives could not restrain their applause. The 5th round involved the treatment of severe burns. The Western team showcased their latest artificial skin grafting technology, while Zhu Yunfeng produced 2 ceramic jars, one emanating a chill, the other seething with heat. The left jar contained a millennium-old ice spring water, and the right jar held earth core lava mud. As he spoke, he combined the 2 substances to create a crystalline ointment. When this ointment was applied to the patient's charred skin, the necrotic tissue visibly sloughed away at an astonishing pace, and new skin blossomed like tender shoots in early spring. Zhao Shikai lost control in the guest seating. This is impossible. Check the ingredients of his ointment. However, the report from the International Testing Agency confirmed that all materials were purely natural. In the 6th round, the Western medical delegation unveiled their trump card, a treatment to awaken patients in a vegetative state. They presented an electromagnetic helmet purported to stimulate brain cells. Yet the patient remained unresponsive. Zhu Yunfeng gestured for Lan Xiaodai to come to the stage. The Miao maiden removed a bell from her silver collar and shook it 3 times before pressing it onto the patient's forehead. Simultaneously, Zhu Yunfeng's golden needle pierced the patient's Baihui acupoint. The 3 souls returned, and the 7 spirits revived. With a commanding shout, the patient's eyelids began to tremble violently. When the bell rang for the 7th time, the patient astonishingly opened his eyes, which had been shut for 3 years. In the profound silence, Guan Xiangsong was moved to tears. This is the soul retrieval technique recorded in the Huangdi Weijing. The live stream was instantly flooded with messages celebrating the miraculous efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine. In the 7th round, the detoxification contest commenced. The host's voice was hoarse as he explained the rules. Each side would consume the poison provided by the other, then use their own remedies to treat it. Anyone who failed to detoxify within half an hour would lose. The audience erupted in excitement. In the preceding 6 contests, Zhu Yunfeng had triumphed in every challenge. With the golden needles, he treated hemiplegia, dissolved blood clots with the 7-star powder, and healed burns with the jade essence ointment, leaving the Western medical team teetering on the brink of defeat. The Western team leader, young Master Zhao, turned to Zhao Shikai for help, who, with a dark expression, nodded. Immediately, a bodyguard brought forth a titanium alloy safe. Zhao Shikai himself opened the safe and retrieved a vial of eerie blue liquid. This is Novartis's latest neurotoxin, NX9. Do you dare to accept it? Under the scrutinizing gaze, tiny mechanical insects swirled within the vial. Zhu Yunfeng sneered. Artificial toxin? It's futile. Zhao Shikai slammed the table, declaring that if they were afraid, they should concede. Suddenly, Lan Xiaodai rushed onto the arena, her miao skirt jingling with each step. I will test the medicine. Nonsense. Guan Xiangsong reprimanded sharply, but Zhu Yunfeng raised his hand to stop him. Very well. He surprisingly nodded in agreement, turning to Zhao Shikai. But I have conditions. If I win, the Zhao family must return all the acquired traditional Chinese medicine plantations. And if you lose, my life will be yours. Amid stunned gasps, The notary laid the agreement on the arena. Zhao Shikai grinned maliciously as he signed, having already bribed the laboratory. NX9 had no antidote. Lan Xiaodai lifted her head and drank the eerie blue liquid. 3 seconds later, she suddenly convulsed and collapsed. The particles beneath her skin surged as the nanobots devoured her nerves. Unfazed, Zhu Yunfeng took out 7 golden needles, each with a jade essence pill the size of a grain of rice attached to the tail. As the first needle pierced the maiden's forehead, the jade essence mingled with her blood, transforming into a visible emerald vortex. What sorcery is this? Scoffed the Western team leader. As the third needle struck the Xianzhong acupoint, Lan Xiaodai arched her body and expelled a stream of black blood, within which countless microscopic mechanical insects writhed furiously. Zhu Yunfeng had been prepared. He ignited the lightning-struck jujube wood and tossed it into a bronze basin, causing the insect swarm to emit a piercing shriek upon encountering the flames. With the 5th needle, he opened the bridge to heaven and earth. As the final 2 needles pierced the Yongquan acupoints on the soles of her feet, smoke began to billow from the girl's 7 orifices. Most astonishingly, the smoke coalesced mid-air into meow totems, revealing the faint silhouette of a golden cicada flapping its wings. The life-giving goo invoked tears of joy from Guanxiangsong. The toxin returning to heaven and earth as recorded in the Huangdi Neijing is indeed true. When Lan Xiaodai opened her eyes, the Western medical delegation appeared ashen. The toxin detector on her wrist displayed 0 gallons. It's your turn now. Zhu Yunfeng presented a celadone vial, containing the Miaojiang Duanchang powder. Trembling, the Western team leader reached for it, yet after much deliberation, they deemed it impossible to detoxify and voluntarily conceded. Zhao Shikai staggered to his feet, preparing to leave. In an instant, Zhu Yunfeng's figure became a blur. He reappeared behind Zhao Shikai, his fingers pinching his throat. What's this? The illustrious heir of the Zhao group cannot bear to lose. I have won all 7 rounds. Honor the agreement. How could that be? I merely need to relieve myself. Of course, I will honor the agreement. I shall certainly fulfill it. Zhao Shikai laughed nervously. That night, the Zhao Group's official website announced the unconditional transfer of 18 traditional Chinese medicine cultivation bases to the Chinese Medicine Association. The association erupted in jubilation. In Chapter 33, Spring Deep in the Villa. Since the 2 maidens frequently resided in the number 9 villa for cultivation, Zhu Yunfeng decided it would be better to move together to the lush Qivi Mountain Villa, where the spiritual energy was abundant and more conducive to their practice. The 2 women readily agreed. Chintai drove, and they all headed to the villa. In the early morning, a thin mist enveloped the Yunfeng Mountain Villa on the outskirts of Songdu. Zhu Yunfeng stood at the stone steps, gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance. As the chaotic true energy flowed gently within him, since unlocking his treasure appraisal ability, his perception of spiritual energy had sharpened, and at this moment, he could distinctly sense the pulsation of the spiritual vein beneath Qivi Mountain Villa, which was several times more potent than that of the number 9 villa. This place was indeed more suitable for cultivation. Wei Wei's voice came from behind him, and she appeared in a simple white gown, her hair tips still glistening with morning dew. Her surrounding aura suffused with profound yin energy, resembling frost and snow. Lan Xiaodai, barefoot on the grass, jingled with silver bells around her waist. The 5 poisons command shimmering under the morning sun. This is far more comfortable than that pigeon cage in the city. Even the goo insects are more lively. With a flick of her finger, several golden-winged goo insects took flight, glinting with specks of gold in the sunlight. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. The villa is built at the node of the spiritual vein, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. He paused, glancing at the approaching red sports car. Mingyue is coming today. Su Mingyue halted her vehicle. The sound of her high heels clicking on the stone surface was crisp. Rarely did she don anything other than her professional attire. Today, she wore a moon-white practice outfit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, exuding a sense of vigor and competence. Am I late? She approached with a smile, her gaze sweeping over by Wei Wei and Lan Xiaodai, offering a slight nod in greeting. Zhu Yunfeng gestured with his hand, indicating that it was the perfect opportunity to teach her the technique of channeling energy into the body today. On the azure stone platform in the back courtyard of the manor, Su Mingyue sat cross-legged, palms facing upwards, adjusting her breathing according to Zhu Yunfeng's guidance. With her eyes closed and her mind focused, she endeavored to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhu Yunfeng stood behind her, lightly tapping several acupoints on her back with his fingertips, as the primordial true energy flowed like a gentle stream, guiding the dormant meridians within her. Su Mingyue frowned slightly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Though exceptionally intelligent, she had never before engaged in cultivation and now felt as if countless tiny electric currents were surging within her, both itchy and numbing. Do not resist. Follow the flow of my true energy. Zhu Yunfeng's voice was deep and steady, his palm resting on her back. The gentle yet insistent force of his spiritual power propelling her forward. Bai Weiwei stood silently to the side, the mysterious Yin energy circulating naturally around her, cooling the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaodai squatted at the edge of the stone platform, curiously poking at a vibrant green insect with her fingertip, keenly observing Su Mingyue's reactions. Oh, Lan Xiaodia's brows suddenly raised. You actually possess a spiritual root? Zhu Yunfeng also sensed something unusual. Typically, a person would require external force to forcibly open their meridians when channeling energy into the body, but Su Mingyue's meridians were absorbing the spiritual energy on their own. Albeit weakly, they were already taking shape. Do you have any ancestors who practice cultivation? Zhu Yunfeng retracted his hand and inquired. Su Mingyue opened her eyes, breathing slightly labored. My grandfather was a Taoist priest at Longhushan when he was young, but he later returned to secular life and became a businessman. Does this have any relevance? Zhu Yunfeng exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Weiwei. Understanding dawned upon them. Spiritual roots can be inherited, and Su Mingyue's ability to channel energy so smoothly was likely due to her ancestors' blessings. A fortuitous circumstance. Zhu Yunfeng's lips curved upward slightly. Today, I shall first teach you the foundational techniques of the Taishu Chaos Formula. With diligent practice in the future, you may indeed ascend to greater heights. Su Mingyue's eyes brightened, and she nodded earnestly. I will certainly apply myself. At noon, the spiritual energy within the manor grew increasingly dense. Zhu Yunfeng had just instructed Su Mingyue on several key techniques when a dull thud echoed from a side hall. In an instant, he flashed to the door and found Bai Weiwei curled up on a soft couch, her complexion pale as paper, her lips tinged with a faint bluish hue, and a layer of frost forming around her. Is the cold poison acting up? Zhu Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he reached to check her pulse, which felt icy and bone-chilling. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and nodded, her voice trembling. It's more intense than last time. The Xianyin body would lose control of its cold energy during the new moon, and in the past, she had barely managed to suppress it with family secret techniques. However, ever since she began dual cultivation with Zhu Yunfeng, the backlash from the cold poison had become increasingly severe. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfeng scooped her up and strode toward the inner chamber. Lan Xiaodai, who had been playing with the insect in the courtyard, felt a tremor in her fingertips as the silver bell swayed of its own accord. Covering her heart with her hand, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. The heart-connected worm allowed her to clearly sense the mingling of Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei's auras, even certain more intimate touches. In the inner chamber, with the windows tightly shut, Zhu Yunfeng laid Bai Weiwei on the bed, removing her garments, and placed his palm on her abdomen, continuously channeling primordial true energy, attempting to suppress the cold poison. It's futile. Bai Weiwei's eyelashes fluttered as she spoke weakly. This time, we must engage in dual cultivation. Zhu Yunfeng contemplated for a moment before nodding. Forgive me. He removed his outer robe, sat cross-legged, and embraced Bai Weiwei. Their palms met, fingers interlocking. As primordial true energy and Xian-Yin cold energy cycled through their meridians, gradually forming a union of Yin and Yang. The frost on Bai Weiwei's skin melted away slowly, replaced by a fine sheen of sweat. Her breathing steadied, and the pallor of her cheeks faded, blossoming into a delicate blush, reminiscent of snow beginning to thaw. However, just as their energies intertwined most deeply, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly sensed an anomaly, a thread of extreme Yin malevolence hidden deep within Bai Weiwei's Xian-Yin true energy. How could there be malevolence within you? He asked in a low voice. Bai Weiwei closed her eyes in silence, her fingertips tightening slightly. Zhu Yunfeng's thoughts raced, suddenly recalling her mention of the family curse that afflicted Xian-Yin women, doomed to perish before the age of 30. So that's it, he sighed heavily. Realizing this malevolence was the source of the curse, Bai Weiwei nodded gently, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Without further ado, Zhu Yunfeng activated his primordial true energy, determined to guide that thread of malevolence into his own meridians. Bai Weiwei. She suddenly opened her eyes, but he pressed her down gently. Do not move, I will help you refine it. In the courtyard, Lan Xiaodai leaned against an ancient tree, her silver teeth clenched tightly. The heart-connected worm allowed her to clearly perceive everything occurring within the inner chamber. How Zhu Yunfeng's true energy enveloped Bai Weiwei's cold energy, how their auras melded, and even the warm sensations of their skin touching. The cursed insect made her ears flush crimson, her fingertips unconsciously scratching at the bark. Su Mingyue approached and handed her a cup of tea. You don't look well. Are you all right? Lan Xiaodai accepted the teacup, forcing a calm demeanor. I'm fine. It's just a reaction from the insect. Su Mingyue regarded the closed door thoughtfully, as if guessing something, then smiled faintly without voicing her thoughts. As the sun sank in the west, the door to the inner chamber finally creaked open. Zhu Yunfeng stepped out, his expression composed, though his garments appeared slightly disheveled. Bai Weiwei followed behind him, her complexion restored to a rosy hue, her gaze soft and enchanting, more alluring than ever. Lan Xiaodai shot them a glance, snorted softly, and swept towards the back courtyard. I'm going to feed the insects. Zhu Yunfeng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Bai Weiwei then softly remarked, I'll go prepare dinner. Su Mingwei watched their retreating figures, shaking her head with a smile, then turned to Zhu Yunfeng. You lecher. Will you continue to teach me cultivation tonight? Zhu Yunfeng collected his thoughts, awkwardly smiling. I only did that to save her. Chapter 34, The Origins of Bai Weiwei. As night fell, the Zuwei Manor enveloped in tranquility. Zhu Yunfeng sat cross-legged in the quiet room, his primordial true energy circulating, attempting to recuperate the spiritual power expended during the day. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open, and Bai Weiwei, clad in a simple white gown, stood at the threshold. Bathed in moonlight, her skin appeared as cold and pure as snow. Still awake? Zhu Yunfeng opened his eyes and inquired. Bai Weiwei stepped inside, taking a seat opposite him, her fingertips lightly caressing the teacup, her Xian true energy causing the hot tea to cool rapidly. There are some matters I must disclose to you. She raised her gaze, an aura of frost seeming to coalesce in her eyes. I hail from the Langyabai clan, with ancestral roots tracing back to the Pre-Qin alchemists. Bai Weiwei's voice was calm, yet imbued with a subtle detachment, as her family had lived in seclusion on Kunlun Mountain for generations, practicing the Xianin scripture. The women bore Xianin bodies, while the men inherited the cold jade bones. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes flickered slightly. The Langyabai clan, he had encountered mere fragments of their lore in ancient texts, rumored to possess profound knowledge of yin and yang arts, capable of utilizing Xian energy to cultivate cold techniques, even freezing souls. Though the Xian body grants us extraordinary cultivation talent, it also brings a curse. Bai Weiwei conjured a wisp of frost energy at her fingertip, transforming it into an ice crystal talisman that shimmered in the air. No woman in our clan has ever lived past the age of 30. Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brow. Why is that? Because the essence of the Xian body is that of a vessel, she replied softly. Our bodies are meant to contain something. Bai Weiwei loosened her collar, revealing an ice blue mark beneath her collarbone, resembling a chain, deeply etched into her skin. This is the Xian sealing mark, she murmured, at birth. A thread of extreme malevolence is sewn within the bodies of our clan's women. As they age, the malevolence grows stronger, and by the age of 30, the physical body can no longer withstand it, leading to an explosive release of cold poison and eventual death. Zhu Yunfeng stared at the talisman, his treasure appraisal ability instinctively activating, yet the information it returned sent a jolt through his heart. Ancient forbidden technique, Xian sealing mark. Function, to contain the remnants of otherworldly demons. Conditions for release, unknown. Otherworldly demons? He inquired solemnly. Bai Weiwei nodded. A millennium ago, otherworldly demons invaded this realm, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. In the end, 9 great beings sacrificed themselves to sever and seal the remnants of the demons. One of my ancestors from the Bai family was among them. Her tone was tranquil, as if recounting someone else's tale, a woman of the Xianin constitution, born to be a living sacrifice. When I turned 16, I stumbled upon a scroll in the family's forbidden grounds. With a delicate stroke of her fingertip, Bai Weiwei summoned a chill that solidified into words in the air, revealing that the Xianin body was not innate, but rather a result of human manipulation, with the murderous energy implanted in the women of our clan from birth, solely to maintain the seal. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. So you escaped? Yes. She lifted her eyes, a fierce coldness present within them. I refuse to be a sacrifice. I have also awakened a precognitive ability, allowing me to glimpse events 30 seconds into the future. While this power may seem trivial, it has saved me on numerous occasions. That night, the Kunlun avalanche occurred. Bai Weiwei froze 3 elders of the clan with her Xian true energy, stole half of the Xianin scriptures, and fled into the mundane world alone. The clan was furious, dispatching hunters, yet they could never locate her due to her profound concealment. Over the years, I have managed to survive by absorbing cold energies to suppress the murderous aura, just barely making it to this day. She gently stroked her chest. But the backlash of the cold poison is growing stronger. Without your assistance, I shall not survive until next year. Zhu Yunfeng fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grasped her icy wrist. If the murderous energy is the seal, what would happen if we were to break it? Bai Weiwei's eyes flickered slightly. If the seal weakens, the remnants of the celestial demon may manifest in this world. Yet if we do not break it, your death is inevitable. She gazed quietly at him for a long while, a slight smile gracing her lips. So, which path will you choose? Outside the courtyard, Lan Xiaodai leaned against a tree, her fingertips trembling like silver bells. The heart unity worm allowed her to vividly perceive everything that transpired within the quiet chamber, Bai Weiwei's past. The secret of the Xianyin body, and even Zhu Yunfeng's current resolve. What a troublesome woman, she murmured softly, yet without a shred of disdain. Rather, a complex emotion stirred within her heart. Su Mingyue had appeared behind her at some point, speaking softly. Did you hear that? Lan Xiaodai snorted. The worm told me. Su Mingyue smiled slightly. What do you think? What does it matter to me? The Miao girl turned her face away, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Within the quiet chamber, Zhu Yunfeng released Bai Weiwei's hand and walked to the window. The distant mountain shadows were ink-like against the star-speckled night sky. I will find a way, he declared firmly. Whether it be to break the curse or to suppress the celestial demon, there will always be a path forward. Bai Weiwei watched him quietly, suddenly laughing lightly. You are quite confident. It's not confidence, he replied, turning around, his golden eyes fierce. I simply refuse to watch the woman I love perish. She was momentarily taken aback, the frost in her eyes seeming to thaw. The night breeze swept through, causing the candle flames within to flicker, their shadows intertwined upon the wall, as if entwined by fate. Chapter 35, Daily Training. The morning light was faint, and the Tsuewei villa was shrouded in a delicate golden mist. Zhu Yunfeng stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Behind him came the sound of light footsteps. Bai Weiwei, clad in a flowing white gauze dress, stepped through the mist, the Xianyin true energy beneath her feet crystallizing into a path of ice. Your chill has significantly subsided. Zhu Yunfeng turned, his gaze falling upon the ice-blue seal of the Xianyin beneath her collarbone, now less pronounced than when they first met. Bai Weiwei gently caressed the mark. Thanks to the dual cultivation technique, the murderous energy has been suppressed by 30%. She paused, but her words were interrupted by a sudden tinkling sound. Lan Xiaodai, barefoot on the grass, with the 5 poisons order glowing faintly at her waist, exclaimed, You two are sneaking off to train again. We agreed to teach Mingyue the Qi techniques today. Zhu Yunfeng chuckled softly, his gaze drifting past the Miao girl to Su Mingyue, who sat quietly in a nearby pavilion, adjusting her breathing while studying the jade tablet of the Tai Su Hun Dunju, her hair tips still glistening with morning dew. On the bluestone platform in the villa's backyard, 4 figures sat in a square formation. Drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they transcended the 12 levels. Zhu Yunfeng held his palm out, a thread of golden light circulating among the 4. Mingyue focused on the transition of her dantian. Beads of sweat formed on Su Mingyue's forehead. As a newcomer to cultivation, she struggled to control her inner energy perfectly. Suddenly, a stream of ice flowed from the left side, Bai Weiwei's Xianyin true energy, stabilizing her restless spiritual energy. Don't rush. A cool voice resonated. The energy sea like a vessel. When full, it overflows, and one must leave a margin. At the same time, a warm sensation emanated from the right. Lan Xiaodia's life-sustaining worm released pure spiritual power, nourishing her slightly depleted meridians. The Miao girl blinked. We also follow this principle in Miaojiang's worm cultivation. Zhu Yunfeng observed the harmonious cooperation of the 3 women, his lips curling into a smile. Over the past half-month, the 4 had shared meals and training. Bai Weiwei's Xianyin true energy was now adeptly controlled, with the intervals between cold poison outbreaks extending from 7 days to half a month. Lan Xiaodia's 5 poisons order evolved into a new form, the 100 Worms Phoenix, capable of simultaneously controlling 300 spirit worms, and the most astonishing was Su Mingyue, whose innate spiritual roots allowed her to break through to the mid-stage of Mingjin in just 10 days. That night, under a full moon, Bai Weiwei danced gracefully in the martial arts arena, wielding an ice crystal longsword. As the blade passed, frost flowers bloomed, coalescing in the air into the musical score of the rainbow dress and feathered garment. The 9th form of the Xianyin sword classic, moonlight illuminates all rivers. With the final sword technique, a multitude of ice crystals suddenly erupted, transforming into fine snowflakes that gently cascaded down. Zhu Yunfeng raised his hand to catch a flake, which condensed into a small white character in his palm. The sword energy retains form? He exclaimed in surprise. Have you broken through to the transformation stage? Bai Weiwei panted lightly, a rare smile gracing her lips. Yes, what do you think? The watching Lan Xiaodai suddenly gave a soft huff, her silver bells stirring without wind. The heart unity worm allowed her to keenly sense the subtle touch of their energies intertwining during dual cultivation. Su Mingyue offered her a handkerchief. Sister Weiwei, wipe your sweat. She gazed at the frost-laden ground and suddenly asked, Can I learn the sword? You? Bai Weiwei raised an eyebrow. The Xianyin sword classic requires a cold attribute spiritual root. How about this? Zhu Yunfeng suddenly produced an emerald short sword from his storage ring. The blade shimmered with flowing golden threads, mined from the depths of Myanmar, imbued with solar essence. perfectly balancing your fire's spiritual root. The moment Su Mingyue took the short sword, it erupted in a blaze of crimson light, illuminating her as if she were a phoenix rising from flames. 3 days later, the mist shrouded the spiritual spring on the back mountain of the villa. Zhu Yunfeng was meditating at the bottom of the pond when he suddenly heard rustling sounds from the shore. His perspective eye activated automatically, revealing Su Mingyue shedding her outer garment through the water mist. She was clearly unaware of anyone in the water, stepping into the spiritual spring clad only in a form-fitting garment. As the warm water enveloped her snowy skin, she let out a soft sigh of contentment. Oblivious to the bubbles surfacing nearby, Zhu Yunfeng hesitated whether to reveal himself when, suddenly, he felt a constriction around his ankle. Lan Xiaodia's worm had unknowingly coiled around him. With a splash, water erupted as their gazes met. Su Mingyue stood frozen, while Zhu Yunfeng's gaze involuntarily roamed over her glistening collarbone, trailing down to Before the startled cry could escape, Zhu Yunfeng swiftly advanced to cover her mouth. Don't scream. Bai Weiwei is in meditation. She might become possessed. The soft sensation in his palm made the girl's eyelashes flutter nervously against his fingers. The spring water soaked through her thin garment, revealing her curves in tantalizing glimpses. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly realized that the once formidable businesswoman was now trembling like a startled fawn in his embrace. I'll go up first, he said, his voice hoarse as he released her. Wait. Su Mingyue suddenly grasped his wrist. Actually, her cheeks flushed, she unexpectedly exerted strength, pulling Zhu Yunfeng back into the spring. The warm water enveloped their bodies as she stood on tiptoe, her breath carrying the fragrance of osmanthus brushing against his taut jaw. Actually, I had long. Her unfinished words dissolved into their mingling lips. Zhu Yunfeng felt the arm encircling his neck tremble, while beneath his palm, the girl's heartbeat raced like a startled hummingbird. The spiritual spring suddenly rippled with strange waves as Su Mingyue's dormant fire spiritual root was stimulated, bursting forth with fragmented golden light amidst their intertwined lips and teeth. As she suddenly recoiled in pain, a trace of blood marked her lips. The dragon vein aura within Zhu Yunfeng instinctively defending its master had scorched her. Mingyue. Zhu Yunfeng hastily grasped her wrist, channeling gentle spiritual energy into her, only to witness the girl lick the blood from her lips, her eyes shimmering with a fervor more intense than that of a fire spirit root. When she leaned in once more, the emerald-hued short sword at her waist emitted a melodious sword cry, while the sun's golden essence formed a warm barrier enveloping the two. They embraced tightly once again, sharing a kiss. In the distance, atop an ancient tree, Lan Xiaodai tugged at the leaves in frustration. The images transmitted by the heart unity goo made her ears flush with heat, and the silver bells at her waist jingled chaotically. Just as she was about to turn, she noticed Bai Weiwei standing silently behind her, her icy blue eyes fixed on the direction of the spiritual spring, softly uttering, "We three have fallen prey to this lecherous wolf. Cease your gaze, let us depart." Chapter 36, Blood Battle at the Chemical Factory. Zhou Xiaoro secured the drawer of the nurse's station and rubbed her aching waist. 3 consecutive night shifts had left her feeling unsteady. The alleyway behind the hospital darker than usual. She fished out her keys, the light from her electric scooter casting a halo on the rain-slicked ground. I ought to replace the battery tomorrow, she murmured softly, oblivious to the unmarked black van parked at the alley's entrance. As she rounded the corner from the hospital's back door, blinding high beams suddenly blazed from behind. Zhou Xiaoro instinctively turned, only to see Yvonne speeding toward her. She sharply twisted the handlebars to evade, but her scooter lost control, crashing against the curb. Help! Her cries were abruptly silenced. 2 masked men leaped from the vehicle. One pressed a towel soaked in ether against her mouth and nose, while the other deftly bound her hands and feet. The entire ordeal lasted less than 15 seconds. Her scooter still tipped over at the roadside, its front wheel whirring with a mournful sound. The acrid scent of chemical agents jolted Zhou Xiaoro back to consciousness. She realized she was bound to a rusted iron chair, her wrists constricted by plastic zip ties, turning purple. This was an abandoned chemical factory workshop. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, casting a ghastly pallor on the concrete floor. Awake? A man wearing a Sun Wukong mask squatted before her, toying with her phone. Call Zhu Yunfeng. Zhou Xiaoro's throat burned painfully. I don't know what you're talking about. The masked man suddenly grasped her chin, ordering her to comply. Then pressed a satellite phone to her ear, threatening, "If you wish to live, bring the bronze fragment in exchange." As the call connected, Zhou Xiaoro's tears fell onto the microphone. Zhu Yunfeng, Xiaoro. Zhu Yunfeng's voice tensed abruptly. Where are you? What's happening? The masked man took the phone, stating, Zhou Xiaoro is in my custody. If you wish for her to survive, bring the bronze artifact to the east suburb chemical factory. Upon hanging up, Zhu Yunfeng turned to Bai Weiwei. who approached and said, "I will accompany you." The two drove directly to the chemical factory. At 3 in the morning, they arrived at the dilapidated chemical factory in the eastern suburbs of Songdo. Zhu Yunfeng stood before the rusted iron gate, the night breeze carrying the acrid scent of chemicals. He pinched the bronze fragment between his fingers, golden light swirling in his eyes as his X-ray vision penetrated the layers of walls. Locking onto 5 figures inside the central workshop, Zhou Xiaoro was bound to a chair, surrounded by 4 muscular men wielding firearms. And a suited man with his back to the door was on the phone. Wei, you wait outside. I'll go in, he said, his expression calm as he pushed the door open. Inside, the dim light bulbs buzzed. Zhou Xiaoro looked up at the sound of footsteps, her face marked with tear streaks. Her lips cracked from struggle. Zhu Yunfeng, don't come closer. They have. Before she could finish, a bald man struck her shoulder with the butt of his gun, eliciting a pained gasp as she nearly fell from the chair. Shut up. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy, yet he refrained from immediate action, instead focusing on the suited man. The latter slowly turned, revealing an urbane face, gold-rimmed glasses, and a meticulously combed hairstyle, a hypocritical smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Zhu, I've long admired you," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Ming, the overseas business director of the Zhao Group." "The Zhao family?" Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. "Where is Zhao Shikai? Afraid to come himself?" "Young master, Zhao has been rather busy," Chun Ming replied with a smile. "But he is very interested in what you possess." He gestured, and Zhu Yunfeng followed his gaze to a table beside Zhou Xiaoro, where a metal detector was flashing points of light that mirrored the patterns on the bronze fragment. "Indeed, there is something within that fragment." Chun Ming squinted, handed over. "And you may take the girl with you." Zhu Yunfeng remained unmoved, fixing his gaze on Zhou Xiaoro. "What have they done to you?" Zhou Xiaoro bit her lip and shook her head, but Zhu Yunfeng's X-ray vision had already detected a tiny puncture on the back of her neck, indicating she had been injected with something. "Do not worry, it's merely a little device to keep her compliant." Chun Ming chuckled lightly. "Now, place the fragment on the table and slide it over slowly." Zhu Yunfeng fell silent for 2 seconds before suddenly smiling. "Very well." He raised his hand, the bronze fragment spinning in his palm, before slamming it onto the table, yet he did not release it. "However, I have a question." He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. "What exactly do you want with this fragment?" Chun Ming's smile faltered slightly, but quickly returned. "A trade secret. Is that so?" Zhu Yunfeng's fingertips lightly tapped the fragment. "Then why are the patterns on this fragment identical to those on the bronze ding in the Zhao family's basement?" Silence enveloped the room. Chun Ming's smile vanished entirely, his eyes turning cold as ice. "You have indeed visited the Zhao family ancestral home." "Not just that," Zhu Yunfeng sneered. "I also know that what you are searching for is called the Ding Wang Ding." Before his words could settle, Chun Ming suddenly roared, "Attack!" Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, bullets whistling toward him. Zhu Yunfeng had anticipated this, unleashing his hidden strength as he sidestepped like a specter, evading all the gunfire. With a swift motion, he flung 3 silver needles through the air, precise in their trajectory, striking the wrists of 3 gunmen. "Ah!" Cries of agony erupted as the firearms clattered to the ground. Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, instantly closing the distance to the nearest bald man, his right hand clawing at the man's throat. A distinct crack echoed as the windpipe shattered, and the man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. 1. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes remained frigid as he continued his assault, spinning to deliver a kick to the second man's chest. The dark energy surged through, collapsing his ribcage, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing as he crashed into a row of iron racks. 2. The third man had just drawn a dagger when Zhu Yunfeng was already upon him, striking down with a palm that crushed his skull, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. 3. The last gunman, terrified, turned to flee, but Zhu Yunfeng snatched up the fallen firearm, hurling it with precision. Thud! The grip pierced through the man's back, and he crumpled to the ground, silenced forever. 4. In a mere 5 seconds, all 4 were dispatched. Chun Ming's complexion turned pale as he stumbled back 2 steps, suddenly producing a remote control from his pocket. "Don't move. She has a bomb strapped to her." Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted as his X-ray vision confirmed that indeed, a miniature device was affixed to Zhou Xiaoro's chest. "Now, give me the fragment." Chun Ming sneered. "Otherwise, I will detonate it immediately." Zhu Yunfeng fixed his gaze upon him, slowly raising the bronze fragment. "You want this?" "Yes." "Throw it over." "Very well." Zhu Yunfeng flicked his wrist, sending the fragment soaring, not toward Chun Ming, but directly at Zhou Xiaoro. "You!" Chun Ming gasped, instinctively pressing the button. Beep! The sound of the bomb's activation echoed, and Zhou Xiaoro closed her eyes in despair. Yet, the anticipated explosion never came. Trembling, she opened her eyes to find the bronze fragment perfectly positioned against her chest, the miniature bomb rendered inert. How is that possible? Chun Ming frantically pressed the remote. But to no avail. Bronze can shield signals. Zhu Yunfeng advanced step by step. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Chun Ming turned and fled, only to be blocked by a figure that appeared at the doorway, by Wei Wei, her fingertips swirling with a chilling aura. "Want to leave?" she sneered. With Zhu Yunfeng ahead and by Wei Wei behind, Chun Ming found himself with no retreat. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against his throat. "If you come any closer, I will take my own life. The Zhao family will not spare you." Zhu Yunfeng's steps did not falter, his gaze icy and terrifying. "Then die." Chun Ming froze, still processing the threat, when Zhu Yunfeng seized his wrist and twisted it behind his back with a sharp crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed as the dagger clattered to the ground. Chun Ming let out a pained scream and sank to his knees. "Was it Zhao Shikai who ordered you to do this?" Zhu Yunfeng demanded, gripping his neck. I. Not speaking." Zhu Yunfeng pressed down on his shoulder, unleashing a surge of hidden power. The sound of shattered scapula filled the air, and Chun Ming nearly lost consciousness from the agony. "It was him. He ordered me to do it." Chun Ming coughed up blood, pleading, "Don't kill me. I will tell you everything." Zhu Yunfeng scrutinized him for 2 seconds before abruptly releasing his grip. Chun Ming slumped to the ground, barely catching his breath when Zhu Yunfeng's cold voice sliced through the air. "Wei Wei, dispose of him." Bai Weiwei's fingertips coalesced with cold energy, and Chun Ming's eyes widened in terror. "No, you promised not to kill." Bai Weiwei replied, "I never said that." The icy tendrils spread, silencing Chun Ming's cries for mercy. 5 seconds later, he transformed into a lifeless ice sculpture. The 5th one. Zhu Yunfeng turned and walked towards Zhou Xiaoro, unbinding her restraints. Zhou Xiaoro trembled, staring at the corpses strewn around, her voice quaking. You killed them." "Indeed," Zhu Yunfeng acknowledged, tearing off the bronze fragment, the bomb now rendered completely ineffective. "Is this your first time killing?" Bai Weiwei approached, offering her a bottle of water. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Zhou Xiaoro shook her head, then nodded again, ultimately breaking down in tears. "Is my dad really in Zhao's hands?" Zhu Yunfeng shook his head, pausing momentarily. "I can't be certain. But even if he is with the Zhao family, he should be safe." Chapter 37. 3 Matches. In the training room of Tsuiwei Mountain Villa, Zhu Yunfeng sat cross-legged, rain droplets within a 3-meter radius of him eerily suspended in the air. The Tai Su Hun Dunju operated at the pinnacle of its 3rd level, his true essence coursing through his meridians like liquid mercury, every inch of his skin radiating a jade-like sheen. Suddenly, the phone on the rosewood table vibrated, the unfamiliar number causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The suspended raindrops instantly vaporized, transforming into swirling white mist. "Master Zhu, I hear you are looking for me?" Zhao Shikai's mocking voice came through the receiver. Background sounds mingled with faint groans, as if someone had been gagged and was whimpering. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes widened slightly, golden light flashing through his pupils. "Zhao Shikai, if Professor Zhou loses even a hair..." "Huh?" Zhao Shikai interrupted with maniacal laughter. "The underground boxing arena at the old dock. 10 o'clock tonight. 3 masters of the transformation realm await to experience your Tai Su Hun Dunju. Oh, and by the way, you signed a death contract. If you die, the old man dies too." The call abruptly ended, followed by a video revealing Professor Zhou suspended by chains in a dimly lit warehouse. His right eye swollen shut, dried blood caking the corner of his mouth. Zhu Yunfeng slowly rose, the raindrops falling to the ground, creating a rapid patter on the bluestone tiles. "Masters of transformation?" A cold smile crept onto his lips, just in time to test the power of the chaos-splitting heaven palm. The underground boxing arena at the old dock was filled with gamblers placing bets, the air thick with the mingled scents of sweat, blood, and cheap tobacco. As Zhu Yunfeng entered the arena clad in white, a wave of boos surged through the crowd. "Our archaeological expert really dares to show up." Zhao Shikai mocked from a VIP box on the 2nd floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is Master Zhu, who can appraise treasures and heal ailments. Odds of 50 to 1. The referee, a bald man with a scarred face, lowered his voice as he handed over the death contract. "Each match must last a full 10 minutes to count as a victory. A premature KO is invalid." Young Master Zhao said, "If you dare to pull any tricks." Zhu Yunfeng flamboyantly signed his name, lifting his gaze with a fleeting flash of golden light in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will take good care of the 3 masters." The first match. Xingyi Quan's family, Li Zhinshan. As the announcer's voice boomed, a nearly 2-meter-tall giant leapt onto the stage. With each step he took, the specially made steel frame of the ring groaned under the pressure. When Li Zhinshan's fists collided, a thunderous sound erupted, and the visible shockwave sent the front-row audience reeling backward. "Li Zhinshan of the Xingyi family, I seek your guidance." His voice boomed like a bell, resonating through the iron cage. Zhu Yunfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white attire billowing in the air-conditioning breeze. Please. As the bell rang, Li Jinshan charged forward like a tiger released from its cage, covering 5 meters in an instant, his right fist transforming into a hammer aimed directly at Zhu Yunfeng's face. This seemingly simple punch concealed the profound essence of Xingyi Quan, where the sound of impact was worth its weight in gold, the air compressing into visible ripples in its wake. Too slow. Zhu Yunfeng lightly tapped his toes, activating the Tai Su Yulong Bu, his figure instantaneously splitting into 9 afterimages. Li Jinshan's seemingly unstoppable punch passed through the illusions, the force tearing a half-meter-wide hole in the iron net behind him. What? Li Jinshan's pupils constricted as he hurriedly changed tactics, his spine undulating like a dragon, both fists launching a series of 12 Xingyi strikes. The power of the tiger, the agility of the monkey, the swiftness of the swallow, various intents flowed through his fists, yet he could not even graze a corner of Zhu Yunfeng's garment. The 9 afterimages danced like mist and phantoms, at times converging and at times dispersing, effortlessly evading every strike. The audience gradually fell silent, all eyes wide in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle. 5 minutes have passed. Is that all there is to Xingyi Quan? Zhu Yunfeng's voice echoed from all directions. Li Jinshan roared in anger and suddenly shifted tactics. A cacophony of cracking bones erupted from his body as his right arm's muscles swelled threefold, veins writhing like earthworms. This was the secret technique of Xingyi Quan, the dragon-tiger combined strike. With one punch, the dragon roars and the tiger howls. The wind from the punch carved a half-foot deep trench into the ring's surface. Zhu Yunfeng finally stopped, the 9 afterimages merging into one as he raised his right hand delicately, as if cradling the moon. Chaos splitting heaven palm, first style. As his jade-like palm met the iron fist, time seemed to freeze. Li Jinshan was horrified to discover that his unstoppable punch vanished into the void, while a spiraling force surged up his meridians. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed continuously, and Li Jinshan's entire right arm twisted grotesquely. Before he could scream in agony, Zhu Yunfeng's left palm lightly pressed against his chest. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated like a drum, and Li Jinshan's 200-plus-pound frame flew back like a tattered rag, crashing through 3 iron pillars before landing heavily. He struggled to rise, but coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. 10 minutes are up. Zhu Yunfeng dusted off his immaculate sleeves. Next. The arena fell into a deathly silence, and the sound of a glass shattering echoed from the second-floor box. The second match. Baguazhang's Chung family, Chung Rahai. An agile old man floated onto the stage, his black training attire moving as if caught in an invisible wind. He moved as if treading the positions of the 8 trigrams, his form flickering left and right, leaving traces of afterimages on the ring. Baguazhang's wandering palm. A knowledgeable spectator gasped in recognition. Chung Ruhai clasped his fists in salute, his eyes glinting with restrained brilliance. Chung Ruhai of the Baguazhang Chung family. I seek your esteemed guidance. Zhu Yunfeng nodded slightly, gesturing for him to proceed. Before the bell could finish ringing, Chung Ruhai darted forward like a wraith. His speed increased until he formed 8 distinct afterimages on the stage, surrounding Zhu Yunfeng. The 8 figures struck simultaneously, their palm winds slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. 81 palms of Baguazhang. The myriad shadows of palms resembled an intricate web, sealing off every potential avenue of evasion. Yet, Zhu Yunfeng merely chuckled softly, his steps transforming into the ethereal movement of a dragon in the void. His figure danced like willow fluff in the breeze, each time narrowly evading the gust of palm wind with a swift pirouette. As his white robes billowed, he traced a mysterious trajectory within the 8 trigrams formation. Was this the starry path of the universe? Chung Rahai grew increasingly astonished, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Despite dedicating 4 decades to mastering the 8 trigrams floating palm, he couldn't even graze the hem of his opponent's attire. Zhu Yunfeng's voice echoed mischievously from all directions. The 8 trigrams palm emphasizes evasion over direct confrontation, but alas, a white shadow has suddenly materialized behind you, and you cannot even locate my true form. Chung Rahai was taken aback, hastily shifting into the green dragon's return move, his right palm slicing backward like a blade. Yet, he witnessed Zhu Yunfeng's form flicker, and 18 afterimages abruptly diverged, each adopting a different stance. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of the wandering dragon. The 18 afterimages launched their attacks simultaneously, and Chung Rahai, in a panicked attempt to defend, found all strikes dissipating before reaching him. The real Zhu Yunfeng, unbeknownst to him, had taken position above, his right palm shimmering with a bronze sheen. First form of the chaotic sky split palm. The palm wind cascaded like the Milky Way, and Chung Rahai barely had time to cross his arms in defense before he felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. With a resounding crash, The entire arena sank half a foot, and the elder flew through the ceiling like a severed kite, shards of glass raining down. As the lights flickered, Zhu Yunfeng gracefully landed in the only remaining intact corner of the arena. 3 minutes remain. Will you concede? The third match featured Wu Taizhan from the Wu family of the Eight Extremes Fist. The final contender was a middle-aged man in his 40s, standing at a mere 5'7", yet possessing arms thicker than the thighs of an ordinary man. With each step he took, the steel arena groaned under the strain. Wu Taizhan of the Eight Extremes. As he cupped his fists, the joints of his hands crackled like firecrackers. Please. Zhu Yunfeng finally set aside his playful demeanor. He sensed that this seemingly rugged man harbored explosive power, far surpassing that of the previous two opponents. As the bell rang, Wu Taizhan launched himself like a cannonball. The unrestrained nature of the Eight Extremes Fist was unleashed to its fullest, each step leaving half-inch deep footprints on the arena. Groundbreaking cannon. Before the punch even reached him, the fierce wind it generated stung Zhu Yunfeng's cheek. This strike contained the quintessence of the Eight Extremes Fist, compressing the air into visible conical ripples as it passed. Zhu Yunfeng ceased his evasions, pushing the Tai Su Yulong step to its utmost limit, transforming into a streak of white light that surged forward. In the fleeting moment as they brushed past each other, he extended his right hand, fingers aligned like a sword, and struck Wu Tieshan's elbow joint. Boom! The shockwave erupted, sending Wu Taizhan staggering backward, his right arm hanging limply. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The iron arm technique he had practiced for 30 years had been shattered by a mere fingertip. What a remarkable touch of gold. Wu Taizhan gritted his teeth. Receive my next move, 6 great opens. He spun like a top, unleashing power from his head, shoulders, elbows, hands, hips, and knees simultaneously, forming an impenetrable net of attacks. This was the highest profundity of the Eight Extremes Fist, the 6 forces unified, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. A golden glimmer ignited in Zhu Yunfeng's eyes, and his form suddenly became elusive. Amidst the tempest of assaults, he moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, deftly avoiding imminent danger with each step. As his white robes fluttered, he traced an enigmatic Tai Chi trajectory across the arena. The Eight Extremes Fist advocates enduring 10 strikes rather than a single elbow. Does it not? Today, I shall dismantle your elbow technique. Before his words had fully settled, he accelerated, and the 18 afterimages surged towards the vital points surrounding Wu Taizhan. The latter roared in fury, attempting to block with his elbow, only to find all afterimages converging into one. Zhu Yunfeng's true form had mysteriously appeared above him. His right palm radiant with a bronze glow, the patterns within it reminiscent of a swirling galaxy. Second form of the chaotic sky split palm. Before the palm wind even reached him, Wu Taizhan found himself kneeling, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. The entire arena collapsed with a thunderous roar, shockwaves shattering glass throughout the venue. As the dust settled, Zhu Yunfeng stood pristine in white, lightly tapping the throat of his unconscious opponent. You have lost. Suddenly, the second-floor box erupted, and Zhao Shikai was yanked into the ruins of the arena by an invisible force. Zhu Yunfeng stepped on his right hand, applying just enough pressure to inflict unbearable pain without permanently damaging it. Where is Professor Zhou? His voice was eerily calm. In cold storage number 3 at the docks. Zhao Shikai gasped. The temple forced me to do this. Zhu Yunfeng kicked him 20 meters away, landing him precisely in front of the paramedics. Tell the temple I await their envoy. As Zhu Yunfeng emerged from the cold storage, cradling the barely conscious Professor Zhou, the fragments of bronze tightly clutched in the elder's hand resonated with his ring. The inscriptions levitated, forming a star map that vaguely revealed the characters for Kunlun. In the distance, a ghostly black ship sliced through the fog. On its deck, a figure in black robes held a bronze compass, its needle pointing directly at Zhu Yunfeng. The surface etched with bizarre patterns identical to those on the bronze fragment. Chapter 38. The Dark Knight Messenger, Death. At 3 in the morning, Zhu Yunfeng jolted awake from his meditation. A dull thud echoed outside, as if a heavy object had fallen in the courtyard. Zhu Yunfeng. An electronically synthesized voice pierced through the walls. I am the 7th messenger of the Night Temple, here to collect your life. Through the gap in the curtains, Zhu Yunfeng glimpsed a man clad in a black robe standing in the yard. Under the moonlight, the man wore a bronze mask, with a blood-red gem embedded in the right eye socket. In the mid-stage of the transformation realm, Zhu Yunfeng sensed a presence comparable to his own. However, the chilling mental pressure emanating from the man surpassed that of an ordinary martial artist. Do not think of escaping. The messenger abruptly looked up, the blood-red gem aimed at the window. I have placed a tracking curse on the old man Zhou. No matter how far you run, I will find you. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. No wonder Professor Zhou had been complaining of chest pains these past few days. Through his X-ray vision, He indeed saw a transparent worm the size of a grain of rice clinging to the surface of the elder's heart. If you're going to fight, then let us do it. Zhu Yunfeng pushed the window open. Don't frighten my women. The messenger chuckled coldly. Afraid of dying without making a scene? I fear you will die too disgracefully. Zhu Yunfeng leaped out, executing the Tai Su Long step to its fullest, vanishing into the night in mere moments. The messenger pursued him like a specter, and the two engaged in a chase across the rooftops, swiftly reaching the remote mountains on the outskirts. In the pine forest halfway up the mountain, Zhu Yunfeng abruptly halted and turned. The messenger stopped 10 paces away, the cold glimmer of the bronze mask reflecting in the moonlight. This will do. Zhu Yunfeng flexed his wrists. Let me see what the temple's messenger is capable of. The messenger wasted no breath. With a flick of his black robe, he unleashed 3 silver beams. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped, only to find the silver beams curving midair, pursuing him from behind. Through his X-ray vision, he discerned 3 bone needles inscribed with runes, their tails connected to nearly transparent threads. Controlling objects? Zhu Yunfeng unleashed the chaotic sky split palm, the palm wind deflecting the trajectory of the bone needles. However, the needles suddenly exploded, transforming into a sky full of green phosphorescence. A spark landed on his hand, instantly corroding it to the bone. Solar-eroding fire, how does it taste? The messenger formed seals with his hands, releasing more phosphorescence from his robe sleeves, far more potent than genuine energy at the transformation realm. Zhu Yunfeng executed a series of backward flips, discreetly pressing his hand against the Wang Ding at his waist, forcing himself to hold back. It was too early to reveal his trump card. He feigned panic, severing a small tree and using the trunk to sweep away the phosphorescence. The tree instantly turned to charcoal, but it also opened a temporary escape route. Let's see how long you can hide. The messenger suddenly removed his mask, revealing a featureless face devoid of discernible features. Beneath the smooth skin, a moving bulge appeared, which then burst open, revealing a compound eye teeming with insect-like facets. The compound eye emitted a blood-red beam, grazing Zhu Yunfeng's left shoulder and rendering it numb. This beam could actually sever nerve transmission. Your ring is now mine. The messenger's voice morphed into a dissonant blend of male and female, echoing from all directions. Zhu Yunfeng scanned his surroundings, realizing he had unknowingly been surrounded by 6 similarly attired messengers, an illusion. Zhu Yunfeng knelt on one knee, his left hand hanging limply. His performance strikingly authentic. Is the Temple of the Dark Knight limited to such nefarious tricks? Any technique capable of inflicting harm is deemed a good one. Simultaneously, 6 envoys raised their hands, weaving crimson beams into an intricate net. Rest assured, I shall transform you into a new, augmented being. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yunfeng bit down on his tongue, spitting forth a mist of blood. The golden particles within the blood collided with the beams, erupting into dazzling sparks. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed out of the encirclement, fleeing into the depths of the mountains without a backward glance. Chase him! The true envoy bellowed, slime oozing from the insect-like eye. He had not anticipated that Zhu Yunfeng's blood could dispel illusions, nor that the so-called Master Zhu would dare to flee. The two engaged in a relentless pursuit, gradually delving into a desolate canyon. Zhu Yunfeng deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a distance of 20 meters. On 3 occasions, he even pretended to stumble, allowing the envoy's bone needle to carve blood trails across his back. You cannot escape. The envoy gasped, his insect eye bleeding from overexertion. The mountains had long been ensnared in the temple's prohibitions. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng halted in a circular depression, turning around with a smile. Is that so? The envoy skidded to a stop. Zhu Yunfeng bore no semblance of injury. Standing in the moonlight, the wound on his shoulder visibly healed, and his left hand cradled an ancient bronze cauldron. The ding of the insect king. The envoy's voice quivered for the first time. How could this sacred artifact be in your possession? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Zhu Yunfeng gently caressed the cauldron's surface. The ley lines here can obscure all signals. Your temple will receive no images of your demise. The lid of the cauldron suddenly sprang open, unleashing a swarm of golden motes. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be winged micro-insects, each radiating the energy of a master. The envoy retreated hastily, scattering talismans as his black robe billowed. The talismans formed a wall of fire but could not halt the insects. They pierced through the flames, descending upon the envoy to begin their feast. Ah! The envoy shrieked, attempting to swat the insects away, but his hands merely passed through their forms. These insects could shift between corporeal and ethereal states. Soul-eating insects, specifically designed to torment spiritual entities. Zhu Yunfeng observed coldly as the envoy writhed on the ground. Is that insect I grafted from the demonic insects of the western regions? It serves well as sustenance for the insects. The envoy's insect eye erupted, spewing a fountain of black blood. He struggled to shatter the jade pendant at his waist, a beam of blood light shooting skyward, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier above the depression. As I mentioned, this place obscures all. Zhu Yunfeng approached the convulsing envoy, bending down to remove half of the mask from his face. Beneath it lay a decaying visage, teeming with insect eggs beneath the skin. You shall all perish. The envoy rasped, his final words escaping his throat. Zhu Yunfeng crushed the insect eye underfoot, the ding of the insect king emitting a contented hum. The previously indistinct patterns on the cauldron became remarkably clear. This ancient artifact required the consumption of its kind to grow. At dawn, Zhu Yunfeng returned to the city. Passing by a breakfast stall, he caught sight of a breaking news segment on television. In the early hours today, a sudden fire broke out at the Night God Group's office in Songdu, resulting in the destruction of all documents. His phone vibrated. A message from Bai Weiwei appeared. The temple's outpost in Songdu has self-destructed, but a strong energy response has been detected. More formidable individuals may be on their way. Zhu Yunfeng felt the warmth emanating from the ding of the insect king in his embrace, as if it yearned for new battles. He gazed towards the gradually brightening eastern sky, where a private jet sliced through the clouds. Come, he whispered. It is the perfect opportunity to test the newly refined 100 Poisons golden silkworm insect. Chapter 39. The Chief of Public Security. The relentless attempts by the Temple of the Dark Knight to eliminate Zhu Yunfeng had become a source of great vexation for him. For the safety of a few women and to ensure timely and accurate intelligence gathering, he felt compelled to establish his own faction. However, lacking any foundation, he pondered how to begin this endeavor. After conferring with Bai Weiwei, Zhu Yunfeng resolved to seize control of the underground forces in Songdu for his purposes. This necessitated the tacit approval of the police. Yet, his acquaintances among the influential figures were primarily within the antique and traditional medicine circles. He had yet to forge any connections within the police department. Should he approach Mayor Yi Yuding for assistance? Zhu Yunfeng contemplated, shaking his head. That seemed an excessive measure. However, Zhu Yunfeng's opportunity soon arose. At the central hospital in Songdu, in a VIP ward, Police Chief Wang Dabiao stood beside his mother's bedside, gazing at her pallid face. His heart twisted with anguish. Lying on the bed, his mother lay with closed eyes, her breathing faint, her body riddled with tubes. The monitor's heartbeat fluctuated sporadically, threatening to flatten into a straight line at any moment. Chief Wang, the situation for the elderly lady is not optimistic. The attending physician adjusted his glasses, his voice somber. She is in the late stages of liver cancer, having metastasized to the lymph nodes and lungs. The effects of chemotherapy and targeted drugs have been unsatisfactory, I fear. Wang Dabiao clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. As the chief of police in Songdu, wielding immense power, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of his mother's terminal illness. Is there truly no other option? He croaked. The doctor hesitated before suggesting. Perhaps we could consider traditional Chinese medicine? Traditional Chinese medicine? Wang Dabiao frowned. Is that reliable? We have already consulted 3 of the country's top traditional medicine experts. The doctor sighed. Old Li from the capital's National Medical Hall, Professor Zhang, the inheritor of the Zhang acupuncture technique from Shanghai, and even a shaman from Miaojiang have all examined her. Yet due to her unique constitution, medicinal treatments and acupuncture have yielded minimal results. After a moment of silence, Wang Dabiao suddenly recalled something. I heard that recently, a Dr. Zhu in Songdu has been able to treat even terminal illnesses. The doctor's expression shifted. Are you referring to Zhu Yunfeng? I know of him. He is quite young and possesses unusual methods. It may be worth a try. The next day, Wang Dabiao utilized his connections to summon the last untapped master of traditional Chinese medicine, Sun Jisher, to the hospital. Old Sun, with his white hair and beard, took a long time feeling the pulse before finally shaking his head with a sigh. The elderly lady suffers from liver stagnation and qi stagnation, resulting in toxicity from prolonged illness. All her organs have been compromised, and conventional medicines are no longer effective. Is there truly no hope? Wang Dabiao's voice trembled. Sun Jisher contemplated. Unless we can find the legendary 7-star life-saving pill, but the recipe for this pill has long been lost. Even if we had the formula, the required herbs are exceedingly difficult to procure. Wang Dabiao's hope began to dim. It seemed he had no choice but to seek Zhu Yunfeng's assistance. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the president of the Traditional Medicine Association, Guang Xiangsong, and promptly called. Hello, this is Wang Dabiao. I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to Zhu Yunfeng to treat my mother. Guang Xiangsong agreed and subsequently contacted Zhu Yunfeng, relaying Wang Dabiao's situation. Upon receiving the call from Guang Xiangsong, Zhu Yunfeng was overjoyed, thinking to himself that this was a fortuitous opportunity. He had been pondering how to establish relations with police leadership, and now he had a chance to meet Chief Wang Dabiao. As Zhu Yunfeng entered the hospital room, all eyes were upon him. Wang Dabiao rushed forward. grasping Zhu Yunfeng's hands tightly. Dr. Zhu, I implore you, please examine my mother. Zhu Yunfeng replied, since old Guan recommended me, I certainly had to come. He was not clad in a white coat, but rather wore a simple tang suit, exuding an aura of tranquility as deep as a still pond. He approached the bedside, gently placing his fingertips on Wang's mother's pulse, closing his eyes in concentration. After a moment, Zhu Yunfeng opened his eyes and said, it's difficult to treat. A glimmer of hope flickered in Wang Debiao's eyes. So it truly is difficult to treat, rather than hopeless? Zhu Yunfeng nodded. The elderly lady's ailment stems from liver stagnation and qi stagnation, with prolonged illness leading to toxicity. The chemotherapy administered by Western medicine has only exacerbated the depletion of her qi and blood. I can stabilize her condition temporarily with acupuncture combined with ancient prescriptions. But to cure her completely, the 7-star life-saving pill must be refined. Upon hearing this, Sun Jisher could not help but exclaim, Zhu Xiaoyu. The formula for the 7-star revitalizing pill has long been lost to the annals of time. Even if we had the formula, gathering the requisite herbs would prove to be an arduous task. Zhu Yunfeng replied calmly, I possess the formula, and as for the herbs. He turned his gaze toward Director Wang Debiao. I will require your assistance. Without hesitation, Wang Debiao responded, speak freely, and I shall act at once. Zhu Yunfeng then produced a meticulously prepared list. 1. Aged wild ginseng, at least 3 roots, the older, the better. 2. Millennium snow lotus, must be harvested from the summit of Tian Shan, not cultivated. 3. Kunlun jade vine, growing on the northern slopes of Kunlun Mountain, its entire body resembling jade. 4. Golden cicada exuvii, 7 complete shells naturally shed by live golden cicadas. 5. Deep-sea black ice, extracted from the depths of Arctic glaciers, unmelting for a century. 6. Dragon's blood sand, vermilion used as burial treasure in ancient tombs, settled over a millennium. 7. Wild Tai Sui meat, must be naturally occurring, not cultivated. 8. Purple river vehicle, from a firstborn male infant. 9. 7-star grass, growing in extremely frigid regions. In total, there were 15 ingredients listed. In truth, the formula originally comprised 7 ingredients, but to obscure the true composition, Zhu Yunfeng deliberately included 8 additional herbs, thus concealing the specifics from prying eyes. After reviewing the list, Wang Debiao furrowed his brow. Some of these herbs I have never even heard of. Zhu Yunfeng replied, within 3 days, gather whatever you can. In the meantime, I will utilize silver needles to stabilize the old matriarch's life force temporarily. Zhu Yunfeng produced 9 silver needles, each as fine as a strand of hair, their tips shimmering with a faint golden hue. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju within him, allowing strands of true essence to flow through the needles into the matriarch's body. The first needle steadied the Bai Wei acupoint. The second needle protected the heart at the Shanzhong acupoint. The third needle fortified the foundation at the Guanyuan acupoint. As the 9 needles were withdrawn, the matriarch's pallid complexion gradually took on a hint of color, and her breathing became noticeably steadier. Sun Jisher watched in astonishment. Is this the 9 turns revitalizing needle? The long-lost ancient acupuncture technique. Zhu Yunfeng, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, remarked, the true essence can only sustain her for 3 days. If the herbs are not gathered by then, I will be powerless. Wang Debiao immediately mobilized all his connections, even reaching out to military and archaeological resources. The aged wild ginseng was procured from an old ginseng merchant in Changbai Mountain, reportedly aged 150 years. A millennium snow lotus was secured through connections with a Tianshan research team, growing atop a sheer cliff at an altitude of 5,000 meters. 7 live golden cicadas were urgently sent from Miaojing by Lan Xiaodai. Deep-sea black ice was provided by a retired major general from the submarine division, a comrade of Wang Debiao. However, news regarding the Kunlun jade vine, dragon's blood sand, and Tai Sui meat remained elusive. By the evening of the 3rd day, Wang Debiao was in a state of acute anxiety. Dr. Zhu, we are still missing 4 herbs. What shall we do? Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a moment before suggesting. Let us first concoct a simplified version of the revitalizing pill with the herbs we have. While it may not cure her, it can extend her life by an additional 3 months. That night, Zhu Yunfeng set up a pill furnace in the backyard of the Wang residence. The flames roared as the herbs were added in sequence, and Zhu Yunfeng utilized the Tai Su Hun Dun Ju to regulate the heat. 3 hours later, the pill was complete. A pill the size of a longan floated in the air, its surface shimmering with a rainbow aura. Zhu Yunfeng placed it in the matriarch's mouth, and moments later, she slowly opened her eyes. Mother! Wang Debiao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The matriarch smiled weakly. I seem to have had a very long dream. Wang Debiao invited Zhu Yunfeng into his study, stating earnestly, Dr. Zhu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. From this day forth, As long as it does not violate my principles, I am at your service. Zhu Yunfeng replied calmly. I seek neither wealth nor power. What, then, do you desire? Wang Debiao inquired. I wish to restore the underground order of Songdu, Zhu Yunfeng declared. Wang Debiao squinted. You wish to subdue the underground factions? Zhu Yunfeng nodded. The Zhao family is colluding with the Night Temple, wielding great influence. I require my own strength. Wang Debiao remained silent for a moment before responding. I can turn a blind eye, but you must not engage in drug trafficking or harm the innocent. Zhu Yunfeng replied. I will only subdue, not kill. Agreed. Wang Debiao extended his hand. May our cooperation be fruitful. Chapter 40. Subduing the Three Factions. With the tacit approval of law enforcement, Zhu Yunfeng resolved to take action. The city of Songdu was home to three major underground factions. The first, the Black Tiger Gang, possessed a large number of members, numbering around 300 to 400. With their leader, Chun Biao, having reached the pinnacle of the late stage of dark energy. The second, the Green Snake Hall, was led by the venomous beauty Lu Qing, whose members were predominantly female and skilled in the use of poison. The third, the Iron Hand sect, was presided over by Tai Shan, a master of martial arts impervious to blades and bullets. Zhu Yunfeng decided to target the largest, the Black Tiger Gang, first. Bai Weiwei and Lan Xiaodai expressed their desire to accompany him, but Zhu Yunfeng smiled and said, for such underground affairs, I can manage alone. Your involvement is unnecessary. He learned that Chun Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, was at the Black Gold nightclub, which was, in fact, operated by the gang itself. Zhu Yunfeng promptly made his way to the establishment. Inside the VIP room of the Black Gold nightclub, Chun Biao, the gang leader, lounged with a cigar, flanked by two alluring women clad in high-slit kipeos. Beneath his feet lay a bloodied middle-aged man, his shiny crocodile leather shoes grinding down on the man's fingers. Brother Biao, please grant us 2 more days, the gambler implored, blood and foam seeping from his mouth. My daughter is still in the hospital. Chun Biao suddenly erupted in fury. Seizing a champagne bottle from the ice bucket, I'll send you to see her. With a thunderous crash, the 2 ornate golden doors collapsed, splintering into shards that danced like gold dust under the spotlight. Zhu Yunfeng, clad in white, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The music abruptly ceased, and the crowd in the dance floor parted like the Red Sea. Over 30 henchmen adorned with tiger tattoos surged forth from the shadows, their machetes glinting menacingly in the neon glow. Who dares to invade my territory? Chun Biao squinted, the cigar glowing ominously in the dark. Do you know whose domain this is? Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, his hands still behind him as he advanced, each step echoing with a certain rhythm. Upon his third step, the nearest 3 henchmen suddenly erupted in blood, collapsing to their knees in agony. Chun Biao of the Black Tiger Gang, the young man in white announced, his voice calm, yet resonant amidst the chaos. I present you with 2 choices, submit or perish. Chun Biao's cigar fell onto the leather sofa as he erupted in laughter, violently overturning the crystal coffee table. The sound of shattering glass mingling with his furious roar turned him into meat paste. A tide of over 20 henchmen surged forward. At the forefront, a scarred-faced man raised his machete, preparing to strike. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped, the blade grazing past his nose as he seized the man's wrist, twisting it with a sharp crack. In a swift motion, he disarmed the man and swept the blade across the temples of 3 henchmen, rendering them motionless. Simultaneously, 3 daggers lunged from the left. Zhu Yunfeng's toes barely touched the ground as he activated the Tai Suyu long step. His figure blurred into 3 afterimages, seamlessly infiltrating the enemy ranks. With each strike of his palms, the sound of breaking bones echoed like firecrackers. A hulking bald man attempted a sneak attack from behind with a steel chain. Zhu Yunfeng did not look back, delivering a powerful elbow strike that sent the 200-pound man soaring, crashing into a cabinet 3 meters away. When he threw the 7th henchman onto the chandelier, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly changed tactics. Pointing his fingers like a sword, a faint azure glow emanated from his fingertips as he struck the acupoints of the remaining henchmen. 13 bodies stiffened simultaneously, frozen in mid-swing, before collapsing in a cacophony. The entire encounter transpired in mere 3 seconds. Chun Biao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. He abruptly drew a Remington shotgun from beneath the sofa cushion, the dark muzzle belching forth a tongue of fire. Bang! 12 steel pellets shot forth in a fan-like formation, yet strangely suspended half a meter before Zhu Yunfeng. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, he unleashed the first form of the chaos split sky palm, the clouds parting to reveal the moon, creating a visible wave of energy. The steel pellets collided with an invisible barrier, shattering into iron dust amidst the cacophony of twisted metal. Before the smoke had dissipated, Zhu Yunfeng had already appeared before Chun Biao. He lightly tapped Chun Biao's forehead with his index finger, a chill piercing through to his very marrow. In an instant, Chun Biao's pupils dilated, as if he beheld a Shura emerging from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Now, will you choose the first or the second? As the neon lights of the nightclub flickered back to life, 300 members of the Black Tiger gang knelt throughout the dance floor. Chun Biao knelt on one knee, hands raised, presenting the gilded tiger head token. Beads of cold sweat mingled with blood dripping onto Zhu Yunfeng's white boots. The Black Tiger gang is willing to serve. Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, assisting Chun Biao to his feet, and with a gentle touch on his brow, a warm current flowed into Chun Biao's body. Instantly, he felt a wave of warmth envelop him, his hidden ailments and injuries vanishing without a trace. Overjoyed, Chun Biao expressed his gratitude profusely. Chun Biao, from this day forth, you shall be the leader of the Black Tiger Hall. Abandon all your previous illicit endeavors. Steer clear of gambling, drugs, and vice. Those brothers who can abide by this will remain. Those who cannot should seek their own paths. Zhu Yunfeng declared, and with that, a streak of light shot into Chun Biao's chest, disappearing without a trace. Chun Biao felt a slight sting at his heart, akin to an ant bite. But it quickly subsided, leaving no further sensation. In terror, he inquired of Zhu Yunfeng, "What have you done to me?" Without a glance, Zhu Yunfeng replied, "It is merely a heart-devouring poison from Miaojiang. Fear not. It will only manifest once every 6 months, and I shall provide the antidote when the time comes. If you remain loyal for 2 years, I will free you of it." Chun Biao then breathed a sigh of relief, repeatedly thanking Zhu Yunfeng. After resolving matters with the Black Tiger gang, Zhu Yunfeng proceeded to the Green Snake Hall. The hall's leader, Lu Qing, reclined on a Wangwali beauty couch, adorned in a dark green qipao, where a serpent tattoo at the slit seemed to flicker like a living creature. "Leader, I have news." A young girl named Lu Rushi entered, reporting to Lu Qing. "What news?" Lu Qing inquired. Lu Rushi replied, "I just received intel that the Black Tiger gang has been subdued." Lu Qing sat up abruptly. "What? Who is responsible?" Lu Rushi answered, "A young man named Zhu Yunfeng, reputed to possess transformation-level strength and formidable combat skills." "Formidable?" Lu Qing's lips curved into a dangerous smile. "I wish to see if he can withstand my 7-step soul-severing powder. Convey to him that I invite him to dinner at the Drunken Immortal Tower tonight." Upon receiving the invitation, Zhu Yunfeng pondered, "Lu Qing seems to possess a modicum of self-awareness, recognizing that she cannot match my strength. It appears she intends to take a more subtle approach, but I must ensure she does not employ any charm to sway me. My resolve is notoriously weak." The banquet was set at the century-old establishment, Drunken Immortal Tower. As Zhu Yunfeng entered the private room, 12 Miao women garbed in sheer fabric performed a snake dance. With every ring of their silver bells, a venomous snake slithered from their sleeves. Zhu Yunfeng remained unfazed, slowly advancing towards Lu Qing. "Mr. Zhu, you exhibit remarkable courage," Lu Qing said, personally pouring wine. The jade bracelet clinked against the celadone cup as she served an exquisite 30-year-old daughter's red wine, a concoction brewed using special methods that shimmered with an eerie blue glow in the moonlight. Zhu Yunfeng downed it in one gulp, only to suddenly frown. Pressing his hand against his heart, Lu Qing abruptly shattered her wine cup, and archers hidden in the rafters immediately unleashed poisoned arrows. "Mr. Zhu, the wine contains Miaojiang's ingredients: 3 grams of heartbreak grass, 7 parts of crane's top red, and live poison insect eggs." Zhu Yunfeng's voice regained clarity as he deftly caught the arrow aimed at his throat with 2 fingers and flung it back. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed from above. Lu Qing's smoking pipe fell to the floor as she watched in shock, as Zhu Yunfeng's fingertips released a silver needle, forcing a drop of black blood from his Laogong acupoint. The droplet landed on the carpet, corroding a hole the size of a bowl. "Playing with poison?" Zhu Yunfeng sneered, sweeping his sleeve to unleash a golden heart-devouring insect that flitted into the air. The insect, forged of pure gold, emitted a haunting melody with its trembling wings. As Lu Qing prepared to blow her anti-poison whistle, the golden insect already burrowed into her chest, beginning to traverse within her body. "Ah!" The enchanting woman clawed at her skin in a frenzy, witnessing dozens of writhing lumps forming beneath her flesh. As those protrusions traversed her veins, her skin rapidly decayed in their wake. "The antidote is with me." Zhu Yunfeng toyed with a celadone bottle. "Submit, or let the insect gnaw at your heart." As the heart-devouring insect coursed through her lungs, Lu Qing tore her invaluable Su embroidery qipao. She crawled towards Zhu Yunfeng's boot, bloodied nails marking 10 streaks upon the ground. "The Green Snake Hall is willing to surrender." Zhu Yunfeng pointed, and the insect nestled near her heart, becoming still. "Very well. It will manifest once every 6 months, and I shall provide the antidote in advance, contingent upon your performance." Lu Qing lay on the ground, exhausted, replying, "Understood, boss. I will not waver in my loyalty." In the Iron Hand sect's training ground, 18 steel columns, as thick as bowls, stood arranged like plum blossom stakes. Zhu Yunfeng approached boldly, demanding the Iron Hand sect to submit to him. The sect leader, Taishan, a forthright and blunt man, stood bare-chested, his bronze skin marred with scars. Raising a 1,000-pound steel beam with one hand, he thundered, "Who are you to speak so boldly of subjugation? First, withstand 3 of my punches." Zhu Yunfeng removed his white robe, revealing a lean torso. "Please." Taishan exhaled, his right fist rocketing forward like a cannonball. This punch contained the power of 30 years of iron arm skill, the wind from his strike ripping through the air with a sonic boom. Zhu Yunfeng did not flinch or evade, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. Boom. The shockwave toppled a weapons rack 30 meters away. Zhu Yunfeng's feet sunk into the bluestone slab, spiderweb cracks spreading across the entire training ground. Yet he wore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Taishan's pupils constricted, and his left fist followed suit. This hook targeted an acute angle, aimed directly at the liver. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly shifted tactics. His right hand coiling around Taishan's wrist like a serpent, the Tai Chi cloud hand technique dissipating 7 parts of the force. Yet the residual power still forced Taishan back a step, causing the brick wall behind him to crash down. The third punch. Taishan leapt into the air, both fists clasped together like a giant hammer descending. This move, known as Mount Tai pressing down, had previously dented an armored vehicle. Yet at this critical moment, Zhu Yunfeng's right thumb glimmered with a jade-like radiance. Break. A timely acupoint strike reached Taishan's elbow joint before he could react. The once invulnerable iron arm emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, and Taishan groaned, collapsing to the ground, his right arm hanging limply. What sort of skill is this? Medicine, Zhu Yunfeng tossed over a vial. Your elbow's old injury had congealed blood for 10 years. I have just dissolved it. As Taishan observed his rapidly swelling arm, he suddenly clasped his fists and half-kneeled. The Iron Hand sect is at your disposal. Zhu Yunfeng extended a hand to assist Taishan up. No need for excessive formalities. Rise quickly. Chapter 41. The Cloud Alliance. A few days after subduing 3 underground gangs in Song City, Zhu Yunfeng summoned Chen Biao, Lu Qing, and Taishan to the Tsui Mountain Villa. Upon entering the villa, the trio was struck by the rich aura of spiritual energy, silently marveling and feeling fortunate that they had not opposed Zhu Yunfeng. Perhaps following such a leader would be the wisest choice of their lives. In the villa's reception hall, Zhu Yunfeng addressed the 3. I have decided to establish an organization called the Cloud Alliance, with 3 major divisions, retaining the names of your former gangs. The Black Tiger Hall, responsible for intelligence gathering and message delivery. The Green Snake Hall, primarily focused on managing elixirs and cultural artifacts. And the Iron Hand Corps, dedicated to training and enhancing their martial prowess to combat external enemies. The 3 responded in unison, understood. A voice emanated from outside, remarking that while the names of the Black Tiger Hall and Iron Hand Hall were acceptable, the name Green Snake Hall, associated with external trade, was rather unappealing. Perhaps a name change was in order. Just as the words faded, Bai Weiwei entered the room. Zhu Yunfeng greeted her. Weiwei, you have arrived just in time. Allow me to introduce you to the 3 main hall masters, Chen Biao, Lu Qing, and Taishan. Bai Weiwei smiled at the 3, acknowledging, I have met the 3 of you. The trio promptly rose to return her greeting. Zhu Yunfeng then inquired, Weiwei, what do you think would be a suitable name for the Green Snake Hall? After a moment's contemplation, Bai Weiwei suggested, since we are dealing in elixirs, why not call it Green Pouch Hall? Everyone present concurred with her proposal. Zhu Yunfeng then addressed the 3 hall masters, instructing them that there was nothing further for them to do and that they could return to prepare for the establishment conference of the Yun Alliance the following day. The 3 took their leave. Once they had departed, Bai Weiwei turned to Zhu Yunfeng and asked, can we trust these 3? Zhu Yunfeng replied, Chen Biao and Lu Qing have been implanted with heart-eating goo. They dare not rebel. Taishan has a straightforward character and will not easily go back on his word. Thus, these 3 can be trusted. And what of Mingwen and Xiao Dai? She inquired. They have gone to Tianqi International Hotel to prepare for tomorrow's opening ceremony, Bai Weiwei replied. Zhu Yunfeng, overjoyed, lifted Bai Weiwei into his arms and headed towards the room, exclaiming, let us engage in dual cultivation. The next day, outside the prestigious Tianqi International Hotel in Song City, luxury cars were abundant. A red carpet stretched from the hotel lobby to the entrance, flanked by disciples of the Yun Alliance clad in matching black suits, each proudly displaying a bronze cloud-patterned badge, creating an imposing atmosphere. Chen Biao, the master of the Black Tiger Hall, stood at the entrance to welcome guests, his closely cropped hair gleaming and his custom-tailored suit failing to conceal his fierce demeanor. He held a guest list in hand, occasionally glancing at it to ensure no unwelcome individuals slipped in. Biao Ge, do you truly think today will be peaceful? A subordinate whispered. Chen Biao sneered, The boss has said that anyone who dares to cause trouble today, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture, will be dealt with severely. By 10 o'clock in the morning, guests began to arrive. Mayor Yi Yuding entered discreetly with his secretary, whispering to Zhu Yunfeng as they shook hands, "Alliance Master Zhu. If there is anything the city can assist with, please feel free to speak." The police chief, Wang Debiao, dressed in plain clothes and accompanied by two plainclothes officers, nodded slightly at Zhu Yunfeng, affirming, "The Yun Alliance operates legally. The police will not interfere." Li Maoxuan, president of the Antique Association, arrived with several appraisal experts, praising the bronze artifacts displayed by the Yun Alliance. Meanwhile, Guan Xiangsong, president of the Chinese Medicine Association, showed particular interest in the elixir stall, especially the bottle of body refinement pills. Zhu Yunfeng delivered a speech, expressing gratitude to all the guests for their presence, and invited the mayor, police chief, president of the Antique Association, and president of the Chinese Medicine Association to join him in cutting the ribbon to celebrate the establishment of the Yun Alliance Company. Within the banquet hall, cups clinked and laughter filled the air, yet various factions discreetly observed the newly risen Yun Alliance, pondering its true capabilities. Just as the ribbon-cutting ceremony was about to commence, the hotel doors burst open with a gust of wind. For men clad in traditional robes strode in. The leader appearing to be around 50 years old, his temples bulging, and his eyes electrifying. With each step, the marble floor beneath him cracked slightly. The Iron Palm sect's foremost disciple, Tai Wushuang, has come to congratulate the establishment of the Yun Alliance, he proclaimed. Before the echoes of his voice faded, another voice interjected with a sneer. Zhao Qingsong, elder of the Qingqing sect, has also come to join the festivities. Following closely were Sun Jinyue from the Xingyi sect and Qing Tianfeng from the Bagua Palace. The four ancient martial arts sects had all simultaneously arrived. The banquet hall fell into silence, as an invisible pressure enveloped the room. These ancient martial arts sects typically shun the public eye. Their gathering today clearly indicated ill intentions. Zhu Yunfeng's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand, signaling the attendants to serve tea. "It is an honor for the Yun Alliance to host four esteemed guests from afar. Please, take a seat." Tai Wushuang scoffed. "There is no need for seating. I have heard that Alliance Master Zhu possesses unparalleled martial prowess. I have come today to witness it firsthand." Before his words could fully register, he struck the nearby bronze cauldron with a resounding palm. Boom! The 1,000-pound bronze cauldron was sent flying directly towards Zhu Yunfeng's face. Guests gasped in shock, with several women even covering their eyes. Yet, Zhu Yunfeng did not even flinch, merely waving his hand gently. Buzz! The bronze cauldron halted midair. Remaining perfectly still, Tai Wushuang's famed iron palm was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Zhu Yunfeng remarked nonchalantly, however, to destroy cultural artifacts on the Yun Alliance's territory incurs a penalty. With a flick of his finger, the bronze cauldron hurtled back at a speed even greater than before. Tai Wushuang's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily gathered his energy to intercept it, only to hear a crack as both of his arms broke, sending him staggering back several steps, toppling a row of tables and chairs. Seeing Tai Wushuang suffer, the other three advanced simultaneously. Zhao Qingsong from the Qingqing sect chuckled coldly. "Alliance Master Zhu, you possess great might. Why not take a blow from me?" He swiftly appeared behind Zhu Yunfeng, aiming a finger at his spine's acupoint. If that finger struck true, an ordinary person would be instantly paralyzed. Yet Zhu Yunfeng seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. Executing the Tai Su Yu long step to evade, Zhao Qingsong's fingertip brushing past the corner of his clothing. In the same instant, Zhu Yunfeng retaliated with a swift chop. Crack! Zhao Qingsong's right arm hung limply, his shoulder dislocated. Sun Jinyue from the Xingyi sect, witnessing this, let out a furious roar, launching a punch like rolling thunder directly at Zhu Yunfeng's heart. Qing Tianfeng from the Bagua Palace circled to the side, his palm wind slicing the air, sealing off any escape routes. Boom, boom. Two muffled thuds resounded as Zhu Yunfeng remained steadfast, absorbing both their full-force attacks head-on. The shockwave sent nearby guests reeling backward. However, as the dust settled, Zhu Yunfeng stood untouched, his attire not even ruffled. The Xingyi fist's burst fist and the Bagua Palm's flowing palm are commendable, he nodded appreciatively. But alas, your timing was slightly off. Before he finished speaking, he thrust both palms forward. Chaos splitting heaven palm, third style, 9 heavens dragon roar. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the hall, as Sun Jinyue and Sheng Tianfeng were struck as if by lightning, spitting blood and being sent flying. In a mere 3 minutes, the 4 elite masters of the ancient sects were defeated. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, all present awed by this display of formidable martial prowess. Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his sleeves and surveyed the room. Today marks the joyous occasion of the Yun Alliance's establishment, I do not wish to see bloodshed. He approached Tai Wuxuan, tossing him a bottle of pills. Bone restoration pill. Consume it, and you shall heal within 3 days. Return and inform your sect leader. Tai Wuxuan's face turned pale, gritting his teeth as he accepted the pills, leading his companions away in a disheveled state. After the tempest subsided, the ribbon-cutting ceremony officially commenced. Zhu Yunfeng stood upon the stage, his voice steady. The Yun Alliance is now established. Each of the 3 main halls will assume their respective roles. The Black Tiger Hall will be responsible for intelligence gathering, the Green Pouch Hall will handle business operations, and the Iron Hand Hall will oversee security and penalties. From this day forth, the Yun Alliance will renounce gambling and drugs, focusing instead on 4 main industries: elixirs, jewelry, antiques, and security. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Mayor Yi Yuding personally unveiled the plaque for the Yun Alliance, while Police Chief Wang Debiao publicly expressed support for its legal operations. After the celebration concluded, Zhu Yunfeng returned to Cui Mountain Villa, accompanied by the 3 hall masters. He had resolved to designate this location as the headquarters of the Yun Alliance, publicly referred to as the Yun Alliance Group. Bai Weiwei approached him, saying, Yunfeng, having defeated the young masters of the 4 sects today, they are unlikely to let this go easily. I am aware, Zhu Yunfeng nodded. However, they are not true enemies. Su Mingwei joined them, her expression grave. I have just received word that the Night Temple has dispatched assassins from the Blood Road Pavilion, expected to arrive in Song City within 3 days. Zhu Yunfeng responded, perfect timing. He turned to the others, commanding, send out orders. The Yun Alliance is to be on full alert in preparation for battle. Lan Xiaodai emerged from the shadows, declaring, Brother Feng, I shall assist you. Zhu Yunfeng chuckled softly, grasping Lan Xiaodai's hand. What need is there for you to intervene against such trifling scoundrels? The Blood Garment Pavilion is the elite assassin organization of the Dark Knight Temple, comprising 12 seats, each occupied by a master at the pinnacle of their craft. Lu Qing, perusing intelligence reports nearby, felt his fingertips tremble slightly. Among the trio that had arrived, Blood Butcher had once annihilated an ancient martial family in Jiangnan overnight. Blood Shadow was proficient in poisons, while Blood Owl excelled in concealed weaponry. Chun Biao clenched his fists, a sound of cracking knuckles escaping him. Damn it, let us confront them head-on. Zhu Yunfeng turned, his gaze sharp as lightning. Everyone withdraw from the headquarters. I shall face them myself. At the stroke of midnight, the moon was obscured by dark clouds. Zhu Yunfeng sat alone in the grand hall of Cui Villa, the aroma of tea wafting gently before him. After taking a sip, he suddenly spoke, Friends from the Blood Garment Pavilion, since you have arrived, why conceal yourselves? Whoosh. Just as Zhu Yunfeng's words fell, a blood-red flying dagger shattered the window, aimed directly at his throat. With a flick of his finger, Zhu Yunfeng caused the dagger to explode midair. Almost simultaneously, 3 shadowy figures lunged at him from different directions. Blood Butcher's blade descended with lethal intent, the gust of rancid wind slicing through the furniture before the blade even arrived. Blood Shadow's hands glimmered with a ghostly blue poison, aiming directly for his heart. Blood Owl unleashed a flurry of poisoned silver needles, sealing off all avenues of escape. Boom. Zhu Yunfeng stomped his foot, activating the Void Dragon Step, his form splitting into 9 afterimages. Blood Butcher's blade shattered the 3 illusions, while the poisonous palms dispersed 2 of his clones, and the silver needles fell harmlessly to the ground. Too slow, a voice echoed from behind Blood Butcher. Startled, he turned to see Zhu Yunfeng's jade-like palm pressing against his chest. Chaos splitting heaven palm, 4th style, sun and moon shine together. The left palm blazed like molten lava, while the right was as frigid as dark ice, both forces converging into him. Blood Butcher coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, hurtling through 3 walls. Seizing the opportunity, Blood Shadow drew closer, his fingertips spewing toxic mist. Taste my 9 nether corrosive heart poison. The mist corroded the marble floor beneath it. Zhu Yunfeng held his breath and retreated, a golden cicada puppet fluttering from his sleeve, devouring the toxic fog entirely. What? Blood Shadow gasped in shock, hastily changing tactics as he shot out 7 poison needles from his sleeve. Zhu Yunfeng remained unmoving. Invoking the chaos-splitting heaven palm, 5th style, reversal of heaven and earth. The palm wind created a vortex, drawing the poison needles back, all piercing Blood Shadow's own body. Blood Shadow cried out in agony, clawing at his skin as his body began to rot, dissolving into a puddle of blood. Sensing the tide turning, Blood Owl threw a smoke bomb, attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping? Zhu Yunfeng flickered, blocking his path in an instant, his right palm shimmering with a bronze sheen. 6th style, chaos unveiled. Boom. With a single strike, air compressed to its limits erupted violently. Blood Owl was sent soaring like a ragdoll, and before he could land, Zhu Yunfeng leaped, delivering a powerful knee strike. Crack! The sound of a spine snapping echoed clearly as Blood Owl crashed into the ground, lifeless. Zhu Yunfeng lifted the barely conscious Blood Butcher, tearing off his ghostly mask, revealing a grotesque face marred by stitches. Speak. Where is the headquarters of the Dark Knight Temple, and why do they relentlessly pursue me? Blood Butcher grinned, exposing a mouthful of sharp teeth. You will never find it. Suddenly, he bit down on a poisoned pouch under his tongue, succumbing to death. Another lead severed. Very well. My current strength is insufficient. Even knowing the headquarters location would not embolden me to confront them. Zhu Yunfeng pondered silently. Chapter 42, The Betrothal Gift. After the establishment of the Cloud Alliance, the three leaders each performed their duties, and everything appeared orderly. Zhu Yunfeng had essentially become a hands-off manager, responsible solely for concocting elixirs and appraising ancient artifacts in jade. One day, while Zhu Yunfeng was reviewing intelligence gathered by the Cloud Alliance at the headquarters of Tsui Villa, he suddenly received a call from Su Mingyue. Yunfeng, I may not be able to meet with you again. Her voice was choked with evident sorrow. Zhu Yunfeng's fingers trembled at her words. Su Mingyue had just returned to the Su Corporation from the Cloud Alliance headquarters 2 days ago. Why was she saying this today? What is going on? He set down the documents, his voice turning icy. There was a brief silence on the other end before Su Mingyue's voice, strained with suppressed tears, came through. My family has decided to arrange a marriage between me and Zhao Shiming of the Zhao family. He is Zhao Shikai's brother. The engagement is set for 3 days from now. My father said if I refuse, he will have someone watch over me and not let me leave. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhu Yunfeng's eyes. The Zhao family again. He had thwarted Zhao Shikai's schemes multiple times. And while the Zhao family appeared compliant on the surface, they had now resorted to commercial marriage as their tactic. Where are you? I'm coming over. Zhu Yunfeng had already risen, the chaotic true essence within him circulating unconsciously, causing the glass windows of the office to tremble slightly. I'm at the Mingyue Pavilion of the Su Corporation, Su Mingyue began, but Zhu Yunfeng had already hung up, his figure flashing as he leaped from the 18th floor window. Alliance Master Chen Tai, waiting outside, saw only a blur pass by and rushed to the window, witnessing Zhu Yunfeng walking on air. Each step leaving faint ripples in the air, his form darting towards the eastern part of the city like a dragon in flight. Mid-stage in the transformation realm can allow one to briefly traverse the skies. Chen Tai gasped in awe. The Alliance Master's Void Dragon step must have reached the 5th level. At the top office of the Mingyue Pavilion in the Su Corporation, Su Mingyue hung up the phone, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She turned to gaze out at the bustling night scene of Songdu, her fingers tightly clutching the jade pendant against her chest. The first gift Zhu Yunfeng had given her, an uncarved imperial green jade. Miss, the master requests you to prepare for tomorrow's family meeting. The butler's respectful voice came from outside. I understand. Su Mingyue wiped her tears, her voice regaining the composed tone of the Su family's eldest daughter. Just as she turned, a sudden breeze swept through, and a tall figure appeared before the floor-to-ceiling window. Yunfeng. Su Mingyue gasped, then quickly lowered her voice. What are you doing here? This is the 28th floor. Zhu Yunfeng smiled slightly, stepping forward to envelop her in his embrace. Feeling the gentle tremor of the woman in his arms, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Fool, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Su Mingyue leaned against his chest, inhaling the familiar faint fragrance of medicine. The pressures of recent days suddenly finding an outlet for release. The Zhao family is well prepared this time. They have allied with 3 international jewelry groups, promising that if the marriage succeeds, they will open the European market to Su jewelry. My father, he commercial marriage? Zhu Yunfeng scoffed, his fingers gently stroking Su Mingyue's long hair. Rest assured, I have a way to change your father's mind. Su Mingyue looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting the confident glimmer in Zhu Yunfeng's gaze. What method? There will be a mineral rights auction in Yangon, Myanmar tomorrow, featuring 3 newly discovered high-quality jade mines open for bidding. Zhu Yunfeng's lips curled into a smirk. Doesn't the Zhao family intend to sway your father with commercial interests? Then I shall use even greater benefits to win him back. Su Mingyue paused. You mean I will secure the mining rights to those 3 mines? Zhu Yunfeng gently wiped away her tears, as the betrothal gift for marrying you. The following morning, the Jade Trading Center in Yangon, Myanmar was bustling with activity. Jewelers, mine owners, and stone gamble enthusiasts from around the world gathered, awaiting the imminent auction of mineral rights. Dressed in a casual suit and sunglasses, Zhu Yunfeng was flanked by the elegantly attired Bai Weiwei, disguised as his assistant, along with several members of the Cloud Alliance. As they entered the venue, they felt numerous piercing gazes upon them. At 9 o'clock, it's the Zhao family, Bai Weiwei whispered, clad in a professional outfit. Her long hair neatly pinned up, presenting an air of competence and elegance. Yet only Zhu Yunfeng knew that she concealed 12 silver needles laced with poison at her waist, prepared by Lan Xiaodai. Zhu Yunfeng nodded slightly, his perceptive abilities already revealing the identities of those around him. Leading the Zhao family team is Zhao Shiming himself, a man in his 30s, possessing the cultivation of the early stage of transformation. Accompanying him are two elderly gentlemen, both masters at the pinnacle of the dark strength stage. What particularly captured Zhu Yunfeng's attention was the middle-aged man standing beside Zhao Shiming, whose temples bulged prominently, breathing long and deep. He was, in fact, a formidable expert at the late stage of transformation. How intriguing! It seems the Zhao family has enlisted the Iron Hand Judge Cui Zhinshan. A smirk played at the corners of Zhu Yunfeng's lips. Clearly, they were resolute in their ambitions. Before the formal commencement of the auction, as per tradition, a warm-up stone gambling activity took place. The organizers displayed 10 uncut jadeite stones on the exhibition table, inviting participants to bid for the chance to cut them open on the spot. Distinguished guests, today's main event will be the mining rights auction later, but first, let us enjoy a little appetizer, announced the host with fervor. These 10 stones are all sourced from the old pit, with a starting bid of $500,000 each. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze swept across the stones, and his penetrating ability instantly pierced through the stone's exterior. The first 9 stones, while containing jade, were of mediocre quality, worth at most 100,000. However, when his eyes fell upon the last plain-looking gray-brown stone, his pupils constricted slightly. Within that stone lay a mass of rich green, the vitality so abundant that it seemed on the verge of bursting forth. 75,000 for the 7th stone. A jeweler had already begun bidding. Zhu Yunfeng did not rush to make a move, but rather chose to wait patiently. After the 9th stone was sold for 600,000, he raised his paddle. For the 10th stone, 1 million. A hush fell over the crowd. The 10th stone's exterior was unremarkable, with a rough skin. Any expert could tell it was typical brick material. Yet someone had bid 1 million? 1,100,000. A chilling voice rang out. Zhu Yunfeng turned to see Zhao Shiming provocatively glaring at him. 2 million. Zhu Yunfeng's expression remained unchanged. 2,100,000. Zhao Shiming held his ground. Zhu Yunfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. 5 million. The room erupted in astonishment. This stone was appraised at a maximum of 800,000, yet these two had escalated it to 5 million. Zhao Shiming's complexion shifted slightly, and the elder beside him whispered a few words. Ultimately, he snorted coldly, ceasing any further bids. 5 million, going once. Congratulations to this gentleman. The host excitedly brought down the gavel. As the staff moved the stone to the cutting area, Zhu Yunfeng waved his hand dismissively. No need to cut. I have my own plans. What? Afraid of ruining it and embarrassing yourself? Zhao Shiming mocked. Buying a brick material for 5 million. Does Miss Su know how extravagant you are? Zhu Yunfeng did not even spare him a glance, merely signaling to Bai Weiwei. Understanding his cue, Bai Weiwei retrieved a delicate jade knife from her bag and handed it to Zhu Yunfeng. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the audience, Zhu Yunfeng, wielding the jade knife, gently sliced the surface of the stone. The knife, infused with chaotic true essence, cut through the stone's skin as easily as slicing through tofu. In the next moment, a dazzling emerald light burst forth from the incision. This is it. A recent Burmese mine owner suddenly stood up, exclaiming, glass-type imperial green. The entire venue erupted into a frenzy, with everyone rushing forward to catch a glimpse. Zhu Yunfeng remained calm and collected, deftly peeling away the stone's outer layer, revealing a jade piece the size of an adult's fist. The jade was a vivid green, crystal clear, glimmering under the light like a pool of solidified spring water. Even more astonishingly, the jade contained delicate golden veins, flowing as if it were alive. Golden thread variety. The legendary golden thread imperial green. An elderly jade appraisal expert exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. This quality is worth at least 30 million. Zhao Shiming's complexion turned an ashen gray. Zhu Yunfeng casually tossed the jade to Bai Weiwei. Keep it safe. Make a set of jewelry for Mingwei when we return. He then turned to Zhao Shiming, a teasing smile playing on his lips. What did young Master Zhao say earlier? Oh right, brick material. A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhao Shiming's eyes, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and turned to walk toward the auction area. The real contest was still ahead. Next came the auction for mining rights. 3 mines were auctioned sequentially based on quality, from lowest to highest. The first was a medium-sized mine located in Pakong, with a starting price of $200 million. 210 million. 230 million. Bids rose and fell like waves. Zhu Yunfeng did not rush, but observed the movements of the Zhao family. Sure enough, when the price climbed to 300 million, Zhao Shiming raised his paddle for the first time. 350 million. This price exceeded market estimates, and the bidding voices dwindled significantly. Only then did Zhu Yunfeng lazily raise his paddle. 500 million. A renewed wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Zhao Shiming's expression darkened. 510 million. 700 million. Zhu Yunfeng replied, his eyelids scarcely fluttering. You. Zhao Shiming sprang to his feet. Zhu Yunfeng. Don't go too far. In the auction, the highest bidder wins. If young Master Zhao lacks the funds, he may withdraw, Zhu Yunfeng replied coolly. Zhao Shiming gritted his teeth. 710 million. 1 billion. Zhu Yunfeng raised the bid by almost 300 million. This price equated to the total estimated value of the mine's reserves, implying that even if purchased, there would be little to no profit margin left. The elder beside Zhao Shiming firmly pressed down on his shoulder, whispering a few words. Ultimately, Zhao Shiming, begrudgingly, sat back down, conceding the bidding. The second mine, located in Moxisha, had even higher quality, with a starting price of $500 million. This time, the Zhao family was more astute. Starting with a high bid, 800 million. Zhu Yunfeng smiled slightly. 1.5 billion. The room fell into silence as his bid echoed. Even the host was momentarily stunned before regaining composure. 1.5 billion, going once. Zhao Shiming's face darkened. 1.6 billion. 2 billion. Zhu Yunfeng's voice was as calm as though he were haggling in a marketplace. Insane. This person is absolutely mad. Someone exclaimed from the audience. Zhao Shiming's forehead throbbed with veins, yet he ultimately slumped back down. Though the Zhao family was wealthy, their liquid assets were limited. They could not afford to stake everything on a single mine. The third auction featured the highest quality mine, located at Longqin, believed to potentially harbor a rare blood jade vein. The starting price was $1 billion. 2 billion. Zhu Yunfeng immediately doubled the bid. Zhao Shiming shot to his feet. Zhu Yunfeng, don't push your luck. This mine is a must for the Zhao family. 2.5 billion. 3 billion. Zhu Yunfeng did not even glance at him. 3.5 billion. 5 billion. When Zhu Yunfeng called out his price, the venue fell utterly silent. $5 billion exceeded the annual GDP of many small nations. Zhao Shiming's complexion turned pale. He turned to the iron-hand Judge Cui Jinshan beside him. Cui Jinshan nodded slightly, then suddenly stood up. Young man, in the game of stone gambling and mining, mere wealth is insufficient. One must also possess discernment. Why not determine the ownership of this mine through a different method? Zhu Yunfeng had anticipated this turn of events. What insights do you have, Senior Cui? Cui Jinshan clapped his hands, and staff brought forth 3 enormous raw stones. These 3 stones are all sourced from the Longqin mine. We will each select one, cut it open on the spot, and whoever reveals the highest value jadeite shall acquire the mining rights at the starting bid. What do you think? This was clearly a trap. Zhu Yunfeng's perceptive gaze scanned the 3 stones and discerned that 2 were worthless, with only the middle one concealing a basketball-sized piece of ice-type jade. Since Cui Jinshan proposed this scheme, he must have confidence in selecting the jade-containing stone. However, the other worthless stone held its own secrets. All right, Zhu Yunfeng agreed readily, but I have one condition. If I win, the Zhao family must withdraw from all commercial collaborations with Su's jewelry. Zhao Shiming opened his mouth to protest, but Cui Jinshan had already nodded. Deal. Under the gaze of the crowd, Cui Jinshan approached the 3 raw stones, pretending to examine them closely before ultimately selecting the middle one. Zhu Yunfeng, appearing nonchalant, pointed to the left stone, which was the worthless one. The process of stone unearthing attracted the attention of the entire audience. Indeed, the rough stone selected by Cui Jinshan yielded high-quality ice jade, estimated to be worth approximately $30 million. It's your turn, Zhao Shiming sneered. If this exquisite piece reveals jade, I shall consume it on the spot. Zhu Yunfeng remained unperturbed, drawing forth the jade knife once more. This time, rather than directly cutting the stone, he pressed his palm against its surface, allowing the chaotic true essence to permeate. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from within the stone. His ability to perceive clearly reached its zenith, and he beheld a blood-red glow deep within the stone, with golden threads flowing through it, resonating with the true energy within his own body. A jolt coursed through Zhu Yunfeng as the jade knife fell with precision. In an instant, as the stone skin peeled away, a blood-red radiance surged skyward. The entire venue was illuminated as if submerged in a sea of blood, leaving all present in a state of astonishment at this extraordinary phenomenon. When the light dissipated and the scene upon the stone unearthing platform came into focus, even the seasoned Burmese mine owners fell to their knees, murmuring incantations. What lay before them was a blood jade, the size of a football, its entire form resembling congealed blood, yet within, it bore golden veins, reminiscent of human blood vessels. More astonishingly, these golden veins pulsated rhythmically, as if imbued with life. The blood of the phoenix from the millennial blood jade legend, exclaimed an elderly jade collector, tears streaming down his face. In my lifetime, I have witnessed such a divine object. Cui Jinshan's face turned ashen. The value of this blood jade was beyond monetary measure. A true priceless treasure. Zhu Yunfeng was equally taken aback. At the moment of the blood jade's emergence, he felt his ring warm slightly. An ancient message flooding his mind. This blood jade was formed from the phoenix's essence of antiquity, containing astonishing life energy. The mining rights belong to this gentleman. And as per our agreement, the starting bid is set at $1 billion. The host announced, trembling. Zhu Yunfeng regained his composure and turned to the pallid Zhao Shiming, saying, remember our agreement. From this day forth, the Zhao family shall withdraw from all commercial activities concerning the Su family jewelry. He paused, revealing a knowing smile. By the way, young Master Zhao, did you not claim you would eat the stone? Would you like me to assist you in cutting it into smaller pieces? 3 days later, in the conference room of Su family jewelry headquarters, Su Mingyue stood nervously beside her father, watching as family members entered one by one. Today, they would vote on whether to accept the Zhao family's marriage proposal, and she had braced herself for the worst. The conference room doors suddenly swung open, and Zhu Yunfeng, dressed impeccably, strode in, followed by Bai Weiwei and several members of the Yunming. Uncle Su, Zhu Yunfeng nodded slightly to Su's father, then took a folder from Bai Weiwei and placed it on the conference table. This contained the property documents for 3 jade mines, Longqin, Moxisha, and Pakong in Myanmar, valued at over $80 billion, presented as a bride price for marrying Mingyue. Su's father, astonished, opened the documents, and other family members leaned in to examine them. Once the authenticity of the documents was confirmed, the conference room erupted in commotion. Furthermore, Zhu Yunfeng continued. The King Nangtang under Yunming will establish a joint venture with Su family jewelry to jointly develop these 3 mines, with the Su family holding a 51 stake. The terms were exceedingly generous, even causing the most opposed elder of the Su family to waver. Su's father cast a deep glance at Zhu Yunfeng, then at his daughter's hopeful gaze, finally sighing, very well, as for the matters of the young, you shall decide for yourselves. After the meeting, Su Mingyue pulled Zhu Yunfeng to the rooftop, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did you manage to do that? Those 3 mines. Zhu Yunfeng smiled as he embraced her. I told you, I would provide your father with an irresistible bride price. He withdrew the blood jade from his pocket. This is for you. I will have it made into a necklace. It can nurture your meridians and aid in your cultivation. As Su Mingyue accepted the blood jade, a warm energy flowed into her body, and she sensed her mid-level bottleneck in the Mingjing stage beginning to loosen. She looked up in surprise, only to find Zhu Yunfeng gazing into the distance, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. What is it? She asked softly. Zhu Yunfeng withdrew his gaze, smiling slightly. It's nothing, just a sudden thought. The appearance of this blood jade may signify that the pace of spiritual energy revival is accelerating. Chapter 43, 7-Star Life Extension. Having resolved Su Mingyue's predicament, Zhu Yunfeng felt a sense of relief as life returned to normal. While practicing at Suiwei Mountain Villa, he suddenly received a call from Director Wang Debiao of the Public Security Bureau. On the line, Wang Debiao excitedly stated, Brother Zhu, I have gathered the remaining herbs needed to concoct the 7-Star Life Extension pill. When will you come to the hospital? Zhu Yunfeng replied that he would come immediately. On the hospital rooftop, Zhu Yunfeng carefully examined the Kunlun jade vine, dragon blood sand, and Taishui meat herbs that Wang had brought him. Very good, these meet the requirements. I will begin the alchemy shortly. Director Wang, please ensure this area is secured. No one should approach. You must also leave. The process cannot be interrupted. Wang Debiao agreed, saying, understood, I will take care of it. With that, he turned to arrange the security. Zhu Yunfeng paid him no further mind, standing barefoot on the gray-green terrazzo floor. He cradled the Tawang Ding with his left hand, while his right held a wolf hair brush dipped in the oil of a mermaid to prepare the cinnabar, tracing out the formation of the Big Dipper on the ground. With each star position he completed, the totemic patterns on the cauldron glowed with crimson eyes. Aligning heaven and earth, the mountains and marshes breathe. Zhu Yunfeng bit his tongue, allowing 7 drops of golden blood to fall precisely into the star positions. The moment the blood touched the formation, ancient bronze-like patterns emerged across the cement floor of the rooftop. Once the formation was completed, Zhu Yunfeng lightly tapped the 8 trigrams lock on the medicine box, opening it. 7 streams of spiritual energy surged skyward, creating ripples in the shape of the Big Dipper at the top of the barrier. Zhu Yunfeng began processing the herbs, a century-old wild mountain ginseng, carefully trimming away 90% of the roots, leaving a main root of 9 inches and 3, cleansing the cut surface with dew from the hour of the rat, revealing the natural patterns of the Big Dipper. The Millennium Snow Lotus was supported by a lotus seat carved from deep-sea ice, and with the jade vine piercing his fingertip. Blood droplets rolled over the petals without leaving a trace, causing all the glass windows in the ward to frost instantly. eliciting gasps of astonishment. The Kunlun jade vine was wrapped in the exoskeleton of a golden cicada, its ends immersed in the ginseng liquid. And 3 inches were cut, while quietly reciting the Huangdi medical canon. The 7-star grass, with 7 leaves resembling spoons, its veins shimmering with starry light, was soaked in the wild mountain ginseng juice for 3/4 of an hour, while the stalk was roasted for 7 breaths, needing to be coated with the juice exuded by the taishui meat. Even after the grass leaves detached from the root, they retained their growth posture. The taishui meat was mixed with the ashes of the patient's hair. Having completed these preparations, he began the alchemy. Zhu Yunfeng placed both palms on the cauldron's yin-yang fish design, and a violet-blue yin fire surged within. This was the ghostly fire fueled by the internal elixir of a yellow weasel, with faces of animals occasionally manifesting in the flames, howling in anguish. When the first wild mountain ginseng was thrown into the cauldron, it suddenly curled into a fetal position, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. The ginseng roots twisted furiously in the fire, slapping against the cauldron's walls and scattering sparks. The Millennium Snow Lotus floated upon the frozen seat, its 7 crystalline petals falling one by one. With each petal that fell, the temperature within the cauldron dropped by 10 degrees, and when the 7th petal drifted down, the yin fire froze into an ice-blue lotus platform. The ginseng infant sat in meditation on the lotus platform, 3 golden leaves unfurling above its head, with a pale golden liquid flowing through the veins of the leaves. This was the innate spiritual liquid condensed from the ginseng body. The jade vine, like a green serpent, slithered into the cauldron, entwining the limbs of the ginseng infant. The golden cicada exoskeleton emitted 7 clear chirps when heated, the sound waves causing the jade vine to tighten inch by inch. When the vine was fully embedded in the ginseng body, the wild mountain ginseng suddenly exploded, filling the cauldron with golden mist. Within the mist, the ethereal silhouette of Changbai Mountain appeared, and the harvesting songs of ginseng farmers echoed within the cauldron. Deep-sea ice was crushed into powder and sprinkled in, causing the boiling golden mist to solidify instantaneously. Behind Zhu Yunfeng, the phantom of the Big Dipper emerged, and 7 beams of starlight poured into the cauldron. Crystalline ice formed into 7 transparent orbs, each sealing a wisp of swirling golden mist within. The surface of the bead unveiled a microcosmic star map, harmonizing exquisitely with the authentic night sky. The leaves of the 7-star herb pierced the ice bead, and in that fleeting moment when the essence merged with the golden mist, the starlight upon the leaves surged dramatically. The cauldron erupted with a continuous roar, as 7 ice beads transformed into floating star fires. Zhu Yunfeng bit his tongue, and 7 drops of his essence blood morphed into blood arrows, shooting into the starfire. The flames shifted into an eerie crimson hue, revealing scenes of ancient alchemists refining elixirs within the fire. The golden cicada's shell melted in the blood flame, leaving golden runes imprinted upon the cauldron's walls. Suddenly, the flesh of the taishui began to pulse violently, each beat expelling jets of black blood. When the rhythm of its throbbing synchronized with Zhu Yunfeng's heartbeat, he bellowed, slamming the taishui flesh into the cauldron. The collision of blood and star fire unleashed a thunderous roar, lifting the lid of the cauldron 3 meters into the air. Chaotic mist churned within the cauldron as the 7 medicinal energies began to intertwine. Zhu Yunfeng stood firm, tracing medicinal symbols in the air with his fingertips. With each symbol formed, a new alchemical pattern emerged within the cauldron. Upon completing the 7th symbol, a beam of moonlight poured into the cauldron, shattering all the glass in the hospital building, only to be forcibly gathered by the barrier. All phenomena fell into an eerie silence, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the cauldron. Above Zhu Yunfeng's head, 3 flowers coalesced into a phantom, as his innate true energy transformed into 365 golden threads that seeped into the cauldron. This was the most perilous phase. Each golden thread was tethered to his soul, and any misstep could lead to his soul scattering. As dawn broke in the east, 7 bell tolls resonated from within the cauldron. Zhu Yunfeng roared, sending the lid soaring into the heavens. 7 beams of starlight shot towards the Big Dipper, only to return from a kilometer above, trailing fiery tails as they plunged back into the cauldron. As the starlight dissipated, 7 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, hovered in the air, their surfaces shimmering with a galaxy-like halo, the fragrance of the pills causing the birds outside the barrier to swoon collectively. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a violet thunder dragon writhed within the layers. Oh no, a tribulation for the elixir, Zhu Yunfeng exclaimed, only to realize that it was to be expected. The 7-star life-extending pill was a defiance of the heavens, so encountering a tribulation was not surprising. As the first bolt of lightning rained down, Zhu Yunfeng flicked his sleeve, casting the remnants of the herbs into the air. Fragments of Xianbing and the black blood of taishui formed an 8 trigram shield, the lightning fire cracking the surface like a spider's web, successfully evading, or rather outsmarting, the first lightning tribulation. The second bolt followed swiftly, and Zhu Yunfeng pressed his fingertip to his palm, sending a blood arrow into the cauldron. The Tiaowang cauldron ascended, its body morphing into a phantom adorned with the patterns of a glutton, leaping forth to meet the lightning tribulation, swallowing the lightning with an open maw. The glutton, having consumed the lightning, emitted a pained roar, its size multiplying tenfold as it hovered in the air. The third bolt of lightning descended violently, striking the phantom of the glutton, which instantly vanished from sight, and the lightning continued its assault on the cauldron itself. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Zhu Yunfeng. He retrieved a piece of bronze and held it against the cauldron. The ancient inscriptions upon the shard glowed vividly, deflecting the lightning towards the hospital's water tank. Instantly, 300 tons of stored water vaporized. As the lightning passed, Zhu Yunfeng clapped the Tiaowang cauldron, signifying the completion of the elixir. Lifting the lid, he beheld the 7 pills spinning within. Zhu Yunfeng carefully extracted them, placing 3 in one jade vial and 4 in another. Wang Debiao rushed over. Have the pills been refined? Zhu Yunfeng handed the vial containing 3 pills to him, saying, Director Wang, the elixirs are ready. Here are 3 for you, 1 each day, and in 3 days, they will surely alleviate your mother's affliction. Wang Debiao was overjoyed, accepting the vial with repeated gratitude before departing exuberantly. Zhu Yunfeng tidied the remaining herbs and returned to the manor. As for Wang Debiao's mother's illness, he held no concern. Consuming the 7-star life-extending pill would guarantee her recovery and longevity. Chapter 44. Late Stage of Transformation. Upon returning from the hospital, Zhu Yunfeng immediately descended into the basement. Retrieving the Tiaowang cauldron, preparing to concoct a pill to enhance his cultivation, the 9 transformation essence condensing pill. He had lingered in the mid-stage of transformation for far too long and intended to leverage the power of this pill to make a decisive breakthrough. Initially, Zhu Yunfeng had enlisted the help of Public Security Director Wang Debiao to gather 15 rare herbs, not solely to prevent the formula for the 7-star life-extending pill from leaking, but also to procure the necessary ingredients for the 9 transformation essence condensing pill. The 9 transformation essence condensing pill, recorded in the Huangdi medical canon, was an ancient alchemical secret crafted specifically for martial artists in the transformation phase. Consuming it could assist in refining vital energy and breaking through minor realm constraints. This pill was incredibly potent, its efficacy akin to a dragon soaring through the depths of the sea, capable of unblocking a martial artist's meridians overnight, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. For those in the mid-transformation stage, it could provide a glimpse into the threshold of the late stage, allowing their true energy to manifest like a dragon entwined, impervious to blades and fire. However, the herbs required for the 9 transformation essence condensing pill were exceedingly rare, with no single one being easy to find. Many martial artists spent their entire lives in pursuit of them. Although Zhu Yunfeng was now wealthy and influential, he still relied on the assistance of Wang Debiao to gather these herbs. Zhu Yunfeng was already quite adept at alchemy. With all the materials assembled, he murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the precious herbs laid out on the sandalwood table. The Millennium Snow Toad skin was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a faint blue glow under the light. The dragon bloodvine fruit was a deep crimson, with golden veins subtly coursing across its surface. The Xianbing jade marrow was encased within a cold jade box, and upon opening it, the temperature of the entire room plummeted sharply. In addition, there were the century-old purple spirit mushrooms, rootless water, and the venom sacs of the 3-legged golden toad, all of which were rare treasures, virtually unattainable. Fortunately, with Wang Debiao's assistance. Otherwise, collecting these herbs alone would have consumed years. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, gathering a strand of chaotic true energy at his fingertips, gently tapping it against the cauldron's surface. A low hum resonated as the cauldron trembled, its runes illuminating one by one, as if an ancient beast had been awakened from slumber. With a swift motion of his palm, chaotic true fire erupted, manifesting in 3 colors, blue, gold, and crimson, twisting around the base of the cauldron. The flames burned intensely yet did not rage wildly. Rather, they flowed like water. A unique control technique of the Taishu chaos art. He flicked his fingers, allowing the dragon bloodvine fruit to be the first to descend into the cauldron. Upon contact with the flames, the fruit writhed as if alive, its golden veins flashing wildly, as if attempting to escape its confines. Zhu Yunfeng snorted coldly, his right hand forming a seal, a chain of true energy binding around it, forcefully suppressing its struggle. Ultimately, the dragon bloodvine fruit could not withstand the refining power of the chaotic true fire, gradually melting into a pool of crimson golden liquid that bubbled and churned within the cauldron. Following this, the The Millennium Snow Toad skin floated into the cauldron. Rather than igniting, the snow toad skin melted slowly like ice and snow, transforming into wisps of ice blue mist that intertwined with the crimson golden liquid. The collision of these two opposing energies within the cauldron produced sizzling sounds, reminiscent of water and fire in conflict. Zhu Yunfeng's expression grew solemn as he joined his hands in a seal, allowing the chaotic true energy to surge into the cauldron, forcefully harmonizing the yin and yang. The runes on the cauldron blazed brightly, the glutton patterns seeming to come alive as they devoured the rampant medicinal power. Xianbing Jade Marrow, he exclaimed, opening the cold jade box, a thumb-sized azure crystal soaring into the cauldron. Boom! The energy within the cauldron erupted violently, as the crimson gold and ice blue whirlwinds spun frantically, forming a miniature tornado at the cauldron's mouth. Zhu Yunfeng's forehead beaded with fine sweat, yet his gaze remained steady. He pressed his hands down, channeling chaotic true energy into an invisible hand that forcefully restrained the surging energy. Once the primary materials had fully integrated, Zhu Yunfeng waved his sleeve, sending the remaining auxiliary materials into the cauldron in succession. The century-old purple spirit mushroom transformed into a stream of purple light, merging into the medicinal liquid. Rootless water fell like fine rain, neutralizing the intense heat. The venom sac of the three-legged golden toad was refined by the true fire, turning into a wisp of black smoke that delved deep into the liquid, harmonizing the yin and yang. The medicinal liquid within the cauldron gradually stabilized, its color shifting from crimson gold to a deep purple, with intricate golden patterns emerging on the surface, flowing like a galaxy. What followed was the true test. Zhu Yunfeng took a deep breath, bringing his hands together in prayer, as the chaotic true energy surged wildly within him once more. The azure with spirit fire. The flames at the base of the cauldron abruptly transformed, turning blue, akin to a gentle spring breeze, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the medicinal liquid. Golden sharp, true fire. The flames transformed once more, shifting to a blinding golden hue, their brilliance on full display as the medicinal liquid within the cauldron churned violently, seemingly eager to burst forth from its confines. The blazing sun. Ultimately, the flames morphed into a fiery crimson, reminiscent of the sun's scorching rays. As the concoction within the cauldron reached a complete boil, rolling like molten lava, the three types of flames alternated their searing intensity, with each transition refining the elixir further, adding intricate golden patterns to its surface. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. Veins bulged on Zhu Yunfeng's forehead, his internal energy depleting rapidly. Yet he dared not show any sign of weakness. The 9 turns condensing essence pill, as its name implies, required the trial of 9 fiery transitions to be perfected. 7 turns, 8 turns. As the 9th turn commenced, the elixir had entirely transformed into 9 golden orbs, each sparkling like a star. The final step. Zhu Yunfeng bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood, which rained down upon the golden orbs within the cauldron. Boom! The 9 orbs spun wildly, their surfaces shimmering with golden patterns as if they were alive, ultimately solidifying completely. The pill was formed. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed triumphantly as the cauldron's lid flew open, sending 9 beams of golden light soaring into the heavens. However, just as the elixir was about to take flight, ominous clouds gathered at the basement's ceiling, and a bolt of purple lightning struck down. The tribulation was upon him once more. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils contracted sharply. The 9 turns condensing essence pill was a defiance of nature, and upon its completion, it was bound to attract divine wrath. Hold firm. He leaped into the air, his chaotic true essence transforming into a colossal hand, clashing fiercely with the lightning. Boom! A shockwave surged forth, and Zhu Yunfeng let out a groan as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet the lightning was forcefully dispersed. Fortunately, it was only a single bolt. If several more had come, it would have been truly troublesome, Zhu Yunfeng muttered, wiping the blood from his lips. The 9 pills seemed to possess a spirit of their own, attempting to escape into the void. With a cold smirk, Zhu Yunfeng waved his right hand, his chaotic true essence enveloping the pills like an intricate net. Return. The pills struggled momentarily, but ultimately could not withstand the binding force of the chaotic true essence, obediently settling into his palm. Zhu Yunfeng peered down closely at the 9 pills, their surfaces adorned with interwoven golden patterns that faintly formed the likeness of a voracious beast. Yet, when he gazed intently with his void eye, he suddenly discovered a faint wisp of black gas hidden deep within the pill's patterns. Is this the soul-devouring goo? His gaze hardened. The dragon bloodvine fruit had been tampered with by the Night Temple. Had he not repeatedly refined it with chaotic true essence, the pills would have been thoroughly contaminated by now. Well played, Night Temple, Zhu Yunfeng sneered. This score would eventually be settled. He pocketed the pills, his expression profound. The 9 turns condensing essence pill was complete, but it needed to be consumed at the hour of the rat, when the yin energy was at its peak. Using the Xianbing jade as a catalyst, otherwise its potency would be too fierce, burning the 5 viscera. As the hour of the rat approached, Zhu Yunfeng sat cross-legged upon the intricately carved 8 trigrams platform made of white marble. 3 9 turns condensing essence pills floated before him, their surfaces swirling with intricate golden lines. Yin and yang intertwined, the dragon and tiger harmonized. As the hour struck, Zhu Yunfeng immediately swallowed the first pill, and at the moment its power erupted, blood mist poured from every pore of his body. 365 major acupoints illuminated simultaneously with golden light, tracing a complete diagram of the Huangdi Neijing on his skin surface. The once invisible meridians now stood out clearly, and he was horrified to discover 7 black lines coiling around the location of his heart. This was the accumulated yin energy from frequent contact with ancient artifacts. So that's it. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the second pill, the Taishu chaotic art operating wildly. The Zhongfu acupoint suddenly collapsed into a black hole, devouring all the yin energy. His spine erupted with crackling sounds akin to frying beans, and a 3-inch bone spur sprouted from the tip of his coccyx, which then turned to powder under the influx of spiritual energy. As the third pill entered his mouth, an unforeseen change occurred. A torrent of stellar power surged into his crown, violently clashing with the spiritual energy within his body. Zhu Yunfeng's orifices bled, and his pupils split into a dual image of the yin and yang fish, a double taiji diagram. "Break for me," he shouted, the yin and yang fish spinning counterclockwise, channeling the excess stellar power downward. Amidst the chaotic energy currents, Zhu Yunfeng's vision suddenly penetrated his own body. He saw the spiritual energy surging through the extraordinary meridians. Akin to a tidal wave of the Milky Way, he saw pale golden stem cells burgeoning deep within his bone marrow. With a thunderous sound, it felt as if a barrier within his body had been pierced, and the stellar power flooded in, causing the Taishu chaotic art to operate even more swiftly. Reaching the late stage of strength transformation, as dawn broke through the clouds, Zhu Yunfeng rose slowly from the pool. His pores exhaled a faint golden mist, and with each step, he left glowing footprints upon the water's surface. He flicked his fingers at the floor-to-ceiling window, and the tempered glass instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, not shattered by external force, but rather by the internal structure being disrupted by his energy. This was microscopic vision. He gazed at his own palm, his sight penetrating through the skin to the cellular level. The white blood cells in his bloodstream were attacking a certain black particle, the very trace left by the soul-devouring goo. Chapter 45, An Assassination in the Night. His cultivation had broken through to the late stage of strength transformation. Zhu Yunfeng felt a surge of excitement within him, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his pupils. He raised his hand, and with a flick, a solid wood tea table 3 meters away silently split in two, the fracture smooth as a mirror. Just as he was about to test out his newfound abilities, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed Lu Qing, the leader of the Qing Nongtang. "Leader, there's been an incident." Lu Qing's voice came through the line, laced with urgency. "Someone has brought 4 Shang Dynasty bronze cauldrons to sell, but I have a feeling something is off. What exactly is the situation?" Zhu Yunfeng inquired while wiping the blood crust from his body with a towel. "The vessel type and patterns are all correct, but the distribution of the patina is too uniform. The strangest part is that they specifically requested you to authenticate them, claiming they only trust the discerning eye of the golden eye." Zhu Yunfeng frowned. Ever since he had uncovered a few significant finds and participated in several local treasure appraisal events, the nickname Golden Eye had circulated within the circles. But this was the first time someone had so brazenly sought him out. "Delay them. I'll arrive in half an hour." Hanging up the phone, Zhu Yunfeng took a cold shower and changed into a deep blue Zhongshan suit. Just before stepping out, he adjusted his collar in front of the full-length mirror and suddenly noticed something different about his reflection, not a change in appearance, but rather a newfound inner composure, akin to a sword sheathed in its scabbard. "It seems I will need some time to acclimate after the breakthrough," he murmured to himself, grabbing the black umbrella by the entrance and stepping into the rain. The Qing Nongtang was located in the eastern district of the antique city, its facade adorned with an antiquated charm. As Zhu Yunfeng entered the main hall, he immediately caught a faint scent of chemical agents. "Leader." Lu Qing hurried to greet him. The 30-something woman was clad in a dark green qipao today, her hair meticulously styled, yet the tension in her brow marred her elegance. Zhu Yunfeng nodded slightly, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the entire hall. The surveillance camera in the northwest corner flickered with an abnormal red light, and seated upon the rosewood sofa in the reception area was an elderly man in gray, his waistband bulging with a 92 style pistol, flanked by 2 burly men. This elder was clearly a master of strength transformation, yet he still carried a firearm. Zhu Yunfeng could only shake his head in disbelief. As a late-stage practitioner, would he still need to rely on such a common gun? On the coffee table before the elder lay 4 bronze cauldrons. Lu Qing, where are the items? Zhu Yunfeng deliberately raised his voice, turning to Lu Qing. Over here. Lu Qing led him toward the elder, stating, these 4 pieces were brought in by this boss. All late Shang square cauldrons, with a price tag of 8 million each. Boss, you wanted our leader to personally verify, and now he is here. Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting to the elder. May I take a closer look? The elder's expression was impassive, his demeanor grim as he replied, of course. Feel free to inspect. Zhu Yunfeng advanced to pick up one of the cauldrons, feigning a meticulous examination while his penetrating gaze had already pierced through the patina. The interior of the ding prominently bore the engraved miniature mark of the Zhou family, a replica crafted in 2007. He swiftly scanned the remaining 3 dings. The second boasted a Taotai pattern with traces of laser engraving. The third was evidently composed of an excessive amount of zinc. The fourth was even more outrageous, as modern welding techniques had been employed at the ear connection. All were mere high-quality forgeries from the previous week. Zhu Yunfeng straightened, his voice growing cold. The craftsmanship was indeed meticulous, yet the flaws were glaringly apparent. Before he could finish his thought, the elderly man in gray suddenly lunged forth. A dagger hidden within his sleeve was thrust towards Zhu Yunfeng's back, while 2 burly men standing behind him brandished bone-cutting knives, encircling him in a triangular formation. Clang! The dagger halted a mere 3 inches from his spine. Without turning, Zhu Yunfeng deftly pointed at the elder's wrist. This seemingly casual touch caused the dagger, forged from hardened steel, to snap in 2. The elder let out a pained cry as his entire right arm grotesquely twisted, all joints dislocating simultaneously. With the steps of the void dragon, Zhu Yunfeng's figure flickered like a specter. The 2 burly men struck at empty air, only to be met with an unseen force that sent them crashing into a glass display case. Who sent you? Zhu Yunfeng demanded, gripping the elder by the throat and lifting him. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A black spider tattoo, the size of a thumb, adorned the back of the elder's neck. The Night Temple. The elder sneered, biting down on a false tooth, a stream of black blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Zhu Yunfeng hastily struck several acupoints on the elder, but it was too late. At that moment, the entire Qingnong Hall plunged into darkness, the sound of a silenced pistol echoing through the void. Get down. Zhu Yunfeng forcefully pressed Lu Qing to the ground, his right hand firing into the emptiness. Coins infused with internal energy whistled forth, and 2 muffled groans resonated in the distance. Through a flash of lightning outside the window, Zhu Yunfeng caught sight of 3 figures in black descending from the 2nd floor. Most striking was the blonde woman in the middle, her silver-gray necklace at the collarbone identical to his own ring. Leave that woman. Zhu Yunfeng barked, shooting forth like an arrow. The blonde seemed to anticipate his move, raising her hand to shoot a miniature syringe. As Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped to evade, the woman suddenly revealed an eerie smile. Bang! The syringe exploded midair, releasing a pale green mist that rapidly filled the space. Zhu Yunfeng held his breath and retreated, but he watched as the figure of the blonde woman gradually became ethereal in the smoke, ultimately vanishing from sight. Space folding technology? Zhu Yunfeng stared in shock at the scene, suddenly feeling an intense heat emanating from his ring. A fragmented image forcefully surged into his mind. Beneath an endless starry sky, 9 uniquely shaped ornaments encircled a bronze altar. Among them, the ring and necklace had returned to their rightful places, while the remaining 7 positions remained vacant. Alliance leader. Are you all right? Lu Qing's call jolted him back to reality. As the electricity returned, the Qingnong Hall lay in disarray. The blonde woman had escaped, and all others lay dead, the elder's corpse visibly dissolving before their eyes. Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the pool of black liquid evaporating on the ground, his expression as dark as water. Notify the Iron Hand Hall to conduct a thorough investigation of all foreign personnel entering recently. Additionally, I need to investigate the details of this night temple. In the midst of the rain, the blonde woman stood atop the bell tower, 300 meters away. Reporting through her earpiece, mission failed. Confirming that the target has activated the 2nd phase of the ring's ability, I recommend initiating the apocalypse plan. Her necklace glowed faintly, illuminating a spider tattoo on her collarbone identical to the elder's, with the addition of a Roman numeral in its center. Chapter 46, Su Mingyue's Poisoning. The Director of Public Security, Wang Debiao, was deeply concerned and attentive to all matters regarding the Yun Alliance. Upon learning of the murder case at the Qingnong Hall, he personally arrived. The recently fallen rain washed over the bluestone path in front of the hall, the bloodstains blurring and quickly disappearing in the water. Zhu Yunfeng stood beneath the eaves, watching as the forensic team bagged the last corpse. The body had melted down to mere bones and fragments of muscle tissue, with the forensic experts donning gas masks and proceeding with utmost caution. Brother Zhu, this marks the third foreign-related case this month. Director Wang Debiao approached with an umbrella, the silver star insignia on his police uniform glistening coldly in the rain. The city demands the establishment of a special task force, but I hesitate to mention the supervisory group sent from above. Zhu Yunfeng understood, whispering, "Is there resistance?" Wang Debiao, using the sound of the rain as cover, replied. The deputy leader of the supervisory group, Smith, a Chinese-American, was seen at the same hotel as that blonde woman last night. He handed over a blurred surveillance screenshot, recently restored by the technical department. In the photo, the blonde woman was seen entering an elevator, and behind her stood a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Shockingly, the deputy leader of the supervisory group from the morning's press conference. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, his X-ray vision activating automatically, piercing through the photo to reveal the credentials in the man's suit pocket. Alongside the police access card, there lay a metal card imprinted with a black spider pattern. The Night Temple has infiltrated the upper echelons of the police. Zhu Yunfeng shoved the photo back into Wang Debiao's hands. You must not interfere further. Handle this as a routine robbery case. Wang Debiao's expression darkened. But those dissolving corpses? Do not fear, leave it to me. Zhu Yunfeng patted his shoulder, channeling a strand of true energy to steady the trembling hand of the police chief. After bidding farewell to Wang Debiao, Zhu Yunfeng turned back to the basement of the Qingnong Hall. Lu Qing had already retrieved the surveillance footage, and Taizhan from the Iron Hand Hall was examining the equipment left behind by the assailants. Alliance leader, take a look at this. Taizhan handed over a transparent evidence bag containing 3 pitch-black triangular darts, which appeared to be not of modern craftsmanship, but reminiscent of the concealed weapons used by the Mahis during the Warring States period. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the evidence bag, activating his X-ray vision to reveal the internal mechanisms of the darts, which had been enhanced with a nano-coating and biological toxins, a fusion of ancient and modern techniques. As his fingertips brushed the dart's blade, a subtle electric current surged from the ring, flowing into the concealed weapon. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The black coating on the triangular darts writhed as if alive, gradually revealing the dark red primitive material beneath. A tiny inscription emerged in the center of the dart, "C." Zhu Yunfeng's breath hitched. The ancient characters recorded in the void chaos technique surfaced in his mind, crafted by the revered C. Taizhan and Lu Qing exchanged glances. Zhu Yunfeng, however, had already grasped another piece of evidence, the belt buckle left behind by the dissolving elder. Upon activating it with electricity, intricate patterns surfaced on the copper buckle, which, when combined, formed a miniature map. The underground drainage system of Songdu? Lu Qing leaned in to identify, noting that the red dot marked the location at the abandoned church in the old town. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. Taizhan, take 10 capable hands, those with above-average internal strength. Lu Qing, prepare some antidotes. We depart in half an hour. Rainwater seeped through the shattered stained glass of the church, pooling into small puddles on the benches. Zhu Yunfeng led the elite of the Iron Hand Hall, silently infiltrating the premises. Each member equipped with specially designed communicators obtained from the military last time, capable of blocking most electronic interference. Split into 3 groups, Zhu Yunfeng signaled, moving directly toward the altar. Through his X-ray vision, the secret passage beneath the floor became strikingly clear. Pretending to trip, he inadvertently pressed his palm against the base of the Virgin statue on the left side of the altar. With a soft click, a staircase leading downwards revealed itself behind the altar. The damp air carried a faint formaldehyde odor, mingled with the hum of some electronic device in operation. Director Zhu, we have a situation. Tieshan's urgent voice crackled in his earpiece. 6 heat sources have appeared outside the church, and their movement speed is abnormal. Before he could finish, the church's main door exploded with a thunderous crash. 6 shadowy figures shot in like cannonballs, with the foremost one directly knocking 2 Iron Hand disciples aside. In the fleeting moment that Zhu Yunfeng turned, his enhanced vision instinctively locked onto the target. The skeletal density of these individuals was thrice that of an ordinary person, their muscle fibers exhibiting an unnatural bluish-gray hue, with miniature chips embedded in their spines. Augmented beings. Scatter. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, activating the Void Dragon step, his form darting like a specter to intercept the first assailant. The instant their fists collided, a tremendous force surged through him, causing him to stagger back a half-step, while the adversary was forced to retreat 3 steps. Yet, the mechanical visage bore no sign of pain. Instead, it twisted into a grotesque smile. The strength approached the pinnacle of transformation, yet there was no fluctuation of true energy. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly assessed the situation, simultaneously evading a sweeping kick from another augmented individual. That leg whip missed its mark, shattering a granite pillar instead. Iron Mountain roared as he charged in, his iron sand palm crashing heavily against the back of an augmented being, leaving only a shallow imprint. The opponent retaliated with an elbow strike, and the sound of bone fracturing echoed through Iron Mountain's blocking arms. Their weakness lies at the third cervical vertebra, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly shouted. With his upgraded vision, he clearly discerned that each augmented being possessed an energy node the size of a ping-pong ball at their cervical vertebrae, an opportunity for pressure point manipulation. With that thought, he flickered forward, his index finger poised to strike the neck of the nearest augmented being. The opponent seemed to receive a command, rapidly leaning back, unaware that it was a trap laid by Zhu Yunfeng. His fingertips suddenly redirected, transforming the strike into a sweeping motion. A concentrated stream of true energy piercing like a needle into the predetermined spot. The augmented being convulsed violently, blue liquid erupting from its eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, before it collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Observing this, the remaining augmented beings abruptly altered their strategy, forming a pentagonal formation to encircle Zhu Yunfeng. They simultaneously produced metallic cylinders from their waists and pressed the switches, 5 visible electromagnetic beams weaving together into a net, constricting towards the center. An electromagnetic cage? Zhu Yunfeng felt his rings suddenly heat up, an unprecedented sense of crisis washing over him. In that critical moment, he instinctively closed his eyes. Relying entirely on his enhanced vision, the world transformed into a three-dimensional lattice of flowing energy in his sight, revealing a 0.5-second temporal discrepancy between the 5 electromagnetic beams. Now, Zhu Yunfeng darted through the nearly impossible angle like a fish, simultaneously firing off 5 true energy-infused coins that accurately struck the wrists of the augmented beings wielding weapons. Before the electromagnetic cage could fully form, it collapsed. Chaos-shattering palm, third style, 9 heavens dragon roar. With a resounding cry, Zhu Yunfeng thrust his palms forward. Visible sound waves expanding as if tangible. The 5 augmented beings simultaneously clutched their ears, collapsing to the ground, blue blood seeping from their orifices. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Mountain and the others advanced, pinpointing their attacks to the critical points in their cervical vertebrae. Just before the last augmented being fell, its chest abruptly split open, revealing a miniature projection device. The holographic image of a golden-haired woman materialized, her necklace glimmering in the dimly lit chapel. Zhu Yunfeng, did you think you had won? The woman spoke in Chinese with an odd accent. This is merely an appetizer. We have 30 such bases beneath Songdu, and your little girlfriend, Su Minghua, is currently seated in a vehicle rigged with 500 grams of C4. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils dilated, about to respond, when the projection abruptly switched to a live feed showing Su Minghua indeed sitting in her red Porsche, a black briefcase within reach on the passenger seat. Countdown, 5 minutes. Make your choice. Save her or uncover the truth. The golden-haired woman chuckled lightly, and the projection vanished. Iron Mountain, handle this, Zhu Yunfeng uttered, already racing out of the chapel like an arrow loosed from its bow. As he ran, he dialed Su Mingyue's number, only to hear a mechanical voice. The user you are trying to reach is not in the service area. His enhanced vision activated fully. Zhu Yunfeng transformed into a fleeting shadow amid the rain. A journey that usually took 20 minutes was completed in a mere 3 as he arrived beneath the Su's jewelry building. The red Porsche was parked in its designated spot, and through the window, he could see Su Mingyue on the phone, the black briefcase resting within her reach. Mingyue, don't touch that bag, Zhu Yunfeng shouted, shattering the car window with a forceful palm strike. In the astonished gaze of Su Mingyue, he seized the briefcase and hurled it skyward with all his might. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated throughout the financial district, the briefcase igniting into a fireball at 100 meters high. The shockwave triggered alarms on dozens of surrounding vehicles, and shards of glass rained down like a storm. Zhu Yunfeng shielded Su Mingyue beneath him, feeling a few glass shards slice into his back. Yet under the protection of true energy, only superficial bloodstains remained. Su Mingyue, cradled in his arms, turned pale as her phone still relayed the voice on the other end. Have you made your decision? The share transfer document. Zhao Shikai? Zhu Yunfeng snatched the phone, his voice cold as ice. You conspired with foreign organizations and have committed treason. A silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds before Zhao Shikai's mocking laughter broke through. Where's your evidence? Zhu Yunfeng, do you think a bit of skill allows you to roam free in Songdu? The power of the Night Temple is beyond your imagination. They offered me conditions. The call abruptly cut off. Zhu Yunfeng glanced down, discovering the phone's signal had been forcibly severed. Even more bizarrely, Su Mingyue's eyes suddenly glazed over, her body slumping weakly against him. Mingyue. Zhu Yunfeng quickly checked her pulse, his expression shifting drastically. A previously unseen neurotoxin was rapidly spreading within her. Through his enhanced vision, he saw the toxins weaving like a spider's web, converging towards her heart through her bloodstream. Spider toxin, he suddenly recalled, tearing open Su Mingyue's collar. Beneath her left clavicle, a faint black spider mark was beginning to form. The ring vibrated violently, a message flooding into his mind. Heavenly spider goo. One of the 7 forbidden arts of the Night Temple. Those afflicted will have their heart meridians severed within 3 days. Zhu Yunfeng lifted the unconscious Su Mingyue and dashed towards his vehicle. He needed to return to the manor swiftly. There were detoxifying herbs obtained from Yaojiang. The moment the car started, he glimpsed in the rearview mirror a flash of golden hair. The mysterious woman, holding a black umbrella, made a throat-cutting gesture towards him. Chapter 47. Racing Against Time. In the underground chamber of the manor, Su Mingyue lay on a cold jade bed, her complexion as pale as paper. The spider mark beneath her clavicle had shifted from black to red, writhing as if alive. Zhu Yunfeng pressed both hands against her wrist pulse. Under his enhanced vision, the spiderweb-like toxins were devouring her heart meridian. She could hold on for a maximum of 72 hours. Zhu Yunfeng withdrew his hands, his voice hoarse. In the chamber stood Iron Mountain, Lu Qing, and the Miao girl, Lan Xiaodai, who had rushed over upon receiving an urgent message. Today, the Miao girl was not dressed in traditional attire, but in a sleek black combat uniform, a 5 poisons order hanging at her waist. Lan Xiaodai leaned in to examine Su Mingyue's symptoms, suddenly gasping in shock. Heavenly spider goo. This is the exclusive secret technique of the Elder of the Night Temple. She examined Su Mingyue's eyelids, revealing blood-red spider veins as fine as hair. It requires 7 types of herbs to concoct the 7 stars breaking evil soup. But 3 of those, which 3 are the hardest to find? Zhu Yunfeng interjected. The century-old blood spirit mushroom, which only grows in the Miao's forbidden area. The 10,000 poisons cave. The millennium icebone marrow, said to be at the bottom of the Tianqi Lake in Changbai Mountain. And Lan Xiaodai hesitated. The venom gland of a living golden line viper king. This is nearly extinct. Zhu Yunfeng immediately pulled out his phone. Director Wang. Please check the latest weather and patrol status in Changbai Mountain. Yes, right now. After hanging up, he dialed another number. Chen Biao. Mobilize all the Black Tiger Hall brothers to gather information on the Golden Line Viper King, offering a reward of 5 million. Leave the blood spirit mushroom to me. Lan Xiaodai unfastened the 5 poisons order. The 10,000 poisons cave is a forbidden area for the Miao. Outsiders are doomed to die. However, my lifebound goo can sense the maturity cycle of the blood spirit mushroom. A batch is due to mature in the next couple of days. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head. Too dangerous. I'm going with you. No. Lan Xiaodai stomped her feet in frustration. You lack a protective goo. Even the poison miasma could claim your life. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, simply extending his left hand. The ring emitted a faint glow, and a wisp of azure energy spiraled in the palm, gradually transforming into the shape of a miniature phoenix. Lan Xiaodai widened her eyes in astonishment. Is this the supreme form of the 5 poisons order? The 100 insects paying homage to the phoenix? How could you? When I rescued you last time, the ring absorbed some energy from the Goo King, Zhu Yunfeng replied, clenching his fist to dissipate the illusion. At present, my blood has temporarily acquired toxicity resistance. It should suffice for a while. Lu Qing interjected suddenly. Leader, I've just received news that an old hunter in Myanmar claims to have seen the golden-striped Viper King last month, near Wildman Mountain. We shall act separately. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly commanded. Tai Shan will take a team to Changbai Mountain to retrieve the ice essence. Lu Qing will contact the hunter in Myanmar. And Xiaodai and I will head to Miaojiang. Remember, within 68 hours, regardless of whether we have gathered all the medicinal materials, we must return. As the helicopter descended at the temporary landing pad on the edge of Miaojiang, it was already deep into the night. Zhu Yunfeng and Lan Xiaodai donned specially crafted anti-poison combat suits and set off towards the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, equipped with their gear. A faint green mist enveloped the dense forest. Even through the gas masks, Zhu Yunfeng could detect the sweet, rancid odor of decay. Stay close to me and avoid touching any plants, Lan Xiaodai cautioned, leading the way with the 5 poisons order hanging at her waist, emanating a soft blue light. Occasionally, rustling sounds echoed from the surrounding thickets, as if something were tracking them. Zhu Yunfeng's X-ray vision pierced through the toxic fog, revealing countless vividly colored venomous snakes coiled in the treetops and palm-sized poisonous spiders lurking beneath the withered leaves on the ground. Further ahead, a few skeletal remains lay half-buried in the mud. Those were adventurers who had trespassed into forbidden territory. Here we are. Lan Xiaodai suddenly halted. Before them lay a deep cave, its entrance cloaked in a web of vines, forming a ghastly visage in the center. Lan Xiaodai bit her finger, letting her blood drip onto the 5 poisons order. Instantly, the blue light flared, and the vines at the cave's mouth parted like living creatures, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for a single person to enter. Stay close. And absolutely refrain from using any lighting devices, Lan Xiaodai whispered. The blood spirit mushroom is extremely sensitive to light. If startled, it will retreat into the crevices of the stone and will not reappear for another 100 years. The interior of the cave was pitch black. Even with Zhu Yunfeng's night vision, he could only discern the ground beneath his feet. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingled with the stench of some fungi. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a faint red glow emerged ahead. There, Lan Xiaodia's voice trembled. Following her gaze, Zhu Yunfeng saw a plant resembling a Ganoderma emanating a blood-red luminescence, its surface adorned with golden patterns reminiscent of human blood vessels. Just as they approached, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly felt the ring vibrate violently. Instinctively, he threw himself onto Lan Xiaodai as a dark shadow swooped overhead, a gigantic bat with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, its fangs dripping with a sickly green venom. The Blood Bat King, Lan Xiaodai gasped. It guards this place, waiting for the blood spirit mushroom to mature. The colossal bat circled in the air before diving down again. Zhu Yunfeng was about to strike, but Lan Xiaodai restrained him. Don't move. Your presence will startle the blood spirit mushroom. With that, she tossed the 5 poisons order into the air. The token disintegrated into hundreds of glowing goo worms, forming a massive net that ensnared the giant bat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng dashed toward the blood spirit mushroom. Through his X-ray vision, he could see the flowing red liquid within the mushroom. It was the key to detoxification. Following the method Lan Xiaodai had taught him, he carefully used a specially crafted jade knife to slice off the mushroom, promptly placing it into a prepared lead box. Be careful, Lan Xiaodai suddenly screamed. Zhu Yunfeng turned to see the giant bat had devoured most of the goo worms, breaking through the net and charging at them. In a moment of peril, his X-ray vision suddenly flashed with pain, the scene before him bizarrely splitting into 2. He simultaneously beheld the present and a vision of what would occur 5 seconds later. With this fleeting foresight, Zhu Yunfeng expertly sidestepped the bat's venomous fangs while delivering a powerful palm strike to its abdomen. The third form of the chaos-splitting heaven palm. The 9 heavens dragon roar erupted at close range, the sound waves reverberating through the enclosed cave, causing the stalactites above to shatter and fall. The giant bat emitted a piercing shriek, crashing against the stone wall and thrashing for a moment before becoming still. Lan Xiaodai, pained, retrieved the remaining goo worms. Her complexion pale. My life goo has suffered severe damage. I will assist you in healing upon our return. Zhu Yunfeng supported the swaying girl, suddenly narrowing his eyes as beneath the giant bat's corpse, a bronze plate inscribed with runes lay exposed. Look, Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, following his gaze with a change in her expression. A warning in Miao script. It states that those who trespass in the sealed land shall perish. Zhu Yunfeng captured an image of the bronze plate with his phone, just as the entire cave began to tremble, debris cascading from above. The blood spirit mushroom has been harvested. The seal is loosening. We must flee, Lan Xiaodai urged, pulling him as they dashed outside. As they burst from the cave, a thunderous crash echoed behind them. Glancing back, they beheld the entire valley of 10,000 poisons collapsing, with a bronze pillar slowly rising amidst the dust, its top adorned with patterns akin to those on Zhu Yunfeng's ring. Do not look back. Hurry, Lan Xiaodai interrupted his thoughts. The medicinal effect of the blood spirit mushroom diminishes rapidly once uprooted. We have less than 40 hours remaining. On the helicopter returning to the manor, Zhu Yunfeng received 2 messages. Taishan successfully acquired the Millennium Ice Essence, but lost 2 brothers in the process. However, Lu Qing encountered trouble. The Burmese hunter had been abducted by the Night God Temple. Head directly to Myanmar, Zhu Yunfeng commanded the pilot, simultaneously dialing Chen Biao. Prepare a fully fueled helicopter at the border and investigate the Night God Temple's base near Wildman Mountain. Lan Xiaodai looked up at this. It's too dangerous. We already have 6 types of medicinal materials. Perhaps we can. Without the venom gland of the golden-striped Viper King, the efficacy will be significantly compromised, Zhu Yunfeng replied, checking his weapons. Moreover, I suspect this is a trap. They intentionally released information to lead us there. What will you do then? She inquired. For Mingwei, I would traverse through fire and peril, Zhu Yunfeng declared resolutely. As the helicopter passed over the border, the setting sun painted the clouds crimson. Zhu Yunfeng gazed out the window, his fingers unconsciously tracing the illusory form of the ring. The bronze pillar glimpsed in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons bore an uncanny resemblance to the 9 artifacts that could seal the abyss as recorded in the Void Chaos Canon. If his conjecture were correct, the Night God Temple was likely searching for the 9 ancient artifacts scattered across the globe. Brother Zhu, look. Lan Xiaodai suddenly pointed at the ground. Deep within the forest, a wisp of black smoke was rising. Through his X-ray vision, Zhu Yunfeng discerned several corpses strewn around the camp. In the central tent, an elder bound to a chair was struggling. Prepare for descent. Zhu Yunfeng donned tactical gloves. Xiaodai, you will provide cover from the helicopter. No, there may be goo poison below. Lan Xiaodai countered, already extracting the 5 poisons order. Though my life goo is damaged, my ability to sense toxins remains intact. Zhu Yunfeng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The two slid down the rope and swiftly concealed themselves upon landing. The camp was eerily silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling the tent fabric. Zhu Yunfeng signaled, and they split up to encircle the central tent. His X-ray vision penetrated the canvas, revealing a countdown device strapped to the elder's back. 3 minutes and 17 seconds remained. Even more alarming was that the ground beneath the tent was filled with densely packed metal canisters, which the vision revealed were filled with liquid explosives. There's an ambush, he shouted just as gunfire erupted from all directions. Lan Xiaodai rolled behind an oil drum. The 5 poisons order glowing blue as dozens of goo worms flew towards the source of the gunfire. Zhu Yunfeng charged directly toward the tent. Bullets ricocheted off an invisible barrier surrounding him, but with each bullet deflected, his complexion paled further. Bursting into the tent, he swiftly severed the ropes binding the elder. Where is the golden-striped Viper King? The elder, trembling in fear, pointed towards a corner where an iron cage stood. They took it. They took it to the cave north of here. The countdown read 1 minute and 45 seconds. Zhu Yunfeng hefted the elder and dashed out of the tent, colliding with Lan Xiaodai, who was rushing in. There are bombs underground. Get him to safety. And you? I will find the Viper King. Zhu Yunfeng had already swept northward. Lan Xiaodai gritted her teeth, supporting the elderly man as they fled in the opposite direction, simultaneously releasing all her goo insects to form a protective barrier. Zhu Yunfeng pushed his speed to the utmost, the trees blurring into a sea of green before his eyes. With his enhanced vision fully engaged, he quickly locked onto a cave 500 meters away. At the cave's entrance stood 4 fully armed mercenaries, beside whom, in an iron cage, a massive golden serpent with a red stripe along its back thrashed violently against the bars. Chaos splitting heaven palm, 4th form, sun and moon in harmony. Zhu Yunfeng thrust both palms forward. His left hand radiated heat like the blazing sun, while his right hand emanated coldness akin to the frigid moon. 2 mercenaries were hurled away by the scorching wave, while the other 2 were encased in ice. However, after unleashing this technique, Zhu Yunfeng himself spat blood, his meridians unable to endure such extreme fluctuations of yin and yang. Staggering toward the cage, the golden-scaled Viper King immediately raised its upper body, its fangs dripping with amber liquid. Just then, a green light shot from his ring, enveloping the serpent. To his astonishment, the agitated Viper King submissively lowered its head, as if in salute. Tentatively, Zhu Yunfeng opened the cage door, and the serpent slithered out, willingly exposing its venom glands before him. The process of extracting the venom was unexpectedly smooth, as if the serpent were born to cooperate with him. Just as he finished collecting the venom, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, and the shockwave caused stones to rain down from the cave's ceiling. Zhu Yunfeng secured the venom vial close to him and dashed out of the cave, only to find the former campsite transformed into a massive crater, flames raging and devouring the surrounding trees. The communicator crackled to life with Lan Xiaodai's tearful call. Brother Zhu, where are you? I'm fine. I've obtained the venom. Zhu Yunfeng responded as he ran. Where are you? By the river. The helicopter has been shot down. A pang of anxiety gripped Zhu Yunfeng's heart as he accelerated toward the riverbank. Emerging from the last thicket, the scene before him froze his blood. Lan Xiaodai, covered in blood, was shielding the elderly man, while in front of them, a blonde woman elegantly toyed with a silver pistol. How touching, risking everything to save your beloved, she remarked, raising the gun to tilt Lan Xiaodai's chin. Too bad your brother Zhu has arrived too late. Her words were abruptly cut off as Zhu Yunfeng's palm wind struck like thunder, forcing her to retreat 3 steps. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, with the woman surprisingly matching Zhu Yunfeng's combat skills, her necklace sparking with every near encounter. Hand over the antidote. Zhu Yunfeng lunged toward her throat, but she narrowly evaded. The woman chuckled lightly. There is no antidote for the heavenly spider goo, only a mitigating agent. Suddenly, she tossed a small vial, which Zhu Yunfeng instinctively caught. Take it once a month, or you'll wish you were dead. If you want a permanent antidote, she retreated to a safe distance, bring the ring to trade. With that, she pressed a button on her wristwatch, and enveloped in blue light, she vanished using that spatial teleportation technology again. Zhu Yunfeng, disregarding the chase, hurried to assess Lan Xiaodai's injuries. Fortunately, they were merely superficial. He quickly applied pressure points to stop the bleeding and administered a healing pill. We must hurry back. Lan Xiaodai weakly pointed to the venom vial. Only 18 hours remain. When Zhu Yunfeng returned to the manor with the last of the medicinal materials, Su Mingyue's condition had worsened. The spider mark had spread to her chest, her breathing weak to the point of near cessation. Lan Xiaodai, despite her injuries, instructed Lu Qing to prepare the cauldron for medicine. The 7 stars breaking evil soup required 7 types of herbs to be added in a specific order. Lan Xiaodai ground the blood spirit mushroom into powder, stating, "The final step requires your blood as a catalyst, Brother Zhu." Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfeng sliced his wrist, letting his blood drip into the boiling concoction, which instantly erupted into a spectrum of radiant colors. Remarkably, the ring floated out from his consciousness, hovering above the cauldron and casting a blue beam of light. Pour it down her throat. Lan Xiaodai scooped a bowl of the starry potion. Zhu Yunfeng supported Su Mingyue, carefully feeding it to her. As the potion entered her stomach, Su Mingyue convulsed violently, as if countless tiny insects were crawling beneath her skin. Lan Xiaodai swiftly produced silver needles and struck 7 crucial acupuncture points around her body. With each needle, a wisp of black mist escaped, forming miniature spider shapes in the air, which were purified by the ring's blue light. The final step. Lan Xiaodai bit her tongue, spraying a drop of her blood onto the 5 poisons token, which transformed into a stream of light and fused into Su Mingyue's heart. The spider mark on the girl's chest melted away like snow, replaced by a blue lotus pattern. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Exhausted physically and mentally, he succumbed to darkness, collapsing beside the bed. Chapter 48. The ancestor of the Zhao family. Uncertain how much time had passed, Zhu Yunfeng finally awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he found Lu Qing and Bai Weiwei watching over him. Zhu Yunfeng inquired, "How long have I been asleep? Has Mingyue awakened?" The 2 women replied almost in unison, 2 days. "She is awake now." Zhu Yunfeng then asked, "What about Xiaodai? Where has she gone?" Bai Weiwei answered, "She went to Miaojiang to fetch reinforcements. She promised to return today." Just then, the distant roar of helicopter rotors filled the air. "It's a helicopter from Miaojiang." Zhu Yunfeng looked up at the sky. With his enhanced vision, he could clearly see Lan Xiaodia's anxious face inside the cabin, alongside an elderly man clad in traditional Miao attire, wearing a silver crown. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the manor's reception hall grew tense. The elder Lan Xiaodai brought. Meng Qi, a Miaojiang elder, was laying a bronze plate intricately carved with constellations flat on the tea table. At the center of the plate were 7 gems of varying colors, now faintly glowing. 9 stars in conjunction, spiritual energy revives. Meng Qi's voice was raspy, like sandpaper scraping. His withered fingers traced the surface of the bronze plate, causing the gems to shift positions, as the first half of a millennia-old prophecy had come to fruition. Zhu Yunfeng gazed intently at the bronze plate, when suddenly, the ring emitted an intense heat. He instinctively brought his left hand closer to the plate, and the 7 gems erupted with brilliance, projecting a 3-dimensional star map. In the star map, 9 planets aligned in a straight line. 3 days hence, Meng Qi's murky eyes suddenly brightened. The night sky will witness the phenomenon of 9 stars in conjunction, lasting 9 minutes. During this time, the slumbering spiritual energy will begin to awaken, and ancient relics will gradually manifest. Lan Xiaodai added. The elder rushed here overnight because he foresees a great calamity befalling Songdu. Just then, her words were interrupted by a sudden alarm. The manor's security system blared with a sharp buzzing, and the surveillance screen displayed a scene at the main gate. A dozen figures in black lay sprawled on the ground, while a gray-clad elder with a youthful face stood with his hands clasped behind his back, warping the steel door with mere glances. Ancestor of the Zhao family. Lu Qing gasped, recognizing him. Zhao Wujia, who closed himself off 30 years ago, has emerged. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. Under his enhanced vision, he could see the true energy circulating within the elder like liquid gold, surging through his meridians. More alarmingly, a strand of black energy coiled around the core of his true energy, reminiscent of the modifications made by the Dark Knight Temple to the human body. In the peak of the post-transformation stage, Zhu Yunfeng inhaled deeply, so close to the innate realm. Meng Qi suddenly gripped his shoulder. "Young man, do not confront him directly. He harbors the heart-eating goo. He is no longer a pure warrior." Before he could finish, the surveillance screen shattered. A voice, ancient yet powerful, reverberated throughout the manor. "Descendants who have harmed my Zhao family, come forth and accept your death." The reverberations shook the chandelier violently, causing several weaker members of the Cloud Alliance to bleed from their mouths and noses. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly issued commands. "Taishan, take the elder and Lan Xiaodai through the secret passage. Lu Qing, activate emergency defenses. Everyone else, evacuate to the basement." "And you?" Lan Xiaodai grasped his arm. Zhu Yunfeng gently pried her fingers away. "I am the Alliance leader. I must confront this ancestor." I won't leave either, Lan Xiaodai insisted. I'll go with the elder to the basement for safety. In the courtyard of the villa, Zhao Wuji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring a century-old peony. Upon hearing footsteps, he did not turn but remarked, to unify the underground forces of Songdu at such a young age is indeed quite remarkable. However, as he slowly turned, his eyes revealed nothing but an abyssal blackness, devoid of whites. You should not provoke the Zhao family. In close proximity, Zhu Yunfeng could discern the peculiarities within Zhao's being. A wisp of black mist coiled like a living entity near Zhao Wuji's heart, emanating imperceptible ripples with each heartbeat. After 30 years of seclusion, you've conjured such a thing? Zhu Yunfeng taunted, secretly channeling the Tai Su chaos technique, pondering the taste of the night god temple's heart-devouring worm. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted slightly before he grinned maliciously. A clever lad. Then you shall be even more difficult to spare. Without moving his form, he unleashed a palm strike through the air. This seemingly casual motion instilled a sense of dread in Zhu Yunfeng. He executed the Tai Su dragon step with all his might, sidestepping 3 meters as the ground where he had stood erupted, forming a 2-meter-wide crater, with the stone slabs around it melting into a glassy state. Quite nimble, Zhao Wuji remarked with mild surprise, then transformed his palm into a claw, his fingers like hooks lunging toward Zhu Yunfeng's throat. This seemingly simple grasp sealed all avenues for evasion, forcing Zhu Yunfeng to confront it directly. Chaos-splitting palm. Third style, 9 heavens dragon roar. The clash of palms erupted with a sound akin to metal striking metal. Zhu Yunfeng was sent back 7 steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. However, Zhao Wuji merely swayed slightly, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. So young. Just having entered the late stage of transformation, and yet you can withstand my strike? Interesting. Suppressing the tumult within, Zhu Yunfeng activated his X-ray vision. In their earlier exchange, he had caught a crucial detail. Before Zhao Wuji struck, the black mist would first flow toward the corresponding meridian. If he could anticipate the movement of the black mist. Come again. Zhao Wuji struck with both hands, the pressure from his palm winds cracking the ground beneath Zhu Yunfeng's feet. In a moment of peril, Zhu Yunfeng suddenly altered his tactic, abandoning defense to jab a finger into Zhao Wuji's left ribcage 3 inches below. This seemingly suicidal thrust precisely severed the path of the black mist flowing toward Zhao's palm. Swish! The wind of Zhao Wuji's palm became chaotic, narrowly missing Zhu Yunfeng's ear and obliterating a nearby rockery into dust. The elder's face twisted with anger and disbelief. How did you know? Without granting his opponent a moment to regroup, Zhu Yunfeng surged forward, each strike aimed at the critical nodes of the black mist's movement. Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily flustered, struggling to exert even 60% of his full strength. You seek death, young one. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Zhao Wuji bit his tongue, spewing forth a jet of black blood. The mist congealed midair into countless fine black needles, raining down upon Zhu Yunfeng like a torrential downpour. With such proximity, evasion was impossible. In a critical moment, Zhu Yunfeng's jade pendant glimmered to life, a protective artifact left by Bai Weiwei. A translucent barrier instantly formed, the black needles striking it with a sound reminiscent of rain beating against banana leaves. The shield held for merely 3 seconds before shattering, but that brief respite was sufficient for Zhu Yunfeng to retreat to safety. As he distanced himself, the ground suddenly illuminated with complex patterns as Lu Qing finally activated the villa's defensive array. The 4 symbols Misty Heaven Array. Zhao Wuji surveyed the rising fog with a derisive smile. If only the Bai family's ancestor were here to set the formation, perhaps it might pose a threat. Just you lot. He stomped fiercely, causing the ground to tremble violently. The array's patterns dimmed significantly, while Lu Qing, controlling the array, coughed up blood as cracks appeared in the core crystal. Everyone retreat. Zhu Yunfeng commanded through his earpiece, simultaneously producing a jade talisman from his robe and scattering it around. This was the result of his recent study of the Qimen Duanjia, albeit rudimentary. It was enough to form a second layer of protection when combined with the villa's underground spiritual veins. Zhao Wuji approached with the demeanor of a cat playing with a mouse. Boy, have you exhausted your trump cards? With each step he took, the ground sank 3 inches. The pressure on the array intensifying. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly laughed. Old Zhao, do you know why I chose this villa? Without waiting for a response, he slammed both palms onto the ground. Because there are spiritual veins here. The entire villa shook violently as the underground spiritual veins were forcibly activated. A surge of spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, guided by the array, forming 4 colossal spiritual dragons that surged toward Zhao Wuji. Merely a trick. Zhao Wuji formed seals with his hands, a black barrier manifesting around him. The spiritual dragons collided with the shield, producing a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, Zhao Wuji remained standing, though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The barrier was riddled with cracks, clearly having sustained severe damage. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted in horror. Zhu Yunfeng had vanished. Above, Zhao Wuji looked up to see Zhu Yunfeng descending like a meteor, his palms glowing red as if branded by fire. Chaos splitting palm, fourth style, sun and moon convergence. The left palm blazed with the heat of the sun, while the right chilled like the moon, the two opposing energies crashing down simultaneously. Boom. The explosive shockwave flattened all structures within a 100-meter radius. Zhu Yunfeng was thrown back by the recoil, crashing heavily against the fountain's edge, his body feeling as if it had shattered. Amid the haze, Zhao Wuji's figure gradually came into focus, his clothing torn, his chest concaved, yet he still stood upright. Good, very good. Zhao Wuji wiped the blood from his lips. In 30 years, you are the first to injure me. He advanced step by step toward the incapacitated Zhu Yunfeng to show respect. I shall take my time to crush each of your bones. Just as Zhao Wuji reached out, a blue light surged from the side, forcing him to take a half-step back. Lan Xiaodai brandished the 5 poisons order, shielding Zhu Yunfeng, flanked by dozens of elite members of the Yunmeng. Even a multitude of ants remains, but ants, Zhao Wuji scoffed, preparing to strike when his expression abruptly changed. His gaze snapping to the rear of the villa where the spiritual veins erupted, a blue light shooting skyward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng swallowed a pill hidden beneath his tongue, barely regaining mobility. Following Zhao Wuji's gaze, he saw a female figure vaguely materializing within the blue light, though indistinct. It radiated an indescribable pressure. A spirit, Zhao Wuji exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. In the age of decline, how could there be? His words faltered. The woman in the blue light raised a finger, and Zhao Wuji was struck as if by lightning, sent flying and crashing through 3 surrounding walls before coming to a halt. A clear, cold female voice echoed in Zhu Yunfeng's mind. Master, circulate the chaos technique to reverse the cosmic cycle. Without time for reflection, Zhu Yunfeng complied immediately. The qi that had been flowing clockwise suddenly reversed, the pain threatening to render him unconscious. Yet, miracles followed. Zhao Wuji's anguished scream echoed from afar as the black mist within him surged toward Zhu Yunfeng like rivers returning to the sea. No, this is my power. Zhao Wuji struggled frantically, unable to halt the draining of his strength. Even more terrifying was the sight of his skin rapidly withering as the black mist departed, transforming him from a youthful visage to that of a decrepit old man in an instant. Zhu Yunfeng, too, was not unscathed. The foreign energy rampaged within him, shattering and reforming his meridians. Just as he neared the brink of collapse, a wave of cooling energy surged from his ring, guiding the violent energy back to his dantian. As the final wisp of black mist was absorbed, Zhao Wuji had become nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Zhu Yunfeng collapsed to the ground, every pore bleeding. Yet his aura surged, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of the late stage of transformation, a mere step away from the innate stage. The ethereal figure within the blue light gradually clarified, revealing an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in ancient attire, with a pattern on her brow identical to that of the ring. Her gaze toward Zhu Yunfeng was filled with complexity. Master, you have finally. Before she could finish, the apparition suddenly dissipated. Zhu Yunfeng's mind was flooded with 2 pieces of information. First, the newly unlocked method to utilize his treasure appraisal ability. Second, a star map indicating the location of the next artifact, Antarctica. Gazing into the reflection in the pool, Zhu Yunfeng beheld his right eye's pupil transformed into a bronze hue, intricate runes swirling within. As he gazed towards the distant ruins, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded before him. The buried ancient artifacts seemed to leap into his view, each adorned with a translucent numeral of its age and an authenticity mark hovering above. Was this a manifestation of appraisal abilities? Meng Qi approached, placing a piece of turtle shell in his hand. On the night of the 9 stars aligning, take this to Antarctica. Remember, until the 9 artifacts are gathered, do not trust anyone who claims to be a guardian. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to inquire about this guardian, the sky suddenly darkened. The crowd looked up to witness the once clear afternoon sky, revealing 9 celestial bodies slowly aligning in a row. Strangely, everyone felt an indescribable energy permeating the air. The resurgence of spiritual energy had commenced prematurely. Meng Qi's expression turned grave. A calamity was imminent. Zhu Yunfeng struggled to rise. Taishan, we need to contact the Duga family's private airport. Also, arrange for personnel to repair this place. Chapter 49. The Artifact Spirit, Sophia. After vanquishing the ancestor of the Zhao family, Zhu Yunfeng hastily seated himself cross-legged at the center of the secret chamber, his eyes tightly shut and breath drawn long. In the battle against the Zhao ancestor, The spirit of the ring had unexpectedly manifested, aiding him in turning the tide, revealing that the ring possessed a spirit which emerged at a critical juncture to save him. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yunfeng channeled the Tai Su Hundong Ju, concentrating all his mental energy upon the ring residing in his consciousness. If you could reveal yourself when I was on the brink of death, then now, I shall seek you out. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng's consciousness was tugged by an invisible force, darkness enveloping him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself once more standing before the quaint wooden cabin. Master, you have finally entered. A cool, feminine voice resonated from behind. Zhu Yunfeng whirled around to behold a woman clad in azure ancient garb, gracefully standing before the cabin. She appeared to be in her early 20s. Her features exquisite, yet bearing the weight of millennia, her semi-transparent form shimmering with points of light akin to a river of stars. Most strikingly, the emblem upon her forehead was identical to the design on the ring. Sophia? Zhu Yunfeng ventured cautiously. The woman inclined her head slightly. The third artifact spirit, Sophia. At your service, current bearer. Zhu Yunfeng's heart quaked. The third? Who were the first two? Sophia offered no answer, gracefully waving her sleeve to conjure a bronze tea table and 2 cushions. Please, sit. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. Zhu Yunfeng settled down, noticing the concentration of spiritual energy in the space had surged exponentially, swiftly replenishing the true essence depleted in his battle with the Zhao ancestor. And upon glancing at his hands, he observed they too were in a semi-transparent state. Unable to restrain himself, he queried, "Is this my consciousness? More accurately, it is the embryonic form of your primordial spirit." Sophia poured him tea, the liquid shimmering like flowing starlight. Ordinary martial artists can only project their primordial spirit upon reaching the innate realm, yet the uniqueness of the ring, combined with your cultivation of the Tai Su Hundong Ju, allows you to experience this early. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the teacup, the starlight coursing down his throat, awakening clarity within his mind. I have entered the ring's space several times. Why have I never seen you before? Sophia sighed softly. The manifestation of an artifact spirit requires a considerable expenditure of energy. I have yet to fully awaken, only able to briefly appear in your dire moments. And what about now? She lifted her gaze, her eyes profound. At present, Master, your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the later stage of transformation, activating the second phase of the ring's ability to appraise treasures, allowing me to appear briefly. However, the wonders of the ring extend far beyond this. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. What do you mean? Sophia's fingertip lightly touched, and the starry sky shifted to reveal 9 images: a ring, a necklace, a scepter, a crown, armlets, a belt, spiked boots, a jade pendant, and a mirror. Among them, the ring and necklace glimmered with faint light, while the remaining 7 were dull and lifeless. In ancient times, 9 divine artifacts guarded the heavens and the earth. Later, a great calamity befell, causing the 9 artifacts to scatter. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, if the 9 artifacts cannot be gathered to reconstruct the great array of the celestial bodies, the calamity of yours shall repeat itself. Zhu Yunfeng's heart raced. Is the night god temple's necklace among them? Indeed, Sophia confirmed, pointing to the scepter emanating a dark glow in the 3rd image, which they had already acquired. The next artifact was yet to be found. Suddenly, the vision blurred, and Sophia's form flickered. Someone is attacking the ring. The entire space of the ring trembled violently, and Zhu Yunfeng's primordial spirit was forcefully ejected. In the real world, an explosive roar erupted. The walls of the secret chamber shattered, and Zhu Yunfeng's eyes flew open. Though only a minute had passed in reality, alarms blared throughout the estate. Leader. Lu Qing's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with terror. The night god temple's forces have breached. Zhu Yunfeng's expression turned icy. The ring radiated warmth as Sophia's voice echoed in his mind. Master, they are after the ring. Zhu Yunfeng dashed out of the secret chamber. The estate plunged into chaos. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat erupted. Disciples of the Black Tiger Hall were engaged in battle with a group of dark-clad assailants. These foes moved with remarkable speed and executed ruthless strikes, all being masters of the dark energy level. Even more alarming, each bore the emblem of a black spider, the insignia of the night god temple, emblazoned upon their chests. Leader, Tai Shan, bloodied and staggering, rushed towards him. They launched a surprise attack from the back mountain. Our brothers cannot hold them off. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned steely as he activated his piercing vision, scanning the battlefield. There were 12 opponents in total, 3 of whom radiated exceptionally powerful auras, at least at the initial stage of transformation. At the highest point of the estate, on the lookout tower, stood a golden-haired figure, the same woman who had escaped last time. Her silver-gray necklace glinted coldly in the moonlight, resonating faintly with Zhu Yunfeng's ring. Tai Shan, evacuate the injured. Zhu Yunfeng commanded in a low voice, "I will deal with them." Before the words left his lips, he surged into the fray like a wraith. The first dark-clad assailant swung a blade at him, the edge sharp and aimed directly for his throat. Zhu Yunfeng did not flinch nor evade. His right eye's pupil transformed into a bronze hue, rendering the blade's trajectory excruciatingly slow in his perception, allowing him to predict its landing 0.5 of a second ahead. Too slow. He sidestepped, the blade narrowly grazing his clothing. As he thrust a finger towards the opponent's wrist, a sharp crack resonated as the assailant's wrist bone shattered, and he fell to his knees, howling in agony. Seizing the long knife, Zhu Yunfeng slashed backward, blood gushing from the throat of the second adversary. "His eyes are strange," the third assailant exclaimed, hastily retreating. A smirk curled Zhu Yunfeng's lips. The appraisal ability could not only discern ancient artifacts, but also unveil the flaws in his opponent's attacks. He darted through the crowd like a dragon among fish, leaving a trail of either death or injury in his wake. In a mere 10 seconds, all 12 dark energy masters lay defeated on the ground. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed from the lookout tower. The golden-haired woman leaped down gracefully, landing lightly, her azure eyes sparkling with amusement. "Zhu Yunfeng, your rate of growth is truly astonishing." She spoke fluent Chinese, her fingertips delicately tracing the necklace around her neck. "It seems the ring has chosen you after all, rather than me." Zhu Yunfeng regarded her coldly. "Who are you?" "The Night God Temple takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Knowing the Zhao ancestor was attacking the Cloud Alliance, and you hurriedly came to pick up the pieces. Unfortunately, your calculations are flawed." "Lilith, the seventh apostle of the Night God Temple." The golden-haired woman smiled slightly. "Of course, you may also refer to me as the guardian of the key. As for the Zhao ancestor, he was merely a pawn of the temple. Killing him is of no consequence." "The key?" Zhu Yunfeng's heart stirred. But before he could ponder further, Lilith suddenly struck. Her speed was breathtaking, almost transforming into a golden afterimage. Zhu Yunfeng's right eye throbbed painfully as he barely caught her movement, hastily raising his guard. Bang! A tremendous force struck him, sending him stumbling back 3 steps. His arm numb. Pinnacle of transformation. He gasped in shock. Lilith chuckled lightly. "What the necklace grants me is far more than just strength." With a flick of her fingertip, a wisp of black mist surged forth like a venomous snake, instantly ensnaring Zhu Yunfeng's left arm. A corrosive pain surged through him. Zhu Yunfeng let out a low growl as the void chaos art surged into action, his vital energy erupting to dispel the encroaching black mist. However, his left arm was already a mangled mess of flesh, and recovery would take time. "Master, her necklace can manipulate shadow power." Sophia's voice echoed in his mind, urging him to close the distance. The ring could suppress it. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed the full force of the void dragon step, closing the gap in an instant. Lilith seemed to have anticipated this, sneering coldly as the necklace suddenly radiated a dark light. Shadow prison. Countless black threads surged from the ground, wrapping around him like sentient creatures, with no escape in sight, just as he was about to be ensnared. A searing pain shot through his right eye. The bronze-hued pupil erupted with brilliance, a vision forcibly flooding into his mind. In 5 seconds, Lilith would move 3 steps to the left, exposing a weakness in her right flank. A premonition of the future. Zhu Yunfeng felt a surge of inspiration. Disregarding the black threads constricting him, he forcibly altered his trajectory and unleashed the third strike of the chaos sky-shattering palm, the 9 heavens dragon roar, aimed at the empty space. Boom. At the moment the palm wind erupted, Lilith indeed dodged to the left, as if colliding with the attack. She let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from her lips, disbelief flooding her eyes. How could you? Zhu Yunfeng would not grant her a moment's respite. The ring surged with azure light, a devouring power erupting forth, causing Lilith's necklace to levitate slightly. No. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. Zhu Yunfeng's palm struck her right shoulder, a torrent of vital energy surging into her. Lilith spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled backward to land dozens of meters away. "Zhu Yunfeng, we shall meet again." She cast a venomous glance at the ring, vowing that once the scepter fully awakened, it would be his end. The black mist exploded, and her figure vanished into thin air. The battle concluded, the estate lay in ruin. Zhu Yunfeng knelt on one knee, blood streaming from his right eye, his vision blurring. Sophia's voice intermittently reached him. "Master, the third guardian lies beneath the Antarctic ice." Following this, the ring fell silent. Chapter 50. The Polar Expedition. 2 days later, at the private airport of the Dugu family, a specially modified transport aircraft roared to life. Zhu Yunfeng stood by the boarding steps, flanked by Bai Weiwei, Lan Xiaodai, and Tai Shan, all fully armed, conducting final equipment checks. Additionally, archaeological expert Tang Yuqing had repeatedly requested to join. with Zhao Yunlong strongly recommending her. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze swept over the group. This mission carries an extremely high risk. The Night Temple may very well be ambushed in Antarctica. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. The leader jests, Taishan grinned, patting the heavy sniper rifle on his back. The brothers have longed to confront those shadowy fiends. Lan Xiaodia's 5 poisons command glimmered slightly. The insect within her sleeve stirring with anticipation. The sons of Miaozhong never know the meaning of fear. Bai Weiwei said nothing, silently pressing a jade slip inscribed with runes into Zhu Yunfeng's hand. This is the Bai family's secret treasure, the Xian Yin Heart Mirror. It can withstand a single fatal blow. Zhu Yunfeng clenched the jade slip tightly and turned to board the aircraft. The engines roared as the steel behemoth soared into the clouds, racing towards the southernmost tip of the Earth. 20 hours later, the transport plane landed at the edge of the Antarctic continent. The group transferred to specially designed snow-tracked vehicles, laboriously progressing towards their coordinates. Outside, an endless expanse of pale white stretched out, a blizzard raging, visibility reduced to less than 10 meters. The magnetic field interference is growing stronger, Tang Yuqing observed, watching the wildly fluctuating instruments. It feels as if we've stepped into a colossal microwave. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng's ring vibrated violently. Stop the vehicle, he shouted, flinging open the door and charging into the storm. Though his right eye was covered, his piercing vision still allowed him to see beneath the ice, where several heat sources lay buried. Boom! The ice surface exploded, and multiple shadowy figures burst forth. They were cybernetic beings clad in black armor. Their eyes glowing a sinister crimson, arms transformed into whirling chainsaws, charging at him with ferocity. Open fire, Taishan bellowed, as the heavy sniper rifle unleashed a torrent of fire. The bullets struck the lead cybernetic being, leaving only dents in its armor. Lan Xiaodai blew into her bone flute, sending dozens of ice blue insects towards the enemy. These ice marrow insects, cultivated in the extreme cold, specialized in corroding metal, instantly eroding the joints of 2 cybernetic beings. Bai Weiwei formed hand seals, raising ice walls from the ground to block the assault, but her expression suddenly shifted. No, these are decoys. No sooner had she spoken than the ice beneath them collapsed. In the instant of falling, Zhu Yunfeng grasped Tang Yuqing, executing the Void Dragon step midair to mitigate the impact. They tumbled into a massive ice cavern, the walls composed of an unknown bronze alloy, inscribed with ancient runes. This is, Tang Yuqing trembled as she traced the wall, an edifice older than the pyramids. Crackle, crackle. Eerie sounds emanated from the depths of darkness. Zhu Yunfeng's right eye suddenly blazed with pain, and through the eye patch, he beheld a chilling sight. 12 corpses clad in bronze armor rising from their ice sarcophagi. The gems embedded in their chest plates bore the same origin as the ring. They are not corpses, they are puppet sentinels. Bai Weiwei's face turned ashen. The pinnacle of pre-Qin alchemy. The lead bronze sentinel raised its head, blue flames igniting in its eye sockets. It lifted a 3-meter-long giant axe, the blade adorned with the identical pattern of Zhu Yunfeng's ring. Intruders shall perish. A hoarse, electronic voice reverberated through the cavern as the giant axe came crashing down. Zhu Yunfeng pushed the others away, summoning all his strength to meet the strike with the chaos sky-shattering palm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as he spat out a mouthful of blood, being violently repelled over 10 meters. The strength of this sentinel rivaled that of the innate realm. Master, use the ring. Sophia's voice suddenly rang out. They are the guardians of the ring. Recognizing only the mark, not the person, Zhu Yunfeng, struck by inspiration, channeled chaotic essence into his right eye, which glowed with a brilliant bronze light. As the ring projected a phantom of a star map with 9 instruments arranged, the 12 puppets froze simultaneously, their blue flames flickering violently. Verification complete. Highest authority holder confirmed. They all knelt in unison, their giant axes striking the ground, producing a deafening roar. Deep within the cavern, a sealed bronze giant door slowly opened, a blinding blue light spilling through the gap. An ancient voice emerged from beyond the door. Descendant of the betrayers, you have finally arrived. As the bronze giant door fully opened, a bone-chilling cold surged forth like a tide. Zhu Yunfeng squinted against the stinging blue light, witnessing countless ice crystals suspended within, each containing ancient artifacts, bronze swords, jade discs, tortoise shells, like a museum transcending time. In the center of the hall, atop a 9-tiered ice staircase, sat an elderly figure clad in a dark robe. His hair and beard were white, yet his visage was smooth as that of a youth. A diamond-shaped ice crystal embedded in his forehead resonating with the patterns of Zhu Yunfeng's ring. 3,000 years, the elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing an eerie silver gaze. A traitor of the Jiang clan dares to tread upon the sacred temple? Traitor? Zhu Yunfeng's heart jolted. Suddenly, Lan Shaodai blew into her bone flute, her innate insect transforming into a beam of golden light aimed at the elder. Yet, as it approached within 3 zhang, it inexplicably froze mid-air, shattering into pieces. Miaozhang's sorcery. The elder sneered. The tricks of the defeated army of Qi Yu dare to flaunt themselves before Guangqingzi? You are Guangqingzi. Tang Yuqing gasped in astonishment. The ancient master of the Yellow Emperor? This is impossible. The elder, or the being claiming to be Guangqingzi, slowly rose. As he moved, the entire temple trembled with the ice crystals, illuminating countless fragmented historical scenes. Beneath the vast starry sky, 9 ancient-robed cultivators cast their respective artifacts into the altar. On a blood-soaked battlefield, a man resembling Zhu Yunfeng suddenly turned traitor, causing the Great Formation to collapse. A cataclysmic deluge engulfed the land. As survivors knelt before a bronze model known as the Zhoutian Star Array, are you discerning the gravity of the situation? Guangqingzi gestured towards Zhu Yunfeng, declaring, your ancestor, Jiang Shang, in pursuit of personal gain, shattered the array, resulting in the depletion of spiritual energy and an eternal divide between mortals and celestial beings. Suddenly, the ring intensified in heat, emanating azure light, and Sophia's voice, laced with unprecedented urgency, exclaimed, Master, he is tampering with memories. Those images are intolerable. With a swift motion, Guangqingzi reached out, forcibly suppressing the azure glow from Zhu Yunfeng's ring. Is the spirit of the artifact even qualified to question my authority? He proclaimed. Boom. The temple's apex erupted, a shadow descending amidst a flurry of icy particles. The figure draped in a black robe, adorned with a bronze mask, wielded a staff crowned with a black gem pulsating with frenetic light. The Lord of the Dark Night. Taizhan raised his gun, only for the bullets to bizarrely hover before the figure, reversing direction and reflecting back at an accelerated speed. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Yunfeng hurled a jade tablet. The Xianyin heart-guarding mirror unfurled a protective barrier, the bullets clanging against it, disintegrating into powder. Senior Guangqingzi, the Lord of the Dark Night, intoned, bowing slightly. His voice distorted through a voice modulator. As per our agreement, I have come to claim the Ice Soul Crown. Guangqingzi nodded impassively, summoning a crown of exquisite crystal clarity. The diadem was formed of 9 interwoven ice spires, with a central void perfectly matching the ring's shape. After waiting for 3 millennia, I am met with mere thieves. A cold female voice echoed throughout the hall. Zhu Yunfeng's ring vibrated violently, emitting waves of azure light, ultimately coalescing into the complete spirit of Sophia. Her silver hair danced, the emblem on her forehead mirroring that of Guangqingzi. How could you, Guangqingzi, maintain your complete spiritual essence? Sophia offered no response, instead turning to grasp Zhu Yunfeng's shoulder. Master, I will sacrifice my spiritual form to grant you 10 breaths of time. She then directed her gaze at Lan Shaodai, the descendant of the Miao Holy Maiden, the true heir to the crown. Before anyone could react, she transformed into a streak of light, colliding with Guangqingzi. The shockwave from their clash sent the Lord of the Dark Night reeling back several paces. Shaodai. Zhu Yunfeng propelled Lan Shaodai towards the crown, reaching out to catch it. The Miao girl instinctively leapt. Just as her fingertips grazed the crown, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz. The ice soul crown began to disassemble autonomously. The 9 ice spires coiling around Lan Xiaodia's arm like sentient beings, ultimately crystallizing into a miniature ice shard at her brow. The frigid aura emanating from her body froze the approaching bronze guardians into statues of ice. Thus it is, the Lord of the Dark Night suddenly guffawed. The so-called Gu King of the Miao is merely a fragment of the crown. He slammed his staff down, black ripples sweeping across the chamber. Guangqingzi's spirit abruptly stiffened, his silver eyes clouded by black mist. You have hidden the soul-devouring Gu within the staff. Thank you, Senior, for lifting the seal of the crown. The Lord of the Dark Night leisurely pointed at Zhu Yunfeng. Child, now, hand over the ring, and you may escape with your life. 12 unfrozen bronze guardians simultaneously turned, their massive axes aimed at Zhu Yunfeng. At this moment, Lan Shaodai floated midair, the ice shard at her brow radiating blinding cold light. Her hair, seemingly without wind, fluttered, the tips crystallizing into delicate icicles, and the ancient patterns on her Miao attire perfectly matched the runes on the temple walls. She suddenly emitted a pained groan. Clutching her head, countless unfamiliar memories surged into her mind like a torrent. On the battlefield of 3 millennia past, 9 grand cultivators sealed the extraterrestrial evil at the cost of their lives. The Miao ancestors knelt before an ice coffin, receiving the crown fragments to transform into their life-bound Gu, the former entity of the Dark Night Temple, Shadow Sect. How they stole the staff and betrayed humanity. What we, the Miao, have guarded across generations was never the Gu King. Lan Shaodai opened her eyes, Her pupils transformed to mirror Guang Qingzi's silver hue and revealed. It is the fragments of the ice soul crown. The Lord of the Dark Knight's breath hitched beneath the mask. Impossible. The crown only recognizes a pure spirit as its master. You, a Miao maiden. Silence. Lan Shaodai pointed imperiously at him. Crack. The Lord of the Dark Knight's mask instantaneously became encrusted with frost. He staggered back, and the black light from his staff surged just enough to barely counter the blow. Yet, what shocked him further was that those bronze guardians, previously unfrozen, now turned to kneel before Lan Shaodai. Senior Guang Qingzi, Lan Shaodai's voice resonated ethereally. Imbued with an otherworldly weight, you have been tainted by the staff. Allow me to liberate you. The spirit of Guang Qingzi, under the control of the soul-devouring goo, struggled violently, alternating between silver and black mist. Kill me quickly. The staff is altering the coordinates of the Zhoutian star array. They wish to unleash it. Before he could finish, the black mist suddenly solidified. His spirit, like a marionette, stiffly turned to the Lord of the Dark Knight. Bowing, Master, please issue your command. Sophia, Zhu Yunfeng anxiously turned to the artifact spirit. What should we do now? Floating in midair, Sophia's spirit had become nearly translucent. She gazed at the tainted Guang Qingzi, azure tears glistening in her eyes. Master, remember, the 9 artifacts are not weapons, but locks. She abruptly surged towards Guang Qingzi, her spirit bursting forth like fireworks. Within the entwined lights, her final cry echoed. Your ancestor, Jiang Shang, did not betray. He discovered the array was gestating malevolence. Boom. The shockwave from Sophia's self-detonation swept through the temple. Guang Qingzi's spirit regained clarity in the last moment. Casting a grateful glance at Zhu Yunfeng before willingly moving towards the epicenter of the explosion. Within the pure energy storm, both spirits simultaneously disintegrated. The Lord of the Dark Knight let out a shriek as the black gem atop his staff cracked open. More astonishingly, the temple's walls began to peel away, revealing a dense array of modern apparatus beneath. This was not an ancient relic, but a man-made prison. Rascal, the Lord of the Dark Knight fumed. You have ruined the Shadow Sect's plans of 3,000 years. He struck the ground with his staff, black waves surging forth. Just as Zhu Yunfeng prepared to defend, Lan Shaodai darted forth to shield him. Brother Zhu, lead everyone to safety. Her ice shard glimmered brightly at her brow, erecting an ice wall before her. I can sense a hidden river beneath the ice layer, leading straight to the coast. And what about you? Zhu Yunfeng inquired. Lan Shaodai turned back with a smile that embodied both the vivacity of the spirited Miao maiden and the solemnity of an ancient saint. Having acknowledged me as its master, this temple cannot confine me. The Lord of the Dark Knight's attack was imminent. Just as the ice wall shattered, Zhu Yunfeng reluctantly commanded, everyone, leap into the ice crevice. Plop, plop, one by one. They plunged into the frigid underground river. Zhu Yunfeng conjured a protective shield with his vital energy, struggling to shield Bai Weiwei amid the turbulent waters. Alliance leader. There is light ahead, Taizhan shouted amidst the rapids. Indeed, a faint blue glow appeared in the distance. Yet, just as they were about to get closer, Zhu Yunfeng's ring began to vibrate furiously. Stop! He grasped Taizhan tightly. In the next moment, the torrent ahead revealed a towering waterfall. On the icy wall at the waterfall's edge was embedded a palm-sized jade pendant, radiating a soft yellow glow. The surface of the jade pendant was intricately carved with mountains and rivers, and upon closer inspection, the patterns seemed to flow slowly. The mountain and river pendant. Tang Yuqing gasped, the 4th artifact recorded in the Shanhaijing. The current of the dark river was too swift. There was no time to linger. With all his might, Zhu Yunfeng flung a rope, the hook at the end precisely snagging the edge of the jade pendant. Splash! At the moment the pendant was yanked free, the entire icy wall collapsed. The group tumbled downwards with the overwhelming torrent. The icy water pierced their nostrils, and Zhu Yunfeng clung tightly to Bai Weiwei's wrist amid the dark rapids. Boom! They were swept into an underground lake by the waterfall, the water finally calming. Zhu Yunfeng struggled to surface, the bronze light in his right eye shining brightly in the darkness. He surveyed his surroundings, as Bai Weiwei, Taizhan, Tang Yuqing, and Chun Biao gradually emerged, yet one was conspicuously absent. Where's Lu Qing? A faint response drifted from the heart of the lake. Following the sound, Zhu Yunfeng swam over to discover Lu Qing clinging to a piece of floating ice, her complexion as pale as parchment. Her left leg was unnaturally twisted, evidently having struck a submerged reef during her fall. Steady yourself. Zhu Yunfeng pressed down on her knee, channeling the Taishu chaos technique, with his vital energy flowing over the injury like warm water. Accompanied by a crack, the dislocated bone was forcibly realigned. Lu Qing bit her lip until it bled. Suppressing a cry, her forehead slick with cold sweat. Leader, look at this, Tang Yuqing suddenly exclaimed. The Shanha pendant in her hand radiated a gentle yellow light, its surface patterns forming a three-dimensional map that distinctly depicted the entirety of the Antarctic continent. A blinking red dot marked their current position, while a glowing path pointed toward the northern coast. It can guide us to safety, Tang Yuqing marveled as she caressed the pendant. I can even sense an ice cave 3 kilometers ahead. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. It appeared that the Shanha pendant had begun to recognize its master. Though now was not the time for further investigation. Everyone clung tightly to the floating ice, carried along by the current. 6 hours later, the exhausted group finally climbed onto an ice cap. In the distance, a rescue ship sent by the Dugu family flashed its signal lights. We did it. Taizhan collapsed onto the ice, his heavy sniper rifle long gone. Suddenly, the entire ice field trembled violently. The group turned to see a brilliant blue beam shooting skyward from the distant inland, exploding in the night sky into a massive crystalline pattern resembling the ice soul crown. Xiao Dai? Zhu Yunfeng clenched his fists. The information from the Heart Unity Gu was incomplete, as Xiao Dai's life Gu was injured, significantly diminishing its sensing abilities. However, Zhu Yunfeng knew Xiao Dai was safe and still had the upper hand. Everyone, hurry onto the ship. We'll wait for Xiao Dai there. After waiting on the ship for a few hours, Lan Xiao Dai finally returned. Zhu Yunfeng approached her, asking, Xiao Dai, are you all right? Lan Xiao Dai shot him a glare. I am the crown master. What could possibly be wrong? However, the Lord of the Night has escaped. 7 days later, Zhu Yunfeng and his companions finally returned from the polar expedition to Zhouwei Villa. Chapter 51. The counterattack of the night. Morning sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains. And Zhu Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes, his fingertips gently stroking the invisible ring on his ring finger. Ever since returning from the polar expedition, he had sensed the ring's temperature was somewhat elevated, as if it were attempting to remind him of something. Yunfeng, are you awake? Came Su Mingyue's soft voice from outside the door. Awake, come in, Zhu Yunfeng replied, sitting up to gaze at Su Mingyue as she entered. Her complexion remained somewhat pale. Although the Tianzhu Gu poison had been resolved, its aftereffects left her body weakened, and her cultivation had been stagnating at the late Mingli stage, failing to advance into the dark energy realm. How could my woman cultivate so slowly? I must concoct a few pills for her, such as the barrier-breaking pill and the body-refining pill, Zhu Yunfeng mused silently. Su Mingyue held a steaming bowl of medicinal porridge, smiling. Lu Qing just made this. She said it can help regulate your qi and blood. Zhu Yunfeng took the bowl, activating his X-ray vision, and glimpsed the faint spiritual energy floating within the porridge, indicating it was brewed from superior medicinal herbs. He scooped a spoonful, blew on it, and offered it to Su Mingyue. You drink it first. Su Mingyue shook her head. This is for you. I insist, Zhu Yunfeng said firmly. You need this more than I do. With no choice, Su Mingyue reluctantly opened her mouth to drink. At that moment, Zhu Yunfeng's phone suddenly rang. It was an urgent call from Chen Biao. Leader, something's happened. Chen Biao's voice was laced with urgency. 3 brothers from the Black Tiger Hall went missing last night, and their bodies were discovered this morning at the Eastern City landfill. Zhu Yunfeng's expression instantly turned cold. I'll be there right away. Hanging up, he gently grasped Su Mingyue's hand. I have urgent matters to attend to. You rest well. Su Mingyue looked at him with concern. Be careful. Half an hour later, Zhu Yunfeng stood at the Eastern City landfill, facing 3 corpses covered by white cloth. He lifted the cloth, his pupils narrowing. Each of the 3 had a pitch-black handprint on their chest, their skin exhibiting an eerie purplish-black hue. It's the corrupted heart palm of the Night Temple, Taizhan said somberly. They are beginning to retaliate. Zhu Yunfeng crouched down, his fingers lightly touching the handprint, his vital energy flowing into the corpses. Through his X-ray vision, he discerned that the hearts of the deceased had completely rotted away, yet curiously, the decayed sections formed a regular spiral pattern. This is no ordinary corrupted heart palm. Zhu Yunfeng rose, his gaze icy. The palm technique is laced with Gu poison. It's a method from Miaojiang. Miaojiang? Chen Biao frowned. Miss Lan isn't involved. It definitely wasn't Xiao Dai. Besides, Miaojiang isn't a monolith. They wouldn't refrain from attacking us just because of Xiao Dai. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head. There are individuals in the Night Temple proficient in Gu techniques, and their skills are formidable. Just then, his phone rang again. It was Bai Weiwei. Yunfeng. Bai Weiwei's voice was unusually grave. I just received news that in 3 days, the Night Temple will assault the Qiannong Hall's warehouse in the southern part of the city, where we have just stored a batch of century-old medicinal herbs. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. They seem well-informed. Hanging up, Zhu Yunfeng instructed Taizhan and Chen Biao, notify all halls to heighten their vigilance. Furthermore, spread the word that I will be heading to Shenangjia in search of a Millennium Snow Lotus. Leader, what are you planning? Taizhan inquired, puzzled. Drawing the snake out of its hole, Zhu Yunfeng replied with a cold smile. Since they wish to play, We shall indulge them in a grand game. That afternoon, Zhu Yunfeng drove alone from Songdu to Shenanjia, deliberately exposing his whereabouts. Soon, intelligence from the Black Tiger Hall reported 3 black SUVs tailing him. As night fell, Zhu Yunfeng parked his car along a secluded mountain road, stepped out to stretch, and called into the darkness, "You've been following me for quite a while. Aren't you tired?" From the forest came a rustling sound, and 7 figures clad in black silently emerged, led by a woman wearing a silver mask, Lilith, the 7th apostle of the Night Temple. Zhu Yunfeng. Lilith's voice was frigid. "Hand over the ring, and I can make your death more merciful." Zhu Yunfeng chuckled. "You've said that several times now. Every time we meet, it's the same line, and what has come of it?" A flicker of anger crossed Lilith's eyes as she suddenly gestured, and 6 black-clad figures lunged at Zhu Yunfeng simultaneously. These individuals were remarkably skilled, each at least at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation, working in harmony to seal off all of Zhu Yunfeng's escape routes. Unfazed, Zhu Yunfeng activated his vital energy, employing the Taishu Yulong step to weave through their attacks like a specter. Simultaneously, he fully unleashed his X-ray vision, slowing down and dissecting each of their movements. Chaos splitting heaven palm, 3rd form, 9 heavens dragon roar. Zhu Yunfeng thrust both palms forward, unleashing a sound wave akin to a dragon's roar. The 6 black-clad figures were struck as if by lightning, their movements abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng unleashed 6 consecutive palms, causing the 6 to spit blood and fly backward. Seeing this, Lilith let out a cold snort, thrusting her staff violently into the ground, sending forth a beam of black light. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped to evade, the black light grazing his shoulder and instantly decaying the tree trunk behind him into ash. Poison-based powers? Zhu Yunfeng frowned, a searing pain radiating from his shoulder as the toxin seeped into his body. He immediately activated the Taishu Chaos technique, forcing the toxin to his fingertips, where a drop of black blood fell to the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. "Futile," Lilith sneered, "my poison is incurable." Zhu Yunfeng said nothing, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Lilith. The two clashed in an instant, staff and palm winds colliding, producing a resounding clash like metal against metal. Lilith's cultivation had reached the late stage of the transformation realm, and with the enhancement of her staff, she found herself evenly matched against Zhu Yunfeng. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng felt a surge of heat emanating from his ring, a warm current flowing into his body. An epiphany struck him. He transformed his palm into a finger and pointed decisively at Lilith's staff. With a resounding chime, a crack appeared in the gem atop the staff. Lilith's expression shifted to one of shock, and she hastily retreated. How could this be possible? She gazed incredulously at the staff, unable to fathom that he could damage a divine artifact. Zhu Yunfeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and sneered, "It seems your necklace can no longer protect you." Lilith's eyes flickered as she suddenly produced a smoke bomb from her bosom and hurled it to the ground. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and by the time Zhu Yunfeng dispelled it, Lilith had vanished without a trace. He chose not to pursue her, but instead immediately retrieved his phone and dialed by Weiwei's number. "The operation was successful. The fish has taken the bait. Inform Taizhan that we can reel it in." It turned out that this expedition to the Shenanjia was merely a ruse, a tactic to divert the tiger from its mountain lair. While Lilith was engaged in pursuing Zhu Yunfeng, Taizhan and Chun Biao had already led the elite forces of the Cloud Alliance to launch a surprise attack on 3 strongholds of the Night Temple in Songdu, rescuing the imprisoned members of the Black Tiger Hall and seizing a trove of crucial intelligence. Upon Zhu Yunfeng's return to Songdu, Bai Weiwei awaited him in the conference room. "I've gathered the information." Bai Weiwei indicated a map spread across the table. "The influence of the Night Temple in Songdu runs deeper than we imagined. They control 3 pharmaceutical factories in the southern part of the city and are secretly developing a drug capable of suppressing the true energy of ancient martial artists." Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. No wonder their corrupted heart palm can so swiftly eliminate the dark strength warriors. Bai Weiwei nodded gravely. "What complicates matters further is that the intelligence we've intercepted indicates that the Night Temple has reached some form of agreement with the Nangong family." "The Nangong family?" Zhu Yunfeng frowned. "One of the 4 great families of the ancient martial world?" "Indeed," Bai Weiwei replied, her expression serious. "Moreover, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family, Nangong Shui, is scheduled to arrive in Songdu in 3 days to attend a charity gala." Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. "It seems we must pay this Miss Nangong a visit." Just then, the door of the conference room swung open, and Lan Xiaodai rushed in, breathless. "Brother Yunfeng, it's terrible. Sister Mingyue has suddenly collapsed." Zhu Yunfeng's expression changed drastically, and he sprinted towards Su Mingyue's room. Pushing open the door, he found Su Mingyue lying on the bed, her complexion as pale as a sheet, and more alarmingly, A black celestial pearl mark had manifested on her brow. Wasn't the celestial pearl poison already resolved? Bai Weiwei exclaimed in shock. Zhu Yunfeng's hands trembled slightly as he grasped Su Mingyue's icy wrist, activating his clairvoyant ability. Moments later, his expression turned grim. This is not a relapse. It is a new poison, more potent than the celestial pearl poison. He spun around sharply and instructed Lan Xiaodai. Immediately contact the high priest and inquire about this poison. The rest of you, prepare the vehicle. I must take Mingyue to the Qingnong Hall. Lan Xiaodai promptly produced the 5 poisons order and began reaching out to the high priest of Miaojiang, the newly appointed one, of course. Zhu Yunfeng cradled Su Mingyue in his arms, a blaze of fury igniting within him directed at the Night Temple. How dare you lay your hands on Mingyue? I will make you pay 100-fold for this transgression. Chapter 52. Su Mingyue stricken by poison again. Inside the Qingnong Hall, the lights blazed brightly. Zhu Yunfeng gently placed Su Mingyue on a specially crafted cold jade bed, a type of jade capable of temporarily suppressing the spread of poison. Lan Xiaodai, clutching the 5 poisons order, closed her eyes in concentration, softly reciting ancient Miaojiang incantations in an attempt to communicate with the distant high priest. Bai Weiwei stood beside them, her brows furrowed. Yunfeng, her breath is growing weaker by the moment. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, pressing his palm against Su Mingyue's forehead, fully activating his clairvoyant ability to scrutinize the changes within her body. He observed dark tendrils of energy entwining her meridians, incessantly devouring her vitality. And even her spiritual energy could do little to halt its encroachment. This is no ordinary poison. Zhu Yunfeng retracted his hand, his voice heavy. It appears to possess a consciousness, specifically targeting Mingyue's constitution. Just then, Lan Xiaodai suddenly opened her eyes, her face pale. The high priest says this is the heart-eating fatal poison, a forbidden technique of Miaojiang, even rarely employed by the 5 poisons sect. The heart-eating fatal poison? Zhu Yunfeng's eyes turned icy. How is it resolved? Lan Xiaodai bit her lip. It requires 3 materials: the Millennium Snow Lotus, the 9 Nether Cold Spring Water, and the Heart's Blood of the Poison Caster. Heart's Blood? Bai Weiwei frowned. Does that mean we must find the one who cast the poison? Exactly, Lan Xiaodai nodded. Moreover, the antidote must be administered within 3 days. Otherwise, the poison will completely consume her life force. Zhu Yunfeng fell into silence for a moment, then suddenly chuckled coldly. The Night Temple is forcing me to seek them out personally for retribution. He turned to Chun Biao and commanded, immediately send someone to investigate whether there are unfamiliar faces from Miaojiang within Songdu recently, especially those in contact with the Night Temple. Chun Biao nodded and swiftly departed. Bai Weiwei contemplated. The Millennium Snow Lotus can only be found deep within Kunlun Mountain, and the 9 Nether Cold Spring Water is said to be located in the far north. There simply isn't enough time. No, there is still time. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned resolute. The secret vault of the Qingnong Hall contains an 800-year-old snow lotus. While its efficacy is diminished, it will suffice. As for the 9 Nether Cold Spring Water, he glanced at Lan Xiaodai. Do you have any similar alternatives in Miaojiang? Lan Xiaodai hesitated for a moment. Yes. We have the Cold Essence Pool, but it is a forbidden area. Unless permitted by the High Priest, outsiders would surely face death. Zhu Yunfeng wasted no time. I will go. No. Bai Weiwei grabbed his arm. It's too dangerous. Zhu Yunfeng gently extricated her hand. Mingyue cannot wait. Lan Xiaodai gritted her teeth. Brother Yunfeng, I will accompany you. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, then turned to Bai Weiwei. You and Taizhan stay behind in Songdu. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Night Temple, especially that Lilith. Bai Weiwei opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately only nodded. Be careful. That night, Zhu Yunfeng and Lan Xiaodai boarded a private plane headed directly from Miaojiang. On the aircraft, Lan Xiaodai took out the 5 poisons order and softly chanted, causing the patterns on the token to emit a faint glow, seemingly guiding their direction. Brother Yunfeng, before we enter the Cold Essence Pool, we must first meet with the High Priest, Lan Xiaodai said gravely. Otherwise, we won't even find the entrance. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. You make the arrangements. After landing at the airport on the outskirts of Miaojiang, the two switched to an off-road vehicle and ventured deeper into the mountains. The rugged terrain was enveloped in dense forests, where the eerie sounds of insects and beasts occasionally pierced the air. Is it true that the Miaojiang's poison techniques can control life and death? Zhu Yunfeng suddenly inquired. Lan Xiaodai fell silent for a moment. The essence of poison techniques lies in manipulating vital energy. Adept poison masters can even allow the insects to inhabit the souls of their enemies. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned frigid. Then the one who cast the poison must die. Lan Xiaodai glanced at him, but refrained from further comment. The vehicle finally halted in front of an ancient stockade, where 2 Miaojiang warriors clad in black robes stood guard, brandishing long knives with cold, piercing gazes. Halt! No outsiders may enter. One of them barked. Lan Xiaodai stepped forward, raising the 5 poisons order. I am Lan Xiaodai. Returning on the orders of the high priest. Upon seeing the token, the warriors immediately saluted but remained vigilant, eyeing Zhu Yunfeng. And him? He is my friend and has urgent matters to discuss with the high priest, Lan Xiaodai explained. The warriors hesitated briefly before parting to allow passage. Enter, but do not wander about. Upon entering the stockade, Zhu Yunfeng observed that the architectural style was remarkably ancient, with wooden houses arranged in an orderly manner. And a faint aroma of herbs wafted through the air. The Miao people encountered along the way bowed respectfully upon seeing Lan Xiaodai, clearly indicating her esteemed status within the tribe. Soon, the two arrived before a towering wooden edifice, where an elderly man with snow-white hair stood. He was none other than the newly appointed Grand Priest of the Miao region. Xiaodai, you have returned. The Grand Priest's voice was hoarse and deep. Lan Xiaodai bowed respectfully. Grand Priest, I have an urgent matter to beseech you. The Grand Priest's gaze fell upon Zhu Yunfeng, his eyes profound. Are you the young man who bested the Dark Knight Temple? Zhu Yunfeng, maintaining his composure, replied, Senior, I am Zhu Yunfeng. I have come seeking the waters of the cold essence pool to save someone. The Grand Priest paused, slowly shaking his head. The cold essence pool is a forbidden area of our clan. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Lan Xiaodai grew anxious, Master. Sister Mingyue has been afflicted by the heart-devouring curse. Only the waters of the cold essence pool can save her. The Grand Priest's expression sharpened. The heart-devouring curse? Who cast it? Zhu Yunfeng replied coldly. The Dark Knight Temple. The Grand Priest's countenance darkened instantaneously. The Dark Knight Temple dares to use our Miao clan's forbidden arts to harm others? He pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. I will allow you to enter the cold essence pool, but there is one condition. Please, Senior, speak, Zhu Yunfeng urged. Assist me in eliminating a foe. The Grand Priest's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent, the traitorous Elder Haigu. Zhu Yunfeng's brow furrowed. Elder Haigu is inside. Why do you not confront him yourself? The moment the words escaped his lips, Zhu Yunfeng regretted his inquiry. Realizing that this Grand Priest was likely no match for Elder Haigu, and sought his assistance to eliminate the traitor. Lan Xiaodai, standing beside him, quietly explained. Elder Haigu was the previous generation's great Gu master, a contemporary of the former Grand Priest, who later betrayed the Miao clan and allied with the Dark Knight Temple. Zhu Yunfeng smirked coldly. Perfect. We shall settle both old and new scores. The Grand Priest nodded with satisfaction. Follow me. He turned and walked deeper into the village, with Zhu Yunfeng and Lan Xiaodai closely behind. After traversing a dense bamboo grove, they arrived at a dark, profound cave. Its entrance covered with a thin layer of frost, exuding an intense chill. The cold essence pool lies within. The Grand Priest halted, but you must exercise caution. Aside from Elder Haigu, the pool's waters are frigid enough to kill an ordinary person upon contact. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, stepping forward without hesitation. As he entered the cave, the temperature plummeted, and his breath materialized as white mist. After delving 100 meters, he found himself in a vast cavern where a cold pool, approximately 10 meters in diameter, lay before him, its waters crystal clear, yet emanating an excruciating chill. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Tai Su chaotic technique, a faint golden aura enveloping his body to ward off the cold. He retrieved the prepared jade vial and crouched down, carefully scooping up the pool's water. However, the moment his fingers grazed the water's surface, boom, the cold pool erupted, and a dark shadow surged forth, lunging straight for Zhu Yunfeng's throat. His pupils constricted, and he retreated swiftly, simultaneously striking out. The chaotic sky-splitting palm cleaved through the air. The force of his strike was like a blade, instantly slicing the shadow in two. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a pitch-black serpent. Even after its head was severed, its body writhed in a frenzy. What manner of serpent resides in the cold essence pool? Zhu Yunfeng's heart sank. At that moment, a startled exclamation from outside the cave reached his ears. Brother Yunfeng. Be careful. Zhu Yunfeng quickly turned to see a hunched figure had appeared at the cave's entrance, grinning ominously. Ah, you have finally arrived, young one. Clad in a black robe, his gaunt visage was highlighted by eerie green eyes, and he wielded a serpent-headed staff. You are Elder Haigu. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned frigid. Haha, the old Grand Priest has indeed sent you to your doom. Elder Haigu cackled, thrusting his staff into the ground. Now that you are here, do not think of leaving. Instantly, the cave's floor began to writhe, with countless venomous insects crawling from the crevices of the stone, swarming toward Zhu Yunfeng. With a cold snort, Zhu Yunfeng unleashed his inner energy, a brilliant golden light radiating from his body, disintegrating the insects upon their approach. Insects dare to obstruct me? Unfazed, Elder Haigu produced a black ceramic jar from his robes and smashed it to the ground. Hiss! A monstrous python, as thick as a water barrel, slithered out, its crimson tongue flicking as it lunged for Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed, his form a blur as he appeared above the python, delivering a powerful strike. Boom. The serpent's head exploded, yet bizarrely, its body did not collapse, but instead split into hundreds of smaller snakes, surging forth once more. Is this goo magic? Zhu Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he swiftly retreated. Elder Haigu laughed triumphantly. Futile. My 10,000 serpents goo is immortal and indestructible. You cannot kill them all. Zhu Yunfeng snickered. Is that so? He raised his hand, and his ring erupted with blinding radiance, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire cave. Elder Haigu's expression shifted dramatically. Is that a divine artifact? Boom. The golden light surged forth, incinerating all the venomous snakes upon contact. Elder Haigu, now filled with terror, began to retreat. But it was too late. Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, instantly standing before him, his right hand clamping around his throat like a vice. Antidote, hand it over. Elder Haigu struggled, fear evident in his eyes. I have no antidote. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze hardened, applying pressure with his fingers. Then you are of no use. Wait, Elder Haigu shrieked. I did not cast the heart-devouring curse. It was the poison princess of the Dark Night Temple. She is in Songdu. Zhu Yunfeng's cold stare bore into him. Poison princess? Yes. She is the fifth apostle of the Dark Night Temple, specializing in goo magic. Elder Haigu exclaimed hurriedly. I can help you find her. Zhu Yunfeng was silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, lead the way. With that, he seized Elder Haigu and strode out of the cave. Outside, the Grand Priest and Lan Xiao Dai had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zhu Yunfeng emerge with Elder Haigu in tow, the Grand Priest's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. You have not disappointed me. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Senior, I have obtained the waters of the cold essence pool. Now, I must go to Songdu to find the poison princess. The Grand Priest pondered. Elder Haigu is cunning. Be wary of treachery as you take him with you. Zhu Yunfeng snickered. If he dares to play tricks, I will ensure he wishes he were dead. Elder Haigu trembled, too frightened to speak. Lan Xiao Dai stepped forward. Brother Yunfeng, I wish to accompany you. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Let us go. That night, Zhu Yunfeng, accompanied by Lan Xiao Dai and Elder Haigu, returned to Songdu. On the plain, Elder Haigu was shackled in iron chains, his expression fluctuating between fear and uncertainty. Zhu Yunfeng closed his eyes to rest, yet his heart was resolute with murderous intent. Poison Princess, the fifth apostle of the Dark Night Temple. You are doomed. Chapter 53, The Poison Princess Appears. In the depths of the night in Songdu, Zhu Yunfeng confined Elder Haigu in a subterranean chamber, guarded by 5 martial artists at the initial stage of the transformation realm, ensuring he could neither escape nor send messages. Lan Xiao Dai entered, holding a bowl of medicinal broth. Brother Yunfeng, the waters of the cold essence pool and the 800-year-old snow lotus have been brewed, but we still require the heart's blood of the poison princess. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the bowl, the broth shimmering a chilling azure, exuding an intense cold. He gently stirred it. With his enhanced vision, he could discern the rich spiritual energy contained within the liquid. Did Elder Haigu divulge anything? Zhu Yunfeng inquired. Lan Xiao Dai shook her head. He is quite obstinate, only revealing that the poison princess is in Songdu, but he refused to specify where. Zhu Yunfeng smirked coldly. If he will not speak, then he shall taste some suffering. He set the bowl down and turned to head toward the underground chamber. Inside the subterranean chamber, Elder Haigu was chained to a specially designed chair, the walls etched with runes meant to suppress goo magic. Iron Mountain stood nearby, toying with a dagger, his gaze icy. As the door creaked open, Zhu Yunfeng strode in. The Elder of Black Goo lifted his gaze, a sinister smile creeping across his face. What? Do you intend to resort to torture? I have lived for over 80 years. What suffering have I not endured? Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, gradually raising his hand as the ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. The Elder's expression shifted dramatically. What are you planning to do? Zhu Yunfeng replied coolly. I have heard that in Miaojiang, there exists a goo known as the heart-eating insect, capable of inflicting unbearable agony without leading to death. The Elder's pupils constricted. How do you know of such a goo? How could you possibly possess it? A faint smirk graced Zhu Yunfeng's lips. I need not possess it. I merely need to simulate its effects. Before his words had fully dissipated, the ring's light intensified, and a spectral golden thread gradually floated out, piercing into the Elder's chest. Ah! The Elder screamed in torment, his body convulsing as if countless insects were gnawing at his heart. His skin began to flush red, veins bulging, and his visage contorted into a grotesque mask of agony. Stop! I'll talk. I'll talk. He rasped desperately, thrashing about. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Yunfeng retracted the golden thread, leaving the Elder slumped in his chair, gasping for breath. The Poison Queen was based in Baichao Hall in the southern part of the city, a stronghold for the Temple of the Night in Songdu. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Baichao Hall? Isn't that merely a legitimate herbal shop? The elder let out a bitter laugh. The most perilous places are often the safest. Zhu Yunfeng turned to Taizhan. Immediately dispatch someone to keep an eye on Baichao Hall, but do not alert them. Taizhan nodded and departed swiftly. Zhu Yunfeng fixed his gaze on the elder. Should you deceive me, I will make you experience suffering tenfold of what you just endured. The elder trembled, rendered speechless. Half an hour later, Zhu Yunfeng, Lan Xiaodai, and Bai Weiwei stood atop a building opposite Baichao Hall, observing the herbal shop from a distance. On the surface, Baichao Hall appeared to be an ordinary traditional medicine store, but through his enhanced vision, Zhu Yunfeng detected intense energy fluctuations in the basement, and the two staff members at the entrance exuded a calm demeanor, clearly disguising their martial prowess. Bai Weiwei whispered, I just used my precognitive ability to take a glimpse. The Poison Queen is indeed inside, but she is accompanied by two skilled fighters from the Temple of the Night, both at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Zhu Yunfeng sneered. Perfect, we can eliminate them all at once. Lan Xiaodai expressed her concern. Brother Yunfeng, the Poison Queen is adept at using goo. We must exercise caution. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. Xiaodai, you will wait outside to provide support. If the situation turns dire, summon the goo insects using the 5 poisons order immediately. Weiwei, you are responsible for cutting off their escape route. Both Bai Weiwei and Lan Xiaodai nodded in agreement. The streets were eerily silent in the dead of night. Zhu Yunfeng moved like a phantom, appearing instantly at the back door of Baichao Hall. With a gentle push, the lock snapped open. Once inside, he advanced swiftly along the corridor, his enhanced vision activated, deftly avoiding all surveillance and traps. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the basement, where 2 guards leaned against the wall, dozing. In a flash, Zhu Yunfeng struck with precision, delivering 2 swift blows to their necks. They collapsed silently. Pushing open the basement door, a pungent aroma of herbs mixed with the stench of blood assaulted him. The basement was expansive, with a massive bronze cauldron at its center, its interior bubbling with a murky green liquid that emitted a nauseating odor. Beside the cauldron stood a woman clad in purple, her head bent as she mixed some concoction. The Poison Queen. She appeared to be around 30, with an alluring yet cold demeanor akin to a serpent. Her fingers were long and elegant. Her nails painted a dark purple, each fingertip surrounded by a faint haze of black energy. Zhu Yunfeng made no attempt to conceal himself, walking directly towards her. The Poison Queen did not lift her head, merely stating, You've come? A bit slower than I anticipated. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. You knew I would arrive? The Poison Queen chuckled lightly, finally raising her gaze. That useless black goo elder is utterly unreliable. She clapped her hands, and instantly, hidden doors on either side of the basement swung open, revealing 2 men in black robes, their auras formidable. Both were mid-stage masters of the transformation realm. Allow me to introduce. The Poison Queen said with a smile, the 4th apostle of the Temple of the Night, Shadowblade, and the 6th apostle, Ironbone. Shadowblade was slender, wielding a pair of pitch-black short blades that gleamed with a ghostly blue light, evidently laced with deadly poison. Ironbone, on the other hand, was a towering figure, muscles rippling like iron, with skin that shimmered with a strange metallic sheen. Zhu Yunfeng glanced over them, a cold smile playing on his lips. 3 apostles gathered. It seems the Temple of the Night takes me quite seriously. The Poison Queen licked her lips. Your blood is the finest material for concocting the heart-eating insect's lethal goo. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. So, you were the one behind the goo under the moonlight? The Poison Queen chuckled. Indeed, regrettably, I could not claim her life directly. But it matters not. Once you perish, she will follow suit. Seeking death. Zhu Yunfeng ceased his words, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that erupted within him, propelling him like lightning towards the Poison Queen. Shadowblade and Ironbone struck simultaneously. Shadowblade unleashed a flurry of blade lights, sealing off all of Zhu Yunfeng's escape routes. Ironbone hurled a punch that shattered the air with a thunderous boom. Zhu Yunfeng snorted coldly, employing the Void Dragon step, his form weaving through the blades like a phantom, simultaneously delivering a palm strike towards Ironbone. The chaotic sky-splitting palm descended like a cascade of stars. Boom. The palm force cascaded down like a galaxy, causing Ironbone to grunt, retreating 3 steps, yet astonishingly enduring the blow. Ha! My Ironbone technique renders me impervious to blades and guns. Your palm strength is futile. Ironbone roared with laughter. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned that Ironbone's bones glimmered with a metallic sheen, evidently the result of practicing some form of body-enhancing secret technique. The Poison Queen stood at the rear, fingers weaving intricate seals, dark tendrils of energy spiraling from her fingertips, silently coiling towards Zhu Yunfeng. Be careful. It's goo poison. Bai Weiwei's voice suddenly resonated in Zhu Yunfeng's mind. Her precognitive ability allowed her to briefly share his vision. Zhu Yunfeng retreated hastily, simultaneously activating the ring's brilliance. A golden barrier materializing to block the encroaching dark energy. The Poison Queen's expression shifted, a divine artifact. Shadowblade seized the opportunity, his dual blades darting towards Zhu Yunfeng's back like venomous serpents. Clang! Zhu Yunfeng countered instinctively, the ring morphing into a golden short sword that clashed against Shadowblade's blades. Sparks flying. Your opponent is me. Bai Weiwei suddenly appeared behind Shadowblade, her long sword thrusting toward his vulnerable back. Shadowblade was taken aback, hastily dodging, yet still sustaining a gash across his shoulder, blood streaming forth. Meanwhile, Iron Bone charged once more, and Zhu Yunfeng's eyes glinted. Spiritual energy surged frantically within him, the ring radiating an immense brilliance. The chaotic void technique shattered. Boom! A golden beam erupted from the ring, striking Iron Bone squarely in the chest. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Iron Bone staggered back, his chest concave, yet he remarkably remained standing. Useless, he cackled, my Iron Bone technique. Before he could finish, Zhu Yunfeng had already appeared before him, his right hand slicing like a blade, directly plunging into his chest. Crack! Iron Bone's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at Zhu Yunfeng's hand, which had penetrated his skin, grasping his heart. Iron Bone technique. Zhu Yunfeng sneered. Let's see if your heart is as resilient. No. With a swift motion, he crushed the heart in his grip. Blood sprayed forth as Iron Bone collapsed with a thunderous thud. Seeing this, Shadowblade's expression drastically changed. He turned to flee, only to be met by Bai Weiwei's sword slicing through his throat. The Poison Queen finally panicked, violently overturning the bronze cauldron. The murky green liquid spilling forth and transforming into countless venomous insects that surged towards Zhu Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng did not retreat but advanced, the ring exploding with golden light, incinerating all the insects upon contact. The Poison Queen let out a shriek, attempting to escape, but as she reached the doorway, a petite figure blocked her path. Lu Xiaodai, wielding the 5 Poisons Order, coldly declared, Traitor of Miaojiang, meet your demise. With a hum, hundreds of spirit worms surged forth from the 5 Poisons Order, instantly surrounding the Poison Queen. The Poison Queen thrashed in desperation, but the worms had already burrowed into her body, consuming her flesh and blood. Zhu Yunfeng stepped forward, his voice icy, the antidote. The Poison Queen managed a grim smile. The heart-eating fatal worm has no cure. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned frigid as he seized her by the throat, stating, Then I shall take your heart's blood. Without hesitation, he pressed a finger to her chest, drawing forth a stream of dark crimson blood enveloped in spiritual energy. The Poison Queen's eyes widened, and she ultimately succumbed to death. Zhu Yunfeng collected the heart's blood and turned to Lu Xiaodai and Bai Weiwei, saying, Let us return and save Mingyue. At the headquarters of the Cloud Alliance, in Su Mingyue's chamber, Zhu Yunfeng dripped the Poison Queen's heart's blood into a medicinal concoction. The icy blue liquid instantly transformed into a pale golden hue, exuding a rich essence of life. He gently lifted Su Mingyue, carefully administering the elixir to her lips. As the potion entered her body, the black celestial pearl mark on her forehead began to dissipate, and her pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. At last, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Yunfeng. Zhu Yunfeng grasped her hand tightly, his voice a hoarse whisper. It's all right. You are safe now. Su Mingyue managed a weak smile, softly stating, I had a long dream, where you ventured into many perilous places to save me. Zhu Yunfeng replied tenderly, No matter how far, I will always bring you back. Bai Weiwei and Lu Xiaodai exchanged knowing glances at the doorway and quietly withdrew. Chapter 54. The Lord of the Hall arrives. Within the inky black palace of the Dark Knight Temple's headquarters, the Lord of the Hall, adorned with a bronze mask, slowly lifted his head, his voice frigid. The Poison Queen, Shadowblade, Iron Bone, all are dead. The black-robed figure kneeling below trembled, proclaiming, Zhu Yunfeng's strength far exceeds our estimates. The ring he possesses appears to be an ancient artifact. The Lord of the Hall fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Excellent. This lad has risen too swiftly. Thus, it seems I must personally intervene. He gradually rose, a terrifying aura enveloping the entire chamber. I recognize that ring. The Dark Knight Lord's staff lightly tapped the ground, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. Even back in the polar regions, I sensed its presence. His gaze pierced through the void, seemingly seeing the distant Song capital, Lu Xiaodai's crown, Zhu Yunfeng's ring and jade pendant. Combined with my staff, 4 of the 9 divine artifacts are now revealed. He murmured to himself, It appears the time has come for me to make an appearance. The black-robed messenger raised his eyes in terror. My lord, Are you truly going to take action personally? The ancient altar in Shenangjia is about to open, and it may harbor clues to the artifacts. The Dark Knight Lord sneered, "Let the seventh apostle Lilith handle the altar." As for Zhu Yunfeng, he raised his staff, and a pitch-black rift in space materialized. "I shall personally reclaim what belongs to the Dark Knight Temple." At the Cloud Alliance's headquarters in Song Capital, Zhu Yunfeng stood in the training room, spiritual energy swirling around him. Since slaying the Poison Queen, he sensed that the energy within the ring had become increasingly vibrant. Could it be that Sophia was not dead? Yet, no matter how he called out, all he received in return was silence. Suddenly, boom, a tremendous roar erupted. The entire Cloud Alliance headquarters shook violently, as if it were experiencing an earthquake. The blaring alarms pierced the air, and chaotic footsteps and gasps erupted outside. Zhu Yunfeng instantly dashed out of the room and into the hall. Bai Weiwei, Lu Xiaodai, and Taizhan had already gathered, their faces etched with grave concern. "What is happening?" Zhu Yunfeng inquired, his voice low. Bai Weiwei's pupils flickered with fragments of future visions. Her voice trembling. "He has come, the Lord of the Dark Knight." As if to confirm her words, a chilling voice resonated from outside, clear and precise. "Zhu Yunfeng, surrender the ring and jade pendant, and I shall allow you to keep your corpse intact." Zhu Yunfeng let out a cold laugh and strode towards the door, with everyone following closely behind. Outside the Cloud Alliance headquarters, the once bustling streets lay desolate, as if swept clean by some unseen force. In midair, a figure hovered, clad in black robes, his staff radiating an oppressive aura. The Dark Knight Lord, his gaze fixed directly on Zhu Yunfeng. "We meet again." Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. "After our parting in the polar regions, I did not expect you would personally seek your demise." The Dark Knight Lord chuckled lightly, arrogant. He raised his staff slowly, and in an instant, the sky darkened with dense clouds, countless black lightning bolts roiling within. "Today, let me show you what true artifact power is." Boom. A bolt of black lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck down, heading straight for the Cloud Alliance headquarters. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, and the ring blazed with golden light, erecting a barrier to withstand the strike. Crack! The barrier splintered, and Zhu Yunfeng grunted, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. From a single blow, he had sustained internal injuries. Bai Weiwei's expression shifted dramatically. His strength has at least reached the innate realm. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaodai summoned her crown. The 5 poisons order hovering before her. 100 worms ascend to the phoenix, arise. Hundreds of spirit worms transformed into a torrent, surging towards the Dark Knight Lord. "A mere trifle." The Dark Knight Lord scoffed. "Your crown was severely damaged during our last encounter in the polar regions. Do you still dare to use it? What can a broken crown do to me?" Before his words could fully escape, he waved his staff, and all the worms instantaneously froze in midair, subsequently exploding in a series of violent detonations. Lu Xiaodai spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. "Xiaodai!" Zhu Yunfeng caught her, his gaze turning icy. The Dark Knight Lord looked down upon them. "This is your final chance. Hand over the artifacts." Zhu Yunfeng wiped the blood from his lips and suddenly smiled. "Want them? Come and take them." He forcefully stomped the ground, his form shooting skyward like a cannonball, unleashing the chaos-splitting palm with all his might. Dragons roar in the 9 heavens. The roar of the dragon reverberated through the sky as the palm wind transformed into a golden dragon, charging directly at the Dark Knight Lord. Interesting. The Dark Knight Lord did not flinch or evade, lightly tapping his staff. Buzz. A pitch-black barrier unfolded, and Zhu Yunfeng's palm strike crashed against it, yielding no reaction whatsoever. "What?" Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. "Let me show you what true power is." The Dark Knight Lord suddenly vanished, reappearing before Zhu Yunfeng, his staff piercing like a blade, aimed directly at his chest. Uft! The staff penetrated Zhu Yunfeng's protective energy shield, directly impaling his shoulder. "Ah!" Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth and retreated violently, blood cascading through the air. "Yunfeng!" Bai Weiwei cried out in alarm. Her foresight fully activated as she sought a way to turn the tide. The Dark Knight Lord did not pursue. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lu Xiaodai. "The crown in your possession is indeed a waste." He reached out, and the crown atop Lu Xiaodai's head trembled violently, seemingly trying to break free from her control. "No." Lu Xiaodai fought desperately, but the crown continued to inch toward the Dark Knight Lord. Just at that critical moment, whoosh, a brilliant sword light descended from the heavens, directly slashing at the Dark Knight Lord's wrist. The Dark Knight Lord frowned and withdrew his hand, the sword light grazing his sleeve before vanishing into the sky. "Who?" Everyone looked up to see a figure in white, gracefully descending from the air, wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, exuding an ethereal aura. "Nangong Shui, I greet the Lord of the Dark Knight." The newcomer was a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful, yet her gaze was as cold as ice. The Dark Knight Lord narrowed his eyes slightly. The little girl from the Nangong family? Are you going to meddle in the affairs of the Dark Knight Temple? Nangong Shui spoke softly. Zhu Yunfeng has ties to my Nangong family. Today, you shall not harm him. Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback. Do I know you? Nangong Shui cast him a sidelong glance, offering no explanation, and instead addressed the master of the Dark Knight Palace. If you insist on making a move, my Nangong family's heavenly sword formation will gladly test the might of the Dark Knight scepter. The master of the Dark Knight Palace fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Good, very good. He turned to Zhu Yunfeng. Today, consider yourself fortunate, but next time. With a wave of his scepter, a rift in space opened, and the master of the Dark Knight Palace stepped through, his voice echoing distantly. We shall meet again soon. As the rift vanished, the terrifying pressure finally dissipated. Zhu Yunfeng fell from the air, his face pale. Bai Weiwei and Lan Shaodai rushed forward to support him. Miss Nangong. Zhu Yunfeng looked at the woman in white. Thank you for your assistance. But do we truly know each other? Nangong Shui sheathed her sword and replied coolly. I have some words regarding the 9 divine artifacts that I wish to convey in person. Zhu Yunfeng stood firm, expressing his gratitude for her help. Regardless, I thank Miss Nangong for her assistance today. The Yun Alliance owes you a favor. Nangong Shui nodded. I shall see you at the Nangong Villa in a few days. With that, she floated away gracefully. Chapter 55, Nangong Villa. A heavy darkness enveloped Nangong Villa, with Taizhan stationed outside. Zhu Yunfeng followed the guiding maid in green through the winding corridors. Moonlight cascaded over the lotus pond, startling a few fireflies into flight. He caressed the jade pendant at his waist and halted before the third moon gate. Mr. Zhu, please. The maid pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, revealing a woman in a plain white cheap house seated at a redwood table, where a bronze ancient mirror emitted a ghostly glow. It was Nangong Shui. You have arrived. This is the secret treasure of the Nangong clan, the mirror of mountains and rivers. Unfortunately, while it can reflect images, it cannot unveil fate. Nangong Shui did not rise to greet him. Instead, she traced her fingertip across the mirror's surface, illuminating the patterns of the 28 constellations. Come look. 3 days ago, the mirror revealed the image of the Big Dipper upside down, indicating that the Dark Knight's scepter has stirred the Earth's veins in the northern desert. Zhu Yunfeng beheld as the mirror suddenly displayed a scene of the polar ice fields. The master of the Dark Knight Palace raised his scepter high, and 12 strands of dark energy tore apart the bronze gate beneath the ice. As the blood-red gemstone atop the scepter flickered, the scene within the mirror shattered into countless points of light. Each time the chaos gate opens, the seals of the 9 divine artifacts weaken. Nangong Shui opened a hidden compartment beneath the table and retrieved the Qingming sword, saying to Zhu Yunfeng, May I see the jade pendant you obtained? Of course. Zhu Yunfeng replied, just as the words Jinyue on the sword suddenly glowed. The ground trembled violently, and the bookshelf on the west wall collapsed, revealing a hidden chamber. 27 bronze figurines knelt around a blood pool, with a large cauldron at the center, inscribed with the words dedicated by Nangong Shui. What is happening? How could this be? This cauldron was acquired by the Nangong family a century ago in the Valley of the Medicine King, also known as the Medicine King's Cauldron. Later, the inept Nangong Shui used his legitimate son to feed the cauldron in exchange for 3 days' worth of rights to use the scepter, thus earning it the name Blood Cauldron. Nangong Shui's voice trembled when the Nangong heir was sacrificed to the cauldron. His blood splattered onto the Qingming sword. This exemplifies the family's heartlessness and filth. Before her words faded, 3 shadowy figures burst through the window. The leader, clad in black robes, unleashed a putrid gust aimed directly at Nangong Shui, while the other 2 charged at Zhu Yunfeng. Just as Zhu Yunfeng prepared to strike the 2 black-robed figures with the 7th form of the chaos-rending palm, a sudden pain pierced his heart. The phantom of the master of the Dark Knight Palace materialized in space, launching a palm strike at him. What kind of sorcery is this? Zhu Yunfeng was horrified, caught off guard, and struck squarely in the chest. The phantom slowly dissipated. It turned out that the attacks from the 2 figures were merely a ruse to divert Zhu Yunfeng's attention while secretly unleashing the phantom of the master of the Dark Knight Palace to deliver a fatal blow. Zhu Yunfeng staggered, colliding with the figurines, a black lotus mark starkly imprinted on his left chest. Outside, Tieshan's furious roar mingled with the sounds of chaos and the activation of mechanisms, while it remained uncertain how many disciples of the Dark Knight Palace were outside. The situation was dire. Nangong Shui suddenly bit her tongue, spraying blood onto the mirror of mountains and rivers. A beam of light shot forth from the mirror, enveloping Zhu Yunfeng, while the jade pendant and Qingming sword floated into the air. The 28 constellations glowed in unison, unleashing waves of light towards the 3 black-robed figures, who cried out in agony and collapsed to the ground, silenced. Coughing, Zhu Yunfeng spat out black blood, only to discover star-like markings had appeared on his palm. What is this? He could not help but ask. This is the mark of the mirror of mountains and rivers recognizing its master. Nangong Shui leaned weakly against the cauldron, her voice a fragile whisper mixed with blood foam. The ancestral teachings state that whoever can summon the 28 constellations simultaneously is the destined master of the mirror of mountains and rivers. Her trembling fingertip grazed the cracks on the mirror's back. 300 years ago, the Nangong family embedded fragments of the chaos ring into the mirror frame to suppress the malevolent energy of the scepter. The ring within you is the key to the star markings. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly recalled that the spirit of the artifact, Sophia, had mentioned that the 9 divine artifacts were once a singular entity in ancient times. At this moment, the bronze luster seeping through the cracks of the mirror frame bore a striking resemblance to the cloud and thunder patterns inside the chaos ring. The master of the Dark Knight Palace's corrupted heart palm inadvertently triggered a resonance between the 2 artifacts, thus activating the long-dormant recognition restriction. Suddenly, 12 towering water columns erupted from the lotus pond, and 12 Dark Knight envoys stepped forth upon the water. The water columns crystallized into ice spikes midair, and as the envoys lightly tapped the ice surface, it swiftly spread to the eaves. The leader wore a silver wolf mask, with a bronze scorpion glimmering with a ghostly light on his left shoulder. The blood cauldron of the Nangong family truly lives up to its reputation. He raised his hand to disperse the poison mist, his gaze landing on the black lotus mark on Zhu Yunfeng's chest. Kid, you are indeed impressive. You not only survived the master's corrupted heart palm, but can still stand and speak. Zhu Yunfeng forced down the metallic taste in his throat, channeling the Taishu Chaos formula to extract a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the Chaos Ring, which surged through his meridians. However, he soon realized that the Black Lotus was actually devouring his true essence. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within the Chaos Ring could directly transform into true essence for absorption. Otherwise, he would have been drained dry by the Black Lotus. At this moment, the star markings on his palm suddenly grew hot, and the reflection of the mirror of mountains and rivers flashed in his mind. 3 days prior, on the polar ice fields, 12 Dark Knight envoys were throwing living warriors into the Bronze Gate. You are using living souls to nourish the Chaos Gate. He suddenly realized. The Silver Wolf envoy's pupils constricted, and 3 rays of dark light shot forth from his sleeve. Zhu Yunfeng executed the 7th form of the chaos-rending palm. All methods returned to the void, striking with such force that the poison mist froze into crystalline ice. The Silver Wolf envoy darted aside repeatedly. Seizing the opportunity, Taizhan snapped the iron chains at his waist, and the 9-section steel whip surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, sweeping the 3 envoys into the lotus pond. The submerged figures struggled briefly, but the water's surface erupted with countless bubbles as the concealed water arrow mechanisms instantly shot them full of holes. The game is about to end. The Silver Wolf envoy suddenly tore off his mask, revealing half a face covered in scales. He ripped apart his black robe, revealing a dark purple crystal embedded in his chest, which unleashed a violent surge of energy, shattering the surrounding bricks within 10 feet. Zhu Yunfeng's black lotus mark began to take root and sprout. At that critical moment, Nangong Shui lunged for the Qingming sword. The blade cut through her right arm, and golden red blood sprayed onto the surface of the mirror of mountains and rivers. The mirror erupted with blinding light as the phantom of the first master of the Nangong family appeared, wielding a sword to strike down, directly shattering the crystal on the Silver Wolf envoy's chest. No, the Silver Wolf messenger emitted a reluctant howl as crystal shards disintegrated into ashes, and the messenger itself shattered into several pieces. Sensing the peril, the remaining envoys hastily threw smoke bombs and fled. As tranquility returned to the lotus pond, only the debris remained to witness this fierce battle. Zhu Yunfeng knelt on one knee, cold sweat soaking his back. The poison of the corrupted heart palm had already spread to his heart meridian, and the roots of the black lotus writhed beneath his skin. He strained to assess Nangong Shui's injuries, only to discover that her right arm had turned completely black, the toxin creeping towards her heart. Don't trouble yourself, she gasped, grasping his sleeve with a faint grip. You must leave. This is Nangong's private residence, and I have my own means. Upon finishing her words, she pressed against the void, and a black hole suddenly appeared behind her, drawing her in and making her vanish completely. Iron Mountain suddenly pointed at the blood pool and exclaimed, "Look, the cauldron is moving." The bronze cauldron slowly ascended, its Taotai patterns opening their crimson eyes, while the cauldron's belly projected a holographic image of the South China Sea's ruins, where a specific light point flickered rhythmically. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly felt the star patterns on his palm grow hot. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the master mark was devouring the corrupted heart poison of the Night Lord. Iron Mountain, let's go, Zhu Yunfeng commanded. Seizing the blood cauldron with one hand and Iron Mountain with the other, He executed the void dragon step to its utmost, transforming his body into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from sight. Chapter 56. The Return to Shenanjia. After returning from Nangong's private residence, Zhu Yunfeng took several days to rest and cultivate. One day, as he completed his recuperation in the training room at the Yunmeng headquarters, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, burst in, drenched in sweat, and knelt on one knee. Alliance leader, something dreadful has happened. Rise and speak, Zhu Yunfeng replied, furrowing his brow as he set down his teacup. 3 of our hall's elite disciples went missing last night in the vicinity of Shenanjia. This morning, when discovered, their conditions were exceedingly bizarre. Chen Biao's voice trembled. Zhu Yunfeng sprang to his feet. Take me to see. In the back courtyard of Yunmeng, 3 corpses lay neatly arranged on a slab of bluestone. Bai Weiwei had been waiting there for some time, wearing specially crafted sharkskin gloves. Yunfeng, look, she said. Her slender fingers brushed against the neck of the deceased, stopping abruptly at the protruding veins. While it appeared they had perished from the soul-devouring pill's poison, she deftly flipped her wrist, extracting a piece of bronze. The size of a fingernail from the heart of the corpse, this was the fatal wound. Zhu Yunfeng crouched down, feeling the chaos ring at his fingertips grow slightly warm. Utilizing his X-ray ability, he observed that the edges of the bronze fragment were slowly writhing, as if alive. This is a mechanism fragment from an ancient altar. He spoke gravely. The Night Temple is replicating the altar in Shenanjia. At that moment, the silver bell at Lan Xiaodai's waist began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing hum. Her face paled. The Gu King is warning us. The spiritual energy in Shenanjia is depleting at an alarming rate. Prepare the private jet. Zhu Yunfeng decisively ordered. We depart immediately. An hour later, the elite 20 disciples of Yunmeng had gathered. Zhu Yunfeng personally led the team, accompanied by Bai Weiwei, Lan Xiaodai, Iron Mountain, and others. The terrain of Shenanjia was complex, causing the Yunmeng members' helicopter to land on the outskirts. As they disembarked, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. The once vibrant primitive forest now lay lifeless. The leaves were yellowing, the vegetation withering, and a decaying stench pervaded the air. Alliance leader, look at this, Iron Mountain said, crouching by the roadside and pointing at an overturned stone guardian. The vermilion talisman inscribed upon it had been corroded beyond recognition by some viscous substance. Continue forward, he urged, as the sight at the valley's entrance grew even more horrifying. The rock walls were teeming with blood-red leeches, each the size of a fist, glimmering with an eerie purple sheen under the sunlight. Their slime dripped onto the stones, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Everyone, be cautious not to touch the rock walls, Bai Weiwei warned, covering her left eye, alerting the Yunmeng members that something was moving within those leeches. Before she could finish, Iron Mountain swept aside the hanging vines with his steel whip, only to gasp in shock. 3 ashen corpses hung upside down from a dead tree, their joints bound by bronze rings, reflecting a chilling light in the sun. Step back, Zhu Yunfeng shouted, unleashing the 7th style of the Chaos Sky-splitting palm. The violent gust of his palm shattered the corpses into dust, yet from the cloud of bone powder, 12 streaks of dark light shot forth. Beware of hidden weapons. Lan Xiaodai reacted swiftly, tossing out her silver bell. 300 golden silkworm goo instantly formed a golden shield, intercepting the incoming projectiles. Remarkably, when the hidden weapons struck the swarm of goo, they produced a sound akin to metal clashing. With a thunderous roar, 9 earth mounds erupted from the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, 9 blood puppets slowly rose. Beneath their ashen skin, veins writhed like worms, expelling toxic mist that coalesced into skeletal shapes in the air. Each skull's eye socket flickering with ghostly blue flames. Form a formation, Zhu Yunfeng commanded, and the group quickly arranged themselves defensively. He stepped into the Void Dragon step, with his jade pendant emanating a blue light to envelop them all. Iron Mountain swung his steel whip to sweep at the puppets' lower bodies, only to find that these creatures' joints could rotate 360 degrees, lunging at them in an ergonomically impossible manner. The leading puppet's fingers elongated by 3 inches, its nails gleaming with a chilling blue glow. Let me handle this. Lan Xiaodai bit her tongue, spraying her essence blood onto the golden silkworm goo. Nourished by her blood, the goo instantly expanded several times, viciously gnawing at the bronze rings on the puppet's joints. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Weiwei precisely embedded 3 pieces of 5 emperor coins into the puppets' foreheads. Zhu Yunfeng capitalized on the moment, unleashing the 7th style of the Chaos Sky-splitting palm with all his might. The gust of his palm froze the toxic mist into crystals, which fell to the ground like rain. Look at the ground, Iron Mountain suddenly shouted. Unbeknownst to them, foul-smelling blood water had seeped from the ground, with countless blood leeches crawling up their boots. Lan Xiaodai vigorously shook her silver bell, Her life grew, transforming into the phantasmal image of a fire phoenix soaring through. The leech swarm exploded in flames, each bursting blood leech releasing a dark green toxic smoke. Crossing the final barrier of poison, the sight at the valley's bottom left everyone gasping in shock. 9 colossal bronze cauldrons were arranged in a circular formation, and upon the central cauldron, for blood characters stood out starkly, as if formed by a crown used as a spoon. The Taotai patterns on the cauldron's ears bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of Lan Xiaodia's crown. This is bad. Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to intervene, Lan Xiaodia's crown flew out on its own, perfectly fitting into the recess of the cauldron's ears. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed colors. The 9 cauldrons trembled simultaneously, and the blood mist they spewed coalesced into the emblem of the Nangong family. The ground began to collapse, with countless bronze chains extending from the void, wrapping around the group. Mountain River Mirror. Zhu Yunfeng summoned his treasure. The star patterns on the mirror's back resonating with the restrictions inside the cauldron, barely sustaining a protective barrier. Meanwhile, the Medicine King cauldron at his side flew out on its own, spinning before them. In the flickering light of the barrier, Zhu Yunfeng caught a glimpse of the inscription on the bottom of the cauldron, which read replicated by Nangong Shua in the year of Wu Chun. Hold on to me. Lan Xiaodia's life grew, transformed into golden wings, enveloping everyone. As the space warped in that moment, they felt as though the world was spinning, surrounded by a beam of white light. As the blinding white light dissipated, Zhu Yunfeng was immediately enveloped by a piercing chill. He abruptly opened his eyes to find everyone floating in a deep blue sea, countless bubbles escaping from their mouths. Iron Mountain flailed his limbs in a panic. Bai Weiwei's long hair floated like seaweed, and Lan Xiaodai desperately clutched the silver bell's belt, trying to prevent it from drifting away. Water avoidance technique. Zhu Yunfeng activated the Chaos Ring, and a green light shield instantly enveloped them. Inside the shield, Lan Xiaodai coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of seawater. Where's this? Bai Weiwei's emerald left eye suddenly rippled with waves. This is the South China Sea ruins from the legends of the Return to the Ruins. She pointed into the distance, where through the swaying water light, a massive bronze door could be vaguely seen standing on the seabed, entwined with countless rusted chains. Suddenly, Iron Mountain pounded on the inner wall of the light shield. Look at the Medicine King cauldron. Above the heads of the crowd, the blood cauldron that triggered the teleportation began to descend slowly, its inscriptions eroded by the waves, revealing the concealed star map within, which indicated the coordinates of the South Sea's return to the ruins. I understood. Zhu Yunfeng grasped the blood cauldron with one hand, while simultaneously catching a piece of falling bronze. The apothecary cauldron, which Nangong Shua had fabricated, was not intended for alchemical purposes but was, in fact, a teleportation artifact. He rotated the fragment and discovered fine script inscribed on the reverse. Use the cauldron as a vessel to traverse back to the ruins. Chapter 57. Beneath the Deep Sea. Within the South Sea ruins. Coughing, Zhu Yunfeng felt the pressure from the water make the veins on his forehead bulge, and the Shanhua mirror in his hand emitted a series of distressing cracking sounds under the immense burden. The pressure of the deep sea outside the protective shield had already caused spiderweb-like cracks to form on the surface of the light dome, as if it might shatter at any moment. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei pressed her temple, and her left eye, a vivid emerald, flashed with a sequence of fragmented images. Something was approaching from 30 zhang away. It was that cursed submarine from the Apocalypse Organization. Among the reefs 30 zhang distant, a pitch-black submarine lurked like a colossal beast. Its hull was emblazoned with glaring insignia, and beneath the side armor, a faintly visible cerulean quantum reactor could be discerned. Once again, it was this deranged group. Taishan gritted his teeth. 3 months prior, at Kunlun Mountain, they had already experienced the madness of the Apocalypse Organization, an extreme faction comprised of exiled scientists from various countries, dedicated to collecting black technologies from ancient relics. On the submarine's observation deck, a blonde woman named Catherine was adjusting a sonar device. The quantum collar around her neck pulsed with a dangerous red light, a hallmark of the core members controlled by the Apocalypse Organization. Detected Class 7 civilization fluctuations. Catherine's electronic synthetic voice resonated through the water, preparing to salvage. Locking onto the coordinates of the bronze gate, the jade pendant in Zhu Yunfeng's arms suddenly trembled violently, resonating peculiarly with the opposing instrument. This reminded him of the intelligence he had seen 3 months ago in the Nangong family's ancient text room. The founder of the Apocalypse Organization, Reinhardt, had once been a member of the Nazi Heritage Research Group during World War II, specializing in the study of supernatural forces. They must not seize it first. Taishan abruptly twisted the emergency valve of the protective shield, and 3 bronze chains shot forth from his sleeve, deftly ensnaring the submarine's drainage pipe. Welcome to Atlantis. Esteemed antique dealers, Catherine raised her laser cutter. The moment the hatch opened, 12 mechanical sentinels activated, their eyes glowing with a menacing red light. These half-human, half-machine monstrosities were the proud products of the Apocalypse Organization's human modification program. Surrender the apothecary cauldron, and we can collaborate. Catherine's electronic eye glimmered with calculating intent. The Night Temple has already gathered 5 divine artifacts. You need allies. Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. And then become specimens in your laboratory? Was this how you collaborated last year in Tibet? Just as Catherine was about to retort, the entire submarine suddenly shook violently. A dark purple phantom pierced through a kilometer of seawater, the power of the Night Scepter. The frost seal on the bronze giant door shattered with a crash, and 9 bronze coffins slowly drifted out from within. Damn it! Catherine's expression changed drastically. Activate the protective field now. Those coffins contain. Her words were interrupted by a sharp, ominous sound. Blue Shout-I's life-bound insect suddenly exploded into a mist of blood, then reformed into a phoenix shape upon touching the 3rd coffin. The coffin lid burst open with a thunderous crash, revealing another Blue Shout-I lying inside. The true Blue Shout-I, a clone of the Insect King, was pale-faced, biting her tongue to spew forth a mouthful of essence blood. Everyone, close your eyes. Do not look directly into their eyes. A violent whirlpool of seawater formed between the 2 Insect Kings. Zhu Yunfeng attempted to activate the Chaos Ring, but discovered that, in the depths of the sea, he could only exert 50% of his peak cultivation. The true cauldron is at the Whale Fall. Bai Weiwei suddenly pointed into the distance. The Shanhua mirror displayed an image of the Night Lord holding the scepter aloft. Simultaneously, the other 7 coffins opened, and more clones formed a deadly formation, charging forward. First, seize the true cauldron. Zhu Yunfeng barked, stepping into the void dragon step. The jade pendant emitted a faint blue light, barely sustaining a temporary air shield as he swiftly made his way toward the distant whale fall. Upon touching the whale bones, the true apothecary cauldron hidden within suddenly animated. Its cauldron ears adorned with tear patterns biting down on his wrist. The blood cauldron from the Nangong family was merely a counterfeit. This was the original. The true cauldron flew forth on its own, landing in Zhu Yunfeng's grasp. At that moment, Catherine's mechanical sentinels broke through the scepter's blockade, and a quantum blade aimed straight for Blue Xiaoda's back. Zhu Yunfeng hurled the apothecary cauldron in retaliation. The ancient cauldron expanded mid-air, crushing the mechanical sentinels into scrap metal. As the words mountains and rivers, eternal suppression illuminated on the cauldron's body, a deafening roar of a dragon echoed from the depths of the ruins. Everyone, quickly into the blood cauldron. At this critical juncture, Zhu Yunfeng tossed the blood cauldron from the Nangong family. As the Night Temple's scepter began to awaken the remnant soul of Gongong, as they squeezed into the cramped blood cauldron, a horrifying scene unfolded outside. The phantom of the Night Lord plunged the scepter into his own heart, and amidst the crimson-stained bronze door, a gigantic claw covered in scales slowly emerged. The blood cauldron thrashed violently in the raging currents, and Zhu Yunfeng clung desperately to the rim, witnessing that claw. Each scale the size of a grinding stone, its icy talons glistening with a chilling radiance. Is that Gongong? Bai Weiwei's voice trembled, her heavy pupils flashing with fragmented images. The remnant soul of the ancient water god was being awakened. This counterfeit cauldron might not withstand it. Zhu Yunfeng pressed the Shanhua mirror against the cauldron wall, the mirror's blue light barely stabilizing the surrounding waters. He glanced toward the true apothecary cauldron, observing the inscriptions rapidly shifting. Gongong enraged, striking the pillar of heaven, the mountain of not being collapses. Be careful, Bai Weiwei suddenly screamed. A massive azure hand slammed down upon the cauldron, propelling it like a ball, yet fortunately, it did not overturn. The group collided against the cauldron's wall, with Taishan's forehead drawing blood. They beheld the full form of that colossal entity, a human body with a serpent's tail, a blue face, and protruding dragon horns, exactly as depicted in ancient texts about Gongong. Emergency ascent. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, furiously channeling the void chaotic technique, causing the blood cauldron to ascend rapidly. Just as they shot upward, Gongong opened its cavernous maw, unleashing a jet-black water arrow at them. At the critical moment, Blue Xiaodai, enduring excruciating pain, transformed her life-bound insect into a golden barrier behind the cauldron. With a resounding crash, the Insect King's barrier shattered, but it managed to absorb most of the impact. As the blood cauldron breached the ocean's surface, the group was met with a breath-stealing sight. Centered around the ruins, the sea within a 10-mile radius formed a colossal whirlpool, while the sky darkened with ominous clouds and crackling lightning. Even more terrifying, the silhouettes of dozens of warships emerged at the whirlpool's edge. It's the fleet of the Apocalypse Organization, Bai Weiwei exclaimed. They've been lying in ambush here all along. Zhu Yunfeng gripped the apothecary cauldron, feeling its warm pulsing. No, this is not an ordinary fleet. Indeed, the warship's decks were outfitted with peculiar devices resembling energy emitters. At the center, on the flagship, an old man with white hair shouted through a loudspeaker. Zhu Yunfeng, hand over the apothecary cauldron. We can help you deal with Gong Gong. It's Reinhardt. Taishan clenched his teeth. That old coot has come in person. Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. Not a chance. He turned to his companions. Listen, Gong Gong has just awakened. Its power is still unstable. We must act now. Before he could finish, the sea erupted violently, and Gong Gong's colossal head broke the surface. Its scarlet eyes fixated on the escape pod. It opened its mouth, not emitting sound but unleashing a mental shockwave that reverberated through their souls. Ants, return my scepter. Bai Weiwei fainted on the spot. Blue Shout-Eye bled from all her orifices, and even a tough guy like Taishan fell to his knees in agony. Only Zhu Yunfeng, shielded by the Chaos Ring, remained standing, though his head throbbed painfully. It regards us as members of the Night Temple, Blue Shout-Eye managed to say with great difficulty. Zhu Yunfeng experienced a sudden flash of inspiration and retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. Great God Gong Gong, we are also enemies of the Night Temple. The onslaught from Gong Gong momentarily faltered, a glimmer of perplexity flashing through its cruel eyes. Seizing the fleeting moment, the fleet of the Apocalypse Organization unleashed a barrage of fire, with dozens of blue energy beams streaking through the sky, crashing upon Gong Gong. Energy cannons, Taishan exclaimed in astonishment. These madmen had truly constructed such a device. Gong Gong let out a thunderous roar, scales peeling away from the impacted area before it plunged violently beneath the water, stirring up towering waves reaching 100 meters high. The opportunity has arrived. Zhu Yunfeng urged, activating the Chaos Ring. We must. Suddenly, an unexpected voice resonated from the skies. Zhu Yunfeng, if you wish to survive. Heed my words. It was none other than Nangong Shue's voice. I am directly above you. The group looked up to see a uniquely designed aircraft suspended in the air. Its hatch open and a rope ladder descending. Hurry. Gong Gong is about to unleash a tsunami. As if to validate her words, the surface of the sea began to rise unnaturally. Zhu Yunfeng made a swift decision. Up the ladder. Taishan, carry Bai Weiwei. Just as they ascended onto the aircraft, 100-meter-high wall of water surged from the sea, crashing towards the fleet of the Apocalypse Organization with a force that seemed insurmountable. The steel giants of the fleet were tossed about like mere toys in the face of nature's might. At the moment the aircraft's hatch closed, Zhu Yunfeng glimpsed Gong Gong's massive form resurfacing, roaring towards the heavens. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, a familiar dark purple glow was approaching, the power of the Night Scepter. Hold on tight. Nangong Shui sharply pulled the control stick, and the aircraft shot upwards at an almost vertical angle. Through the windows, the onlookers witnessed an epic clash between ancient deities and modern technology unfolding in the expanse between sea and sky. Let them fight. We shall not stay for the show. Chapter 58, The Struggle in the Business Sea. Nangong Shui piloted the aircraft directly from the ruins to Songdu, dropping everyone off at the headquarters of the Cloud Alliance before departing. When the Cloud Alliance was established, its headquarters was situated at Sui Mountain Villa, but as business expanded, they acquired a larger building, the Cloud Alliance Tower, to serve as their headquarters. Upon returning to the headquarters, the group finally settled down and resumed their training. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the conference room on the top floor of the Cloud Alliance Tower, where Zhu Yunfeng stood gazing out at the bustling streets of Songdu, filled with a sense of nostalgia. For years prior, he had been a downtrodden youth sweeping the antique street. Now, the Cloud Alliance he founded had become one of the city's major taxpayers and economic pillars. Alliance leader. The financial report for the last quarter has been compiled. As Zhu Yunfeng pondered, Lu Qing entered, holding a document and unable to conceal a smile. Initially, Lu Qing was merely the leader of the underground gang, the Green Snake Hall, engaging in unsavory and clandestine dealings. Who would have imagined he would achieve such prominence now? As the head of the Cloud Alliance's Qianong Hall, Lu Qing now oversaw the jade, antiques, and elixirs business, revered wherever he went. Even the mayor, Yi Yuding, treated him with utmost courtesy. Zhu Yunfeng took the document and swiftly scanned the figures on the financial report. The Cloud Alliance's third-quarter revenue amounted to 628.7 billion yuan, with a net profit of 359.3 billion yuan and tax contributions of 52.1 billion yuan. These figures overwhelmingly eclipsed the once mighty Zhao Group. What has been their reaction on the Zhao side? Zhu Yunfeng inquired, closing the document with a calm demeanor. Lu Qing chuckled lightly. Zhao Shikai made a statement at a banquet yesterday, claiming our elixirs are mere tricks, and today, Zhao Pharmaceuticals' stock price plummeted to the limit. Zhu Yunfeng shook his head, refraining from elaboration. In his mind, Zhao Shikai had long become insignificant, nearly forgotten. In the realm of commerce, akin to a battlefield, the Zhao family had once been the overlord of Songdu, monopolizing the jade, antiques, and pharmaceuticals industries. Yet now, the rise of the Cloud Alliance had forced them into retreat. In the jade industry, the Lingyu Pavilion of the Cloud Alliance, leveraging Zhu Yunfeng's clairvoyant abilities, boasted a stone betting success rate of 90, rapidly ascending to become the nation's largest jade supplier within just 2 years. In the antique sector, the Jianzhen Pavilion of the Cloud Alliance featured the most elite appraisal team, even attracting collaboration offers from the National Museum, restoring several national treasures. In the elixir market, the Taiching Qi supplement pill launched by the Cloud Alliance's Qianan Hall was designated as a special supply for the military, while civilian demand soared, making it a rare find. And what of the Zhao family? Their jade business had been crushed by the Cloud Alliance's precise stone betting, their antiques market devastated by the Alliance's authoritative appraisals, and their pharmaceutical industry obliterated by the Taiching Qi supplement pill. Zhao Dihai, the chairman of the Zhao Group and Zhao Shikai's father, had once slammed the table in fury at a board meeting, exclaiming, "Where on earth did Zhu Yunfeng come from?" Alas, no one could provide him with an answer. Lu Qing, brimming with joy, said, "Alliance leader, I have another piece of good news. Go on. This time, you have been selected as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the nation. There will be an awards ceremony next week in Beijing, and the organizers have invited you to attend repeatedly." Understood. A week later, Zhu Yunfeng stood on the podium of the Great Hall of the People, receiving the trophy for one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs in the nation. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, and camera flashes filled the air. The host smiled and inquired, "Mr. Zhu, the Cloud Alliance has become an industry leader in just 3 years. What insights can you share?" Zhu Yunfeng surveyed the entrepreneurs in the audience, his tone steady. "The essence of business is integrity. The Cloud Alliance never engages in deceit nor exploits its clients." In the corner, Zhao Shikai sat with a sullen expression. His presence at the event was merely due to his father's old connections. He glared at Zhu Yunfeng on stage, his fists clenched tightly. "Zhu Yunfeng, just you wait." After the award ceremony, Zhu Yunfeng returned directly to the training room at Sui Mountain Villa in Songdu. Upon entering, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. Su Mingyue sat cross-legged on a mat, surrounded by a layer of mist, a phenomenon that occurs only when spiritual energy reaches a certain density. Zhu Yunfeng chose not to disturb her, standing quietly by her side. 2 years ago, Su Mingyue was the heiress of Su Jewelry, forced into an arranged marriage by her family. It was Zhu Yunfeng who won the Myanmar mining rights at the stone betting conference, saving her from her predicament. Last year, she resigned from her position at the Su Group and joined the Cloud Alliance, dedicating herself to the training of ancient martial arts. Unfortunately, she had repeatedly been poisoned by the Night Temple, causing her cultivation to stagnate, remaining at the Mingjing stage. Suddenly, the air around Su Mingyue surged violently before swiftly retracting. She slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. "Did you break through?" Zhu Yunfeng inquired with a smile. Su Mingyue rose, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Yes, I have finally reached the Anjing stage." Zhu Yunfeng nodded in approval. Su Mingyue's talent was indeed exceptional. Despite several setbacks due to the poisons, her diligent training, complemented by the Cloud Alliance's elixirs, had finally enabled her to step into the Anjing realm. "Congratulations," he offered, handing her a cup of spiritual tea. "What are your plans moving forward?" Su Mingyue accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip before responding with a smile. "I will continue training, striving to catch up to you as soon as possible. That way, I won't be a burden." Zhu Yunfeng chuckled at her words. "Catch up to me? You'll need to put in considerable effort for that." The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the training room felt light and relaxed. However, the war in the business realm was far from over. 3 days later, the Zhao Group suddenly announced a strategic partnership with the overseas consortium Tianqing Capital, securing an investment of 5 billion to establish Asia's largest elixir production base in Songdu. The news sent Zhao Pharmaceutical stock soaring, shaking the market. In a high-level meeting at the Cloud Alliance, Chun Biao slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "The Zhao family is cornered and desperate. Tianqing Capital evidently harbors significant issues. They are inviting a wolf into their midst." By Weiwei's left eye flickered slightly as she murmured, "The background of Tianqing Capital remains elusive, yet their financial movements are rather peculiar, resembling money laundering." Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a moment before responding indifferently, "There is no need for haste. Let them flounder." Lu Qing furrowed her brow. "But what if they truly develop a pill more potent than the Taiching Qi supplement pill?" Zhu Yunfeng chuckled softly. "The essence of a pill lies in its formula, and the heart of the formula is spiritual energy." He raised his hand, the chaos ring glimmering faintly. "They lack this. What could they possibly contest us with?" Chapter 59, The Storm in Kyoto. In Kyoto, outside the special care unit of Xia Hospital, the corridor was filled with people. The nation's leading medical experts had gathered here, the neurologist par excellence, academician Zhou, the master of traditional Chinese medicine, Li Guoxiu, and the eminent Western medicine authority, Professor Zhang. The expressions on their faces were unusually grave. Inside the ward, the ECG monitor emitted a rhythmic beeping sound. While a man in his 70s lay on the bed, his complexion ashen and breathing faint. A CT scan of his brain revealed a blood clot as fine as a hair, traversing the brainstem and compressing the vital centers of life. 3 days had elapsed. Thrombolysis was ineffective, and surgery posed considerable risk. Academician Zhou removed his glasses and rubbed his reddened eyes, lamenting that, at most, the patient could endure for another 48 hours. Li Guoxiu felt the pulse, his brow furrowed. The pulse is deep and sluggish, indicating stagnant qi and blood. Ordinary acupuncture may prove ineffective. Outside the ward, the elderly man's family remained silent, the atmosphere oppressively heavy. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit approached briskly, whispering a few words to the family. Moments later, the family members looked up, a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Contact Zhu Yunfeng in Songdu immediately. When Zhu Yunfeng received the call, he was in the alchemy chamber of the Yunmeng building, concocting several barrier-breaking pills and body-refining pills. Of course, crafting such low-tier pills posed no challenge for him now. On the other end of the line, Zhang Helling from the National Security Bureau introduced himself, his voice unusually tinged with urgency. Mr. Zhu, this is Zhang Helling from the National Security Bureau. The third chief has suddenly fallen gravely ill. The situation is critical, and we implore you to take action. A private jet is awaiting at the airport. Zhu Yunfeng did not inquire further about the illness and calmly replied, "Give me half an hour to prepare." He stored his alchemical furnace and retrieved a remaining 7-star life-saving pill he had previously crafted for Director Wang Debiao's mother, placing it into a jade box. Subsequently, he dialed by Weiwei's number. "I need to make a trip to Kyoto. I entrust the affairs of Yunmeng to you for the time being." Half an hour later, a military helicopter landed atop the Yunmeng building. As the door opened, Zhang Helling stood solemnly within the cabin. "Mr. Zhu, the patient's identity is sensitive. I will explain the particulars on the way." The helicopter roared into the sky, racing toward Kyoto. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel somewhere in Kyoto, Zhao Shikai swirled his wine glass, sneering. If Zhu Yunfeng fails to cure him this time, Yunmeng is finished. Opposite him, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his spectacles and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, even if he succeeds, he may not escape unscathed." "Oh," Zhao Shikai raised an eyebrow. The man smiled slightly, retrieving a document from his briefcase. "Tianqing Capital has prepared a media offensive. Should he dare to intervene, we will ensure he becomes notorious." A glint of malice flickered in Zhao Shikai's eyes. Excellent. Within the special care unit of Xia Hospital, Zhu Yunfeng stood before the bed, his gaze calmly sweeping over the elderly man's visage. He did not rush to palpate, but slowly raised his right hand, the chaos ring shimmering subtly as his ability to perceive the unseen quietly activated. In his vision, the blood vessels in the elderly man's brain appeared in stark detail, the stubborn clot resembling a black serpent coiled deep within the brainstem. "How is it?" Zhang Helling queried in a hushed tone. Zhu Yunfeng withdrew his gaze and replied calmly, "It can be treated." The experts in the ward exchanged glances, and Li Guoxiu could not refrain from speaking. "Young friend, the location of this clot is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could be catastrophic." Zhu Yunfeng offered no explanation, instead extracting the jade box from his robes. Upon opening it, a rich medicinal aroma instantly enveloped the entire ward. The 7-star life-saving pill. Li Guoxiu's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Yunfeng affirmed, to ensure absolute certainty, "I will use the 7-star life-saving pill to protect the elderly man's cardiovascular system before proceeding with treatment." He then retrieved the pill and gently placed it in the elderly man's mouth. Following this, he concentrated a thread of faint golden essence at his fingertips and slowly pressed it onto the biwei acupoint of the elderly man. Buzz! An invisible wave radiated from his fingertips, causing the air in the ward to momentarily freeze. Zhu Yunfeng's movements were steady, with his right hand wielding a golden needle and his left hand controlling the essence. Each needle punctured was accompanied by a thread of essence infusion. His technique was not of traditional Chinese medicine, but rather a fusion of ancient martial medicine, with the essence flowing like silk, clearing blockages and reviving life. Outside the ward, everyone held their breath, fixated on the monitor screen. Half an hour later, fine beads of sweat appeared on Zhu Yunfeng's forehead, yet his gaze remained tranquil. As the final needle descended, he suddenly infused a surge of essence into his palm. Whoosh! The elderly man's body jolted, and the waveform on the ECG monitor fluctuated violently. Not good. Academician Zhou's complexion changed dramatically. However, in the next moment, beep, 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 The heart rate stabilized. The elderly man's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Young friend, thank you for your efforts. Zhu Yunfeng merely shook his head and stepped back. The family rushed forward. Mr. Zhu, how is the situation? Zhu Yunfeng's voice was somewhat weak. There's no issue. The clot has dissolved. A throng of people surged into the ward. 2 hours later, a CT scan of the elderly man's brain confirmed that the clot had completely dissolved. Outside the ward, the family tightly grasped Zhu Yunfeng's hand. Their voices choked with emotion. Mr. Zhu, we can't thank you enough. Zhu Yunfeng gently shook his head. It is my duty. Zhang Heling stood nearby, a glint of profound meaning in his eyes. Mr. Zhu, the higher-ups will remember this incident. Zhu Yunfeng understood the weight of those words, yet he merely smiled faintly, saying nothing further as he sauntered toward the hospital exit. Zhang Heling followed, stating, You have accomplished a great feat. Allow me to escort you. However, as soon as Zhu Yunfeng stepped out of the hospital doors, a commotion erupted. Several journalists charged forward with cameras, thrusting microphones directly in front of Zhu Yunfeng. Mr. Zhu, we have heard that you have treated patients using superstitious methods. Is this true? Some experts question whether your pills contain prohibited substances. How do you respond? Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned cold. Zhang Heling immediately stepped forward. His voice stern. This is a hospital. Interviews are prohibited. The journalist persisted. One even shouted, Zhu Yunfeng, did you use sorcery? Zhu Yunfeng glanced at the journalist's badge reading Kyoto Finance, linked to the Zhao Group's media holdings. He suddenly smiled. Since you are so curious, he raised his hand. The chaos ring glimmering as a thread of essence silently entered the journalist's brow. The next moment, the journalist clutched his head, screaming, My head hurts so much. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Zhu Yunfeng remarked indifferently, Now? You may write that Zhu Yunfeng uses sorcery to harm others. Having said that, he turned and departed, leaving an atmosphere of stunned silence. That evening, in a clandestine venue in Kyoto, a woman wearing an emerald mask gently swirled her wine glass. Her voice languid. Zhu Yunfeng has undoubtedly caught the eye of the upper echelons this time. It will be difficult to move against him again. Opposite her, Lilith, the seventh apostle of the Dark Knight Temple, scoffed lightly. No matter, our objective was never him. Oh, Lilith tapped the table with her fingertip, the gem atop her scepter glowing faintly. The blood clot within that elderly man's body was a seed planted by the Lord. The woman's pupils narrowed. Your objective is the chaotic ring. Lilith smiled. It belongs to the Temple of the Night. Chapter 60, CCTV Treasure Appraisal. As dawn broke, Zhu Yunfeng had scarcely stepped into the Yunmeng building when the receptionist hurried towards him. Mr. Zhu, the team from CCTV's National Treasure Archives is waiting for you in the conference room. Zhu Yunfeng paused in his stride, raising an eyebrow. CCTV's National Treasure Archives is the most authoritative artifact appraisal program in the country, consistently inviting top experts and showcasing numerous national treasures for the first time. To be invited by them is, in itself, a mark of recognition. Pushing open the conference room door, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses immediately stood up, his smile warm. Mr. Zhu, it's an honor to finally meet you. I am Chun Ming, the Chief Director of National Treasure Archives. Zhu Yunfeng shook his hand and replied with a hint of indifference. Director Chun, you flatter me. What brings this invitation? Chun adjusted his glasses, excitement evident in his tone. For our next episode, we are focusing on folk treasure hunting, and we would like to invite you as a special appraisal expert. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Yunfeng nodded in agreement. Chun was overjoyed and quickly handed him a document. We have several significant artifacts this time. Even some of the old experts from the Forbidden City are uncertain, which is why we wish to enlist your discerning eye. Zhu Yunfeng glanced over the materials, his gaze lingering on a particular image, a bronze ding, its surface adorned with peculiar patterns. A slight smile graced his lips. Intriguing. I shall be there on time. 3 days later, in the CCTV studio, the lights dazzled, and the audience was at full capacity. Host Liu opened the show with a smile. Welcome to this episode of National Treasure Archives. Today, we have several distinguished guests. The camera shifted to the panel of experts. Professor Ma, a bronze artifact expert from the Palace Museum, was over 60 and a scholarly titan. Renowned collector Huang Shiren, president of the Overseas Returned Artifacts Association, boasted a fortune in the billions. Zhu Yunfeng, chairman of Yunmeng Group, appeared in a black Zhongshan suit, exuding a calm demeanor. Whispers rippled through the audience. Is that Zhu Yunfeng? I heard he has never failed in artifact appraisals. Li Yu smiled and announced, Our first artifact today is a Western Zhou bronze ding from a collector in Shaanxi. A staff member wheeled out a small cart, unveiling a rust-covered bronze ding. The menacing Taotai pattern on its surface, combined with its sturdy 3 legs, imparted an air of ancient gravitas. The collector exclaimed, This has been passed down in my family. It's worth at least 50 million. Professor Ma donned white gloves, scrutinizing it for a moment before nodding. The patterns align with the characteristics of the late Western Zhou. The rust appears natural. It's genuine. Huang Shuren, toying with a jade thumb ring, chimed in. I once saw a similar ding at a London auction, selling for 80 million. This one is in better condition and could fetch over 100 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Liu turned to Zhu Yunfeng. Mr. Zhu, what is your opinion? Rather than respond immediately, Zhu Yunfeng approached the ding, gently running his fingers over its ear. Suddenly, he paused, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Last week's genuine article? Silence enveloped the room. Professor Ma frowned. Mr. Zhu, what do you mean by that? Zhu Yunfeng replied coolly. The casting marks on a Western Zhou bronze ding should be located at the junction. But this ding's marks have been artificially polished and coated with chemical rust. He tapped a specific area on the belly of the ding, producing a dull thud. The sound indicated an internal cavity. Gasps of shock reverberated throughout the audience. The collector's face turned pale. You're talking nonsense. Zhu Yunfeng wasted no time, unleashing his inner energy. Crack. The ding's ear was forcibly snapped off. The severed edge revealed a gleaming new metal surface, a modern imitation, internally filled with lead for added weight. Zhu Yunfeng tossed the ding's ear onto the table, noting its fine craftsmanship, but lamenting that it was modeled after an unpublished fragment in the Forbidden City's archives, with identical detailing. Professor Ma sprang to his feet, his expression ashen. How is this possible? Huang Shuren's smile faltered. The audience erupted. No way. He really broke it. Zhu Yunfeng is ruthless. The collector collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. The second artifact was a Song dynasty painting of flowers and birds, claimed by the collector to have been passed down from his ancestors from the palace. Huang Shuren interjected. I've seen this painting. A similar piece sold for 2.3 billion at a Hong Kong Sotheby's auction in 2016. Professor Ma examined the silk and ink closely, hesitating. The style indeed resembles Huizong's, but there are some issues with the seals. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at it once and shook his head. It's a fake. Huang Shuren bristled. Mr. Zhu, in the antiques business, intuition alone is not enough. Zhu Yunfeng was disinclined to elaborate, directly pointing at a blot of ink in the corner of the painting. Huizong painted birds with a torn brush. But this painting's strokes are imitations made with modern wolf hairbrushes. He then indicated the seals. This Xuanda Palace treasure seal's ink would seep into the silk, whereas this one is a later impression. Professor Ma hastily examined it with a magnifying glass, and after a moment, he sighed in defeat. Indeed. Huang Shuren's expression darkened, insisting, even if it is a copy, it is still a valuable Qing dynasty imitation. Zhu Yunfeng chuckled. President Huang, take another close look at the paper. Huang Shuren was taken aback, leaning in for a closer inspection, his expression shifting drastically. At the edge of the paper, a minuscule English watermark read, made in 2005. A 3-second silence blanketed the room, followed by uproarious laughter. A Qing dynasty imitation from 2005? Ha! Huang Shuren was overwhelmed with shame and rage, nearly crushing his jade thumb ring. After the recording concluded, as Zhu Yunfeng exited the studio, an elderly man with white hair stopped him. Mr. Zhu, please hold on. Zhu Yunfeng turned back, slightly taken aback. It was Zhou Lao, the deputy curator of the National Museum, a towering figure in the field of artifacts. Zhou Lao smiled warmly. Today's program was splendid. I wonder if Mr. Zhu would be interested in serving as a special researcher for the National Museum? Zhu Yunfeng raised an eyebrow. Special researcher? Zhou Lao lowered his voice. To be candid, we are currently cataloging a batch of artifacts returned from overseas, among which are several unique items needing the expertise of someone of your caliber for appraisal. Of course, you want to be required to adhere to a regular schedule. Complete freedom. Zhu Yunfeng instantly understood that the National Museum must have discovered certain spiritually significant artifacts, ones that ordinary experts would struggle to assess. He smiled slightly. It would be my honor. Chapter 61, The Ice Soul's Enigma. Zhu Yunfeng agreed to become a special researcher for the National Museum, and Zhou Lao, delighted, promptly invited him to the museum for appraisal the next day. They set a time and parted amicably. The following day, Zhu Yunfeng arrived at the National Museum as promised, only to find Zhou Lao waiting at the entrance. Zhu Yunfeng approached swiftly, grasping Zhou Lao's hands tightly, exclaiming, "Ah, Zhou Lao, I truly appreciate your kindness. I cannot believe you waited here for me." Zhou Lao laughed heartily. "If I hadn't waited here, you might not have been able to enter." With that, Zhou Lao led Zhu Yunfeng directly to the museum's special collection room, which was never open to the public. Zhou Lao brought Zhu Yunfeng to a display case of Shang and Zhou bronze artifacts. Behold, these are the ones. This Shang dynasty bronze zun stands at 42 centimeters tall with a belly diameter of 28 centimeters. Zhou Lao, donning white gloves, cautiously adjusted the humidity gauge within the display case. This was just retrieved from overseas last month. It is said to bear inscriptions on the interior, but no one has been able to decipher them thus far. Zhu Yunfeng's unique vision quietly activated, revealing the rust layer within the bronze zone to become translucent in his eyes. The area scholars deemed casting gas holes formed 7 rows of fine bird script, not inscriptions. He murmured softly, "It's a star map. Allow me to restore it." In the repair chamber, Zhu Yunfeng meticulously employed a nano-level rust removal pen to cleanse the inner walls of the bronze vessel. As the rust particles flaked away, the pores indeed aligned into a harmonious constellation, with a crimson gem embedded at the center signifying the position of the Big Dipper. Zhou Lao, leaning closer with a magnifying glass, trembled as he inquired, "Is this the Sioux, New Jersey YH-ing recorded in the Zhou? The instrument that Duke Zhou Din used to observe celestial phenomena?" Zhu Yunfeng remained silent. His chaos ring resonated with the gem, causing the star patterns on its surface to swirl independently, creating a mirrored symmetry with the bronze star map. When his finger inadvertently brushed against the gem, an unexpected transformation occurred. Buzz! The star map suddenly levitated, transforming into a stream of light that surged into the chaos ring. Zhou Lao stumbled back in shock, while an icy expanse materialized within Zhu Yunfeng's consciousness. Amidst towering glacial crevasses, 9 bronze pillars encircled a suspended star disk, the missing pattern being that of the Big Dipper. "The Cold Chi Cave," he murmured. Zhou Lao, alarmed, asked what had transpired, questioning the fleeting light. "You must be seeing things, Zhou Lao. It was merely sunlight reflecting off a lens," Zhu Yunfeng replied, invoking the Tai Su chaos technique to force the star map back into the cauldron. "Is that so?" Zhou Lao mused, skepticism lacing his tone. After spending 3 days in the museum, Zhu Yunfeng returned to Song City. At the Tsuiwei Mountain Villa, he asked Bai Weiwei if she had heard of the Cold Chi Cave. "The Cold Chi Cave? The one in the Arctic?" Bai Weiwei set down the fragment of the Shanhai Jingxi was reading, her slender figure clad in a black tactical outfit leaning forward slightly. "The legendary site of the Chulong's fall?" Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to respond, a sharp pain surged through his chest. The chaos ring emerged instinctively, and the nearly healed crack on its surface began to seep dark mist. The old wound from his confrontation with the Lord of the Night 3 months prior was inexplicably flaring up. "Yunfeng." Bai Weiwei appeared at his side in an instant, her delicate hand pressing against his back to stabilize his energy points. Her nascent spiritual power surged like a clear spring, yet upon contact with the dark mist, it was corroded with a hissing sound. "I'm fine," Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth, straightening his spine as he circulated the 7th form of the chaos-splitting palm within his body, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous energy which emanated the remnants of the underworld's aura. It seemed the Lord of the Night was also in pursuit of the Cold Chi Cave. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Taishan burst through the door, his steel-crafted mechanical left arm sparking with electricity. "Alliance leader, Liu Tangzhu has discovered anomalies at the Zhao family's warehouse." He handed over a half-piece of a translucent blue crystal, hidden deep within a safe and sealed in a lead box. Upon grasping the crystal, Zhu Yunfeng immediately discerned it as ice marrow. "This is ice marrow. Take it to the treasure vault and secure it." Taishan complied without hesitation. "Bai Weiwei, tell me what you know about the Cold Chi Cave." "I don't know much," she replied. As they were engaged in conversation, the villa's alarm blared, shattering the night sky. "Enemy attack. The northwestern defense line has been breached." Chun Biao's voice thundered through the intercom. "It's the 7th apostle of the night." The staff in her hand. The explosion drowned out the subsequent words. Zhu Yunfeng and Bai Weiwei exchanged glances before both vanished from their spots. The watchtower at the northwestern corner of the villa had transformed into a sea of fire. 20 elite members of the Black Tiger Hall lay sprawled in the snow, each chest crystallized with eerie frost. The second line of defense, composed of Taisho Hall disciples, was retreating in disarray, their specially crafted tungsten weapons shattering under the staff's onslaught. "Retreat!" Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, channeling the Tai Su chaos technique with full force. The oppressive aura at the pinnacle of his powers surged like a tide, sending snow spiraling 3 meters high. Amidst the wind and snow, a golden-haired woman made her slow approach. Lilith brandished the Dark Knight staff, which emanated a deep azure hue, its tip embedded with a gem seemingly imprisoning countless vengeful spirits. She licked the bloodstains from the staff, her smile enchanting. "Alliance leader Zhu, we meet again." Zhu Yunfeng's gaze swept past the 12 figures clad in black robes behind her. Each of these agents of the night possessed peak dark energy, fanning out to seal every possible escape route. The most troublesome aspect was the chilling aura radiating from the staff, which was slowly eroding even his protective energy at the late stage of his cultivation. "Have you not had enough of the poison from last time?" Bai Weiwei appeared silently at Lilith's right side, wielding 2 short blades as thin as cicada wings. The blade surfaces inscribed with Taoist talismans were the special destruction blades crafted by the Nangong family. Lilith lightly tapped the ground with her staff, and a ripple of ice-blue waves suddenly expanded. Bai Weiwei activated her foresight just in time, retreating to a safe distance as the grass and trees within a 5-meter radius of her original position instantly transformed into ice sculptures. "Hand over the ice marrow," Lilith commanded, pointing her staff at Zhu Yunfeng's left hand. "For next time, it won't merely be a few fish that suffer frostbite." Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted. They could sense the ice marrow. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly noticed that the blue light on Lilith's staff seemed dimmer than when he first encountered it. A smile broke on Zhu Yunfeng's face. "You want the ice marrow? Come and take it." He extended his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, and unleashed the third form of the chaos-splitting palm, Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. The dragon-shaped energy surged forth, accompanied by a sonic boom aimed directly at Lilith's face, while his left hand flung out 3 coins, transformed into mother-son soul-tracking nails using his clairvoyant ability. "Form the formation," Lilith commanded sharply. The 12 black-robed figures instantly formed a peculiar array, each chest illuminated with blood-red runes. The staff traced a circle in midair, conjuring an ice wall that materialized out of thin air. Boom! As the clash of energies erupted, Zhu Yunfeng unexpectedly altered his attack. The palm strike, intended for the center, veered off to the right. Bai Weiwei, sharing an unspoken connection, flung out a destruction blade, which collided perfectly with Zhu Yunfeng's palm wind. Clang! The crisp metallic sound echoed as the destruction blade shattered into countless fragments, each piece accurately targeting the spots where Taishan had preemptively placed Thunderfire talismans. The series of explosions ignited a conflagration that soared into the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng surged forward, closing the distance to Lilith by 2 meters, only to find her lips curling into a sinister smile. "You've fallen for my trap." Lilith abruptly redirected her staff, thrusting it forcefully into the ground. The entire villa trembled violently as the underground spiritual veins were forcibly activated, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy akin to a volcanic eruption. Bai Weiwei glimpsed a terrifying vision through her foresight. "Yunfeng, be careful." She was pinpointing the location. Before her warning could complete, a massive ice-blue beam descended from the heavens, striking the treasure vault directly. The roof vaporized instantaneously, and the half-piece of ice marrow within was whisked away towards Lilith. Not so fast. Taishan, having appeared in the path of the beam, extended his mechanical left arm into a shield form. The intricate Taoist symbols etched on the shield glimmered erratically, temporarily stalling the beam's advance. Lilith scoffed, swinging her staff again. Taishan grunted as his mechanical arm, encased in frost, was violently hurled back over 10 meters. In that brief moment of delay, Zhu Yunfeng had closed in on Lilith, unleashing the 7th form of the chaos-splitting palm. All laws returned to the void, fueled by rage. The air rippled in the wake of his palm's passage. Lilith hastily raised her staff in defense. The impact of the staff against his palm resonated with the sound of clashing metal. She spewed blood as she was sent flying, yet in midair, she crushed a jade talisman. "Next time we meet, I hope you retain this much luck." Lilith's figure gradually blurred amidst the spatial fluctuations. The half-piece of ice marrow vanished along with her, leaving only her cold laughter echoing through the wind and snow. 3 hours later, in a temporary infirmary, Taishan lay bandaged on a hospital bed, his mechanical arm severely damaged. Lu Qing was administering him medication when she noticed Zhu Yunfeng entering, promptly rising, Alliance leader. "Shen Tangzhu is investigating the teleportation coordinates of the Night Temple." Zhu Yunfeng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Bai Weiwei entered, holding a data chip extracted from the wreckage of Tai Shan's mechanical arm. "Lu Qing, I've discovered that the Zhao family has secretly acquired 37 tons of mermaid oil over the past 6 months." A heavy silence descended upon the room as everyone grasped the implications of this revelation. The mermaid tribe was being systematically hunted. "We must stop them." "What progress has been made on modifying the fishing boats?" Zhu Yunfeng suddenly inquired. Taishan struggled to sit upright, ready to report. "While augmenting the fishing vessel with sonar, we discovered this beneath the hull." He retrieved a bronze compass from beneath his pillow, its surface etched with intricate inscriptions of insects and birds, reminiscent of the mechanisms of the Mahis school, yet adorned with incomprehensible runes. The moment Zhu Yunfeng grasped the compass, a jade pendant suddenly flew out, hovering above the compass and rotating slowly. Delicate strands of light, as fine as hair, appeared between them, gradually outlining a nautical chart that depicted a portion of the South China Sea's terrain. Zhu Yunfeng tightened his grip on the compass, his gaze sweeping across the group. "We must locate the tier of the merfolk before the Zhao family does. The fragment of ice marrow taken by the Night Temple is precisely the crucial material needed to recharge the scepter." Outside, the blizzard intensified. The defensive array surrounding the villa flickered ominously, mirroring the perilous situation at hand. 3 days had passed, and Taishan's injuries had stabilized, providing Zhu Yunfeng with a modicum of comfort. Yet, the stolen fragment of ice marrow felt like a thorn embedded in his flesh, rendering him restless. Yunfeng. The voice of Lan Xiaodai floated in from behind him. Clad in a pleated miao dress, her silver adornments chimed softly in the rain, signaling the high priestess's message. Zhu Yunfeng turned to see Lan Xiaodai, cradling a vibrant green communication insect in her palm. The insect's abdomen pulsated, releasing a bubble the size of a grain of rice, which burst in midair, revealing a few lines of distorted text. The Zhao family has made substantial purchases of corpse oil, suspected to be related to the rite of the return. The tears of the merfolk royals are rare conduits of spiritual energy resonance. The text flickered briefly before dissipating in the rain. Lan Xiaodai tucked the insect away and whispered, "The high priestess says the tears of the merfolk royals must be harvested on the night of the full moon to be effective. They can temporarily enhance the power of artifacts and assist practitioners in stabilizing their meridians while breaking through barriers. Moreover what? Those who collect the tears will be cursed by the sea's grudge." Lan Xiaodai bit her lip, revealing the merfolk's curse. Those afflicted would encounter water-related disasters within 3 years. Zhu Yunfeng's chaos ring warmed slightly between his fingers, the crack on its surface still swirling with dark energy. Since the spirit within had detonated, the ring's sentience fluctuated, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Alliance leader Lu Qing rushed over, her oiled paper umbrella hastily shielding her from the rain. The hem of her azure cheongsam soaked. "I found out. The Zhao family has stored all the merfolk corpse oil acquired through shell companies in the know. 7 oil depot of the Nansha Islands." She handed him a list. "There's an auction tomorrow night. The highlight item is a live merfolk." Amidst the sound of rain, Zhu Yunfeng's breath quickened. He took the list, his clairvoyance activating automatically, revealing a watermark beneath the paper featuring the emblem of the Night Temple entwined with a venomous serpent around a scepter. "Prepare the vessel." Zhu Yunfeng's voice was as cold as ice. "We set sail tonight." The modified fishing boat departed the harbor under the dusky twilight. On the deck, Taishan was calibrating his new mechanical arm, which now boasted waterproof capabilities and a miniature harpoon launcher. Chen Biao, accompanied by 5 adept members of the Black Tiger Hall, inspected their weapons, each carrying Lu Qing's specially designed water-repellent pills at their waists. Inside the cabin, Zhu Yunfeng unfolded the nautical chart. Lan Xiaodai placed the communication insect at the corner of the map, and the thread released by the insect automatically outlined their course. The auction was taking place on the high seas aboard the Queen Mary. Lu Qing pointed to a specific location on the chart. "This gambling ship is ostensibly owned by Malaysia, but the actual controller is Zhao Shikai's cousin." Bai Weiwei leaned against the cabin door, polishing her twin blades. "The scouts have confirmed that there are at least 3 night envoys on board. However, they shouldn't be able to recognize us." She gestured to the human skin masks on the table, the 1,000 faces crafted by the Nangong family, capable of disguising even the iris. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, his gaze landing on a wooden crate in the corner, filled with 10 high-quality replicas of Zhou bronze artifacts, enough to entice any auctioneer. "Taihao master." Zhu Yunfeng turned to Taishan, who was fine-tuning the compass. "Does that bronze compass show any reaction?" Taishan shook his head. "It has remained still since we left the coastline. However, when I opened the compass base, I discovered intricate gear mechanisms within. It appears to contain elements of Mahist mechanics and something akin to a modern quantum positioning device." Suddenly, the fishing boat lurched violently. The 5 poisons talisman at Lan Xiaodia's waist glowed ominously, her expression changing abruptly. "There's something in the water." Zhu Yunfeng bolted out of the cabin. On the dimly lit sea, several triangular dorsal fins circled the fishing vessel. "Those aren't sharks. Their movement is too methodical, like artificial gills," Taishan exclaimed. A dorsal fin broke the surface, revealing a metallic sheen. It was a semi-mechanized creature, its fish head embedded with a crimson electronic eye. "Knight's reconnaissance torpedoes." Bai Weiwei drew her blades. "We've been discovered." The mechanical fish suddenly accelerated, violently ramming into the hull. The fishing boat rocked violently, crates tumbling on the deck. High-quality bronze replicas scattering across the floor. Zhu Yunfeng knelt to stabilize himself, the chaos ring glowing faintly. He pressed his palm against the deck, activating the void chaos technique, channeling a dark force through the vessel into the sea. Boom! A water column erupted several meters high, shattering 3 mechanical fish into fragments. Yet, more mechanical fish began to collide with the hull, the dull thuds resonating like death's knock. "Abandon ship," Zhu Yunfeng decisively commanded. "Follow the contingency plan." The group swiftly donned life jackets, while Taishan dashed to a concealed corner of the cabin, pressing a hidden button. The bottom of the fishing vessel suddenly ejected 3 speedboats, and the ship began to tilt. He had installed a scuttling mechanism. The mechanical fish were temporarily ensnared by the whirlpool created by the sinking ship. Zhu Yunfeng and the others piloted the speedboats at full speed, soon spotting the brightly lit Queen Mary on the horizon. Chapter 63, The Merfolk Aksu. The luxurious Queen Mary was ablaze with lights, its deck bustling with affluent patrons toasting with champagne and sharing laughter. Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his suit and tie, the chaos ring on his finger gleaming with an antique glow under the lights. "Remember, we are antique dealers from Singapore now," Bai Weiwei whispered, linking her arm with his. Tonight, she transformed into a seductive secretary, hiding a miniature bomb within her low-cut attire. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, scanning the ship's 3-tiered deck. His clairvoyant ability easily penetrated the walls, revealing the ship's entire structure. 12 armed guards, for sniper points, and in the VIP area of the casino, a familiar figure made his pupils constrict. Zhao Shikai. Zhu Yunfeng smirked coldly. It was indeed his auction. Taishan, disguised as a bodyguard, followed closely behind. His mechanical arm had been modified, its surface covered with synthetic skin, making it indistinguishable from a human's. Alliance leader, there's a hidden chamber in the ship's bottom, containing numerous goods. He lowered his voice, but I couldn't find the merfolk. The auction begins at 8, Lan Xiaodai, posing as a translator, approached, her specially crafted meow earrings concealing a communication insect. The high priestess said the tears must be harvested precisely at 11:18 during the full moon. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at his watch, noting the time was 7:50. He touched the inner pocket of his suit, where Lu Qing had prepared a Swiss bank draft for $50 million, sufficient to purchase 3 merfolk. The auction hall was located in the ship's lowest cargo hold, where 4 burly men stood at the entrance, each with bulging waistlines. Zhu Yunfeng presented a gilded invitation, and the guard scanned his pupils with a device. "Mr. Lin?" A guard confirmed. "From Lin's Jewelry in Singapore? My father sent me to broaden my horizons." Zhu Yunfeng spoke with a practiced Singaporean accent, casually slipping a roll of American dollars to the guard. "I heard there's a live mermaid tonight." The guard grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. "You've come to the right place. The highlight item will definitely open your eyes." Upon entering the auction hall, Zhu Yunfeng chose a seat at the back. The view was unobstructed, and an emergency exit was readily accessible. Bai Weiwei feigned intimacy by leaning against his shoulder while quickly reporting, "The left corridor leads to the kitchen, the right is a fire escape. And there's a vent in the ceiling." The auctioneer, a middle-aged rotund man with a glistening complexion, ascended the stage clad in a snug tailcoat. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed in a thick Eastern European accent, "tonight's first treasure is a Tang Dynasty gilded Buddha head." Zhu Yunfeng, however, felt no intrigue for such commonplace antiquities. His attention was entirely captivated by the jade pendant adorning the auctioneer's chest. His penetrating vision pierced through the surface, revealing a labyrinth of cracks within the jade. This was no natural stone, but rather a replica fashioned from some extraordinary material. Even more peculiarly, as he gazed at the pendant, the chaotic ring began to emit a faint warmth. Although not as potent as the resonant response of a genuine artifact, this reaction was sufficient to indicate that the Temple of the Dark Knight was mass-producing counterfeit divine items. The 4th item for bid, touted as the Sea Heart jade capable of warding off misfortunes, was lifted high by the auctioneer, starting at a price of $800,000. A scattering of bids echoed through the hall. Zhu Yunfeng raised his paddle. 1 million. He was eager to discern the true nature of this imitation. Ultimately, he secured the jade pendant for $1,500,000. As the attendant presented the pendant on a silver platter, he feigned appraisal while subtly contacting the chaotic ring. The ring suddenly surged with heat, and within the jade, an intricate miniature map of the sea emerged, specifically a section of the South China Sea. Fascinating. Zhu Yunfeng passed the pendant to Bai Weiwei, revealing that the Temple of the Dark Knight was not only fabricating artifacts, but also embedding clues within them. As the auction progressed to the 9th item, Iron Mountain transmitted a message via a miniature earpiece. Target located in a specially designed water prison beneath the ship, a blue-haired maiden with golden scales on her neck. Zhu Yunfeng's spirit sword. The Merfolk royal family had finally made an appearance. "Ladies and gentlemen," the auctioneer's voice rose an octave. "Tonight's grand finale item is a live female mermaid." The lights dimmed abruptly, and a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. 4 burly men wheeled forth a massive glass tank, within which curled a blue-haired girl. Terrified, she battered against the glass, her wrists and ankles shackled with specialized restraints, while the gills behind her ears rhythmically opened and closed. Expert verification confirmed her as a pure-blood merfolk royal. The auctioneer, brimming with excitement, nearly spat as he extolled the virtues of the tears collected on a full moon night, said to crystallize into pearl tears. elixirs of longevity. The starting bid was set at $5 million. $6 million. Came an immediate response from the VIP box. $7 million. $10 million. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly escalated the bids. His gaze steadfastly locked on the mermaid girl. Through his enhanced vision, he discerned a soft blue energy coursing through her body, an unmistakable indication of the sea spirit power detailed in ancient texts, a definitive royal trait. The bidding soared rapidly. When the price hit $20 million, the curtain of the VIP box parted, revealing Zhao Shikai, accompanied by a blonde woman. $25 million, he declared, surveying the room with self-satisfied glee. The mermaid was as good as his. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, though the blonde wore sunglasses. Nothing could escape his penetrating gaze. She was none other than Lilith, the seventh apostle of the Dark Knight. The folding fan in her hand was unmistakably a disguised scepter. $30 million. He raised his paddle once more. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Zhao Shikai's expression darkened as he leaned into Lilith's ear, whispering urgently before biting out, $35 million. $50 million. Zhu Yunfeng stated with unwavering composure. The moment that figure was uttered, silence enveloped the room. The auctioneer nearly dropped his gavel in shock. Suddenly, Lilith sprang to her feet, her eyes beneath the sunglasses locking onto Zhu Yunfeng. Despite the human mask she wore, he felt a chill run down his spine. She recognized him. Verification, Lilith commanded coldly. The auctioneer hastily ordered the glass tank's lid to be opened. At the instant the cover was lifted, the chaotic ring flared to life, and an invisible force precisely shattered the tank's wall. Water surged forth, and the mermaid girl was swept to the ground by the deluge. Attack! Zhu Yunfeng ordered, and Bai Weiwei unsheathed her twin daggers, swiftly dispatching 2 guards. Iron Mountain shot forth steel cables from his mechanical arm, ensnaring the chandelier above and yanking it down, plunging the auction hall into darkness. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Zhu Yunfeng charged toward the mermaid girl. With a sweep of her scepter, Lilith unleashed a blast of frigid air. Prepared for this, Zhu Yunfeng executed the 7th form of the chaotic rift palm. All laws returned to the void, forcing the 2 powers to collide in midair, sending shockwaves that shattered all glass objects. Indeed, it is you. Lilith's scepter glowed with an eerie azure light. Last time you escaped by mere fortune, this time. Her words were abruptly interrupted as the ceiling exploded. Blue butterfly descended from above, a swarm of cursed insects descending upon Lilith like a dark cloud. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yunfeng scooped up the mermaid girl. Let us go. Their group swiftly retreated according to plan. Zhu Yunfeng led the charge, his enhanced vision allowing him to navigate through the darkness, guiding everyone through the kitchen and towards the fire escape. Behind them, the clamor of footsteps and furious shouts echoed, with Zhao Shikai's frustrated voice ringing particularly sharp. Catch them. Heavy rewards for their capture. This way. Iron Mountain pulled open a concealed door, a crew passage they had previously scouted. At the end of the passage lay the aft deck of the ship. Below, Chun Biao piloted the speedboat, ready for their escape. Jump! Zhu Yunfeng leaped into the icy waters, the frigid sea enveloping him instantly. In his arms, the mermaid girl suddenly became agile, propelling them swiftly towards the boat. One by one, the others climbed aboard the speedboat. Chun Biao slammed the throttle, and the vessel shot forth like an arrow into the darkness. Alarms blared from the cruise ship, and searchlights sliced through the night sky. Duck! Bai Weiwei suddenly shouted. A beam of blue light shot from the cruise ship, instantly freezing the water to the left of the speedboat. Lilith's scepter. Iron Mountain pressed a button on his mechanical arm, and 3 smoke bombs ejected from the rear of the boat. In the thick fog, Zhu Yunfeng glimpsed Lilith standing at the boat's rear, scepter raised. Yet she had lost her target. 20 minutes of full-speed sailing later, they confirmed they had evaded their pursuers. The mermaid girl huddled in a corner, her blue hair damp against her pale face. Blue Butterfly gently reassured her in the Miao language, and gradually, the girl calmed. Thank you. She suddenly spoke in halting Mandarin. Pointing to her chest, Ah Qiao, my name. Zhu Yunfeng knelt down. You speak Mandarin? Ah Qiao nodded, then shook her head, a little, learned from fishermen. Suddenly, she grasped Zhu Yunfeng's hand, and the moment the chaotic ring touched her palm, strange patterns emerged on the ring's surface. Danger in the void, Ah Qiao urged. The Dark Knight seeks to open the door. What door? Bai Weiwei pressed. Ah Qiao struggled to articulate, then abruptly bit her finger, sketching a rudimentary sea map on the deck. A swirling mark was drawn, accompanied by an ominous depiction of an octopus-like creature. This is my home. Ah Qiao pointed to the whirlpool. The Dark Knight captures my kin for blood sacrifices. Iron Mountain suddenly produced the bronze compass. To their astonishment, the compass needle spun wildly before finally pointing directly to the location on Ah Qiao's map. It seems we have a new objective, Zhu Yunfeng remarked, gazing at the full moon rising above the horizon. Lu Qing, prepare the diving gear. Iron Mountain, how long will it take to retrofit a ship? 3 days. Iron Mountain grinned. If the materials are sufficient. Ah Qiao suddenly tugged at Zhu Yunfeng's sleeve, pointing at the moon, then at her eyes. Blue Butterfly enlightened. The moment of the full moon is upon us. With her face tilted skyward, a single crystalline tear slipped from Ah Qiao's eye in the moonlight. That tear, upon touching the air, crystallized into a pearl, which Blue Butterfly deftly caught in a jade vial. Pearl tears, the sacred item spoken of by the Grand Priest. Zhu Yunfeng accepted the jade vial, suddenly noticing the cracks on the chaotic ring seemed to have repaired themselves slightly. He gazed thoughtfully at the sea map Ah Qiao had drawn, where perhaps more answers awaited them. The speedboat sliced through the waves, venturing into the depths of darkness. Chapter 64, A Brief Alliance. 3 days later, Iron Mountain had refurbished a fishing vessel. The members of the Cloud Alliance boarded the ship, setting sail towards the vicinity of the South Sea's void. Zhu Yunfeng stood on the deck of the modified fishing vessel, the salty sea breeze enveloping him. The leader declared, "We have detected a metallic response beneath the waves." Taizhan focused intently on the sonar screen, his mechanical arms swiftly adjusting the parameters. This does not resemble a conventional submarine. Its energy readings are extraordinarily high. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, utilizing his ability to see through the surface of the sea, and faintly discerned a submarine in the distance. Its hull adorned with the serpentine emblem of the Dark Knight Temple. "Prepare for battle. It is indeed a vessel of the Dark Knight Temple," he uttered coldly. "They are undoubtedly searching for the door of the abyss." At that moment, Bai Weiwei exclaimed, "Everyone look! There is a high-speed object approaching from the northeast." The group turned their gazes towards the horizon, where a colossal silver-gray entity surged through the waves, its streamlined hull gliding silently, emblazoned with a prominent insignia, Apocalypse. The Apocalypse Organization? Lan Xiaodai furrowed her brow. What could they be doing here? Zhu Yunfeng's expression darkened. "It seems we are not the only ones monitoring the Dark Knight Temple." Inside the submarine of the Apocalypse Organization, the blonde-haired Catherine stood at the control console, her slender fingers deftly tapping the holographic display. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit, her left eye was fitted with a high-tech monocle, data streams racing across the lens. Target locked. Dark Knight Temple submarine, depth 120 meters. A smirk graced her lips as she launched an electromagnetic pulse torpedo. Boom. The sea erupted into towering waves. The Dark Knight Temple's submarine rocked violently, alarms blaring within. Lilith braced herself against the wall, the blue light of her scepter flickering ominously. Damn it. It's Apocalypse's electromagnetic cannon. She gritted her teeth, immediately activating emergency power. But it was too late. The second torpedo followed in rapid succession, striking the submarine's rear with pinpoint precision, crippling the engine compartment, and the vessel began its perilous descent. On Zhu Yunfeng's fishing boat, Taizhan shouted with excitement. The Dark Knight Temple submarine has been sunk. Yet Zhu Yunfeng remained fixated on the Apocalypse submarine, his brow furrowed. You celebrate too soon. They are likely not here to assist us. Indeed, the next moment, the hatch of the Apocalypse submarine opened, and a small aircraft descended, heading straight for Zhu Yunfeng's fishing vessel. Stand guard. Bai Weiwei unsheathed her twin daggers. The aircraft hovered above the fishing boat, its hatch sliding open to reveal Catherine, who looked down upon them with an air of superiority. Zhu Yunfeng, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, she said, her lips parting as her voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Shall we make a deal? Zhu Yunfeng scoffed. What sort of deal can we strike? Catherine waved her hand, and a holographic projection materialized, depicting a three-dimensional model of an underwater ruin. The door of the abyss, she stated. The Dark Knight Temple seeks to unlock it and unleash what lies within. We, on the other hand, wish to prevent them. And Zhu Yunfeng inquired, his intrigue piqued. Therefore, we propose a collaboration, Catherine smiled. We possess technology, while you have ancient martial prowess. Together, we shall descend and each obtain what we desire. Zhu Yunfeng pondered for a moment, glancing at Bai Weiwei and Taizhan. Bai Weiwei whispered, she is lying. The Apocalypse Organization has always acted independently and would not seek our cooperation without ulterior motives. Taizhan, however, was captivated by the technology of the Apocalypse submarine, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Nonetheless, their technology far surpasses ours. Zhu Yunfeng met Catherine's gaze directly. Collaboration is possible, but the terms must be revised. We require what lies within the door of the abyss, and you may take the scepter of the Dark Knight Temple. Catherine raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Zhu Yunfeng's forthrightness. Agreed, she replied with a light laugh, but you must first prove your worth. I will not ally myself with a band of inept individuals. No sooner had she spoken than she abruptly pressed a control on her wrist device. Boom. The fishing boat trembled violently, the sound of metal fracturing echoing from below the deck. They planted explosives on the hull. Taizhan roared. Zhu Yunfeng's expression hardened. The chaos ring glimmered with a faint light as he activated the chaotic void technique to its utmost. striking the sea's surface with a forceful palm. Boom. The ocean erupted, the shockwave pushing back the apocalypse aircraft. Seizing the moment, Zhu Yunfeng grasped Arua's hand. Jump overboard. The group leaped into the water. Beneath the surface, the Dark Knight Temple submarine had already sunk, while the apocalypse submarine drew ever closer. Catherine's voice echoed through the underwater communicator. Don't be alarmed. This is merely a small test. Now, welcome to the true battlefield. The submarine opened a hatch at its base, and Zhu Yunfeng and his companions were swept into the current, entering the interior of the apocalypse submarine. Inside, Zhu Yunfeng wiped seawater from his face and surveyed his surroundings. The interior was replete with futuristic technology, holographic projections, mechanical arms, and automated defense systems in abundance. Catherine approached, playfully twirling a metallic scepter in her hand. Not the genuine scepter, but a replica we crafted after studying the energy structure of the Dark Knight Temple scepter. She proudly waved it, adding, though its power is merely 30% of the authentic one, it will suffice. Zhu Yunfeng gazed intently at the scepter, feeling the chaos ring emanate warmth. Could a replica truly resonate? What exactly are you planning? Bai Weiwei inquired coldly. Catherine smiled. It is said that within the door of the abyss lies an ancient artifact known as the Spur of the Ancients. She summoned a holographic image, revealing a colossal bronze door within the underwater ruins, slowly opening to reveal a metallic object resembling a spur suspended within. The Dark Knight Temple desires to use it to accelerate the opening of the Chaos Door, while we, she paused, wish to utterly destroy it. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. Why? Catherine's smile faded gradually. Because once all 9 ancient artifacts emerge, the Chaos Door will open, releasing something sealed since antiquity. She left the implication hanging, but Zhu Yunfeng understood. This was not merely a struggle for power, it was a battle for the very survival of the world. Very well. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. We shall cooperate. Catherine's smile returned, satisfied. Then, welcome to the apocalypse operation. The submarine began its descent, heading towards the underwater ruins. Chapter 65, The Monumental Ambush. In the depths of the South China Sea, near the door of the abyss, Zhu Yunfeng stood within the apocalypse submarine, gazing into the profound waters ahead. Catherine's holographic display indicated that energy readings still emanated from the wreckage of the Dark Knight Temple. Lilith was not yet dead. We are short on time, Catherine stated, adjusting the scanner on her mechanical arm. Reinforcements from the Dark Knight Temple will arrive shortly. Zhu Yunfeng nodded and turned to Lan Xiaodai. The 5 Poisons monument mentioned by the High Priest. Is it truly located near the abyss? Lan Xiaodai retrieved an ancient parchment from her pocket, intricately inscribed with complex Miao symbols. The High Priest stated that the 5 Poisons monument is a sacred object from ancient times used to suppress sea demons, inscribed with the secret methods to restrain the door of the abyss. Taizhan, focused on the scanner, suddenly shouted, ahead, we have detected artificial structures. The group quickly gathered around as the holographic projection revealed a vast underwater ruin. Enormous stone pillars collapsed into the silt, with a structure resembling an altar standing at the center, surrounded by 5 stone monuments inscribed with runes. The 5 Poisons monument. Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Catherine squinted. The scan indicates there is space beneath the altar. It may be the entrance to the door of the abyss. Zhu Yunfeng made a decisive choice. Taizhan, you remain aboard the submarine and stand by. Lan Xiaodai, Bai Weiwei, accompany me down. I will go as well. Catherine chimed in with a light laugh. Zhu Yunfeng frowned. You? Catherine waved the replica scepter in her hand. Without this, you cannot unlock the seal of the altar. Zhu Yunfeng conceded, then let us proceed. In the underwater ruins, the spotlight of the submersible illuminated the shadowy aquatic realm. Zhu Yunfeng swam at the forefront, the chaos ring gently pulsing, guiding his path. The 5 stone monuments were arranged in a pentagon, each adorned with different depictions of poisonous creatures, a serpent, a scorpion, a centipede, a gecko, and a toad. Lan Xiaodai swam to the serpentine monument at the center, placing her hands upon its surface while reciting the ancient dialect of Miaojiang. The runes inscribed on the stone began to emit an eerie green luminescence, causing the water to swirl unnaturally. The seal was loosening. Lan Xiaodai shouted through her communicator, then proceeded to take impressions of the 5 inscriptions. Catherine immediately swam to the altar's center, raising the replica staff, the blue gem atop it projecting a beam of energy directly into the altar's recess. Boom. The altar trembled, mud and sand swirling, as the stone slab at its center slowly shifted aside, revealing a pitch-black aperture, the passage to the Guoxiu. Zhu Yunfeng's piercing gaze penetrated the darkness, revealing a sloped stone staircase leading down into the depths of an unknown realm. Let's go? He was the first to dive in. Within the Guoxiu passage, at the end of the staircase, the group emerged from the water and removed their breathing apparatuses. They found themselves in a vast underwater cavern, the air damp yet breathable. The walls were embedded with glowing pearls, illuminating the path ahead. Bai Weiwei surveyed the surroundings, noting the unmistakable signs of human construction. Catherine examined her detector. The energy readings were escalating. The boots of the stinger must be just ahead. They pressed on, soon arriving at an expansive chamber. At its center stood a colossal bronze door, intricately carved with 9 coiling dragons, their eyes set with blood-red gems. The gate of Guishu, Lan Xiaodai murmured. Zhu Yunfeng approached the bronze door when suddenly, the chaos ring began to vibrate violently, radiant golden light erupting from its cracks. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaodia's crown materialized on its own, exuding a gentle silver glow. The 2 artifacts resonated. Bai Weiwei exclaimed in astonishment. Catherine focused intently on her detector, her expression shifting suddenly. Beware. There's an ambush. Boom. The ceiling exploded, debris raining down as several dark figures descended from above, blood corpses. These creatures, with their pallid skin and blood-red eyes, possessed claws as sharp as blades. Crafted through sinister sorcery by the Night Temple. The 7th apostle was indeed not dead. Zhu Yunfeng shouted coldly, unleashing the chaos sky-splitting palm, shattering the foremost blood corpse with a single strike. Bai Weiwei's twin blades flashed like lightning, swiftly severing 2 heads. Lan Xiaodai commanded her swarm of insects, a dark cloud of them surging toward the foes. Catherine, however, did not engage in the fray. Instead, she dashed towards the bronze door, the replica staff glowing blue once more as she attempted to force it open. Stop her. Zhu Yunfeng sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The staff's energy struck the bronze door, igniting the dragon-eyed gems, causing the entire chamber to quake violently. Ha! Lilith's voice echoed from the shadows. Thank you for activating the gate of Guishu. She stepped forward slowly, wielding the genuine Dark Knight staff, flanked by dozens of black-robed emissaries. The gem atop the staff was fully charged, radiating a terrifying pressure. Zhu Yunfeng, did you think you had won? Lilith sneered. Once the door opens, the boots of the stinger will be ours. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. Not a chance. He channeled the full force of the void chaos technique, unleashing a peak pressure that propelled him like a cannonball towards Lilith. The 2 clashed in an instant, staff meeting palm, shockwaves toppling the surrounding stone pillars. Bai Weiwei and Lan Xiaodai found themselves ensnared by the blood corpses, unable to provide support. Catherine stood before the bronze door, a peculiar smile curling at her lips. Almost there, she muttered to herself, suddenly pressing a device on her wrist. Buzz. The electromagnetic cannon on the submarine fired once again. But this time its target was not the Night Temple, but the gate of Guishu. Boom. The electromagnetic cannon struck the bronze door, shattering 3 of the dragon-eye gems. The entire chamber began to collapse, seawater surging in through the fractures. Catherine, what are you doing? Zhu Yunfeng spun around, snatching up a shattered dragon-eye gem. Catherine had retreated to a safe distance, her smile cold. Apologies. The goal of the Apocalypse Organization has never been cooperation, but the annihilation of all artifacts. The sea water surged in, the chamber on the brink of submersion. Lilith roared in anger, waving her staff to freeze part of the incoming water, swiftly retreating with her followers. Zhu Yunfeng, the next time we meet will be your demise. Her voice faded into the distance. Zhu Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Pulling Bai Weiwei and Lan Xiaodai, we must flee. The 3 swam desperately towards the exit, pursued by the collapsing cavern and the raging waters. Zhu Yunfeng and the others broke the surface, scrambling onto the rescue boat sent by the Iron Mountain sect. In the distance, the submarine of the Apocalypse Organization had vanished without a trace. Damn it, that vile woman tricked us. Iron Mountain cursed angrily. Lan Xiaodai gasped for breath. The inscriptions on the 5 Poisons monument state that the gate of Guishu must be opened simultaneously with the crown and the staff, or it will unleash catastrophe. Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the gradually calming sea, his expression profound. Catherine did this on purpose. She doesn't want anyone to acquire the boots of the stinger. Bai Weiwei wiped the seawater from her face. What do we do now? Zhu Yunfeng remained silent for a moment, then suddenly pulled a fragment from his pocket. It was the dragon-eye gem he had hastily snatched. Within the gem, a star map could be faintly discerned. Let us return to Miaojiang, he said solemnly. The high priest might be able to decipher this. Chapter 66, Fragments of the Star Map. Zhu Yunfeng and the others followed Lan Xiaodai to Miaojiang. The high priest summoned Zhu Yunfeng to stand at the center of the stone array within the forbidden area of Miaojiang. Lan Xiaodai walked barefoot across the ancient rune-etched stone slabs, her silver ornaments jingling in the morning light. The high priest stated that the star map must be interpreted here. She turned back to Zhu Yunfeng, her eyes reflecting an emotion he could not comprehend. It had been 30 years since outsiders were allowed into the forbidden area. At the center of the array lay the 5 impressions brought back from the Guishu. Bai Weiwei was applying a special developing solution to the impressions. The moment the solution touched the inscriptions, it emitted a ghostly blue glow. Zhu Yunfeng narrowed his eyes, his piercing vision activating instinctively. In his view, the glowing patterns began to detach from the paper, reassembling in the air into a three-dimensional star map. The positions of the Big Dipper were unmistakably visible. Yet between Tianshu and Tianxian, a portion was conspicuously missing. It is indeed incomplete. Zhu Yunfeng reached out to touch the floating light points. Feeling a slight sting at his fingertips, a resonance of spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lan Xiaodai pressed down on her silver crown, the inherited Xian-Yin crown from Yaojiang vibrating slightly. The high priest had mentioned that the star map would resonate with artifacts. Bai Weiwei suddenly gasped, the vial in her hand slipping to the ground. Her eyes rolled back, her body trembling violently as her precognitive abilities surged uncontrollably. Northeastern Dunhuang Sutras, she managed to utter a few words before collapsing into Zhu Yunfeng's arms. Zhu Yunfeng quickly pressed his fingers to her wrist, his ancient medical knowledge sensing an unusual energy coursing through her veins. He swiftly retrieved golden needles from his pocket, needling her Bai Wei, Feng Qi, and other acupoints 7 times until Bai Weiwei's breathing gradually stabilized. Lu Qing's voice suddenly transmitted through the communicator. Leader, we just received news that the Zhao Group purchased 3 pages of the Dunhuang Diamond Sutra at an exorbitant price at the auction in London yesterday. Zhu Yunfeng's expression sharpened. What a coincidence. He turned to Lan Xiaodai. Can we ask the high priest to confirm which specific text is needed? Lan Xiaodai nodded, retrieving a verdant bamboo flute from her waist. The flute's melody was melodious, and shortly after, an elderly figure clad in a robe of 5 colors emerged from the mist. The high priest, holding a serpent-headed staff, had a face lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The missing part of the star map is the division of the Kisu. The high priest's Mandarin carried a heavy accent as he pointed to the northwest corner of the star map. Upon Xuanzang's return from his pilgrimage, he encrypted and concealed this portion of the star map within the 7th chapter of the Diamond Sutra. Zhu Yunfeng's heart trembled. In the 7th rank lies the profound concept of no gain, no expression, elucidating the truth realized by the Tathagata, that the Dharma is indeed devoid of attainment. This notion subtly resonates with the legends surrounding the 9 divine artifacts. Great priest, to what destination does the star map point? Zhu Yunfeng inquired earnestly. The elder suddenly uttered a series of rapid phrases in the Miao language, causing Lan Xiaodai's complexion to shift dramatically. He says the star map marks the locations of the 9 divine artifacts. The 3 luminous points correspond to the ring you hold, the crown upon my head, and the scepter of the Dark Night Temple, with the star map directing us towards Dunhuang. A piercing alarm abruptly interrupted her words. Tieshan's rugged voice crackled through the communicator. Alliance leader, an aerial vehicle from the Apocalypse organization has been detected on the east side. Just as Zhu Yunfeng prepared to issue a command for vigilance, a golden figure leapt from the forest, Catherine von Klaus, the Apocalypse agent with whom he had crossed paths in the Return to Ruins. At this moment, she raised her hands, signaling her lack of hostility. Her mechanical left arm glinted with a chilling metallic sheen. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Zhu, she spoke in fluent Chinese, a playful smile gracing her lips. I have come to negotiate. Zhu Yunfeng gestured for everyone to remain on guard, while subtly channeling his ancient martial arts to their utmost potential. The oppressive energy of his peak post-transformation phase sent ripples through the surrounding mist. What negotiation? Catherine retrieved a tablet from her breast, displaying an encrypted document, the record of last month's clandestine meeting between the Zhao family and the Dark Night Temple in Vienna. In exchange, I require something you have discovered at the Mogeo Caves in Dunhuang. What is it? Zhu Yunfeng queried warily. A jade tablet inscribed with the pattern of boot spikes. Catherine's gaze swept over the group before settling on Zhu Yunfeng's face. Of course, what you are more concerned about is the fragment of the Diamond Sutra. Zhao Shikai has already taken it to Dunhuang. Suddenly, an intense heat emanated from the chaos ring within Zhu Yunfeng. He suppressed the anomaly with a composed demeanor and replied coldly, how does the Apocalypse organization possess such knowledge of the artifacts? Because, Catherine lowered her voice, we suspect that the master of the Dark Night Temple is utilizing the resonance of the artifacts to hasten the opening of the Chaos Gate. The failed experiment in Antarctica 300 years ago was due to the absence of 3 crucial artifacts. The silver crown atop Lan Xiaodia's head emitted a clear chime. The great priest abruptly looked skyward, hastily speaking in Miao. Although Zhu Yunfeng could not comprehend the words, his perceptive vision revealed the elder's spiritual energy surging towards the silver crown. A celestial phenomenon approaches. Lan Xiaodai exclaimed. The great priest says the astrological signs indicate abnormal energy fluctuations towards Dunhuang. Catherine's mechanical arm suddenly projected a holographic map, The Zhao family's private aircraft will land at Dunhuang Airport in 2 hours. If you wish to intercept the sutra. Zhu Yunfeng exchanged a glance with Bai Weiwei. The seer, appearing weak, nodded faintly, evidently having glimpsed a crucial future. Taizhan, prepare the helicopter, Zhu Yunfeng commanded decisively. Lu Qing, continue monitoring the financial flow of the Zhao family. Xiaodai, you are responsible for. Before he could finish, a distant explosion erupted, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. Zhu Yunfeng made an immediate decision. Catherine, if you truly wish to collaborate, assist us in keeping an eye on the Zhao group. The blonde woman flashed a knowing smile, a wise choice. However, I must caution you. The seventh apostle of the Dark Knight, Lilith, is also in Dunhuang. She waved her mechanical arm, indicating the predicament was owing to her intervention. As the group dispersed to take action, Zhu Yunfeng lingered behind, gazing at the fading projection of the star map. The resonance between the Chaos Ring and the Xian Yin Crown stirred his internal energy into a heightened state of activity. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned 9 beams of light piercing through heaven and earth. On the day when the 9 artifacts converge, the chaos shall reopen. The elder's aged voice echoed behind him. Young man, are you certain you wish to tread this path? Zhu Yunfeng did not turn back, but tightened his fist. The ring in his fingers emitted a faint glow, as if in response. Chapter 67. The cauldron shakes the 8 wastelands. Deep within Miao territory, mist swirled, and toxic vapors permeated the air. Zhu Yunfeng stood at the entrance of a valley, his brow furrowed. A faintly sweet and metallic scent lingered in the atmosphere. Inhaling it caused a slight sting in his lungs. The toxicity here is even more potent than before, Lan Xiaodai remarked. Her slender fingers entwined with a thread of pale purple insect. Even my toxin-repelling insect cannot endure for more than half an hour. Behind them, Taizhan donned a specially designed gas mask and muttered. The great priest said the source of the toxins lies deep within the valley. Venturing further will spell doom even for the insects. Zhu Yunfeng took a deep breath and retrieved the Medicine King cauldron from his bosom. The ancient bronze cauldron shimmered with a ghostly light, and a faint medicinal fragrance wafted from within. Let us try this. He activated the Tai Su Chaos Art, channeling his true energy into the cauldron, which began to hum and tremble, the ancient runes upon its surface illuminating one by one. Go. Zhu Yunfeng raised his hand and tossed the Medicine King cauldron into the air, where it hovered above the group. With its opening facing downward, an unseen force erupted, drawing the surrounding toxic miasma into the cauldron like a tidal wave. It works. Lan Xiaodia's beautiful eyes sparkled. As the toxins entered the cauldron, the medicinal aroma intensified, and the cauldron's patterns gradually shifted from green to purple, as if digesting these poisonous substances. However, just as the group began to relax, a thunderous explosion resonated from deep within the valley, followed by a surge of pitch-black toxic fog crashing towards them like a colossal wave. Retreat! Zhu Yunfeng shouted urgently. The Medicine King cauldron radiated brilliant light, emitting a greenish barrier to withstand the oncoming toxic wave. Yet, the onslaught was too fierce, and the barrier trembled violently. On the verge of collapse, Lan Xiaodai bit her fingertip, a drop of blood splattering into the cauldron. Feed the cauldron with blood, help it refine. The Medicine King cauldron shuddered violently, and a surge of purple light erupted from within, instantly devouring the approaching toxic fog. As the poisonous mist dissipated, the valley returned to clarity. The Medicine King cauldron descended gently, its purple glow swirling, appearing even more ancient and substantial than before. Zhu Yunfeng reached out to catch it, feeling a warmth emanating from his palm, as if the cauldron had come to life. Has the cauldron spirit awakened? He murmured softly. Lan Xiaodai leaned in for a closer look, suddenly exclaiming, "Look inside the cauldron." The group peered down, astonished to find that the remnants of medicinal dregs at the bottom had transformed into a pool of clear spiritual liquid, exuding a refreshing fragrance. The toxins have been refined into spiritual liquid? Tieshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with insight. The Medicine King cauldron has evolved. He dipped his fingertip into the spiritual liquid and gently touched it to Lan Xiaodia's wrist. Ah! Lan Xiaodai gasped, feeling a wave of coolness spread through her arm, gradually purging the toxins accumulated from years of insect refining. This spiritual liquid can detoxify all poisons, she exclaimed in shock. Zhu Yunfeng nodded. The Medicine King cauldron absorbed the toxins of Miao territory and evolved a purification function. Now it can not only refine pills, but also transform poison into spirit. That evening, at the Miao altar, Lan Xiaodai sat cross-legged before the Medicine King cauldron, where the spiritual liquid bubbled and mist enveloped her. The great priest, staff in hand, recited ancient incantations, then instructed Zhu Yunfeng, channel your chaotic true energy into the cauldron to assist her in purifying her marrow and blood. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, pressing both palms against the cauldron. fully engaging the Tai Su chaos art, his true energy flowing into the cauldron like a mighty river. Boom. The Medicine King cauldron trembled violently, and the spiritual liquid transformed into countless filaments, penetrating Lan Xiaodie's 7 orifices and pores. Her skin gradually took on a lustrous sheen as the accumulated toxins were expelled, coagulating at the surface into a layer of black grime. Lan Xiaodai cried out in pain, her delicate body trembling, yet her gaze grew increasingly clearer. After a full 3 hours, the Medicine King cauldron finally ceased its trembling. Lan Xiaodai slowly opened her eyes, her pupils shimmering with purple light. She raised her hand gently, and a golden silkworm insect, once fearful of her, flew willingly to her fingertip, affectionately nuzzling against it. The harmony of 10,000 insects. This is the body immune to all poisons, the great priest exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lan Xiaodai felt the surging power within her body and suddenly turned to Zhu Yunfeng, a charming smile gracing her lips. Am I not more resistant to poison than you now? Zhu Yunfeng chuckled lightly. Shall we test that? With a flick of her fingertip, a drop of venom darted towards him. He deliberately did not evade. The poison touched his skin but was instantly purified by an invisible force, leaving not even a red mark. Indeed, you are formidable, Zhu Yunfeng acknowledged, just as the crowd rejoiced. The night sky above the altar was abruptly rent by a blood-red beam of light. Enemy attack, Taizhan bellowed, seizing his electromagnetic pulse gun and charging out. Zhu Yunfeng and Lan Xiaodai swiftly followed, only to behold 3 figures suspended in the night sky, with the foremost being Lilith, the 7th apostle of the Night Temple. Zhu Yunfeng, surrender the Medicine King cauldron, Lilith commanded, her crimson lips curling slightly as her fingertips toyed with a blood-red jade pendant. Otherwise, tonight, the Miaojiang will run with blood. Zhu Yunfeng sneered. If you want the cauldron, come and take it. A glint of cold light flickered in Lilith's eyes as she waved her hand, unleashing a swarm of blood-red bats that surged towards them. Lan Xiaodai snorted disdainfully, her jade hand waving as a myriad of goo insects surged forth to engage in battle with the bats. The night sky erupted into chaos. Zhu Yunfeng moved like lightning, executing the 7th form of the chaotic sky-splitting palm. 10,000 laws returned to the void with fierce determination. Wherever the palm wind passed, blood-red bats exploded into clouds of blood mist. However, Lilith's figure flickered like a phantom, deftly evading the strike in an instant. What kind of movement technique is that? Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. It seemed the Lord of the Night Temple had endowed her with considerable gifts. Lilith chuckled lightly, the blood-red jade pendant in her fingers emanating an eerie crimson glow. The divine powers bestowed by the Lord are beyond your imagination. Before her words had fully settled, she launched an attack. A blood-red thread shot forth from the pendant, moving so swiftly that it was nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye, aiming directly for Zhu Yunfeng's throat. He sidestepped just in time, the thread grazing his neck and leaving a shallow wound. More strangely, a numbing sensation began to emanate from the wound. This thread was laced with potent poison. Leader, Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, quickly summoning her goo insects for support. But the other 2 night apostles had already positioned themselves before her. One brandished a pitch-black dagger, emanating a chilling aura. The other formed seals with both hands, summoning countless vines from the ground that ensnared Lan Xiaodai with fervor. Miaojiang girl, your opponents are us. Lan Xiaodai scoffed. Her immunity to toxins rendered her entirely unafraid. With a flick of her fingertip, several golden silkworm goo shot forth, swiftly severing the encroaching vines. In the same motion, she flashed forward, her hand slicing like a blade, aimed at the throat of the dagger-wielding apostle. Clang! The dagger clashed against her palm, producing a resonant metallic sound. The apostle's pupils constricted. Your body, Lan Xiaodai smirked, impenetrable to toxins, invulnerable to blades. She exerted force, pushing her opponent back, while her other hand reached out, summoning a vibrant green centipede goo that flew from her sleeve, instantly coiling around the neck of the other apostle. The apostle screamed, their skin darkening at an observable rate as the poison spread rapidly throughout their body. Yet, just as Lan Xiaodai prepared to press her advantage, a chill suddenly enveloped her from behind. Watch out, Taizhan roared, firing his electromagnetic pulse gun at the ambusher, but the attacker effortlessly dodged. It was a man cloaked in a black robe, his face obscured by a pallid mask, his nails dark as ink, exuding a foul stench. A corpse puppet. Lan Xiaodie's pupils dilated. The Night Temple had actually unleashed such a creature. The corpse puppet approached silently, moving with astonishing speed, clawing towards Lan Xiaodie's heart. She narrowly evaded, yet still felt the sharpness graze her shoulder, an eerie blackness manifesting at the wound. Poison? She hesitated for a moment before breaking into a cold smile. That won't work on me. She channeled her internal spiritual liquid, purifying the toxin in an instant. Yet the corpse puppet's onslaught grew increasingly fierce, each claw imbued with a chilling, deathly aura, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Zhu Yunfeng and Lilith's battle escalated to a fever pitch. Lilith's blood-red threads coiled like venomous serpents. Although Zhu Yunfeng could dodge, the numbing sensation from the toxins continued to spread. He realized he could not afford to delay any longer and suddenly activated the chaotic ring, the patterns on the ring glowing brightly. The Great Void Chaotic Technique, Cleansing of the Marrow. A torrent of immense true energy erupted from within him, instantly dispelling the invading poison. In a flash, he executed the Great Void Dragon Step to its utmost, rapidly closing the distance to Lilith. What? Lilith gasped, hastily retreating, but Zhu Yunfeng's speed was even greater. Eighth form of the chaotic sky-splitting palm, Great Void induces calamity. Boom. With a resounding strike, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently. The air around Lilith seemed to be sucked dry, and in the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking her shoulder. Ah! She screamed, half her body scorched by the lightning, and the blood-red jade pendant showed signs of cracking. You! She gritted her teeth, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. The Lord will not spare you. Zhu Yunfeng replied coldly. Let him come personally. Lilith shot him a venomous glare before suddenly crushing the jade pendant. A cloud of blood mist erupted, and her figure vanished without a trace. The other two apostles, witnessing this, also activated their secret arts to flee, leaving only the corpse puppet that continued its relentless attack. Leader, this thing cannot be killed, Taizhan roared, his alloy shield already marred by several deep gashes from the puppet's claws. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. His figure flashed as the chaotic ring blazed brilliantly, and he pressed his palm against the corpse puppet's head. Annihilate. Boom. The puppet's head exploded in an instant, its body stiffening for a moment before collapsing to the ground, dissolving into a foul puddle of black water. As the battle concluded, silence returned to the valley. Lan Shaodai approached. This night temple is truly relentless. Zhu Yunfeng replied, unperturbed. This matter is resolved. We shall proceed to Dunhuang. Chapter 68. The Mist of the Buddha Caves. The night wind of Dunhuang whipped up fine sand, striking the mottled cliff walls of the Mogao Caves. Zhu Yunfeng stood before Cave 16, his fingertips gently tracing the time-worn lines of the millennia-old murals. The Great Void Chaotic Technique swirling within him to its zenith, true energy surging like a river. Leader, infrared scans reveal there are hidden layers behind the murals, Taizhan reported. Shouldering a precision instrument nearly half a person high, the screen displayed a flickering thermal image of red and blue, but the structure was too fragile. Forceful dismantling would ruin the entire wall. A glimmer of gold flashed in Zhu Yunfeng's eyes as his X-ray vision pierced through the layers of paint and plaster. Behind the ethereal garments of the flying celestial mural, a faint outline of a yellowed scroll could be discerned. Just as he was about to speak, a hurried breath echoed in his earpiece, belonging to Lu Qing. The Zhao family is also at the auction site. They bid 30 million for the fragment of the Diamond Sutra. Lu Qing's voice was low, and curiously, the representative from the Apocalypse organization had been scanning the scroll with some kind of device. Zhu Yunfeng exchanged a glance with Bai Weiwei beside him. Her long hair danced in the night breeze, and the chill from her Xianyin body caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. What is the Apocalypse organization searching for? The star map. Zhu Yunfeng placed his palm against the cold mural, sensing the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within. The high priest had said that a complete star map could guide us to the door of return to the void. The cryptic script on the fragment of the Diamond Sutra is the final piece of the puzzle. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines broke the stillness. 3 modified off-road vehicles burst through the night, the triangular insignia of the Apocalypse organization glinting coldly under the moonlight. They arrived swiftly, Taizhan scoffed, unloading his specially modified electromagnetic pulse gun from behind him. This weapon was crafted from ice marrow he had retrieved from the polar regions, its body entwined with azure blue energy circuits. Zhu Yunfeng grasped Tieshan's wrist. Do not act rashly. Let us observe their intentions. 7 fully armed operatives leaped from the vehicles, with none other than the blonde woman Catherine leading them. The quantum module on her mechanical arm flickered with a menacing red light as she strode directly towards the entrance of Cave 16. Mr. Zhu, we meet again, Catherine's voice, tinged with a peculiar electronic resonance, echoed. According to the International Convention for the Protection of Endangered Cultural Heritage, these murals ought to be safeguarded by a professional team. Bai Weiwei's fingertips crystallized into hexagonal ice. Stop pretending. You are clearly after the star map. Catherine's mechanical eye flashed with a blue light as she abruptly raised her hand, firing a laser beam that seared a charred mark across the mural, deliberately avoiding the scroll's location. Cease at once. Zhu Yunfeng's figure darted forward. executing the third form of the chaotic split sky palm, nine heavens dragon roar, resounding with a force that sent the cave's ceiling trembling, dislodging sand and stone. Catherine's mechanical arm swiftly expanded into a shield formation, but was still pushed back 3 steps. With a cold smirk, she retorted, Mr. Zhu, do you truly believe we are unaware that the crown lies in Miaojiang? Without the star map, you will never locate the boot spike. No sooner had she finished speaking than her team members suddenly scattered, activating their instruments in unison. A bizarre energy field enveloped the entire cave, and the celestial figures on the murals sprang to life, their colors swirling to form a complex star map. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils dilated as he beheld the central focus of the star map, an ethereal image of a belt. The Vajra demon subduing formation. Bai Weiwei exclaimed, her hands forming seals as an icy mirror of Xian Yin's chill materialized before her. The star map reflected in the mirror was clearer than what the naked eye could perceive, with Sanskrit mantras intricately woven into the belt's patterns. Seizing the opportunity, members of the Apocalypse organization charged towards the mural. Iron Mountain roared as he unleashed a blue beam from his electromagnetic pulse gun, causing the 2 foremost individuals to stiffen and collapse, their equipment emitting wisps of smoke. Zhu Yunfeng, look above, Bai Weiwei suddenly shouted. Zhu Yunfeng glanced upward, where the 1,000 Buddhas mural began to radiate light. Countless golden rays wove into a net, illuminating the cave as if it were daylight. In the most brilliant spot, a segment of Sanskrit scripture emerged. As the Tai Su chaos formula automatically advanced to its 3rd pinnacle, Zhu Yunfeng instinctively recited aloud, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. At the moment he completed the verse, the ethereal image of the belt projected a beam of golden light that pierced directly into Zhu Yunfeng's brow. A deluge of information surged forth, a complete array of the Vajra demon subduing formation, along with the precise location of the artifact. Retreat. Catherine, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, fired a smoke bomb from her mechanical arm. By the time the smoke dissipated, the Apocalypse organization had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a few smoking devices. Just as Iron Mountain prepared to pursue, Zhu Yunfeng held him back. Do not chase. We have acquired more information than they. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he continued, the belt is hidden within the tomb of the White Horse Temple in Luoyang, used as the focal point to suppress something. Bai Weiwei pondered. No wonder the Zhao family is willing to spend lavishly on acquiring the scroll fragments. They aim to locate the belt first. Suddenly, an excited voice crackled through the earpiece. Lu Qing, I got it. Though the Zhao family won the auction for the scroll, I used the illusion insect that Blue Butterfly provided to replicate the contents. The star map indicates that on the night of next month's full moon, a spatial weak point will emerge in the South China Sea. Zhu Yunfeng gazed towards the eastern sky, gradually brightening, as the jade pendant in his palm warmed slightly. The 3 artifacts had revealed their traces, while the movements of the Night God Temple and the Apocalypse organization hastened. For now, it was prudent to return to the Cloud Alliance headquarters. Chapter 69, The Death of Zhao Shikai. At the Songdu City Jade and Stone Trading Center, the price curve of jadeite raw materials on the large screen plummeted dramatically. It's hit the limit. Another halt in trading. In the trading hall, retail investors appeared pale, with some slumped in their chairs, murmuring, it's over, all over. In just 3 days, the Zhao family, in collaboration with international speculators, short-sold jadeite through the futures market, resulting in a 40-price collapse. Numerous small and medium-sized jade merchants faced ruptured financial chains, compelled to sell their inventory at rock-bottom prices, with some even resorting to jumping from heights. Su Mingyue stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Cloud Alliance headquarters, her fingertips gripping a freshly delivered financial daily. The front page glaring with, Zhao Capital sweeps the jade market. Cloud Alliance may become the biggest loser? She let out a cold laugh and dialed Zhu Yunfeng's number. Zhao Shikai has made his move. Her voice remained calm, though her knuckles whitened slightly. They have stockpiled a significant amount of raw stones in advance, now selling them at low prices to force us to follow suit. On the other end, Zhu Yunfeng had just concluded communication with the Grand Priest of Miaojiang, his brow furrowing at her words. How long can our inventory last? Given the current market panic, at most 2 weeks, Su Mingyue inhaled deeply. If jade prices continue to collapse, Cloud Alliance's cash flow will be devastated. Zhu Yunfeng contemplated for a moment before suddenly asking, what about Myanmar? The mine owners are also selling off, but a glint of sharpness flashed in Su Mingyue's eyes. They are being coerced. In the depths of the night, within the upper echelons of the Zhao family office, Zhao Shikai swirled a glass of red wine, gazing down at the city lights of Songdu, a cold smile curling at his lips. Cloud Alliance's cash flow is already strained. After 3 more days of this, they will either declare bankruptcy or sell their assets at a loss. Behind him, a man in gold-rimmed glasses adjusted his frames and remarked coolly, Do not forget. Zhu Yunfeng possesses the Medicine King Cauldron. He can easily recover through elixirs. Elixirs? Zhao Shikai scoffed. That meager market in the ancient martial world cannot support his financial gap. He turned to regard a shadow lurking in the corner. The seventh apostle of the night god temple, Lilith. The temple has promised me financial support. Do not go back on your word. Lilith's lips curled into a slight smile as she toyed with a black jade token. Rest assured. The Apocalypse organization has mobilized $30 billion, sufficient to crush the Cloud Alliance. She paused, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. However, the Lord of the Temple has a condition. What? The jade pendant in Zhu Yunfeng's possession belongs to us. Zhao Shikai narrowed his eyes, ultimately nodding with a cold smirk. Deal. The following day, an emergency meeting convened at the Cloud Alliance headquarters. Su Mingyue slammed a document onto the table. Her voice icy. It has been confirmed that the Zhao family is backed by the Night God Temple and the Apocalypse organization, manipulating the market through offshore accounts. Iron Mountain furrowed his brow. Is there a way to retaliate from a financial regulatory standpoint? Difficult. Lu Qing shook her head. Their capital flows are exceedingly opaque, and the regulatory authorities cannot currently find any leverage. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent for a moment before suddenly addressing Su Mingyue. Do the mine owners in Myanmar truly accept being exploited by the Zhao family? A spark of insight flickered in Su Mingyue's eyes. You mean, contact them, Zhu Yunfeng stated slowly. Inform them that the Cloud Alliance is willing to procure their top-tier raw stones at a price 30 above the market rate on a long-term basis. Lu Qing was taken aback. But we are currently cash-strapped. Where will the money come from? Zhu Yunfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Who said we need to use cash? 3 days later, in Yangon, Myanmar, a clandestine meeting of jadeite mine owners convened. Su Mingyue, clad in a black business suit, stood before the projection screen, speaking fluent Burmese. The Zhao family is driving down prices, forcing you to sell your raw stones at a loss, while they can turn around and reap tenfold profits on the international market. Below, several mine owners wore grim expressions. But the Cloud Alliance is different. She clicked the remote. The screen transitioning to a contract. We are willing to engage in long-term cooperation at a price 30 above the market rate, using the exchange mode of elixirs for jade. One mine owner furrowed his brow. Elixirs? What use do we have for those? Su Mingyue smiled slightly, producing a small jade vial and pouring out a gleaming green pill. This is the 100 Herbs Body Refining Pill. After consumption, it can strengthen bones and delay aging. She scanned the crowd. You all have been mining for years, suffering significant physical wear. This pill can grant you an additional decade of life. The mine owners exchanged glances, and an elder slowly rose, taking the pill and sniffing it, suddenly narrowing his pupils. The efficacy of this is 100 times stronger than the health supplements offered by the Zhao family. Su Mingyue replied nonchalantly. The Zhao family exploits you through capital, while the Cloud Alliance is willing to pursue a win-win situation. Half an hour later, 7 premier miners affixed their signatures to an accord, thereby establishing the Emerald Alliance, resolutely refusing to supply Zhao's company. A week later, the jadeite market underwent a tumultuous transformation. Zhao Shikai observed the suddenly rebounding jade prices. His countenance darkened with fury. What on earth is happening? Did the Burmese miners not pledge to sell at a low price? His secretary trembled as she reported. They have all defaulted, supplying raw stones exclusively to the Cloud Alliance. Damn it! Zhao Shikai slammed his fist onto the table. To make matters worse, the Cloud Alliance abruptly released news of an epic jadeite vein discovery, boasting an astonishing reserve. The market erupted in fervor, as retail investors frantically rushed to buy, causing jade prices to surge by 50 in a single day. Zhao Shikai's short position was instantaneously obliterated. 300 billion vanished in an instant. He slumped in his chair, bloodshot eyes betraying his despair. At that moment, the office door creaked open, and Lilith strode in, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. Mr. Zhao, the Lord is quite disappointed with your performance. Zhao Shikai shot up, eyes wide. What do you intend to do? With a flick of her finger, Lilith affixed a black talisman to his forehead. Since your funds have evaporated, let your life serve as collateral. That night, Zhu Yunfeng received word of Zhao Shikai's sudden demise, and the Zhao group changed hands. The new owner? A puppet capital of the Night Temple. Bai Weiwei, while deciphering the cosmic secrets, suddenly paled. This is dire. Their next move is to directly target the Cloud Alliance's assets. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy. Let us see who falls first. Chapter 70, Space Folding. Zhu Yunfeng was perusing the dossier of the new proprietor of the Zhao Group at the Cloud Alliance headquarters when his phone rang. It was Nangong Shui. Yunfeng. There's an anomaly with the river and mountain mirror. An anomaly with the river and mountain mirror? Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback, being its master. He had felt nothing amiss. Just yesterday, Nangong Shui had approached him, requesting to borrow the mirror, and he had readily obliged without a second thought. Why was there an anomaly today? I am on my way. Zhu Yunfeng hung up and promptly set off for Nangong's villa. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, he noticed the ginkgo leaves fluttering as if moved by an unseen breeze, as though the entire estate was inhaling. Nangong Shui stood with her back to him, facing the river and mountain mirror. The mirror's surface did not reflect her image but instead displayed swirling star maps, with 9 chains faintly visible, entwining a mass of chaotic light. You have arrived, she said, not turning around, her voice colder than usual. The river and mountain mirror issued a sudden warning last night. The night temple is hastening the opening of the chaotic gate. Zhu Yunfeng approached and noticed blood-soaked bandages wrapped around her wrist. Remnants of fresh blood still visible in the mirror's frame. Feeding the mirror with blood? He frowned, realizing it was a secret technique of the Nangong family. This is a responsibility. Finally, Nangong Shui turned to face him, her left eye shimmering with an unnatural bronze hue. Each generation of the direct lineage must nourish this mirror with their essence. Otherwise, what lies imprisoned will. Suddenly, the mirror convulsed violently, the chaotic light expanding. At that moment, Nangong Shui seized Zhu Yunfeng's hand and pressed it against the mirror's surface. As a chilling sensation coursed through his body, Zhu Yunfeng glimpsed a series of disjointed images. The Lord of the Night Temple stood atop the polar ice cap, his scepter embedded in the ice. 7 copper coffins encircled him, the gluttonous patterns on their lids devouring starlight. Lilith knelt in the center of a blood array, her necklace radiating a blinding red light. A blonde woman from the Apocalypse Organization, Catherine, was calibrating a colossal machine, its gears interlocked with fragments of a bronze belt. The resonance of the 9 divine artifacts. Nangong Shui's voice echoed from afar. They are utilizing the allure between the artifacts to forcibly tear apart space. The scene abruptly shifted. A fissure opened above Songdu. Countless bronze arms reaching out to seize the living, dragging them into the abyss. Zhu Yunfeng yanked his hand back, cold sweat soaking his back. Why are you showing me these? Nangong Shui wiped the blood from the mirror's surface, because only you can enter the mirror abyss. The mirror abyss? What is that? Zhu Yunfeng inquired. Nangong Shui did not respond. Instead, she suddenly drew a hairpin and thrust it toward the mirror. With a crack, spiderweb-like fissures spread, and the mirrored scene morphed into a vortex. An irresistible force yanked Zhu Yunfeng into its depths. Zhu Yunfeng felt as though he was plummeting into a void, surrounded by shattered reflections. Nangong Shui's image echoed through countless fragments. This is the interstice between reality and the void. Time flows differently here. You have 72 hours, which should be sufficient for you to grasp the laws of space. As her words faded, a shard of mirror suddenly flew toward him. Zhu Yunfeng sidestepped to evade it, only to see the fragment bizarrely curve in midair, slicing through his sleeve. I dictate the physical rules of the mirrored world. Countless Nangong Shuis raised their hands, and all the mirror shards rained down like a tempest. Survive, and you will see through the spatial rifts and comprehend the laws of space. Zhu Yunfeng immediately unleashed the chaotic sky-splitting palm, a fierce gust shattering a multitude of mirror fragments, but they swiftly reformed. A sharp prism pierced his shoulder, blood gushing forth, the pain too real to be mere illusion. This is not a mirage. Zhu Yunfeng stared at his bleeding wound, realizing it was a genuine spatial folding. Time here seemed to lose all significance. It could be a day or perhaps a year, as Zhu Yunfeng gradually discerned a pattern amidst countless evasions. Whenever a shard neared his body, the surrounding space would produce subtle folds. He attempted to channel his energy into these folds, and the shattered mirror suddenly rippled like the surface of water. I see now. He formed his fingers into a sword, tracing an arc along the spatial folds. With a tearing sound, a rift opened in the entire mirrored domain. Dim light from the real world seeped in. He glimpsed the courtyard of Nangong's villa, witnessing Nangong Shui beset by 3 dark emissaries, with Lilith's bone flute poised against her back. Nangong Shui. He surged toward the rift, only to find that the temporal disparity of the mirror abyss rendered his movements in the real world sluggish as a snail. In the real world, at Nangong's villa, Zhu Yunfeng, you have finally arrived. Lilith licked the blood from her bone flute. The Lord was right. The air of the river and mountain mirror must face the disturbances alone. Nangong Shui knelt upon the ground, her Qingming sword shattered in 2. With bloodied fingertips, she secretly inscribed runes upon the blue bricks, each blood trace glowing faintly. Do not exert yourself. Lilith stepped upon her hand. Your Nangong family has guarded the mirror for generations, waiting for the key to appear, have you not? She leaned down to whisper. Let me share a secret. The key has never been an object. It is the bloodline. She suddenly slashed open Nangong Shui's wrist, letting the droplets fall into a small bronze cauldron she carried. The cauldron's gluttonous patterns ignited, and the bronze hue in Nangong Shui's left eye abruptly spread to engulf her entire pupil. Stop! Zhu Yunfeng's furious roar reverberated from the mirror abyss. yet it sounded muffled as though filtered through thick frosted glass. Lilith grinned as she raised the small cauldron. Want her? Bring the Medicine King cauldron in exchange. The spatial rift finally collapsed, and Zhu Yunfeng could only watch helplessly as Nangong Shui was abducted by Lilith, vanishing into the void. 3 hours later. At the Cloud Alliance headquarters, the time discrepancy of the mirror abyss has delayed you by 0.7 seconds. Bai Weiwei pulled up the energy chart. But you comprehended spatial folding before the rift sealed. Zhu Yunfeng raised his hand, and the air within a 3-foot radius suddenly distorted, a transparent blade slicing through silently, severing the steel target 10 meters away with precision. The rudimentary application of spatial folding. Zhu Yunfeng clenched his bloodstained sleeve, sufficient to cleave through the Night Temple's barrier. He then dialed Lan Xiaodai. Xiaodai, use the insect to sense Nangong Shui's location. We must find her. Outside the window, a ginkgo leaf fell, shattering into 2 halves. Its surfaces as smooth as a mirror before touching the ground. Chapter 71, Blood Sacrifice in the Abandoned Mansion. The night was as dark as ink. Deep within the dense woods on the outskirts of Song City, a blood-colored insect, summoned by Lan Xiaodai's fingertip, flitted through the air, leaving behind a slender trail of crimson. Zhu Yunfeng, accompanied by a group of followers, pursued her closely. The bloodline insect sensed something ahead, leading them to an abandoned manor. She lowered her voice, the silver ornaments from Yaojiang glinting coldly under the moonlight. Zhu Yunfeng squinted, his X-ray vision penetrating the layers of tree shadows. Pinpointing a Gothic structure 500 meters away, its black tiles and red walls marred by rust. Above the main entrance hung a dilapidated plaque, barely revealing the words Lin Family Mansion. Was it the Lin family from the massacre case 20 years ago? Bai Weiwei accessed holographic data. Recalling that 13 members of the family had perished mysteriously, their hearts hollowed out. Tai Shan inspected the modified electromagnetic pulse gun. Relishing the eerie ambience of the Dark Night Temple, he reveled in such places steeped in malevolence. Zhu Yunfeng remained silent, his X-ray vision having thoroughly scanned the Lin family mansion, revealing that Nangong Shui was in the basement. The 5 of them crept closer to the manor under the cover of darkness. The rusted iron gate fell silently, startling a flock of blood crows. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and animal bones floated in the fountain. They split up to act. Zhu Yunfeng signaled. Tai Shan would sabotage the power system. Zhou Hai would clear the perimeter guards, and Lan Xiaodai would locate the array nodes. He turned to Bai Weiwei, instructing her to monitor communications. Just as Bai Weiwei was about to nod, she suddenly froze. Wait, this place has a signal jamming device, but my quantum receiver has picked up a looped audio. A crackling sound echoed in her earpiece, a distorted female voice repeating a series of numbers. At the hour of the dog, 3/4 past, the tremor point. In the well star. Astrological coordinates. Lan Xiaodai suddenly raised her head. She was indicating the location of the altar. Zhu Yunfeng dashed toward the main building. The entrance to the basement was sealed with talismans. Zhu Yunfeng unleashed a chaotic strike, shattering the iron door, a foul wind rushing forth. Within the 300 square meter space, 7 bronze pillars were arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper, their shafts entwined with hemp ropes soaked in blood. Nangong Shui was suspended from the central pillar by iron chains, her white gown stained with blood. Beneath her feet lay an enormous array painted in cinnabar. Zhu Yunfeng struggled to lift his head, blood still at the corner of his mouth. This was the blood sacrifice formation. Lilith emerged from the shadows, toying with a bone flute. How touching, you've managed to find this place. She suddenly blew into the flute, and the bronze pillars ignited with a red glow, but alas, it was too late. The ground split open, and 7 skeletons clad in armor burst forth, their eye sockets ablaze with green ghostly flames. Were they burial warriors from the Warring States period? Zhou Hai raised his gun to shoot, but the bullets ricocheted off the armor. Damn, these things are impervious to blades and bullets. Zhu Yunfeng evaded a skeletal General S bronze spear, deftly plunging a needle into the gap of its cervical vertebrae. With a crack, the skull rolled away, yet the headless body continued to swing its sword. Target the joints. Destroy the joints. Lan Xiaodai released her insect, a toxic mist eroding the bones of the skeletal soldiers. Tai Shan seized the opportunity, wielding hydraulic pliers to crush another skeleton's pelvis. Lilith coldly retreated to the center of the formation, the sound of the bone flute suddenly piercing. The remaining 4 skeletons disassembled, their shattered bones reconstituting in midair into a 10-meter-long bone dragon. Physical attacks are ineffective. Bai Weiwei shouted urgently. The formation was providing them with infinite regenerative energy. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly glanced at Nangong Shui. She was mouthing a single word, tremor point. Tai Shan, aim the electromagnetic cannon at the position of the tremor on the ceiling. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, leaping toward the bronze pillar at the tremor point. At the moment the electromagnetic cannon pierced the roof, thunderclouds in the night sky were stirred, and a bolt of lightning struck the underground palace. Zhu Yunfeng infused his entire vital energy into his right palm, executing the fifth form of the chaotic sky-splitting palm. Slamming it against the bronze pillar. Boom! Lightning coursed through the bronze pillar into the array, obliterating the bone dragon into powder. Lilith spat out a mouthful of black blood. How is this possible? This formation was personally taught by the temple master. At the hour of the dog, thunderstorms erupted. Zhu Yunfeng crushed the array's jade pendant, thanking her for the astrological hint. The last phrase was directed at Nangong Shui. The iron chain snapped, and as Nangong Shui fell, Zhu Yunfeng caught her. A peculiar rune was seeping blood from her chest, and dark energy flickered beneath her skin. The Dark Night Blood Curse. She clutched Zhu Yunfeng's collar tightly, urging, "Hurry, the altar will collapse at the hour of the rat." The entire underground palace began to tremble violently, debris cascading down. "It's going to collapse." Zhou Hai yanked by Wei Wei and charged outside. As Zhu Yunfeng scooped up Nangong Shui and dashed toward the exit, Lilith's laughter echoed from the depths of the ruins. "What does it matter if you save her? Do you think this is the end? The blood curse has already been activated. She won't survive 3 days." The moment they burst out of the mansion, the structure behind them collapsed with a resounding crash. Under the moonlight, Nangong Shui suddenly convulsed violently, her nails turning dark and sharp. "Hold her down." Lan Xiaodai hastily plunged 3 silver needles into her, only to see the needle tips turn black and corroded. The blood curse was invading her consciousness. Nangong Shui's eyes snapped open, her pupils transforming into a dark golden hue. She seized Zhu Yunfeng by the throat, her voice a cacophony of dozens of tones, both male and female. The 9 instruments return to their places, the blood sacrifice continues. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfeng thrust a needle into the back of her neck. Nangong Shui slumped forward, her fingertips grazing his chest, leaving behind a searing red mark. This caused Lan Xiaodai to gasp. It was the blood curse mark. "She has designated you as the next sacrifice." Zhu Yunfeng gazed down at the unconscious Nangong Shui in his arms, and the increasingly distinct chain-shaped rune on her chest, rushing away with her. 3 days. They only had 3 days. Chapter 72. Transference of the Blood Curse. The dawn before daybreak enveloped Sui Villa in an eerie purple mist. The Medicine King cauldron in the center of the secret room buzzing and trembling, its ancient runes flickering with a dim azure light. Zhu Yunfeng stood at the bedside, gazing at the slumbering Nangong Shui. The spiderweb-like blood-red patterns had spread to her jaw, glaring against her pale skin. Tai Shan stood nearby, his rugged face betraying anxiety. "Leader, if we delay any longer, Miss Nangong's consciousness may." "I know." Zhu Yunfeng crushed the remnants of the Medicine King cauldron in his hand, azure powder cascading through his fingers. Last night, he had attempted to use the cauldron spirit to purify the blood curse, but not only had it failed, it had accelerated the spread of the curse. The inner wall of the cauldron still bore several grotesque red marks, as if clawed by some beast. Suddenly, a clear, chiming sound echoed down the corridor. Lan Xiaodai entered the secret room barefoot, the 5 poisons charm in her hair glowing an abnormal bluish hue. "I found a solution." She slammed a bamboo tube onto the bed, 3 transparent insects within frantically gnawing at its walls, but a host was needed. As Zhu Yunfeng unhesitatingly rolled up his sleeve to expose his forearm, the previously silent Su Mingwe suddenly stepped forward to grasp his wrist. Zhu Yunfeng could feel her fingers tremble. The scar from last time transferring the Tianzhu goo poison has yet to heal. And this time it's a curse from the master of the Dark Night Temple. Precisely because of this, Zhu Yunfeng gently pushed her hand away. His peak chaotic true energy was most suitable for suppressing such backlash. He turned to Lan Xiaodai, his gaze resolute. "What are our chances?" The meow girl bit her fingertip, inscribing a complex blood symbol. The life-exchanging insect can only transfer the 7-day curse, if it cannot be lifted after 7 days. She did not finish, but everyone present noticed a new strand of white hair behind her ear, glaringly distinct among her dark locks. At the hour of the rat, the air in the secret room seemed to solidify. The Medicine King cauldron trembled violently at the center of the formation, emitting a pale azure mist. Lan Xiaodai shed her outer robe, revealing her back covered in ancient runes. As she began to chant an obscure ancient meow incantation, 7 fiery lines suddenly erupted from the cauldron, wrapping Zhu Yunfeng and Nangong Shui together in a cocoon of light. "Now!" Lan Xiaodai suddenly cried out. Without hesitation, Zhu Yunfeng struck his hand against his own Zhongwan acupoint, a trickle of pale golden blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, landing precisely at the intersection of the blood markings on Nangong Shui's brow. The insect within the bamboo tube suddenly went berserk, violently colliding against the walls of its confinement, one of them astonishingly penetrating the specially crafted tempered glass and burrowing straight into the scar on Zhu Yunfeng's wrist. Zhu Yunfeng fell to one knee, as black curse markings swiftly crawled up his entire right arm, akin to being ensnared by countless minuscule venomous serpents. Su Mingyue attempted to move closer, only to be toppled by an invisible wave of force. The onlookers gasped in horror as a translucent phantom of a heart emerged above Nangong Shui's chest, its surface adorned with blood-red ice crystals. Lan Xiaodai spat a mouthful of blood, her silver hair ornaments shattering into fragments. With her hands forming seals, she forcefully pressed them against the ground. 5 poisons command. 100 insects to the phoenix. 300 spiritual insects erupted from her sleeves, swirling into a resplendent phoenix totem in the air. As the light and shadow melded into the heart of Nangong Shui, all the blood markings abruptly contracted into a single point, ultimately vanishing with a soft pop from Zhu Yunfeng's wrist. 3 days later, Zhu Yunfeng awoke from excruciating pain. Outside, torrential rain poured down as he found himself immersed in a medicinal bath, a new ring of black markings, resembling shackles, now encircling his wrist. When he attempted to circulate his chaotic true energy, his once smooth meridians felt as if they had been mixed with grit, each pulse of true energy bringing forth sharp pangs of agony. "Do not move," came Lan Xiaodia's feeble voice from behind the screen. As she emerged, Zhu Yunfeng's heart jolted. Her once lustrous black hair was now half turned white, appearing shockingly stark under the dim light. "The curse will consume 1/10,000th of your essence every hour." 7 days later, her words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of shattering porcelain from the neighboring room. When they rushed into the sick room, they found Nangong Shui already sitting up, staring blankly at her smooth neck in the copper mirror. Hearing their footsteps, she abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as a blade. "While I was unconscious, did anyone come to annul the engagement?" Zhu Yunfeng was taken aback. Beside him, Bai Weiwei subtly gestured, indicating that this was a common post-cursed memory confusion. "Thank you all for saving me." Nangong Shui suddenly rose from her bed, performing a traditional bow to everyone. "I must return to the Nangong family immediately." Her gaze fell upon the black markings on Zhu Yunfeng's wrist, her pupils narrowing slightly. "The marriage must proceed as scheduled. That is the condition." In the downpour, the Nangong family carriage slowly departed from the villa, vanishing into the curtain of rain. That night, Zhu Yunfeng stood alone atop the star-gazing platform at the highest point of the villa. He raised his right hand, the black markings on his wrist glimmering eerily under the moonlight. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his arms began to radiate warmth, a faint green light flowing into his meridians, causing the black curse markings to slightly fade. "So that is the case." Zhu Yunfeng's eyes sparkled with insight. The pendant's energy could counteract the blood curse. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position, endeavoring to channel the energy from the pendant. 2 hours later, as dawn broke in the east, the black markings on his wrist had faded by 1/3. "Leader," Taizhan rushed over, breathless. "I've just received news that Miss Nangong's wedding is set for 3 days hence." Strangely, however, the Nangong family has suddenly procured a large quantity of. Zhu Yunfeng raised his hand, interrupting him, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Prepare a generous gift. We shall attend the banquet on schedule in 3 days." He stroked the fading black markings on his wrist, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "I wish to see who this prospective groom truly is." Chapter 73. The groom dies at the wedding. In the Nangong villa, red silk adorned the sky. Joyous melodies filled the air, for today was the wedding of the Nangong family's legitimate daughter, Nangong Shui. Within the villa, dozens of tables were set, filled with guests who had come to offer their congratulations. As Zhu Yunfeng and a few members of the Yun Alliance stepped into the courtyard, the mountain and river mirror in his arms began to radiate warmth, a chilling aura swirling beneath the festive facade. Lan Xiaodai's 5 poisons command trembled in her hair, and she lowered her voice. "Something's amiss. There are dark night individuals among the guests." Zhu Yunfeng's gaze swept over the crowd, discerning the sharp scrutiny hidden behind their smiles. Some whispered to one another, others lightly tapped their wine glasses with their fingertips, while some sat in silence, their demeanor grave. "It seems the Nangong family does not welcome us," Bai Weiwei sneered, her fingertips gently caressing the jade bracelet on her wrist, her medium for foreseeing the future. 3 seconds from now, the groom will enter from the east. Indeed, a commotion arose. "The groom has arrived." The crowd parted automatically as a young man clad in a bright red wedding robe approached with measured steps. He was handsome, his lips curved in a smile. Yet Zhu Yunfeng's gaze immediately fixated on the dark red snake kiss mark behind his left ear. The groom was indeed one of the Dark Knight Temple's people. As the wedding ceremony commenced, the groom smiled warmly, leading Nangong Shui toward the main hall. Nangong Shui appeared calm, yet Zhu Yunfeng noticed her fingertips trembling slightly, clearly against her will. Just as the officiant called for the couple to bow to heaven and earth, the groom suddenly produced an ancient jade pendant from his bosom. Proclaiming loudly, On this joyous occasion, I present this as a token, symbolizing our united hearts. The moment the pendant was unveiled, the broken jade in Zhu Yunfeng's arms surged with heat. Was that a replica of the divine jade pendant? Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted, but in that fleeting moment, chaos erupted. Nangong Shui abruptly raised her hand, seizing the groom by the throat, coldly declaring, "A dog of the Dark Knight Temple dares to marry me?" The crowd gasped in shock. The groom's complexion shifted dramatically, yet before he could resist, Nangong Shui withdrew the mountain and river mirror from her sleeve. Its mirror's surface flashing with a cold light as it plunged directly into his chest. Thud! Blood splattered as the groom, in disbelief, looked down at his pierced heart, hoarsely exclaiming, "You dare!" Nangong Shui emotionlessly retracted the mountain and river mirror, coldly stating, "The women of the Nangong family are never to be toyed with." The venue fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, a voice among the guests cried out, "Murder! Run!" The guests, in a panic, scattered in all directions. At the moment the groom fell, his body transformed into a cloud of black mist, violently entering the mountain and river mirror. Boom! The ground of the Nangong villa began to collapse. Countless guests fleeing in terror, while within the mirror, a vague figure slowly coalesced. "We must sever the connection," Bai Weiwei commanded sharply, "otherwise, the master of the Dark Knight Temple will descend directly through the mountain and river mirror." Zhu Yunfeng's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he struck the mountain and river mirror with a palm. Chaotic true energy surging forth, attempting to suppress the power within the mirror. However, the cracks across the mirror multiplied, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. There is no time. Lan Shaodai gritted her teeth, biting her fingertip, drawing a blood seal. 5 poisons command, seal. 300 spiritual insects surged forth, transforming into chains that intertwined around the mirror's surface, temporarily slowing its collapse. Zhu Yunfeng let out a low shout, gathering all his true energy in his palm, pressing it against the mountain and river mirror. "Calm down." In an instant, the blood markings on the mirror were covered by golden light. The shadow of the Dark Knight Temple's master emitting an enraged howl, before being forcibly repelled. The mountain and river mirror finally regained its tranquility. Though its surface was now riddled with cracks, its spiritual energy severely depleted. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from outside the Nangong villa. "It's the assassins of the Dark Knight Temple," Taizhan barked. Zhu Yunfeng stood, gazing into the distance. A throng of dark figures surged forth like a tide. At the forefront was the 7th apostle, Lilith. Her crimson lips curled into a smirk. "Zhu Yunfeng, do you think breaking the blood curse means it is over? The true game is only just beginning." No sooner had she spoken, she waved her hand, and countless shadows lunged from all directions. "Taizhan!" Zhu Yunfeng shouted. Taizhan let out a savage laugh, hoisting the modified electromagnetic pulse cannon, aiming it at the foremost Dark Knight assassin, and pulling the trigger. Boom! An electromagnetic storm erupted, sending 3 assassins flying, their bodies exploding into a mist of blood mid-air. Lan Shaodai formed seals with her hands. The 5 poisons command emanating a ghostly glow. 10,000 insects devour the heart. The ground split open suddenly, countless poisonous insects surging from the fissures, crashing toward the enemy like a black wave. The anguished cries of the night assassins echoed relentlessly, their skin rotting at a visible pace. Bai Weiwei closed her eyes in deep concentration, the jade bracelet on her wrist shimmering faintly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and shouted, 3 meters to the left. A crossbow bolt. Zhu Yunfeng's figure flickered, narrowly avoiding 3 poisoned bolts that embedded themselves into the ground beside him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a spatial folding blade, slicing through the hidden archer in the shadows. Lilith could no longer contain herself. Her staff radiated with blood-red light, aimed directly at Zhu Yunfeng's throat. "Your life is mine. The Lord has decreed it." Zhu Yunfeng scoffed, boldly meeting her attack with the chaos-splitting palm. Bang! The shockwave erupted, and both retreated 3 steps. The bloodlight on Lilith's staff dimmed somewhat, while blood seeped from Zhu Yunfeng's palm. "Is that all?" Lilith licked her lips. "Unfortunately, you won't last long." She suddenly hurled 3 bone nails, their tips glowing with a sinister green light, infused with corrosive poison. Zhu Yunfeng dodged to the side, only to find the nails curving mid-air, pursuing him relentlessly. In a moment of dire peril, Nangong Shui struggled to throw the mirror of mountains and rivers, its surface refracting light and deflecting the bone nails. Seeking death, Lilith roared in fury, thrusting her staff directly at Nangong Shui's heart. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, unleashing the spatial folding blade with all his might. Sizzle! The staff shattered with a resounding crack, severing Lilith's right arm at the shoulder, blood spraying forth. "Ah!" She let out a heart-wrenching scream, retreating violently. "You will pay for this." The dark mist surged, and the night assassins withdrew like a receding tide. As the smoke cleared, The Nangong estate lay in ruins. Leaning against a broken pillar, Nangong Shui's bridal gown, adorned with golden thread embroidery, was soaked in blood. Zhu Yunfeng approached her. His voice low. Why did you agree to this marriage? Nangong Shui lightly traced the cracks in the mirror of mountains and rivers with her pale fingertips, replying softly. 3 months ago, the Night Temple massacred the ancestral land of the Nangong family. She lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting the remnants of bloodlust. They threatened the lives of 300 clansmen, saying that if I did not marry, the Nangong lineage would be extinguished. Bai Weiwei interjected. So this is not a union at all, but a hostage exchange? Indeed, Nangong Shui replied with a cold smile. My fiancé is merely a puppet used by the Lord of the Night to control the mirror of mountains and rivers. Suddenly, she coughed violently. Black blood seeping between her fingers, they implanted a heart-devouring parasite within me. Should I defy orders, the parasite will. It's a mother-child heart-linking parasite. Lan Xiaodai interjected. Stepping forward with a flickering glow from the 5 poisons order, the mother parasite must be within that false groom. Zhu Yunfeng glanced at the dissipating black mist on the ground, his voice cold. So when you killed him earlier, it was an act of liberation. Killing him will naturally destroy the mother parasite, but I won't survive for long. Nangong Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, revealing a tragic smile. Now, we are bound to the Night Temple, in a fight to the death. No, Zhu Yunfeng corrected. We have long been in a fight to the death. Chapter 74. The Parasite Path to Divinity. Nangong Shui nodded weakly before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Lan Xiaodai exclaimed in alarm. This isn't a parasite. She's fallen victim to the Night's curse. Brother Zhu, hurry and save her. Zhu Yunfeng activated the Void Dragon Step, swiftly lifting Nangong Shui and darting towards a side room, leaving only a shadow behind. Inside the room, Zhu Yunfeng held a 3-inch-long golden needle between his fingers, the energy at its tips spiraling into a faint golden glow. Lan Xiaodai knelt in the center of a hexagram array drawn in cinnabar, the toad relief on the 5 poisons order oozing a greenish poison that etched twisting Miaojiang runes into the ground. The time has come to channel the needle. Suddenly, the bells on Lan Xiaodie's silver bracelet rang out in unison. She bit her fingertip and painted 3 overlapping blood symbols on Nangong Shui's brow. The 9 turns heart-linking parasite can only last half a stick of incense. Brother Zhu must complete the channeling before the ash falls. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils glimmered with golden light, his perception penetrating through Nangong Shui's delicate veil, clearly revealing the dark red blood threads coiling around her heart meridian. These blood curses writhed like living creatures, visibly spreading towards her limbs. He placed the needle at the Tianqi acupoint on the girl, infusing chaotic energy through the needle into her meridians, forcing the writhing blood threads towards the Shaoshang acupoint in his right hand. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from beneath the ground, the blue brick floor cracking in a web-like pattern. Lan Xiaodai flung her silver whip to latch onto a beam, swiftly setting up 7 poison barriers in midair. The earth's veins are stirring. Brother Zhu, quickly! Before she finished, Nangong Shui's eyes snapped open, her pitch-black pupils revealing a hexagram mark. Grabbing Zhu Yunfeng's wrist with her right hand, dark red blood threads surged into him. Do you think the techniques of Miaojiang's ants can combat the Night's blood curse? The entire estate collapsed with a deafening roar, and the 3 fell into a 30-foot deep subterranean space. The bronze altar, engraved with the 28 lunar mansions, suddenly glowed eerily, the dark iron chains entwining the altar rattling, each chain's end shackled to decaying corpses. Countless skeletons wrapped in rotting flesh crawled out from the bottom of the altar, their eye sockets swirling with corpse parasites emitting piercing shrieks, the sound waves causing rocks to tumble from the walls. It's the 9 nether corpse parasite array. Lan Xiaodai threw 5 silver needles into the rock wall, the parasite sacs at the needles' tails bursting, releasing a faint golden powder to form a barrier. These corpse parasites dissolve upon contact. Brother Zhu, do not let them near you. Zhu Yunfeng's toes tapped on a fallen blue brick, the 7th level of the Void Dragon Step executing flawlessly. His form transformed into 9 afterimages, charging into the swarm of parasites, his palms weaving together, energy surging like a tide. His left palm glowed red-hot like iron, while his right radiated a frosty chill, the 4th form of the chaos-splitting palm. Sun and moon shine together, struck fiercely. The dual forces of ice and fire intertwined in the air, vaporizing the 3 leading skeletons in an instant, while the subsequent swarm of corpse parasites erupted into a foul mist of blood from the alternating temperatures. Can only shift. He changed his technique mid-air, his toes tapping on the altar's edge, adorned with a carved image of the Yazi. The massive bronze altar suddenly began to rotate, rearranging the positions of the 28 lunar mansions. Lan Xiaodai discovered that Zhu Yunfeng's steps aligned with the trajectory of the Big Dipper, each step leaving an inch-deep crystalline imprint on the blue bricks. an indication of the third level of the void chaos technique reaching perfection. Suddenly, Nangong Shui let out an inhuman shriek, her blood curse manifesting as tangible chains ensnaring Zhu Yunfeng. Lan Xiaodai bit her tongue and sprayed blood mist, 9 turns heart-linking. Shift the stars. The floating 5 poisons order erupted, releasing 9 azure phosphorus parasite kings, who formed a lotus array in midair, firmly binding the blood chains. From the bottom of the altar, 3 beams of black light shot forth. Zhu Yunfeng's penetrating vision instantly revealed them to be soul-devouring parasites crafted by the Night Temple. He shaped his fingers like a sword, chaotic energy coalescing into a 3-foot golden beam at his fingertips. The moment the sword energy pierced the compound eyes of a parasite, the black mist released from its poison sac formed a death character in midair. A mere trick. Zhu Yunfeng pressed his palms together, the energy within his run and do meridians surging like a raging tide. The inscriptions of the starry mansions on the altar suddenly projected onto the vaulted ceiling, transforming into a sky full of stars that illuminated the underground palace. Enlightened, he stepped through the star positions, each step causing the Earth's dragon energy to tremble. After 7 steps, the spiritual energy of the entire underground palace suddenly converged into his palms, coalescing into a miniature star river within the patterns of his hands. Lan Xiaodai suddenly flung her silver whip to wrap around his waist. Brother Zhu, look at the center of the altar. From the rotating core of the altar, a bronze square box rose, its cover engraved with the fragmented patterns of the mirror of mountains and rivers. The moment Zhu Yunfeng reached out to touch it, 3 golden-armored corpses burst forth from the earth, wielding blades that sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Come on. Zhu Yunfeng advanced without retreating, chaotic energy forming a tangible vortex of protective aura in his palm. The first fusion of the ice and fire energies of sun and moonshine together transformed into a purple-golden energy torrent. The golden-armored corpses' blades shattered before they could touch the protective aura, their momentum sending them crashing into the rock wall, leaving 3 deep indentations in the stone. As the bronze square box opened automatically, half a shimmering silken cloth floated out. The instant Zhu Yunfeng caught it, 9 bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the vaulted ceiling. The fragment of the 5 poisons order, belonging to Lan Xiaodai, suddenly soared towards the silken fabric, completing the location of the North Star on the celestial map. It turned out that this was the true star map. In Zhu Yunfeng's pupils, the swirling illusion of the Milky Way was reflected, revealing that the ancestral home of the Nangong family was indeed built upon the dragon's eye of the Earth's veins. The sinister laughter of the Dark Knight apostles abruptly echoed around the altar. Thank you, Mr. Zhu, for unraveling our seal. 9 coiling bronze pillars rose from the depths of the earth, their shafts entwined with chains comprised of countless corpse goo. Zhu Yunfeng, wielding his ability to perceive, penetrated the swarm of goo and discovered that embedded within each corpse goo was a blood-colored crystal, the very core that the Dark Knight Temple used to control the corpse puppets. Suddenly, Lan Xiaodai triggered an explosion of the remaining goo. 10,000 goo burned the heavens. The emerald poison fire spread along the chains, incinerating the swarm of corpse goo into ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng leapt to the top of a bronze pillar. The moment the chaotic ring touched the star map, an ethereal image of a booted spike projected from within the ring's internal space. An illusion beneath the Arctic ice flickered before his eyes. Himself, crowned, standing atop a glacier, with the relentless pursuers of the Dark Knight behind him. A genuine sting emanated from his right hand as the star map branded the Big Dipper's scorching mark onto his palm. Nangong Shui suddenly emitted a piercing scream, and the blood-cursed chains erupted once more. Lan Xiaodai tore a silver hairpin from her hair and plunged it into her heart. With my blood, I beseech the goo god. The gushing blood coalesced in mid-air into ancient glyphs from Miaojin, forming a cage that temporarily sealed the rampaging Nangong Shui. Let us go. Zhu Yunfeng grasped Nangong Shui and ascended into the sky, executing the void dragon steps, which allowed him to ride the falling debris upwards, with Lan Xiaodai closely following. Behind them, the collapsing underground palace reverberated with the Dark Knight Apostle's curse. The star map emerges. Calamity is imminent. As the trio broke through the surface, the east began to glow with the light of dawn. Lan Xiaodai collapsed onto the ground, the cracks on the 5 poisons order seeping emerald blood. Zhu Yunfeng unfolded the star map, discovering that the position of the North Star was slowly shifting, signaling the approach of the polar night, now only 81 days away. Nangong Shui lay quietly amidst the ruins, the blood symbol on her brow, faint as smoke. A wisp of dark red blood coursed silently behind her ear, remnants of the unpurified poison from the blood curse. Chapter 75, The Illusionary Shadows Maze. The morning mist, infused with the scent of medicinal herbs, floated through the remnants of the Nangong villa. Lan Xiaodai crouched before the blue stone mortar, adding the last piece of blood-toad fat into the ceramic jar. Leaning against a half-broken corridor pillar, Nangong Shue's pale cheeks were gilded by the early sun. Her fingertips unconsciously tracing the faint scar where the blood curse mark had once been grotesque, now only a shallow pink scar remained. Drink this. Lan Xiaodai extended a steaming ceramic bowl, within which the amber medicinal broth floated with remnants of goo, promising to cleanse the lingering toxins. Nangong Shue lowered her gaze, staring into the soup's surface, suddenly flicking her finger against the bowl's edge, causing 3 drops of medicine to shoot forth, piercing the leaf veins of a locust tree 5 zhang away. As Zhu Yunfeng turned the corner of the corridor, he happened to witness this scene. The chaotic ring at his waist emitted a faint glow, and his golden eyes instinctively scanned the internal energy flowing through Nangong Shue's meridians, as clear as a spring, no longer showing signs of the blood curse's devastation. Congratulations. He tossed the freshly picked Shuejian grass to Taizhan beside the mortar. The pinnacle of his late-stage dark force cultivation had indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden clamor of metal echoed from outside the courtyard. Tieshan's iron rod vibrated ominously, his tiger-like eyes widening. 3 miles northeast, at least 20 individuals are hastening along the Sun position. As the words fell, the jade pendant at Nangong Shue's waist abruptly exploded, a beam of green light shooting forth from the shattered jade towards the direction of the broken dragon cliff. It's the sole guide of my third uncle. Nangong Shue sprang to her feet, her white dress billowing without wind as she headed towards the broken dragon cliff with the imitation of the mountain river mirror. The fierce winds at the broken dragon cliff whipped up fragments of stone like knives as Zhu Yunfeng ascended against the current, stepping onto the protruding branches of the green pines. The void dragon steps left varying depths of ice crystal footprints on the rock wall, each footprint harmonizing with the 8 trigrams positions. At a height of 100 zhang, the white robe of the 3rd elder of the Nangong family fluttered in the howling wind, a cold blue light seeping from the bronze box he held. Why must my dear nephew be so aggressive? The elder turned with a gentle laugh, a 3-foot-long azure blade sliding from his sleeve. The Dark Knight Temple has granted my Nangong family 10 years of peace. This deal, clang. Before the sword's sound could fully resonate, Zhu Yunfeng's palm wind had already reached his face. The elder spun like a crane, the sword tip releasing 7 blooming blue lotuses. A lethal technique from the Nangong family's ultimate skill of turning the star-breaking finger into a sword. Each lotus concealed 3 strands of sword energy. 21 cold rays sealing Zhu Yunfeng's major acupoints with precision down to the thickness of a hair. His golden eyes contracted sharply, and the sword energy in Zhu Yunfeng's gaze transformed into slowly drifting strands of light. With a light tap of his toes against the rock wall, he slipped through the gaps like a fish, while chaotic true energy coalesced into a sharp point in his palm. The moment the palm wind penetrated the sword curtain, the 3rd elder unexpectedly smiled eerily, the azure blade revealing spiderweb-like cracks, unleashing a torrential downpour of fine needles hidden within the sword's spine. Be careful. The needles have been imbued with corpse puppet powder. Lan Xiaodia's warning echoed from the cliff's base. Zhu Yunfeng twisted in midair, the 7th level of the void dragon steps reaching its peak, but as he retreated, he collided with an invisible air wall set by the Dark Knight priest. The fine needles grazed past his ears, etching honeycomb-like holes into the rock wall. The Dark Knight priest stepped forth from the void, the blood-red 6-pointed star on his black robe glimmering with phosphorescence. Hand over the star map, and I shall spare your lives. At the tip of his staff, a skull opened its mouth to spew forth ghostly flames, the cries of countless wronged souls shaking the cliffside and causing stones to tumble. Zhu Yunfeng sliced his palm with his fingers, and upon contact with blood, the chaotic ring suddenly became scorching hot. The fragment of the star map flew from his chest, projecting an illusion of the Arctic glacier into the void. Suddenly, the bronze box in the 3rd elder's embrace exploded, shards of the imitation mountain river mirror flying like blades. One shard pierced directly into the Dark Knight priest's right eye, eliciting an inhuman scream from the figure clad in black. As the ghostly flames unleashed by the staff spiraled out of control, engulfing half the cliff. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Shue leapt high into the air, her fair hand forming seals to summon the dragon energy of the earth veins, causing the broken dragon cliff to tremble violently. Countless fragments coalescing into an 8-trigram formation that temporarily sealed the priest. Chase! Zhu Yunfeng caught the staggering Nangong Shue, propelling himself upward with the void dragon steps. Stepping on the falling debris, the 3rd elder's white robe flickered like a ghost in the sea of clouds, and he produced another bronze mirror from his robe. This time the starlight swirling on the mirror's surface resonated with the fragment of the star map. Deep within the cave, the stalactites dripped with ghostly blue droplets. while Nangong Shui curled up on the stone platform, trembling. The scar at her heart suddenly flickered with blood light, each pulse projecting a distorted star map onto the rock wall. Lan Xiaodai slit her wrist. The blood of her life goo flowing into the patterns of the 5 poisons order, activating the poison carvings on the crown, which began to glow in a faint green light, forming a cocoon around Nangong Shui, with blood as the guide and stars as the medium. The chaotic ring suddenly resonated with the remnants of its tool spirit, and Zhu Yunfeng, struck by inspiration, pressed the ring against Nangong Shui's brow. The girl within the light cocoon suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils swirling with the Milky Way, perfectly aligning with the fragment of the star map, causing the stalactites on the cave's ceiling to shatter, revealing an ancient star disk hidden within the rock layers. The Dark Knight priest's roar echoed from outside the cave, the explosive force of the infernal thunder fire shaking the very ground. Taizhan swung his rod, shattering the falling boulders, blood gushing from his tiger's mouth and staining the iron rod. This cave won't withstand even half a stick of incense. Zhu Yunfeng hoisted the weakened Nangong Shui onto his back, the chaotic true energy forming a cyclone beneath his feet. Lan Xiaodia's 5 poisons order transformed into a swarm of azure phosphorescent butterflies leading the way, the acrid mist permeating the path carved by the poisonous haze. In the instant the group burst from the cave, the entire broken dragon cliff collapsed with a thunderous roar, and amidst the dust, the fragmented staff of the Dark Knight priest floated in the void, the skull's single eye fixated on the direction of the star map. 20 miles away, within the ancient locust grove, the third elder of the Nangong family knelt in a pool of blood, gasping for breath. Trembling, he withdrew a genuine shard of the mountain river mirror from his embrace, yet the reflection it cast was not his own. The grinning visage of the Dark Knight Lord materialized in the mirror, the Lord's staff pointing towards the North Star's location. Did you think a mere cough could deceive me? The third elder suddenly crushed the mirror shard, the sharp edge slicing into his palm. And the mountain river mirror of the Nangong family had always been a twin born from blood seeping into the cracks of the mirror. Another shard illuminated with starlight in the ancestral hall of the Nangong family, 100 miles away, amidst the ruins of the cave. Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the slowly healing burn on his palm. The position of the North Star on the fragment of the star map had shifted by half a degree, and the ethereal image of the booted spike projected by the chaotic ring grew ever clearer. Lan Xiaodai was meticulously tending to Nangong Shui's injured wrist when she suddenly noticed a faint hexagram mark appearing behind the girl's ear, a remnant of the blood curse that had evaded purification. She tucked the depleted 5 poisons order into her bosom. The Grand Priest's command insect could subdue the dark presence within her soul. The golden cicada insect of the previous Grand Priest, Zhu Yunfeng, was in my possession and should also serve to pacify. Lan Xiaodai decided to test it, and indeed, it worked. Chapter 76. The Dragon Qi of the Earth Veins. Morning mist enveloped the Tsuiwei Villa, where Zhu Yunfeng stood barefoot on the white marble floor of the cloud viewing pavilion, fully engrossed in his cultivation. The chaos ring on his left hand's ring finger glimmered softly as he closed his eyes, sensing the flow of spiritual energy from the earth veins, which should have surged like a roaring river. However, at present, it felt like a beast caught by the throat, emitting intermittent whimpers from the southeast position. Something was amiss. The spiritual energy here was evidently less potent than before, significantly diluted. What could be the cause? Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brow and halted his practice, leaving scorch marks along the green stone railing with his fingertips. Ever since the villa commenced renovations on the hot springs 3 days prior, he had consistently experienced stagnation in spiritual energy during the transitional hours of yin and yang. His gaze fixated on the newly constructed rock formations by the pool, composed of Taihu stones transported from Qingqing Mountain, now exhibiting an abnormal iron-gray hue under the morning sun. Placing his fingers against his temples, he activated his clairvoyance, penetrating 30 meters of rock layers, and was stunned to behold 12 black iron chains wrapped in the stench of decaying flesh, coiling around the mountain's dragon spine like a giant python suffocating its prey. The skeletal runes on the chains vibrated with the sound of the construction team's power drills, each vibration severing 3 strands of the earth veins' golden lines. Suddenly, the sharp sound of silver needles slicing through the air interrupted his inspection, and Lan Xiaodia's emerald-hued skirt swept past the moon gate. The 5 poisons order at her waist emitted an agitated buzzing, while a 3-inch-long scorpion tail needle embedded itself into the courtyard wall. Brother Yunfeng, the renovation team that arrived 3 days ago, is problematic. They buried something in the load-bearing wall, she warned. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted sharply as the blue light of the chaos ring swept over a worker in the midst of the renovations, revealing a dark night mark swirling with black mist upon his collarbone, an emblem of the Dark Knight Temple. A sudden roar echoed from the distance. and the newly constructed hot spring rockery exploded violently, 12 blood-red iron stakes erupting from the ground, each topped with a human skull exuding streams of dark green phosphorescence. Dragon locking nails. Lan Xiaodia's 5 poisons order cracked open, the golden silkworm king within the glass vial thrashing wildly, while the soul-devouring nail technique of the Dark Knight Temple came into play, with each iron stake forged from the blood of a child born in the dark month of the lunar calendar. A sickening metallic grinding sound emanated from below, and the 12 iron chains began to retract in unison. Zhu Yunfeng leaped to the highest welcoming pine, his golden eyes penetrating 100 meters of rock layers to witness the main dragon vein's chalcedony vein being twisted into a web of cracks. The surface of the pool suddenly boiled, three-tailed koi exploding into a mist of blood, and the surging water columns coalesced into grotesque faces in the air. The world turned upside down, the malevolent energy recoiling. Zhu Yunfeng bit his tongue, smearing his essence blood onto the chaos ring, causing 9 dragon patterns to writhe as if brought to life. The azure light emanating from the ring transformed into a blade that pierced the earth vein, but was deflected by a blood-red barrier upon reaching the dragon-locking nails. Brother Yunfeng, we cannot break through forcefully like this. These stakes are connected to living sacrifices. Destroying them would mean killing people, she exclaimed, tearing open the garment of a nearby worker, revealing dark red incantations that crawled across his chest like centipedes, each corresponding to the 12 hours of ritual sacrifice. With the hour of sea fast approaching, before she could finish her sentence, the roar of engines erupted from the back mountain. 10 off-road vehicles, armed with steel spikes, crashed through the barricade, and a rat-faced old Taoist stood atop one, waving a white-boned summoning banner. Endless paper money transformed into skeletal soldiers, their eye sockets pulsating with ghostly flames that took solid form under the sunlight. Rascals! Iron Mountain bellowed, swinging a rebar from the construction site, his bulging muscles tearing through his work shirt. The rebar sliced through the air with a sonic boom, instantly shattering the first 3 skeletons that lunged at him into dust. Yet, the scattered bone fragments reassembled in the air, congealing into a more massive skeletal giant, stained with Iron Mountain's blood. Lan Xiaodai flicked her fingers, unleashing the golden silkworm king, but the insect fell as if struck by an invisible barrier. The summoning banner contained the century-old zombie king. Sister Mingwe, Sister Mingwe. Su Mingwe leaped down from the 2nd floor, her black obsidian stone glowing with an eerie light under the sun. As she hurled the stone in a parabolic arc, it pierced through the rat-faced Taoist's peach would soared upon reaching the summoning banner. With a crack, the sound of the stone's skin peeling away caused everyone to hold their breath. The bowl-sized stone unexpectedly erupted with a green radiance, sinking into the ground fissures, awakening the slumbering dragon's spirit along the cracks. The stone she casually threw turned out to be high-quality jade. The Azure Dragon Water Bureau has been activated. Zhu Yunfeng formed hand seals, the chaos ring drawing the dragon's spirit toward the dragon-locking nails. The instant the jade's spirit infused the earth veins, the skulls atop the 12 iron stakes emitted agonized screams, and the iron chains recoiled, unleashing black mist toward the practitioner. The rat-faced Taoist, in terror, tore open his robe, the blood-red scepter mark on his chest glowing like a brand. Master, save me. Just as he spoke, his veins inexplicably burst, enveloping him in a cloud of blood mist. 3 days later, amidst the steaming fog of the hot spring area, golden light shimmered. Lan Xiaodai scooped a handful of golden spring water, and as the droplets fell onto the 5 poisons order, they revealed the long-lost goo patterns. Meanwhile, in an unseen shadow, Lilith lightly tapped the surveillance screen, watching Zhu Yunfeng's figure shatter into specks of light beneath her crimson nails. Zhu Yunfeng, you're hardly worth an appetizer. The game has only just begun, she murmured softly, raising her glass to the screen. Chapter 77, The Clash of Poisonous Weapons. In the antique street of Songdu, Lan Xiaodai was polishing the Xianyin crown in the attic of Yunfeng's treasure appraisal pavilion when the serpent-shaped relief on the crown suddenly raised its head and flicked its tongue, oozing dark green venom that corroded the sandalwood table beneath it, creating honeycomb-like cavities. Toxic. Lan Xiaodai abruptly pushed open the intricately carved wooden window, catching sight of a crimson banner drifting towards her from the end of the long street, its fabric embroidered with a 9-headed serpent totem that belched forth toxic mist, leaving a trail of mold upon eaves and brackets. It's the banner of 10,000 poisons, Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, casting her silver whip to ensnare a beam, using the momentum to swing toward the adjacent tea house. The 5 poisons order at her waist trembled violently, and her life insect broke free, its 3-foot wings scattering phosphorescent powder, burning a charred path through the toxic fog. The tea house proprietor huddled behind the counter with his Rue porcelain teaware, helplessly watching as the surface of the Celadon pottery festered with pus-filled tumors. At that moment, Zhu Yunfeng was inspecting a batch of newly acquired Shang and Zhou dynasty artifacts in the basement when he sensed something was amiss and rushed out. The chaos ring already burning hot against his skin. Zhu Yunfeng's clairvoyant eyes pierced through layers of toxic miasma, revealing a 7-Zhonghai banner pole standing in the street. Atop which stood a woman in a black robe, Lilith, the 7th apostle of the Dark Knight Temple. On her incomplete left arm, which Zhu Yunfeng had severed previously, a mechanism of black iron was affixed, with gears oozing purple-black poison at the joints. "How do you like this little gift?" she taunted, her mechanical arm forming a seal, causing the 9-headed serpent on the banner to spring to life, unleashing 9 streams of differently colored poisonous smoke. Today, she would repay the pain of her severed arm 100-fold. The poisonous smoke instantly solidified upon contact with the glazed tiles, sealing the entire street into a toxic urn. Bai Weiwei plummeted from the top of the astrology pavilion, her fishscale skirt corroded with holes, and her compass needle spinning wildly. The camp position's entrance is locked. The core of the poison formation is at the 3rd segment of the banner pole. Lan Xiaodie's azure phosphorescent butterfly swarm collided with the red toxic smoke. Their wings immediately corroded. She bit her tongue, spraying her essence blood, causing the Xian crown to erupt with ghostly light, as countless poisonous insects crawled out of the ancient well by the street. Centipedes and venomous snakes entwined to form a giant python, but were frozen into ice sculptures by the green toxic mist. A swarm of toads leaped to form a shield, only to be dissolved into blood water by the orange fog in an instant. Retrieve the medicinal cauldron. Zhu Yunfeng summoned the Medicine King cauldron, its gluttonous pattern opening its bloodshot eyes within the toxic mist. The herb classic cultivation method activated automatically, and his clairvoyant ability swept through the toxic smog, decomposing myriad toxic elements into a vibrant stream of particles. The blood jade from Myanmar was tossed into the cauldron, mingling with the Arctic ice shards sent by Nangong Shui, boiling and rolling under the impetus of the true chaotic energy. Lilith's mechanical arm suddenly morphed into a crossbow, shooting 3 bone nails, reeking of decay, towards him. Iron Mountain leaped down from the beams, wielding a black iron rod that whirled like a windmill, deflecting the bone nails and scattering them into toxic mist. Iron Mountain, hold on for 30 breaths. Zhu Yunfeng's forehead was adorned with bulging veins, as a tricolored plume of smoke, emerald green, crimson, and alabaster, rose from the medicinal cauldron, coalescing in midair into a cloud resembling a spirit mushroom. Observing this, Lan Xiaodai swiftly unleashed the 5 poisons command, projecting the 10,000 gu pilgrimage diagram from the back of the talisman into the cloud, astonishingly transforming the toxic miasma into pure spiritual energy. Suddenly, Zhu Yunfeng's chaos ring resonated with the cauldron, and 3 pills the size of Longan emerged from within. The natural patterns on the surface of the pills mirrored the exquisite veining of high-quality jade. Lilith shrieked as she wielded the 10,000 poisons banner, and the venomous smoke of the 9-headed serpent coalesced into a tangible form, lunging forth. Zhu Yunfeng swallowed a detoxification pill, and emerald-hued energy surged forth from every pore of his body. As the toxic smoke touched his protective aura, it emitted the sound of clashing metal. His penetrating vision honed in on a specific section of the banner's pole, where a copper hoop concealed a venom sac pulsating like a fist. Now was the moment. Lan Xiaodai suddenly detonated all the poisonous insects, and the phosphorescent butterfly king self-immolated into a green fireball, colliding with the banner. The serpent-shaped relief on the Xian crown detached, its fangs sinking into the joint of Lilith's mechanical arm. Zhu Yunfeng leaped into the air, stepping upon the falling tiles, his Tai Su dragon step leaving a crystalline trace in the toxic smoke. As the 7th form of the chaos-splitting palm, all methods returned to the ruins, struck the copper hoop. A crisp sound echoed along the long street as the mechanism's gears jammed. The 10,000 poisons banner trembled violently, and the spectral form of the 9-headed serpent emitted a reluctant howl before dissipating into smoke. A talisman for escape shot forth from Lilith's severed mechanical arm, only to be shattered midair by an astrological cone hurled by Bai Weiwei. Lan Xiaodie's 5 poisons command embedded itself into the ground, and the residual toxic mist was drawn into the talisman's back, much like rivers returning to the sea. As Zhu Yunfeng descended, a scroll was suddenly ejected from Lilith's mechanical arm, landing precisely in his hand. The blood-stained corner of her lips curled into a sinister smile. This is a divine skill created by the ancestors of the Lan family. Today, it returns to its rightful owner, so that the descendants of the Lan family may cultivate it diligently. With that, Lilith's form abruptly became insubstantial and vanished into the void. The Xian crown unexpectedly flew uncontrollably towards the scroll, resonating with the incantations inscribed upon it. It turned out that the scroll contained the long-lost 5 poisons body forging art from Miaojia. The scroll bore the signature at the end, created by the Lan ancestor, Lan Jinghong, in the 3rd year of Yongle. Lan Xiaodai picked up the remnants of the 10,000 poisons banner, discovering that the iron pole was engraved with the Zhao family crest. As she used venom to corrode the surface rust, more crests emerged from the Jinling Qian family, the Tang sect of Shu, and the One family of Lingnan, marking half of the ancient martial world, with a 6-pointed star at the bottom still stained with fresh blood. Lilith's voice suddenly echoed from beneath the ground, accompanied by the sound of grinding mechanical gears. Consider this body forging art a gift, cultivate it well. Zhu Yunfeng furrowed his brows tightly. Was Lilith truly so benevolent? Why would she bestow the 5 poisons body forging art upon them? Lan Xiaodai replied, Brother Yunfeng, you don't understand. This 5 poisons body forging art must be practiced alongside the Xianin crown. With each layer cultivated, the toxins from the crown will enter the practitioner's body, until ultimately, they become a poison puppet. The crowd was struck with realization. Chapter 78. The Inherited Formation of Shenong. The toxic smoke still lingered in the antique street, as Zhu Yunfeng caressed the newly formed crack on the Medicine King cauldron. Its 3rd eye adorned with the Taotai pattern dimmed. Lan Xiaodai tucked away the 5 poisons body forging art to repair the Medicine King cauldron. We require the earth fire spirit essence, a substance born of the harmony between yin and yang. Only the depths of the Shenanjia's earth veins still harbor this essence. If the crack is not mended within 3 days, the cauldron's ability to refine spirit will be permanently lost. Bai Weiwei leaned against the shattered jade screen. Last night's celestial phenomena revealed that dark energy surged into the Shenanjia's palace position. The night god temple simultaneously disrupted the polar earth veins. We must seize the earth fire spirit essence before they do. Taizhan, wielding the iron staff, which was stained with the blood of the Zhao family's dark guards, declared, the intelligence just intercepted indicates that remnants of the Zhao family are setting up dragon-locking nails in Shenanjia. He unfurled a bloodied missive, depicting a mysterious formation plan of a certain location in Shenanjia. Zhu Yunfeng concluded, we must hasten to Shenanjia. At the 3rd watch, the members of the Cloud Alliance, under the cover of night, boarded a helicopter silently leaving the city, heading straight for Shenanjia. Su Mingyue traced the newly awakened patterns of spiritual jade with her fingertips. Suddenly pressing down in the southeast direction, 300 miles away, there is a resonance with ice marrow. The night god temple's altar is a ruse to draw us away. Zhu Yunfeng's chaos ring glimmered faintly in the dark, suggesting that their main force must be in Shenanjia, and the movement of the ice marrow was merely a distraction. The Medicine King cauldron buzzed within the pack, and the dragon-shaped relief on its ear repeatedly struck against the lid, seemingly sensing the call of the earth fire spirit essence. The morning mist of Shenanjia flowed through the woods, enveloped in the fragrance of medicinal herbs, while the Xianin crown radiated a ghostly light in the dawn. The serpent-shaped relief atop the crown suddenly raised its head, its fangs pointing toward a cliff in the northeast where exposed red rock layers glimmered. The heat rising from the crevices warped the air. Su Mingyue's fingertips grazed the rock face, and the spiritual jade sensed the seething molten flow deep within the earth's veins. The earth fire spirit essence lay just 300 feet below, but there were living creatures within the rock. Before she could finish speaking, a roar akin to metal grinding erupted from the cliff bottom. 3 massive ink-scaled serpents burst forth from the earth, their black scales glinting with a metallic sheen, and the emerald flames dancing in their vertical pupils ignited the mist into toxic smoke. The leading serpent exhaled a purple-black poisonous flame that instantly carbonized the ancient cypress it touched. Taizhan swung his staff to block it, but the iron staff was corroded, leaving behind honeycomb-like indentations. It's the ink serpent's poisonous flame, Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, casting her silver whip to ensnare a branch of the treetop. These beasts had guarded the spirit essence for at least 3 centuries. The centipede relief on the Xian crown suddenly animated, scattering a toxic powder as its 100 legs moved, only to be incinerated upon contact with the serpent's scales by the emerald flames. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils expanded with golden light, his penetrating ability piercing through the rock layers, revealing that the walls of the cave housing the earth fire spirit essence were inscribed with incomplete runes of the ancient dragon-binding formation. The ink serpent's poisonous flames turned the ground into a glassy state. As Zhu Yunfeng stepped upon the molten rock, his Tai Su dragon stepped, leaving icy footprints on the scorched earth. Suddenly, the chaos ring resonated with the rock wall. He drew a fine line across his palm, blood droplets splattering onto the red rock wall, causing the incomplete runes to writhe and reassemble as if they were alive. Observing this, Lan Xiaodai hurled the 5 poisons command, projecting the 10,000 Gu pilgrimage diagram onto the rock wall, completing the missing formation lines with the phantoms of poisonous insects. The position is misaligned, and the Kin Palace has shifted. Bai Weiwei's fingertips traced a star map in the void, accurately pinpointing the formation's eye. Zhu Yunfeng pressed the chaos ring against the Sun position rune, and the Earth's spiritual energy surged in like a torrent, causing the entire cliff to suddenly manifest the ethereal image of bronze chains, precisely the Tai Su chaos art recorded in the 8 barren dragon-binding formation. The 3 ink serpents emitted terrified cries, their reverse scales at 7 inches glowing simultaneously with incantations. Seizing the opportunity, Taizhan swung his staff down, and the seismic waves triggered by the iron staff forced the serpents into the formation's eye. The bronze chains solidified in response, transforming into tangible objects, piercing through the ink serpent's peepa bones, pinning them to the rock wall, while the emerald flames were converted into pure spiritual energy by the formation, flowing through the chains into the cave harboring the earth fire spirit essence. In the center of the cave, the earth fire pool boiled like lava, and the crimson spirit essence coalesced into a lotus shape within the pool. Zhu Yunfeng retrieved the incomplete Medicine King cauldron, its Taotai patterns opening 9 eyes under the high temperature. The moment the cauldron sank into the heart of the pool, the dragon energy of the entire Shenanjia's earth veins suddenly surged, causing rare medicinal herbs within 100 miles to simultaneously wither, their essences transforming into streams of green light that flowed into the cauldron. Something's amiss. Su Mingyue sensed the anomalous fluctuations in the earth's veins, realizing someone was extracting. Before she could finish, the cave's ceiling erupted with a thunderous explosion. The flying apparatus of the Apocalypse organization hovered in midair, and as the door opened, 12 black-clad warriors leaped down in formation. The leader, wielding an electromagnetic spear, had arcs of electricity dancing at the spear tip, forming a bagua pattern. Thank you all for activating the ancient formation. This earth fire spirit essence now belongs to the Apocalypse. Taizhan roared, swinging his staff to meet them, causing a blinding spark to erupt upon the clash with the electromagnetic spear. The improved 8 Gates Golden Lock formation rose from the ground, and Taizhan bit his tongue, spitting out his essence blood, instantly dyeing the formation's lines a crimson gold. The Apocalypse warriors found themselves ensnared within the formation. Every misstep would trigger the Gung Gold Sword Chi, yet the runes of the dragon-binding formation emerged on their combat suits, absorbing the formation's energy. Suddenly, Lan Xiaodie's Xian Yin crown detached and soared out, the 100 poisons relief upon the crown weaving through the formation. The toxic mist merged with the Gung Gold Sword Chi, transforming into a downpour of emerald-hued sword rain cascading down. The leader of the Apocalypse smirked as he crushed the badge, unleashing a swarm of nanobots that, upon contact with the toxic rain, self-destructed, revealing that these miniature machines bore the genetic coding of the Mo Jiao's venomous flames. Counter with the trapped dragon formation, Zhu Yunfeng pressed the chaos ring against the Yaowang cauldron, causing the cauldron, adorned with the gluttonous pattern, to open its vast maw and consume the essence of the earth fire spirit. As the repaired cauldron burst forth with azure light, the dragon-shaped relief on its ears suddenly animated, resonating with the trapped dragon formation embedded in the rock wall. The runes on the Apocalypse warriors' bodies abruptly reversed, uncontrollably feeding energy back into the grand formation. Suddenly, Bai Weiwei exclaimed, "Shift the Qin Palace, open the life gate." Inspired, Zhu Yunfeng struck the trembling rock wall, causing the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation to reverse and transport the Apocalypse warriors 30 miles away to the marsh. The pursuing aircraft attempted to follow but were struck by the awakened Mo Jiao's venom flames, crashing into the abyss and triggering a series of explosions. Having repelled the Apocalypse organization, Zhu Yunfeng led his companions to seize the moment and return. Along the way, the Yaowang cauldron unexpectedly levitated, projecting an illusion of the Arctic glaciers. The altar of the Dark Knight Temple was nearing completion, with 9 bronze pillars crawling with blood-red ice crystals. The 5 poisons command of Lan Xiaodai suddenly trembled, revealing an image of the ancient altar of Miaojing on the back of the token, where the Grand Priest's life-controlling lamp was extinguishing. Su Mingyue's Lingyu body suddenly sensed an anomaly, extracting a cooled fragment of the spirit essence from the Yaowang cauldron. The naturally formed patterns within the jade stone perfectly matched the 6-pointed star mark behind Nangong Shui. Amidst the hooting of night owls, the helicopters of the Cloud Alliance retreated into the distance. Chapter 80. The Secrets of the Jiao Molt. The earth fire chamber of the Cloud Alliance manor was enveloped in mist of interwoven azure and crimson. The Yaowang cauldron hovered 3 feet above the ground at the center of the formation. All 9 eyes of the gluttonous pattern on the cauldron opened, their pupils shimmering with the red brilliance of earth fire spirit essence. The moment Lan Xiaodai stepped into the stone chamber with the molted skin of the Mo scale Jiao, the dragon-shaped relief on the cauldron suddenly raised its head and roared, as the spiritual energy of the entire manor surged towards the cauldron like a tide. The Jiao molt required immersion in the rootless water during the midnight hour. Bai Weiwei traced a star map in the air with her fingertips, but tonight, the fire poison was too intense. Before she could finish speaking, the Yaowang cauldron began to spin autonomously, and the hot air expelled from its mouth drew the Jiao skin into the air. Zhu Yunfeng's golden eyes narrowed, his penetrating ability allowing him to see through the surface of the Jiao skin, revealing 365 natural patterns aligning with the celestial constellations. The dark aura of Lan Xiaodie's Xian Yin crown surged, and the serpentine relief on the crown detached, its fangs piercing the Jiao skin's 7-inch mark, forcing out a mass of dark venom. So it is. Zhu Yunfeng shaped his fingers like a blade, condensing the chaos true energy into a 3-foot sharpness. Knowing that the Jiao molt concealed reverse scale poison, necessitating the severance of its heavenly pillar meridians. As his blade passed, golden veins appeared on the Jiao skin's surface, revealing the long-lost transformation diagram of the 9 changes of the molted dragon from the Shenong Benchao Jing. When the 9th auxiliary medicinal ingredient, the Millennium Snow Lotus Seed, was added to the cauldron, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the manor. The 5 poisons command trembled violently, and the insect diagram on the back of the token glowed with blood light. As the first purple lightning struck, the Yaowang cauldron ascended autonomously. The gluttonous pattern on the cauldron opened its massive mouth, swallowing a considerable portion of the heavenly thunder. The residual lightning coursed through the earth veins, melting the lapis lazuli floor of the alchemy chamber into glass. Zhu Yunfeng ascended using the Tai Su Yulong step, the golden light from the chaos ring forming an 8 trigrams diagram above his head. The second lightning is coming. Lan Xiaodai lashed out with a silver whip, ensnaring the cauldron's feet, while the toxic miasma released by the Xian Yin crown coalesced into a dark green barrier in midair. At the moment the thunder struck through the toxic barrier, Zhu Yunfeng clasped his hands together, channeling the 7th level of the Tai Su chaos art to guide the lightning energy into 365 acupoints throughout his body. Zhu Yunfeng seized a half-section of the Jiao tail skin and hurled it into the eye of the thunder. The moment the Jiao skin touched the heavenly thunder, golden patterns transformed into chains to imprison the 3rd bolt of lightning for 3 breaths. When 9 transformation Jiao pills emerged from the cauldron, a profound silence enveloped the manor. The surface of the pills shimmered with the natural dragon scale patterns, and wherever the medicinal fragrance wafted, the flora in the garden grew wildly. Taishan grasped the first pill and swallowed it, his biceps swelling with newfound strength, and the Xian Tai staff resonated with a dragon-shaped cloud pattern. Give me a swing, and let us see. Chun Biao's 9-ring broadsword sliced through the air, imbued with the force of transformation. Taishan remained steadfast, his forearm bracing the impact, producing a sound reminiscent of steel clashing. The moment the blade met his skin, dark golden dragon scale patterns emerged on his arms, and the recoil sent Chun Biao, along with his sword, flying 3 zhong away. After consuming the pill, Su Mingyue's Lingyu body experienced a surge in its sensing range. She lightly touched the ground with her fingertips, and emerald patterns spread along the meridians. 70 miles underground to the northeast, there is movement in the ice marrow mining veins. Before she could finish her thought, her brow furrowed in realization. The fluctuation resembled the altar of the Dark Night Temple. Lan Xiaodai pressed the pill against the crack in her Xian Yin crown, activating the toxic reliefs on her crown one by one. As she swallowed the pill, her life-controlling insect, the biphosphor butterfly, resurrected its tattered wings, and the powder on its wings exuded a dragon's might, causing ordinary venomous insects to succumb instantly upon contact. At midnight, Zhu Yunfeng adjusted his breath at the stargazing platform. The residual effects of the transformation Jiao pill coursed through his meridians, and his golden eyes inadvertently penetrated the cloud layers, spotting a dark figure atop a snow-capped peak 100 miles away. The figure wielded a dark night staff, its skull-topped eye staring directly at the manor. The Hall Master has arrived? Zhu Yunfeng tightened his grip on the chaos ring, the spirit of the artifact flickering in his sea of consciousness. No, it is a projection of a doppelganger. As if to confirm his suspicion, the shadow waved the staff, tearing through the void. The image of the ice marrow mining veins appeared in the clouds. 8 of the 9 bronze pillars had been erected, each entwined with chains binding the corpses of ancient martial masters. As the focus shifted to the central altar, the 6-pointed star mark behind Nangong, Shui suddenly radiated heat. Prominently displayed upon the altar was the dark side of the mirror of mountains and rivers. The Yaowang cauldron flew autonomously to the stargazing platform, and the earth fire spirit essence it expelled drew a star map in the air. Bai Weiwei stumbled up the stone steps, the needle of her compass spinning wildly. They are reversing the yin and yang, the Arctic ice marrow and the earth fire spirit essence. Cough. They are about to reenact the Battle of Zhuolu. The radiance of Lan Xiaodie's Xian Yin crown surged, and within the ethereal shadows projected from the crown. The Grand Priest's life-controlling lamp had dwindled to a flickering ember. The 5 poisons command suddenly cracked open, half of the 5 poisons body refinement art drifting out, its remaining pages resonating with the transformation Jiao pills. To Miaojing, Lan Shaodai shattered the communication insect. The mother insect of the heart-eating bug nestled in the darkness before dawn in the Wanshan Mountains. Meanwhile, Taishan was testing his techniques in the training grounds. As he wielded the Xian Tai staff, it subtly resonated with dragon chants, his scaled arms capable of withstanding the emerald arrows condensed by Su Mingyue's Lingyu body. Yet, as the moonlight illuminated the scale patterns, the hidden blood-red veins became faintly discernible, clearly a variant of the Dark Night blood curse. Zhu Yunfeng inspected the remaining transformation Jiao pills in the alchemy chamber, noticing tiny black dots at the core of each pill. Using his penetrating ability to see beyond the surface, he discerned that the black dots harbored miniature versions of the 9-headed serpent totem. The chaos ring suddenly reacted. The pill calamity is also a curse. Bai Weiwei, struggling to read the stars, discovered that the life stars of the 9 who had consumed the pills were entwined in black mist. When she attempted to glimpse the truth within the fog, the 6-pointed star mark behind Nangong Shui suddenly appeared on the star map, and the voice of the Dark Knight Temple Master echoed directly within her consciousness. The 9 Jiao transforming into Dragon's Day is when the vessel reaches maturity. Chapter 79, The Starfall Auction. As the clock struck the 3rd chime of midnight, a phosphorescent green light flickered to life in the ghost market of Songdu. Zhu Yunfeng donned a human skin mask, concealing 36 golden needles beneath his azure silk robe. Each step on the bluestone slabs harmonized with the stealthy grace of the Tai, Su Yulong step. Lan Shaodai, disguised as a maid, trailed behind. The silver hairpin formed from her Xian Ying crown trembling lightly. 300 paces away in the treasure pavilion, a chill emanated, resonating with a counterfeit jade pendant. Master Zhang Jiao from Nanyang, verifying a capital of 100,000 taels. The tortoise merchant approached with a gilded tray, and Zhu Yunfeng flicked 3 jade rings into it. The moment the rings landed, the chaos true energy hidden within the jade shattered the magnetic stone used for capital verification, a common method in the black market that only those skilled in transformation could replicate. Behind the beaded curtain of the 2nd floor, Bai Weiwei, veiled, caressed the Qin. The lingering effects of foretelling backlash left her fingertips trembling, yet the strings emitted a unique frequency. This was a special communication cipher crafted by the Cloud Alliance. When the 3rd note sounded, the display table revealed the bronze, celestial mechanism, the secret treasures of the Zhou dynasty, with the auctioneer's words barely fading. Zhu Yunfeng's golden pupils had already penetrated the rusted copper. Hidden beneath the base, a fish-shaped jade pendant emitted a faint glow, its patterns remarkably akin to the ethereal images within the chaos ring. Suddenly, the cloud and thunder pattern on the counterfeit jade pendant twisted and transformed, coalescing into a deathly curse within the field of perspective. 300 bone-quench needles, I invite you to appreciate. The auctioneer's wide sleeves fluttered, unleashing a torrential downpour of dark light. Those penetrating needles disassembled and reformed mid-flight, arranging themselves into a 9-palace killing formation, each needle's tail adorned with the Zhao family's unique red scorpion venom pouch. Behind the beaded curtain, Bai Weiwei suddenly coughed up blood as she played the strings, her producing a sound akin to ripping silk. Amidst the excruciating pain, she foresaw the entrance to the killing array. Zhu Yunfeng lightly touched the ground with his toes, his azure satin robe billowing like a sail. The chaotic aura coalesced before him into a Tai Chi vortex, and at the moment the needle formation touched the energy wall, Bai Weiwei's abruptly quickened. The 9 palace directions shifted with the melody, and inspired by a stroke of genius, Zhu Yunfeng spun 3 times, using the energy wall's momentum to rebound all 300 poison needles. The copper-masked assassin retreated 7 steps, and from his sleeve shot forth 7 mother-son linked darts, only to be intercepted in midair by Lan Shaodai's silver hairpin, which struck the tips of the darts, causing a toad to open its mouth and swallow the poisoned darts, its compound eyes emitting emerald phosphorescent flames. A splendid maneuver of misdirection. From the shadows of the loft emerged a hunched old man, striking the ground with his dragon-headed staff, only to find that Zhao family's red scorpion venom had inadvertently become sustenance for the phosphorescent puppet. The Xian Ying crown trembled violently. Lan Shaodai recognized this to be Qi Li, the elder who had defected from Yaojiang and was the mastermind behind the theft of the upper half of the 5 poisons body refinement method 20 years prior. Qi Li's withered hand struck the celestial disk, causing the 28 constellations to suddenly illuminate. The counterfeit jade pendant shot forth, manifesting 9 ethereal shadows in the air. Zhu Yunfeng's chaos ring erupted with golden light, piercing the illusion, and the genuine jade pendant was drawn into his palm by the chaotic aura. At the moment of contact, blood patterns surfaced on the pendant's surface, astonishingly resembling the six-pointed star mark behind Nangong Shui's ear. The blood pact of the Dark Knight has been forged. You cannot escape. Qi Li cackled as he crushed the communication jade talisman. And the entire treasure-gathering pavilion trembled as if the very earth was shaking. 72 dragon-patterned columns collapsed in response. And from each fractured column crawled corpses shrouded in toxic mist. These were clearly the bodies of the Zhao family's hidden guards, each pierced through the heart with the soul-biting nails of the Dark Knight Temple. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth against the backlash as she plucked the strings of her instrument. The 7 strings slicing through the air to form an array. Taishan burst forth from the ground, his dark iron staff swirling, producing the roar of dragons and tigers, driving the corpses into the dead angle of the sound array. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Xiaodai scattered the 10,000 insect pilgrimage diagram, and the collision of toxic insects with the corpses unleashed a poisonous mist that coalesced into a shadow of the Dark Knight's scepter at the pavilion's peak. Zhu Yunfeng, with a pointed finger, tore through the jade pendant, and the black blood spilling from the counterfeit drew a star map on the ground. The chaos ring resonated with it, projecting the position of the North Star, which had shifted 3 degrees, evidence of the false coordinates fabricated by the Dark Knight Temple. Seeing this, Qi Li laughed maniacally as 9 iron-threaded snakes shot forth from his dragon-headed staff, each adorned with a miniature Xianyin crown. Beware of the snake poison that devours souls, Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, tearing off a silver hairpin from her hair. Her innate insect king, the phosphorescent butterfly, self-destructed its wings to form a toxic shield. Zhu Yunfeng leaped onto the fallen dragon-patterned columns, unleashing the 8th style of the chaos-shattering palm, the Tai Su-inducing calamity. Thunder descended from the heavens, penetrating the pavilion and striking the 7-inch mark of the iron-threaded snakes, the acrid scent mingling with the exotic fragrance of Miaojiang's secret medicine. Qi Li suddenly convulsed, his aged skin swelling with hundreds of toxic blisters. In disbelief, he gazed at Lan Xiaodai. You actually placed the heart-biting insect within the toxic mist. This is the Grand Priest's improved 1,000-spider insect. Lan Xiaodai wiped the black blood from her lips, especially for traitors. Amidst the rumbling collapse of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Zhu Yunfeng shielded everyone as they retreated through a secret passage. The counterfeit jade pendant in his arms suddenly melted, coalescing in his palm into a half-completed star map pointing towards the ancestral hall of the Nangong family. Bai Weiwei, gazing at the star map, coughed up fresh blood. They are searching for the shadow side of the mountain river mirror. As the sound of the midnight gavel echoed, a figure emerged from the ruins, donning a copper mask. Lilith's mechanical arm crushed the communication orb, revealing the silhouette of the Dark Knight Lord. Prepare the vessel of the Nangong family. Next time we meet, it shall don a new attire. Chapter 81. The Gu Calamity of Songdu. The night market on Zhuke Street in Songdu was ablaze with lights, and Lan Xiaodai was leisurely strolling when the silver bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a ghostly green glow. The 5 poisons command trembled in her palm, directing her attention towards a shop at the alley's end, bearing the sign of a Yunnan medicine shop. Lan Xiaodai casually walked inside. What would the esteemed guest like to purchase? The shopkeeper's Miao dialect was far from authentic, tinged with the local accent of Songdu. Lan Xiaodai remained silent, glancing around, feigning interest in the jars of insects on the shelves, while the phosphorescent butterfly discreetly settled on the shopkeeper's shoulder, where the butterfly's wings dusted. The skin beneath revealed the 6-pointed star tattoo of the Dark Knight Temple. Bang! Suddenly, a crash resonated from the back room, and a pungent odor filled the air. Lan Xiaodai spun around, toppling the shelves, and dozens of venomous scorpions burst forth from the shattered jars. The shopkeeper whipped out a silver chain laced with poison. The snake-shaped dart aimed directly at her throat. Since the saintess has graced us with her presence, do not expect to leave alive. Lan Xiaodia's silver whip shattered the snake dart, and with a flick of her wrist, she propelled herself backwards off the shelves. Just as her toes touched the ground, the floor abruptly caved in, and she plummeted into a pit 3 zhang deep. The walls illuminated by oil lamps revealed countless jars of goo worms. And in the central blood pool lay 7 corpses of martial artists, precisely those disciples of the Yunmeng who had vanished half a month ago. Using the 5 poisons heart-biting insect to refine the soul-biting powder, the Zhao family had indeed acquired the true teachings of Miaojiang. She chuckled coldly, casting forth the Xianyin crown, from which the centipede relief on the crown sprayed forth a powder to dispel goo. The blood pool suddenly bubbled, and the 7 corpses, with hollow eyes, crawled forth, golden-threaded goo worms emerging from their joints. Bang! The clash of metal sounded as Zhu Yunfeng broke through the window, unleashing his vigorous chaotic true power to shatter 2 of the toxic corpses. His penetrating gaze scanned the wall adorned with Miao scripts. This is an improved version of the 100 worms refining corpses array. The camp position must be at the array's eye. Before he could finish speaking, the mouths of the toxic corpses exhaled purple-black smoke. Lan Xiaodai tore off her silver bracelet and tossed it into the air, the 9 silver bells chiming to form a sound barrier. Brother Yunfeng, hold your breath. This is a mutated goo poison from the soul-biting powder. Zhu Yunfeng clasped his palms together, stepping into the position of the North Dipper with the Tai Su Dragon step. With each step, icy crystal palaces emerged on the tiles, forcing the poisonous mist towards the array's eye. Lan Xiaodie's silver whip ensnared the neck of the 3rd toxic corpse. The whip's runes glowing with a ghostly light. These goo worms are controlled by the mother goo. Find that blood jade toad. Suddenly, the bottom of the blood pool erupted, and a blood toad the size of a basin leapt out of the water. The golden threaded goo patterns on its back shared the same source as the Zhao family's bloodline poison. The venom spewing from its tongue corroding the blue bricks with a sizzling sound. Zhu Yunfeng swiftly inscribed a talisman in midair. His chaotic true power condensing into golden chains, can water sealing magic. The moment the chains ensnared the blood toad, Lan Xiaodie's Xian crown unleashed 100 poison needles. The needle tips pierced the toad's 7-inch mark, dark red venom splattering onto the array's talisman, causing the entire pit to tremble violently. The 7 toxic corpses exploded, and the swarm of goo worms transformed into black water amidst the dispelling powder. Watch above, Zhu Yunfeng shouted as he pulled Lan Xiaodai back. Amidst the collapsing ruins, the shopkeeper clutched a bronze box, rushing towards a hidden door, a ghostly blue light seeping from the seams of the box. Trying to flee? Lan Xiaodai exclaimed, brandishing her silver whip to ensnare the shopkeeper's ankle. In a desperate move, the shopkeeper smashed the jade pendant hanging from his chest. From the black mist emerged hundreds of heart-biting insects, lunging towards the two. Lan Xiaodai bit through her tongue, spraying her essence blood. As the toxic mist from the Xian crown coalesced into the phantom of a phoenix, incinerating the goo worms completely. The Zhao family is nothing more than the test subjects of the Lord of the Temple. The shopkeeper's veins burst, and as he lay dying, he howled, tearing open his clothing to reveal the goo worms that were gnawing at the ice marrow crystal. Zhu Yunfeng pried open the bronze box, revealing a small piece of ice marrow and a roll of sheepskin. Inscribed with Miao text, the ancestors of the Lan family collaborated with the Lord of the Dark Night to study goo techniques. The original goo species of the Xian crown must be nourished with the essence blood of the living, along with a topographical map of the Arctic glacier. Lan Xiaodai trembled as she traced her fingers over the Miao script on the scroll. So, our family's sacred object is the source of chaos. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the pit, as a band of Dark Knight cavalry sealed off the street. The leading warrior in red armor raised an ice crystal spear, hand over the ice marrow scroll. The cold air emanating from the spear froze the bluestone pavement into an icy surface. Zhu Yunfeng, with a finger poised like a sword, pierced through the throats of 3 men with his celestial finger technique. Take the scroll and go ahead. As Lan Xiaodai leapt onto the roof, she glanced back to witness the swirling dragon-shaped aura enveloping him, which shattered the frost of the entire street into fine powder. In the Cloud Alliance's conference hall, Zhu Yunfeng, Lan Xiaodai, Su Mingyue, and Bai Weiwei gathered to examine a parchment scroll and the ice essence. One of the properties of this ice essence is its ability to temporarily activate the spirit tools for several days. The polar map inscribed on the parchment likely indicates the origin of the ice essence. It seems that a swift journey to the polar region is imperative. Outside the window, the shadow of a night owl swept by, and the North Star shone particularly bright in the night sky. Chapter 82. Inquiry of the Heart Through 9 Layers. At Suwei Villa, Zhu Yunfeng and Lan Xiaodai studied the polar glacier map in the courtyard, Zhu Yunfeng's fingertips caressing the ethereal image of the Chaos Ring. Suddenly, the distant bamboo grove startled a night owl. Golden light flickered in his pupils, revealing his ability to see through layers of bamboo leaves, spotting Nangong Shui approaching. Yunfeng. Nangong Shui emerged gracefully from the bamboo shadows, her moon-white qipao radiating a cold luminescence. In her arms, a gilded wooden box unexpectedly opened on its own, and a jade scroll floated in midair, casting a starry sky around them. The trajectories of the 3 divisions and the 28 constellations had been advanced. With a delicate finger, Nangong Shui pointed to the position of the Ziwei constellation, revealing 2 blood-red stars amidst the Big Dipper, indicating that the mirror of mountains and rivers was sensing the accelerated opening of the mirror abyss. At that moment, the silver bell at Lan Xiaodie's waist began to jingle without wind, as a swarm of phosphorescent butterflies, transformed from the 5 poisons order, formed a cryptic script in front of the star map. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils constricted slightly as his penetrating ability deciphered the text. The crown is the key. The mirror is the door. Only when the 9 tools unite can the return to the void be achieved. Did I not enter the mirror abyss last time? Zhu Yunfeng inquired. Nangong Shui suddenly bit her fingertip, and as a drop of blood fell onto the jade scroll. The ground of the stargazing platform revealed a cosmic star pattern, and all 28 spiral dragon pillars illuminated with a green glow simultaneously. The ground began to tremble violently, and Su Mingyue's spirit jade erupted with emerald brilliance. She stumbled against the stone railing, exclaiming, "The villa's meridian is resisting some kind of force." This is the star trajectory deduction of the mirror of mountains and rivers. Nangong Shui formed a seal with her palms, causing the central star map to reveal a phantom of a bronze giant door. What you encountered last time was merely the periphery of the mirror abyss. The true secret realm requires a 9-layer inquiry of the heart. As her words fell, the blue bricks beneath Zhu Yunfeng's feet suddenly transformed into mist. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing before a staircase of white marble. Each step was engraved with hexagrams, and the star map on the dome mirrored that of the Nangong family's ancestral altar. The first layer, the golden illusion. As the thick fog dissipated, Zhu Yunfeng stood within a palace paved with golden bricks. 12 statues of pure gold warriors, holding long spears, stood guard, while mercury rivers flowed across the ground. A rotund man in splendid robes emerged from behind an emerald screen, jingling a Hetian jade abacus in his hands. "Young friend, do you know the worth of this gilded Boshan incense burner?" The chubby man grinned, pointing at the censer. "Just nod, and all of this can be yours." Zhu Yunfeng's pupils flared with golden light as his penetrating ability revealed the grim sight within the golden bricks, piles of stark white bones. He formed his fingers into a sword, the chaotic aura coalescing into a 3-foot azure blade. The Taishu chaotic formula forbids greed and avarice. Break. In that instant, as the sword light shattered the illusion, the golden palace crumbled into shards of porcelain. A fragment of bamboo slip floated down, inscribed with, "The world deems gold precious, yet sees not the bones piled 9 layers high." The second layer, the entanglement of emotions. The azure stone path was adorned with crimson mandrakes. Where Lin Yating squatted at the roadside in the floral dress she wore on the day of their breakup. When she lifted her gaze, blood tears fell from her eyes, and the imprint of the Dark Knight Temple was starkly visible on her neck. "Yunfeng, help me extract the heart-eating worm." She trembled, unfastening her clothing, revealing something writhing beneath her heart. Zhu Yunfeng let 3-inch golden needles slip from his sleeve, but they veered half an inch off course upon piercing. A vivid memory flashed before him. 3 months prior, when he treated Nangong Shui, the technique of the golden needle was identical to this moment. The trial of emotional entanglement is the most heart-wrenching. He abruptly retracted the needle, stabbing it into his own Tsuchi acupoint. The excruciating pain caused the illusion to fracture, Lin Yating's visage breaking into countless motes of light, revealing the deeply shadowed third staircase behind her. The third layer, the path of martial arts. The moment Zhu Yunfeng stepped onto the staircase, his meridians surged in reverse. 9 bronze doors appeared before him, each inscribed with different techniques of the Taishu chaotic formula. From the rightmost door came Lan Xiaodie's startled cry, while blood seeped from the gap of the middle door, hinting at Su Mingyue's plight. The essence of the Taishu wandering dragon step lies in the spirit, not the form. He closed his eyes, recalling his insights from the Shenanjia stone array, stepping through the 7 doors in the positions of the 7 stars. Just before the last 2 doors, he suddenly changed tactics, executing the 4th style of the chaotic sky-splitting palm. Sun and moon shine together into the void. All the doors shattered simultaneously, revealing the staircase to the 4th layer. A voice from the air reached him. Inquiry of the heart through 9 layers. 3 barriers to reveal one's true nature. The real trial begins now. The 4th layer, the 8 gates of death. As Zhu Yunfeng ascended the 4th staircase, the blue bricks beneath him revealed the innate 8 trigrams formation. The wall at the Qian position split open, and Taizhan, covered in blood, stumbled out, his dragon-scaled arms encrusted with frost. Before Taizhan could finish speaking, he collapsed. Half a block of ice inscribed with the Tomb Guardian Beast pattern tumbling from his grasp. Suddenly, Su Mingyue's voice echoed from the Kuan position. "Yunfeng, Sister Bai's prophetic vision is changing." Zhu Yunfeng's pupils flared with golden light, his penetrating ability piercing through the 3-zhang thick stone wall to reveal Bai Weiwei impaled by ice spikes at the position of the Yuhing star. There is a hidden compartment at the Tianquan position. Lan Xiaodie's sound transmission talisman fluttered. Zhu Yunfeng, utilizing the Taishu wandering dragon step, dashed forward, and the chaos ring resonated with the ice crystal. One palm shattered the hidden compartment, revealing the Nangong family's ancestral bronze compass within. At that moment, the formation's eye was exposed, and arrows poisoned with venom shot forth from the positions of the 28 constellations. Zhu Yunfeng bellowed, Unleashing the seventh style of the chaotic sky-splitting palm, all methods returned to the void, sweeping through the air, shattering the poisoned arrows into dust. As the formation collapsed, fragments of silk scrolls floated down, inscribed with, "At the hour of the dog, the gateway of the glacier opens." The fifth layer, the trial of herbs. A foul odor assaulted him. The fifth layer's space turned out to be a gigantic apothecary's den. Hundreds of bodies soaked in medicinal liquid hung in midair. And Lan Shaodai dangled at the center, 3 sealing gold needles embedded in her neck. This poison requires the blood of a beloved as bait. Blood characters emerged on the stone wall, and Su Mingwe suddenly stepped from the shadows, her wrist cut open. In her hands, the apothecary king's cauldron emitted an eerie green glow, within which lay the soul-eating worm from the Dark Night Temple. Zhu Yunfeng shot the golden needles swiftly, but upon reaching Su Mingwe, he altered his technique. 3 silver needles formed a trident shape, embedding into the ground, revealing the long-lost heart-eating worm eggs of the Miao region. The real Lan Shaodai leapt down from the beams, her life-bonded worm releasing a spectrum of toxic mist. "How did you know I was a fake?" she roared as the illusion dissipated. Zhu Yunfeng picked up the fallen jade earring from the ground, the very one Su Mingwe had smashed out of frustration 3 days prior. The true antidote method materialized on the remnants of the herbal classics, using the crown poison as bait, combined with the chaotic aura to expel the toxin. The sixth layer, the mirror of reincarnation. A bronze, ancient mirror floated in the sixth layer, reflecting the scene from the villa's celebration banquet 7 days prior. Zhu Yunfeng saw himself accepting a teacup from Bai Weiwei, the tea shimmering with strange ripples under the moonlight. At the hour of the tiger and 3/4 past. "Do not drink that cup of tea." Suddenly, a pale arm extended from the mirror, Nangong Shue's half-body trapped within it. Her imitation of the mirror of mountains and rivers was cracking, revealing that the Lord of the Dark Night had poisoned the tea. The scene warped abruptly, and Zhu Yunfeng found himself back at the banquet. Bai Weiwei smiled brightly, holding up a celadone cup, while the 5 poisons order on his wrist suddenly burned with heat. This was the warning of the life-bonded worm planted by Lan Shaodai. Utilizing the Taishu Wandering Dragon Step, he feigned drinking the tea, but his golden needle shot towards the southeast candlestick. In the instant the flames burst forth, 12 assassins disguised as servants revealed themselves. This time, as he preemptively snapped the neck of the 3rd assassin, he discovered the ice crystal totem tattooed on the back of their neck. The mirror of reincarnation shattered with a resounding crash, unveiling the bronze door leading to the 7th layer. A chill seeped from the door's crack, forming small characters on the ground. At the hour of the rat, the glacier reveals itself. 9 deaths seek a single life. The 7th layer, the rift in time and space. The instant the bronze door opened, Zhu Yunfeng plunged into a twisted maelstrom of time and space. His left side was covered in frost, while flames scorched his right arm. Before him, 2 vivid scenes flashed simultaneously, 30 meters away. Bai Weiwei was pierced through the heart by an ice spear. 3 days prior, in Yunming Villa, he had just received a secret missive from the Temple of the Night. This was a causative mirror image. The voice of the spirit remnant suddenly erupted within his consciousness, urging him to correct the displacement with your temporal perspective. Zhu Yunfeng's pupils burst forth with a dazzling blend of gold and silver light. His left eye glimpsed fragments of a future bloodbath on the ice plains, while his right eye reflected an unopened letter from the past. He sharply bit his tongue, letting his essence spurt onto the chaos ring. The star map that emerged on the ring perfectly aligned with the landscape scroll presented by Nangong Shui, tearing a rift in the chaotic currents of time and space. A voice from beyond the rift cried out, "Beware of the ice essence." Instinctively, Zhu Yunfeng rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the piercing of the ancient ice where he had stood. It was then he realized he was ensconced in an icy cavern, surrounded by frozen walls concealing hundreds of ancient warriors clad in armor. The 8th level, the choice between life and death. At the center of the ice cavern, an altar bore the 5 poisons order, suspended within a blood-red array. Lan Shaodai was shackled at the array's core, a phantom of the night scepter embedded in her chest. The illusion of the Miao Grand Priest emerged from the icy mist. The bloodline of the Julie must be exchanged for a life. Will you choose her or the world? The chaotic energy gathering at Zhu Yunfeng's fingertips suddenly dissipated. He saw the dark green veins appearing on Lan Xiaodia's neck, the residual energy from their last dual cultivation turning against her. The Medicine King cauldron suddenly soared from his consciousness, its gluttonous patterns opening wide to consume the blood mist within the array. I choose the 3rd path. He extended his fingers like a blade to slice open his palm, letting blood droplets fall onto the 5 poisons order. A swarm of bioluminescent butterflies surged upward, entwining with a noxious miasma, etching a complete celestial map at the cavern's apex. As starlight cascaded down, Lan Shaodai abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting the crystalline totem of the Night Temple. The ninth level, the chaos of the void. The final trial materialized as a martial arts arena. Facing him was the Dark Knight Lord, a manifestation of his inner demons. Beneath their feet, a chessboard inscribed with divine totems awaited. Each move activated a phantom of a divine artifact. When the scepter clashed with the crown, the entire space began to collapse. The void-severing finger was but a mere trick. The heart demon cackled, unleashing ghostly flames. Zhu Yunfeng's right arm instantaneously carbonized. In that critical moment, he recalled the technique of the Shenanjia statue, employing his left hand to execute the reverse chaos-splitting palm. At the instant of their energies colliding, the ring, crown, and pendant resonated in unison. The spirit remnant materialized within the light screen. The 9 artifacts were originally the Fushi lock. The resonance of 3 artifacts could open the heavens. Enlightened, Zhu Yunfeng embedded the pendant into a recess in the ice wall. The entire glacier trembled, revealing a colossal bronze gate spanning hundreds of miles. A torrent of spiritual energy poured forth from the crevice, sweeping everyone into the unknown realm. The last sight before him was the 12 apostles of the Night Temple kneeling upon the ice plains. The chaotic light curtain rippled like water. As Zhu Yunfeng stepped out of the void, he emerged from the mirror abyss, with the starlit brilliance cascading upon the courtyard of the Zhuwei villa. 36 hours. Lan Xiaodia's fingertip rested upon a bioluminescent butterfly, its silver bell chiming softly in the night breeze. Each trial on the heart's path corresponded to 4 hours, and the sundial curse of Miaojiang had begun timing since his entry. Bai Weiwei leaned against the white jade railing, chuckling softly, playing with 2 copper coins in her hand. I foresaw 27 outcomes, yet I did not anticipate that you would create a new technique in the 9th level. She suddenly tossed the coins into the air, where they formed the shape of a yin-yang fish. It was time to name this move. Iron Mountain crashed a half-man-high wine jar to the ground, his dragon-scaled arm shattering the mud seal. My subordinates and I have cleared 3 Dark Knight strongholds in the northern suburbs, and the century-old daughter red we seized is perfect for celebration. As the fragrance of wine wafted through the air, the 28 celestial lanterns ignited in succession, illuminating the villa as if it were day. This technique to reverse chaos. Zhu Yunfeng received the celadone bowl handed to him by Su Minghua. The amber liquid reflected the starry river. Shall we call it reversing the star river? Too mundane. Lan Xiaodai snapped her fingers, shooting forth a wisp of miasma that crystallized into a trajectory in the air. Look how much this energy resembles the Miaojiang's 1,000 butterflies circling a pillar. Perhaps breaking delusions would be more fitting. Nangong Shui's voice drifted in from the moon gate, her mountain river mirror shimmering softly, though the mirror abyss had sealed. It reflected the shattered celestial map behind him as he created his technique. She suddenly turned the mirror towards the east, revealing the bronze gate upon the glacier dissipating. In 3 days, the chill of the polar ice essence will reach its nadir. Iron Mountain immediately knelt on one knee. The 300 brothers of the Iron Hand Hall stand ready at any moment. The dark golden sheen of the dragon-scaled patterns on his back glowed. The strange chill he had absorbed previously had completely vanished. As the morning light pierced through the clouds, Zhu Yunfeng stood amidst the reconstructed martial arts arena. The chaos ring gleamed with a warm luster between his fingers, while the floor tiles of the stargazing platform still bore remnants of last night's wine stains. He gazed at the Yunmeng disciples training in the distance, a surge of ambition igniting within his heart. Chapter 83, Enlightenment in Martial Arts. A torrential rain lashed against the glazed tiles of Zhuwei Villa as Zhu Yunfeng sat alone in the training room. The polar map spread upon the parchment gradually aligned with the patterns of the pendant. At the moment thunder roared outside, the entire villa trembled. The rear mountain's martial arts arena had collapsed. Just then, Iron Mountain suddenly burst through the intricately carved wooden door, his dragon-scaled arm splattered with mud. In his hands, the bronze door ring dripped with water, resonating with the jade pendant at Zhu Yunfeng's waist. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yunfeng sprang to his feet, rushing to investigate. No one was injured, right? Iron Mountain replied in the negative. When everyone arrived, they were astonished to find 36 basalt statues standing in the hollow where the rear mountain's martial arts arena had collapsed. Each statue towered about 2 zhang high, arranged in formation according to the celestial compass. Suddenly, the silver bell at Lan Xiaodia's waist snapped, and the bioluminescent butterflies conjured by the 5 poisons order plummeted to the ground as if they had struck an invisible wall upon nearing the statues. What is happening? What is this? The crowd buzzed with speculation. It is an ancient restriction. Su Mingyue's fingertip glimmered with spiritual jade, rippling with energy. These statues' weapons still bore traces of chaotic energy? Zhu Yunfeng declared, I will go in to take a look first. With that, he stepped into the stone formation. The moment his left foot crossed the threshold, the statues surprisingly sprang to life. The statue at the Tianshu position swung its bronze spear. Its technique oddly reminiscent of the third style of the chaos-splitting palm, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. Zhu Yunfeng quickly sidestepped to evade. Step 3 for the Qin position. 9 turns for the Jun position. Lan Xiaodai suddenly shouted. The needle of the Miaojiang compass she held spun wildly, revealing a miniature star array on its surface. Zhu Yunfeng followed her instructions, executing the Void Dragon step, leaving behind an afterimage amidst the storm of spears and swords. At this moment, he noticed that each statue's attack rhythmically matched the changes of the solar terms. After a prolonged struggle, the statue at the Tianquan position suddenly froze in midair. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhu Yunfeng's chaos ring surged with azure light as he delivered a strike to the Xianzhong point of the statue. Cracks spread from the point of impact, and a bronze gear fell from within the statue's chest cavity, rendering it motionless. So the statue's weakness lies in the Xianzhong point, Zhu Yunfeng mused. This makes things easier. Thus, they battled through a day and night. As the first light of dawn emerged, Zhu Yunfeng, drenched in blood, sat cross-legged upon the Yinyang fish stone carving at the array's core. The trajectories of the 36 statues' techniques intertwined in his consciousness, gradually aligning with the fourth level of the Tai Su Chaos technique. So it was. He suddenly sprang to his feet, the starlight coalescing at his fingertips into a 3-foot blade of light. The long spear of the statue at the Yu Hung position was shredded into dust by the blade, and the remaining force of his finger pierced through a distance of 3 zhong, shattering the Taihu stone with a thunderous crash. In the ensuing chaos, a vortex of spiritual energy surged towards the onlookers outside the formation. Lan Xiaodie's innate Gu King suddenly took flight, transforming into a golden-winged bioluminescent butterfly within the spiritual energy vortex. The spiritual jade worn by Su Mingwei erupted with emerald brilliance, projecting a complete celestial map in the air. Every pore of her body eagerly absorbed the spiritual energy, her cultivation surging to the late stages of the dark strength. Zhu Yunfeng, lost in the stone formation, forgot the passage of time. He pointed towards the gone position statue, his fingertip unleashing chaotic energy that traced a path across the night sky like the Milky Way. The towering basalt, standing 2 zhong high, crumbled silently, its cross-section smooth as a mirror, revealing the bronze star disk embedded at its core. Heavenly Finger of the Void. Zhu Yunfeng's long howl reverberated through the skies. The jade pendant automatically soared into the center of the star disk, absorbing the celestial energy before projecting a map indicating the position of the North Star. The glacier's outline perfectly aligned with the coordinates of the expedition team's disappearance 3 years prior. Even more alarming, 9 crimson dots were converging towards the center, each representing a master of the Night Temple in the realm of transformation. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, dark red veins emerging beneath the blue bricks of the training ground. Tai Shan tore open his shirt. The dragon-shaped brand on his chest was consuming spiritual energy. It was the dragon lock nail. The 72 earthly fiends set by the Zhao family were siphoning energy from the stone formation. Zhu Yunfeng burst forth from the formation, pointing decisively at Tai Shan's Danzhong acupoint, forcibly suppressing the rampaging dragon energy with the star power of the Heavenly Finger. Su Mingwei suddenly pointed towards the northwest corner. There are 3 chilling auras breaching the estate's defenses. As her words fell, 3 figures clad in black robes appeared in the courtyard, the leader wielding a sword of profound ice engraved with the totem of the Night Temple. Lan Xiaodai scoffed, launching her life-binding goo, as a swarm of golden-winged phosphorescent butterflies formed a toxic barrier. Do 3 early-stage transformation practitioners dare to invade our mountain? The 5 poisons order at her fingertips suddenly morphed into a dagger, the goo worms entwined around it emitting a sharp shriek. Wait! Zhu Yunfeng's pupils expanded with golden radiance, his X-ray ability piercing through the crystalline tattoos beneath the black robes. He sensed they were not mere mortals, but rather vessels infused with the essence of polar ice marrow. The 3 black-robed figures spontaneously self-destructed, turning the training ground into a wasteland, the 36 statues crumbling to ruin. Amidst the debris, scattered bronze gears and shards of the star disk, the splattered ice congealing into blood-red runes beneath the moonlight. A dire warning of the highest level of the Night Temple's blood curse. The star map projected by the jade pendant suddenly transformed, revealing the silhouette of a colossal bronze gate at the position of the North Star, adorned with 2 statues of Xianglu. Zhu Yunfeng stood amidst the ruins of the training ground, picking up a half-broken stele inscribed with the characters for Heavenly Finger. Suddenly recalling the image of a dark-clad warrior carving inscriptions on Mount Tai in his dream last night. Perhaps it was not merely a dream? Zhu Yunfeng murmured to himself. It is time to contend for the polar ice marrow. Chapter 84. Contending for ice marrow. The frigid winds of the polar region whipped at Zhu Yunfeng's face, sharp as blades. He stood at the edge of a glacial rift, beneath him a bottomless abyss, the dark ice layers faintly glowing with an eerie blue light. The ice marrow lay just below. He spread his palm, the jade pendant levitating upward, casting forth a star trail akin to an aurora, pointing directly towards the depths of the rift. Lan Xiaodai tightened her snow-marten cloak, her 5 poisons order transforming into a phosphorescent butterfly. Fluttering towards the abyss, the night temple's people have already entered, their footprints mar the ice surface. Su Mingyue closed her eyes, attuning her spirit jade to the flow of the earth's veins. Ice marrow is condensed from the ancient dark Yin energy, capable of restoring the essence of divine artifacts and even awakening slumbering spirit entities. She opened her eyes, a flicker of gravity flashing within. But the cold here was such that even transformation practitioners could not endure for more than a moment. Taishan, somewhat dazed, queried leader. What is the true utility of this ice marrow? Why have we gone to such lengths to come here? Just as Zhu Yunfeng was about to respond, Lan Xiaodai interjected. The benefits of ice marrow are considerable. It can awaken the spirit entities within artifacts, replenish their energy, and is also useful during cultivation. Taishan nodded, his arms trembling as dragon scale patterns shimmered with a dark golden luster, proclaiming, if that is the case, I shall descend first. With that, he leapt down. Zhu Yunfeng nodded, the chaotic ring flashing with azure light, and one by one, the others leaped into the abyss. Beneath the icy chasm was not the darkness they had envisioned. Countless veins of ice marrow, resembling blood vessels, embedded within the ice walls emitted a cold, ethereal glow, illuminating the entire ice cavern as though it were an illusion. As soon as they landed, the ice layer beneath their feet suddenly cracked. Dozens of ice spikes shooting forth from all directions. It's an ambush, Taishan bellowed, his dragon scale arms blocking the incoming ice spikes, shattering them with sheer force. Crack! 7 figures in black robes emerged on the ice wall, the leader wielding a staff of profound ice. With a flick of the staff's tip, the temperature within the cavern plummeted. The Night Temple, Frost Priest Core. Lan Xiaodai sneered, unleashing a crown of toxic miasma that surged forth as the phosphorescent butterflies transformed into a toxic fog sweeping away. You think you can stop us? Boom. The toxic mist collided with the frost, causing the cavern to shake violently, countless shards of ice raining down. Zhu Yunfeng's eyes turned icy. He executed the Void Dragon Step, instantly closing the gap to the leading priest, and unleashed the chaotic heaven palm. Bang! The priest hastily raised his staff to block, the staff's illusion colliding with the chaotic ring, producing blinding sparks. Zhu Yunfeng's expression sharpened. This staff was also a replica of a divine artifact. Retreat! The priest commanded sharply, the 7 simultaneously withdrawing as the ice layers suddenly collapsed, leaving them suspended in midair. Zhu Yunfeng performed a somersault in midair, striking the ice wall to stabilize his position. But below him lay an abyss of ice. Yunfeng. Su Mingyue's spirit jade erupted, transforming into emerald vines that ensnared the group, yet the ice layer continued to crumble. Crack! A fissure spread towards the main vein of ice marrow, the eerie blue light intensifying, and the shadow of the spirit entity trembled slightly within the chaotic ring. Quickly! The ice marrow can allow me to awaken briefly. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze sharpened, his heavenly finger of the void suddenly thrusting forward. Swish! The finger's power, like a sword, pierced through the ice layer, targeting the core of the ice marrow. You shall not. The night priest's staff slammed down onto the ice surface, instantly freezing the entire cavern. Even the air crystallizing. Sun and moon shine together. Zhu Yunfeng divided his palms to channel yin and yang, his left palm blazing like the sun, his right palm icy as profound ice, the chaotic energy erupting explosively. Boom! The ice layer shattered, exposing the ice marrow veins. Lan Xiaodai seized the opportunity, her crown of toxic miasma transforming into a colossal hand reaching for the ice marrow. But just then, buzz! The staff's illusion unexpectedly solidified. A shadow emerging from the depths of the abyss, the voice of the Night Lord echoing throughout the cavern. Ice marrow, I shall claim it. The staff's might conjured an extraordinary phenomenon. The glacier trembled, ice spikes raining down like a storm, and the entire cavern was on the brink of collapse. Run! Zhu Yunfeng grasped the ice marrow, the chaotic ring flaring with azure light, autonomously drawing in the ice marrow. The spirit entity's shadow finally solidified. With a delicate wave of her hand, forming a starry array beneath their feet. Crack! The ice layer completely collapsed, the night priest core unable to escape. Instantaneously engulfed by an avalanche of ice and snow. Amidst the howling winds and snow, Zhu Yunfeng and the others were transported to the surface of the glacier. While in the distance, boom! An avalanche surged like an enraged dragon, burying everything beneath its weight. By the campfire, Zhu Yunfeng gazed at the ice marrow in his hand. Within the eerie blue crystal, it seemed as if a galaxy flowed. He slowly pressed it against the chaotic ring. Buzz. Azure light burst forth, the spirit entity of the girl finally materializing completely, her eyes like stars, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Master, she spoke softly. Her voice ethereal as heavenly music, I have returned. Zhu Yunfeng's lips curled into a faint smile, but in the next moment, the spirit suddenly frowned. The Night Lord's staff has already absorbed 30% of the Ice Marrow's power. His target has never been merely the Ice Marrow, but the true staff, sealed beneath the polar ice. As night fell, the bitter cold winds of the polar region grew ever more piercing. Around the camp, Tai Shan had arranged shadow sentries to rotate every 15 minutes. Zhu Yunfeng sat cross-legged within the tent, the azure light on the chaotic ring flickering. The spirit entity's shadow explaining the mysteries of Ice Marrow to him. The true essence of Ice Marrow requires 3 days of refinement with chaotic energy. The spirit's words were abruptly interrupted, her expression abruptly shifting. Someone is coming. Almost simultaneously, an enraged roar from outside the tent reached Zhu Yunfeng's ears. Enemy attack. Zhu Yunfeng's figure flashed, bursting from the tent. Outside the camp, dozens of shadows leapt from the snow, their bodies clad in ice crystal armor, moving without a sound. It's the ice puppets of the Night Temple. Lan Shaodai unleashed the 5 poisons order, and the biphosphor butterfly swarm wove a toxic net in the air. These creatures felt no pain. The core must be shattered. Su Mingyue formed seals with her hands, and the Lingyu body radiated a verdant glow, establishing a defensive barrier around the camp. The iron-scaled arms of Taizhan bulged with veins as he shattered the approaching ice puppet with a single punch, revealing a pulsating blue crystal core amidst the shattered ice. Zhu Yunfeng's gaze turned icy as he executed the void-severing finger, precision striking through the cores of 3 ice puppets. At that moment, a sudden warning surged in his heart, prompting him to retreat hastily. Boom. An icy blue sword energy cleaved the ground where he had just stood, leaving a chasm over 10 feet deep. Amidst the swirling snow and fog, a figure in a white robe, donning an ice crystal mask, approached at a measured pace, a long sword glinting with a piercing chill in hand. The Frost Sword Saint? Tieshan's expression changed dramatically. He had thought him long gone 20 years ago. The white-robed figure rasped, I never expected anyone would still remember this old man. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall, forcing Zhu Yunfeng to retreat 7 steps, his clothing torn by the sword energy. The elder's swordsmanship bore an uncanny resemblance to the void chaotic technique, each strike invoking the chilling essence of the heavens. Youngster, hand over the ice essence, the elder said, lightly flicking his sword, unleashing 3 ice spikes from different angles. I can grant you a swift end. Zhu Yunfeng suddenly halted, the chaos ring emanating a brilliant azure glow. Defying instinct, he did not evade, allowing the ice spikes to pierce his body. Yunfeng. Su Mingyue gasped in alarm. Strangely, at the instant the ice spikes penetrated, intricate patterns emerged on Zhu Yunfeng's skin, and the spikes were gradually absorbed. The voice of the weapon spirit echoed in his mind. Ice essence for body tempering. The time is ripe. The elder's pupils constricted. You dare to harness my power for tempering. Zhu Yunfeng opened his eyes, now shimmering with an icy blue hue. He slowly raised his hand, conjuring a long sword entirely composed of profound ice within his palm. Thank you, Senior, for aiding me in my tempering. The 2 ice swords clashed in midair, erupting with radiant auroras. While the elder's swordplay was exquisite, Zhu Yunfeng's every strike bore the characteristics of chaotic energy, sometimes as forceful as thunder, at other times as gentle as water. Is this the sword intent of the void? The elder grew increasingly astonished. Where did you learn such skill? Zhu Yunfeng remained silent as the momentum of his sword suddenly shifted, tracing the trajectory of the Big Dipper in the air. When the 7th strike descended, the elder's mask shattered with a crack, revealing an aged face adorned with ice crystals beneath. So it is. The elder suddenly sheathed his sword and retreated. You are a disciple of that person. Before Zhu Yunfeng could inquire further, the elder's form abruptly flickered, transforming into a myriad of ice crystals that dissipated in the wind and snow, leaving a single phrase to drift in the air. Beware the Dark Knight Palace Master. His staff is a counterfeit. With the battle concluded, the camp lay in disarray. Lan Shaodai was busy detoxifying the injured disciples when Su Mingyue suddenly pointed towards the distant glacier. Look, deep within the glacier, a brilliant blue beam of light surged skyward, tinting the auroras in the night sky a vivid blue. More alarmingly, the ice surrounding the beam was visibly melting at an astonishing rate. It is the aura of the staff, the weapon spirit girl exclaimed. Someone is awakening the true artifact. Zhu Yunfeng clenched the chaos ring, feeling the surging power within. How much time do we have left? At most, 12 hours, the weapon spirit replied gravely. Once the staff fully awakens, all living beings within a 100-mile radius will be frozen into ice sculptures. Taizhan had already assembled a team. The elite 300 of the Yun Alliance are ready to depart at any moment. Lan Shaodai licked her lips. It seems we are in for something monumental. Su Mingyue placed the Lingyu in Zhu Yunfeng's palm. I sense a familiar fluctuation beneath the glacier, akin to the Sangong family's mirror of rivers and mountains. Zhu Yunfeng took the lead, his eyes gleaming with insight. It appears this struggle is far more intricate than we had imagined.